Good morning. Let me know if you cannot hear me, if you have any issues hearing me this morning. I am actually doing something quite strange, which is that I have my headphones in here for Instagram Live, and I have these headphones on for for you all on Twitter and Facebook. Oh, thank you for letting me know I sound okay. All right. Um, so this filibuster I'm doing starts right now. And I actually want to start with a poem to start out today. And if I get emotional reading the poem, so be it. And by the way, I live in New York City. So depending on where you're joining me, you're probably hearing loud sounds outside of my window. That's because that's New York. But hopefully the headphones will drown some of that out. Okay. But I might need to shut my window. Um, Let me know if you have a hard time hearing me. You know what? I'm going to actually close my window. That's outrageous. One second. Yeah, that was just too loud for even myself. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to start with a poem today. And someone said hi on, on Twitch. Hi on Twitch. This poem is called Morning Song and Evening Walk, and it's by Sonia Sanchez. If you're not familiar with Sonia Sanchez and her work, she's a brilliant poet. She was actually Toni Morrison's best friend, one of her best friends. And so it says, tonight, in need of you and God, I move imperfect through this ancient city. Quiet. No one hears, no one feels the tears of multitudes. The silence thickens. I have lost the shore of your kind season. Who will hear my voice? Nasal against distinguished actors. Oh, I am tired of voices without sound. I will rest on this ground full of mass hymns. You have been here since I can remember Martin, from Selma to Montgomery, from Watts to Chicago, from Nobel Peace Prize to Memphis, Tennessee, unmoved among the angels in corners of aristocrat confusion. It was a time to be born, forced forward, a time to wander inside drums, the good times with eyes like stars. And soldiers without medals or weapons, but honor, yes. And you told us the storm is rising against the privileged minority of the earth from which there is no shelter and isolation or armament. You told us the storm will not abate until a just distribution of the fruits of the earth enables men and women everywhere to live in dignity and human decency. All summer long, it has rained, and the water rises in our throats, and all that we sing is rumored forgotten. Whom shall we call when this song comes of age? And they came into the city carrying their fastings in their eyes. And the young 9-year-old Sudanese boy said, I want something to eat at night, a place to sleep. And they came into the city, hands salvating guns. And the young 9-year-old words snapped red with vowels. Mama, mama, auntie, I dead, I dead. In our city of lost alphabets, where only our eyes strengthen the children, you spoke like Peter, like John, you fishermen of tongues, untangling our wings. You inaugurated iron for our mask, exiled no one with your touch, and we felt the thunder in your hands. We are soldiers in the army. We have to fight, although we have to cry. We have to hold up the freedom banners. We have to hold it up until we die. And you said we must keep going, because small miracles push the wind down. It's very emotional. This is what art does. Entered the slow bloodstream of America, surrounded streets, tuned our legs against Olympic politicians, elaborate cavaliers, growing fat underneath Western hats, and we scraped the rust from old laws and went floor by floor, window by window, and clean faces rose from the dust, became new brides and bridegrooms among changed men and women coming for their inheritance. And you challenged us to catch up with our breaths to breath, and Latinos, Asians, Native Americans, whites, Black, gays, lesbian, Muslim, Jews, to gather up our rainbow colored skins in peace and racial justice. And we try to answer the long ago question, is there a nonviolent peacemaking army that can shut down the Pentagon? Rough. I'm reading Sonia Sanchez's poem, if you're just joining me. And you challenged us to breathe in Bernard Herring's words, the materialistic growth, mania for more and more production and more markets for selling unnecessary and even damaging products is a sin against the generation to come. What shall we leave to them? Rubbish. Atomic weapons, numerous enough to make the earth uninhabitable, a poison atmosphere, polluted water. Love in practice is a harsh and dreadful thing compared to love in dreams, said a Russian writer. Now I know a great cost, Martin, that we burn something moves out of the flames. Call it spirit or operation. Till no fire or body or ash remains, we breathe out and smell the world again. I, ayo, ayo, ai, amen, min, a woman, man, woman, men, woman, man, woman. So that was a poem to start, and that was Sonia Sanchez. It was Morning Song and Early Evening. One of the reasons why I wanted to make sure to discuss art at the beginning of this is because I think that art is so incredibly important at this moment. It's important to distill what is happening in our democracy, what has come before us, and to see it in a new way. One of the issues that I have always had with politics and policy is so much of it is so siloed. It's so narrow in vision. And you need people to come along that have the ability to view subject matters from different angles, from different perspectives, from different experiences. That is needed. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do this filibuster today was because I think that we are being too siloed, too narrow in our thinking about what this country is and what policies should serve it and this people. And we also know that we are dealing with a country that was formulated in a way that did not have everyone in mind. Okay? So I'm going to go into policy, into history today. I'm going to talk about why voting rights are so critical and essential. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the filibuster. I'm going to continue to do some other readings. And before I get into all of that, I also want to say this. It is a very tough time right now. I know that a lot of people are really struggling. They're struggling mentally, physically. A lot of people are dealing with long-term COVID. A lot of people are dealing with financial issues right now. A lot of people are scared, and a lot of people are angry. And all of those are really natural responses for what is happening. This has been a very tough few years. And so I just want you to know at this moment, it is okay to feel all of those stresses and strains. But I also want I would like all of you to take care of yourself at this time period as well. So please, if you are having issues right now, where you're having a hard time getting by, if you're having a hard time attaining resources, please make sure that you reach out to, you can reach out to your local officials if you need a list of some local resources. There's 800 numbers if you can't afford a therapist. There's like in New York City, you can call 311 and ask for resources for free therapy. I just want you to know that it's really important right now. I mean, my best friend and my husband, my two best friends, are under a lot of strain right now. I'm under a lot of strain running for office right now. So I just want you to know that's happening. And I know that COVID, this long-term COVID pandemic is wearing on people. So just want you to know that I'm with you in that. And I had to start the morning with having that type of discussion. So let me move into the next subject here. People are probably wondering why I'm doing this. This idea of talking for 24 hours. One, I am prepared. I have more material than I need. I have my coffee ready to go. You can see my coffee is right here. My coffee. My water. I even have cough drops. But I needed to do this because right now our Senate is on recess, and our Senate should not be on recess. It's pretty upsetting that our Senate decided to take off time before voting rights legislation was approached. I do know that it's difficult to try to even get that done when we have a senator like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema who have been unfriendly towards anything regarding voting rights or reforming the filibuster, and that we have, 50 Republican senators that have no want or no interest in doing any of that. Okay. But I think this is a time period right now where citizens have to do extraordinary things like this. I think that we have to do extraordinary things like staying up for 24 hours and talking about voting rights. That we as citizens don't have to just be online making comments. That we can do things that are extraordinary. Okay, so and right now it is a dire time. And I will also tell you guys this before I'm really getting into all of this. If for some reason my computer shuts down, if for some reason the stream goes dead, I'm just going to restart it again. I have Spectrum internet, and I'm not saying they're the worst, but they're terrible. Okay, so just know that. I will also be standing the entire time, so that will be similar to what people do as a filibuster. Will I use the restroom? Yes. I don't make $175,000 a year like senators do and House of Representatives do. I'm not going to injure or damage my body in that way, okay? But I will be talking for 24 hours and in about 18 minutes, which would break Strom Thurmond's record. So let me go back to some of this. So I said we have to do extraordinary things right now, and we need change. We need structural change. And Sherilyn Ifill said something yesterday that I quite enjoyed. She said, "Manchin is Manchin, but what kind of healthy democracy is structured in a way that can allow one man elected by 290,000 voters in one of the least populous states to thwart the agenda of his party and the president who was elected with 81 million votes? We need structural change." I think you saw that Charlemagne the God's interview with Vice President Kamala Harris, where Charlemagne kind of made a snarky comment saying, who's the president? Is it Joe Manchin or is it Joe Biden? It is not Joe Biden's fault that our country is formulated in this way, that we use an electoral college to elect a president and not the popular vote, that one person can have so much power. These are some of the things that are structurally inadequate about our country. I had mentioned this last night in a talk that I was in, where when the founders were starting to put the Constitution together, when they were starting to having these meetings about what this country would look like or how it would function or how it would operate. These guys, some of them were in their 20s, some of them were in their 30s. they had an idea of how they would like it to work. And yes, they were mostly thinking about how will it work for us as white men, as white land owning men. They weren't really thinking about other people. They certainly were not thinking about those that were enslaved. They certainly weren't thinking about the Native Americans that were here that they were murdering. Right? They weren't thinking about that. They were thinking about them, their needs, and structuring it to benefit them. A friend of mine, Dr. Hazel Levy, said something I thought quite poignant to me. When we talk about structures, I think the word structural gets thrown around a lot, but I want to just talk about what that means for just a moment. Aristotle, the reason why we still talk about the philosopher Aristotle is because he basically invented the library, and he did that so that his work would be preserved there. Structural. You're formulating something to benefit you and benefit people like you. And that is the structure of our system. That is why it is so difficult to change it. And I know that a lot of people get frustrated about that. I want to start with Joe Manchin actually today, because I think Joe Manchin is someone who, he's a microcosm of what this country has was built for, who benefits from the structure of this country, and is a person that has always been in this country. I think a lot of people get really frustrated with a guy like Joe Manchin, but our country has always had Joe Manchins. Always. They're the ones that really kind of started our country in a way. Yeah. So I want to work backwards from Joe Manchin. Basically back to some of the narratives that the founders said move back towards Reconstruction through Jim Crow and things like that. So let me work back first from, let me say this, let me be clear about this. When I'm talking about Joe Manchin and why we've always had Joe Manchins, is because a person like Joe Manchin is doing what's best for his donors, for big business interests. That is who he works for. He does not work for his citizens. He does not work for his constituents. He is fully funded by his donors. These are big corporate interests. They're paying his way. They're telling him what to put in bills. They're telling him how to vote. Joe Manchin is a puppet. And we have had a lot of puppets in this country. And we've always had these guys like this. And I want you to know that we even had those guys around when we had some of the best federal policies around, when we had our federal policies that were happening with the Great Society, when we had them with FDR, we still had businessmen freaked out, not wanting to have those big pieces of policy. We've always had this. So I'm going to read you something that I wrote to discuss Joe Manchin and the men that came before him that were just like him just a few decades ago. Okay, this is called the long con. And by the way, again, I see that everyone could hear me okay, but if anybody has an issue at all hearing me, just let me know in the comments. Hi, Darius. Okay, so this is called the long con, and I want you to think about Joe Manchins of the world and why they operate in the way they do. The long con. Something was deeply disturbing American conservatives. They didn't like the way they saw their country was changing. There was a flourishing feminist and civil rights movement that had started to affect policy, a growing anti-war sentiment against the Vietnam War, and a pro-environmental movement that seemed to threaten their business interests and newly imposed regulations. There was, what was worse in these business leaders' mind was activist Ralph Nader, that he had planted the seeds of a burgeoning consumer advocacy movement, which would hold business leaders accountable for faulty products. On the evening of August 23rd, 1971, Lewis F. Powell Jr. wrote a memo that would be received as one of the most influential blueprints of how the Republican Party would operate over the next 5 decades. He was just months away from being confirmed to the United States Supreme Court when he was commissioned by his friend Eugene B. Sidar Jr., the education director of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, to write a directive to counter what they saw as a growing threat to free enterprise in America. I'm going to continue that in a moment. So you hear in that what they think of as a threat is not to their personal liberties. What these Republicans have long thought is that these are threats to their financial interests. That is what is threatening to them. So any of our movements, anything from Black Lives Matter to feminist movements to transgender movements to disability movements to Native movements, anything that is going to move us forward to create equity, to create justice policy, these guys, these business people, think of themselves as, we're getting our pie, getting less pie cut. They're moving it over. They're taking it from us. That is what they're mainly threatened by. Okay, so I just want you to understand that aspect of that. So this memo that Lewis Powell Jr. wrote, which, by the way, I've read, it's 76 pages. It lashed out on what he perceived as what they would call socialist or communist or leftist or ultra liberal, basically an anti-business sentiment that was growing in the United States. And this was going further than what the Daughters of the Confederacy were doing 90 years earlier. I will address that later. Powell advocated in his memo a step-by-step instruction to purge left-wing elements out of everything by constant surveillance. He wanted to purge these elements out of textbooks, out of television content, the media, literary journals, art and science, law schools, politicians, and universities. The next steps would be to infiltrate those institutions and replace liberal ideas with conservative pro-business, anti-regulation ones. While the Powell memo is largely credited for the proliferation of conservative think tanks, the rise of the conservative movement, there was another one, a guy named James W. Young, who actually gave a similar speech 31 years earlier. And this was during World War II. So you see in the 1970s, there was this massive conservative memo written saying we have to stop these hippies from taking our money, from telling us what to do. They were really resentful. White resentment was at the center of it, and then surrounding it was business interests, okay? This is the same thing that happened during World War II. During World War II, and I will also say, let me just encompass a whole area. We had World War II, the Great Depression, federal policies that were coming out of these things. A lot of people think, well, at one time in the United States, we had all these great federal policies. So if we can do that, then we can do it again. What people may not remember or think about or know is during that time period, there was massive pushback against FDR trying to do his federal works projects, federal programs to help artists, to build houses, all these things. Business leaders were horrified by this, but they also knew that the economy was imploding. So this is why they kind of let it happen, right? The same thing happened in the 60s and 70s. As MLK and Malcolm X were making progress or discussing things, all of these business leaders were horrified by that idea because, again, it was antithetical to what they wanted, which was their business interests to lead. That is how they were thinking. That's the pushback that we're always dealing with. And those people were always kind of written into our Constitution. That's the people that were going to be benefiting from this. Pro-business people. That is how our Constitution was written, was to benefit these people. So let me move a little bit forward, because I'm going to continue to move backwards. So the reason why I'm talking about Joe Manchin and these guys that are pro-business and really anti their constituents, is that these are men that have always existed in America, and they have always been the ones with power. They've always been the ones that could dictate policy. They're always the ones pushing back against progress, okay? And some of them, were quite quite upfront about it. We've had business leaders, and we've had politicians, and we've had constitutions like the Mississippi Constitution outwardly say we are here to preserve white supremacy. Okay, so that has been a constant throughout what's going on in America. And so that's why I'm saying that someone like Joe Manchin, as frustrating as he is, and he is just what we have been dealing with since the beginning of this country. Okay? People that long prioritize business over people. They could care less about people. They could care less about poverty. They are not moved by our stories. They are not moved by anything. They only care about their financial bottom line and what they can get. Everything else, they could care less about. Okay? So let me move back into the long con. I'm going to read a little bit more of that. And then I'm going to move into some other, I'm going to move into a couple of other passages. Actually, let me read a passage from One Person, No Vote, because I had mentioned the white supremacy of the Mississippi Plan. So moving from the 60s back to FDR, and now I want to move to the Mississippi Plan, which says throughout the South, after the widespread adoption of the Mississippi Plan, voter turnout plummeted to less than half of eligible age whites. Let me explain this. When I say that the same thing keeps happening over and over again, and this is going to be kind of what I'm going to be talking about today, we have this really ridiculous, repetitive narratives that keep happening in America. And one of the reasons that we have that is because we're not learning from our history. Our press is staying really siloed and focused on what's happening at this moment, and they're not connecting it to a past that keeps repeating itself. It keeps repeating itself. I have said this over and over and over again. Our country continues to repeat over and over again the same mistakes, to have the same conversations, the same oppression, the same people in charge. And that's why when people say this system was designed that way, of course it is. And that is why it's very difficult to change it. So when I'm talking about the Mississippi Plan, is it comes after Reconstruction. We have these moments, these bursts of progress, and that bubble is quickly burst. So we know after slavery was abolished, you start having some Black men serve in Congress for the first time. And this is happening during Reconstruction. And the Black women were not allowed to be in Congress at that point. It's just Black men. But they helped start the idea of the public school system. White men are incredibly threatened by the fact that these Black men are doing incredibly well in Congress, that they're drafting wonderful policies. They know what their communities need. And there starts to be the ability to vote at that moment. Just Black men. Remember, women are not allowed to vote during this time period. So Black men start voting in high numbers. And this scares the living hell out of white Southerners. And by the way, it scares white Northerners too. We keep thinking this idea that the racism of this time period was just relegated to the South. That is just not true. It's all over the United States. There is a massive threat to people who were just enslaved being immediately competent leaders and knowing what to do, having multiple skills of survival, understanding the law, knowing what would work well. So these people who are dealing with right grievance, which has always been an issue in America, they're not having it. So right away, what happens in Mississippi, and Mississippi to me was a little bit the way Texas is now. Mississippi was leading the way for white supremacy during this time period. And by the way, my relatives are from Mississippi. Oh, she's right here. Let me see if I can get her. This is Mildred. This is Mildred. She is my She is my grandmother, and actually, she's from Mississippi, and her parents were from Mississippi. My father was born in Mississippi, but then was raised in Indiana. And Mississippi is a place where they're going to start finding a way to move Black people off the voter rolls. They were like, okay, we can't have this. Black men are voting in large numbers. They're showing up. We have to change. This system. So let me move back here. Let me see if I can move back one. So it says Virginia's okay, let me start with this one. Virginia Representative Carter Glass, like so many others, swooned at the thought of bringing the Mississippi Plan to his own state. Okay. Especially after he saw how well it worked. He rushed to champion a bill in the legislature that would eliminate, and I'm going to say what he said, okay? So this is racist, but this is what he said. Eliminate the darky as a political factor in less than 5 years. By the way, this is still how they think. They just don't say that word, right? Republicans have specialized in writing laws to disenfranchise Black and brown people and Asian people through race neutral language. Okay. So Glass, who President Franklin Roosevelt would one day describe as an unreconstructed rebel, planned not to deprive a single white man of the ballot, but to inevitably cut from the existing electorate 4/5 of the Negro vote in Virginia. One delegate questioned him, will it not be done by fraud and discrimination? Glass laughed. By fraud? No. Discrimination? Yes. Discrimination. Why, that is precisely what the purpose is, to discriminate to the very extremity permissible under the federal Constitution, with a view to eliminate every Negro voter who can be gotten rid of legally without materially impairing the numerical strength of the white electorate. So I want you to hear that. Glass, who was a Virginia representative, had seen that the Mississippi put a constitution together that basically was talking about how they were going to preserve white supremacy, and they were going to do that by making sure Black voters were no longer able to access the ballot. And there was kind of a gleefulness about this. And by the way, again, when I say that these narratives are repeated, this is the same thing. We're going through the same issue here, okay? We're going through the same issue. 1 second, I'm going to take one thing here. Somebody asked me for my donation page. By the way, feel free to donate while you're watching this. Thank you. Let me put this on Twitter really fast. And then I'm going to get back to talking about the history. Then I'm going to get back to the history of white supremacy and voter suppression, and they go hand in hand. So, okay, so let's see here. I'm going to say donate here. Okay. Thank you for asking me for my donation link. Okay. Tweet. Okay, so I want to go back to reading one more piece of that passage. So the determination to wipe out the Black voters ensnared whites as well, however, though for many of these in power, that was just fine. One Mississippi politician remarked that his state had to disenfranchise the ignorant and vicious white too. Let me say this. This is another way. This is how Republicans still think. People have said to me, you know, Maya, when Republicans are committing voter suppression, you know, they're harming their own base. You know, harming some older white voters, some older white disabled voters or disabled voters. They're harming some younger poor whites that also have a hard time taking time off for work to vote. And I told them, listen, they don't care. They look at the numbers and say, well, how many people can we disenfranchise and still win? Republicans do this. This has been well documented, which I will talk about later. So you can see from this narrative from years ago that they're saying the same things that Republicans are saying now. That is what's depressing, and I'll get to that in a moment. The result The resulting voter mortality rate was staggering. Throughout the South, after the widespread adoption of the Mississippi Plan, which other places use the Mississippi Plan, just like people are using the Texas Plan to harm, take away abortion rights, to take away transgender rights. The Mississippi Plan was what other states were using as their way of how do we disenfranchise people. So it says, okay, throughout the South, after the widespread adoption of the Mississippi Plan, voter turnout plummeted to less than half of age-eligible whites after it was peaked in 1896 at 79.6%. In Texas, for example, only 20% of all of age-eligible whites voted in the 1956 election. The national rate was 60%. The decline was even more dramatic in the Magnolia State. In the late 19th century, Mississippi voter turnout was close to 70%. By the early 20th century, it scraped near to 15%. While there was a steady erosion of white voters, the collapse of Black voter turnout was precipitous. In Louisiana, where more than 130,000 Black people had been registered to vote in 1896, the figure dropped to a bleak 1,342 by 1904. So I want you all to hear that aspect. Is somebody DMing me right now? I can't DM you back. I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now that the Black vote went from 130,000 in Louisiana to only 1,300. That is how much voter suppression was successful during that time period. Okay. And these are the same things. These are the same tactics that Republicans are trying to use now with all their voter suppression laws that are happening throughout the United States. And that is horrifying. That is absolutely frightening. But that is the reality of what is going on. And so when I say again that these narratives are repeated over and over again, these tactics are repeated over and over again, it's because they work. And that is what's happening. Let me see here. I'm sorry. One person is asking me a question. Oh, gosh. Okay. So these tactics are working. All of these voter suppression tactics are working overtime. They're working. They're being successful. And this is why we needed to have something like the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Even though we had already in our Constitution the right to vote for some people, we needed to have something else that would stop the discrimination en masse in the way that it had been happening. So I'm going to go back to voter suppressive tactics throughout this, but I want to talk for a moment about our current democracy, and I'm going to talk about the history of voting rights, and I want to talk about the fact that we have never been a fully enfranchised democracy. I want to state that again. We have never, ever been a fully enfranchised democracy. Never. And the reason why I say that is because it's taken 200 years to have every group in America have the right to vote or to have access to the ballot box. We know that it took women a long time. I'm going to go ahead and put this in here. Date modified. Here we go. I'm going to give you the history of voting rights timeline. Just to kind of outline how long it took everyone to vote in the United States. A lot of the times when we're talking about the right to vote, we only talk about two things. We usually only talk about it in the sense of like, okay, women got the right to vote 1920, and most Black people were able to access the ballot box in 1965. And that's usually what we say. But there are many groups in between that still were not able to vote or had the right to vote. And also the 1965 opened the gates for a lot of people, and they're left out of that story and that narrative usually. Okay. So I want to talk about the history of voting rights and the voting right timeline. So let's start with 1776, right? The only people that could vote had to own land. The Declaration of Independence was signed. The right to vote during the colonial and revolutionary periods is restricted to property owners only, most of whom are white males. they're Protestant, and they're over 21, right? We don't have the right to vote at the age of 18 yet in 1776. In 1787, there's no federal voting standard. States decide who votes. U.S. Constitution is adopted because there is no agreement on a national standard for voting rights. States are given the power to regulate their own voting laws. In most cases, voting remains in the hands of white male owners. And we still have some of those things. For example, in New York State, we have been trying to pass our own Voting Rights Act to protect the rights of voters in New York City. We have had a lot of voter suppression issues in New York State, and I don't think that people knew that. For example, we weren't even allowed to vote early in New York City for a very long time. That only happened like 2 years ago. It was the first time we had early voting in New York City. And why is early voting important? Well, if you are a parent or a single parent and you have a child or you have a full-time job, or if you're like my mom and you have several part-time jobs, you may not have time to make it to that voting booth at the same time. If you're disabled and there's no early voting, and perhaps you get to the place and there is an inaccessible polling location, which happens, that was your one shot to vote. Early voting gives you an opportunity to go when you have a moment. It has an opportunity to kind of fix an issue, especially if there is a polling location that is inaccessible. So this is why that was so important. So that's why states still dictate a lot of rules of what happens when it comes to voting, with whether you can have early voting, whether you can drink water when you're in line, right? Like what just happened in Georgia, where they're not allowing people to drink water in line. In Florida, it's ridiculous. Okay. So 1789, George Washington was elected president, and only 6% of the population can vote. So George Washington was voted by a very small margin of the people that were currently in America at that point. In 1790, citizen means white. That's it. If you're a citizen, you're white. The 1790 naturalization law passed. It explicitly states that only free white immigrants can become naturalized citizens. And the definition of white is not even really defined at that moment. And I'm going to be reading James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket in a moment after I go over this, because James Baldwin talks about that idea of whiteness. What does that look like in America? How do you, what is the price of becoming white in America, really, or being able to be white in America? I'm going to read that in a little bit. I'm going to continue on with the history of voting rights. 1848, activists for ending slavery and women's rights start to join together. Women's Rights Convention is held in Seneca Falls, New York. Frederick Douglass, a newspaper editor and former slave, attends the event, gives a speech supporting universal voting rights. His speech helps convince the convention to adopt a resolution calling for voting rights for women. By the way, I have been to Seneca Falls many times. It's gorgeous. And I actually got to go to where Frederick Douglass gave that speech, which I thought was quite a privilege. In 1848, citizenship is granted, but voting denied. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo ends the Mexican-American War and guarantees U.S. citizenship to Mexicans living in the territories conquered by the U.S. However, English language requirements and violent intimidation limits access to voting rights. Okay. So let's talk about that. That is also something that has very much stayed a part of our country. We don't have, maybe some people don't know this, but we do not have an official language in the United States. But a lot of the founders, a lot of people that end up being politicians, a lot of business owners, they want people to assimilate. Our country really at this point, and that point of the timeline, is really all about assimilation, right? Native Americans, some of them are being kidnapped and taken to boarding schools to try to eradicate their language, to try to lose any of their own faith, religion, spirituality, and to conform to Christian or Catholic Protestant ways, and to cut their hair and to wear certain like Eurocentric clothing. It's really violent. It's really awful. Assimilation really is violent in a way. It is tearing you apart from your culture. It is tearing you apart from connecting you to who you are. Right. So that is a big part of it at that moment. And then we have the same thing for like Chicano, Americans, people, different Latinos and Hispanics from around the world. If you're coming to this country, they wanted you to conform, not learn your own language. That happened in my family. My family was told to assimilate. My grandfather was told to make sure that you do not have an accent. No accent. That's what he was told. I'm just going to make sure everything is running okay, and then I'm going to continue. Just give me a second. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, it looks like I'm still rocking and rolling and whatnot on Twitter. Wonderful. Okay, so during this time period, as voting rights are not really progressing, but it's during that time period where America is trying to form this identity, and that identity is really rooted in assimilationist ideas, right? It's really like conform to us in our way, white citizens way. If you're not, you're done, that kind of thing. And even the people that are like, okay, I'll try to assimilate, if you're not white presenting, they didn't really want any of that. Okay. They thought of us in that kind of a caste system, a hierarchy. All right. So 1856, vote expanded to all white men. So 1856, this is the first time that all white men can vote. Those that don't own land, those that are living in poverty, they're allowed to vote now. So, and that's in 1856. So you can see how long, sorry, I'm putting tea on for myself. You can see how long it took just for all white people to vote. It's not until 1856. 1866, movements unite and divide. Two women activists, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, form an organization for white and Black women and men dedicated to the goal of universal voting rights. The organization later divides and regroups over disagreements and strategies to gain the vote for women and African Americans. So some of the issues that we have early on with trying to mobilize for the vote is even though Black people were still the furthest from power, the furthest from the vote, some women were, you would see that white women and white men were still trying to like lead the discussion groups, talk about how they were going to negotiate power. Everybody was, for Black people, they were like, hold on, we'll get to you. This is something that happens over and over again, and it's very frustrating. So that's some of the disagreements that happen is like, how do we lead ourselves forward? That is also another narrative that repeats itself in America over and over and over again, is that we have disagreements on how do we move forward. We're still having those similar disagreements. Who is the leader? And I will read Martin Luther King, some of his work, and I'm going to talk about Malcolm X bullet or the ballot in a little bit. That is a prime example of what philosophy works, right? So I'm going to read those in a moment because this is some of the repeated narratives that we have. It's like, what philosophy, how do we move forward in movement and organizing? How do we do this? How do we do this without like a hierarchical way of thinking? How do we change the pedagogy of how do we move forward? Okay, so 1868, former slaves are granted citizenship. The 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution passes. Citizenship is defined and granted to former slaves. However, it's explicitly defined as male. And the amendment forbids states from denying any rights of citizenship. Voting regulation is still left in the hands of the state. So if you are a southern state and you're not really feeling like you want Black men to vote, you're still coming up with some oppressive ways of trying to figure out how to keep them off, even as you're trying not to violate the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, right? And that's why I said, so that comes next. 1870, vote cannot be denied because of race. Explicitly, so other discriminatory tactics are used. So the 15th Amendment and the 14th Amendment pass with just 2 years of each other. And the 15th Amendment, it states that the right to vote cannot be denied by the federal and state governments, finally, based on race. We don't have a gender part yet. However, soon after, some states began to enact measures such as voting taxes and literacy tests that restrict the ability of African Americans to register to vote. Violence and intimidation tactics are also used. This is 1870. 1870. During this time period, this is when our current Republican Party is still using some of the similar tactics that were used in 1870. Why do Republicans use the tactics that were used? Why does our current Republican Party use some of the similar tactics of what was used in 1870? Because it works, right? They're able to find ways to not violate the law, but come up with tactics. For example, not handing out water at polling locations. They can say, I'm just going to make this one up. They can say, we just don't want there to be litter, and that's why we don't want to have water bottles. We don't want that to be handed out. We also believe that if you hand out water bottles, that you're kind of buying votes, which is illegal. So that's why we don't want to have water. And then you and I know that if you're standing in the hot sun in a 12-hour line, you need water. And if you don't, you're going to leave. But that is why that is an effective voter suppression tactic. But technically, it doesn't look illegal. It just looks like, hey, we just want to make sure there's not litter, that you're not buying votes, or you're not trying to pass favor. So these are the things that started developing in 1870 that Republicans learned to continue to use, just repeating the same oppressive tactics over and over and over again. And this is why the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was so important, and I will get to that in a little bit. Okay. So in 1872, women tried to vote. Susan B. Anthony is arrested and brought to a trial in Rochester, New York, for attempting to vote in a presidential election. At the same time, Sojourner Truth, a former slave and advocate for justice and equality, appears at a polling booth at Grand Rapids, Michigan, demanding a ballot, but she's turned away, right? Because women are not allowed to vote at this moment, okay? Let me move in here. So let's see here. Just want to make sure. Okay. So after that, in 1876, Indigenous people cannot vote. 1876, Indigenous people, Native American people cannot vote. The Supreme Court rules that Native Americans are not defined as citizens by the 14th Amendment and thus cannot vote. Okay? So this is when I say that we've never been a fully enfranchised society, is because of this. And I'm going to actually start my live over again on, I'm going to start it over again on Filibuster. Okay. Filibust, start. I'm going to start it over again on Instagram because it was being a little wonky. Okay, so 1876, we know that Native Americans can't vote at this time period. So you can see how many years have gone by and people are still disenfranchised from being able to participate in this country, which means they are not going to have much of any say over the policies that are being dictated over them. They don't have a say in it. They don't have representation. They don't. Okay, this is why this is so important. Okay, so now I'm going to start again. Nope. I'm sorry, 1 second. Live. Okay, there we go. Okay, so in 1882, the Chinese Exclusion Act bars people of Chinese ancestry from naturalizing to become U.S. citizen. You can just see America has a really rough past of who it decided is a citizen or who is not a citizen. So the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 says anyone from Chinese ancestry cannot become a U.S. citizen. So in 1887, assimilation equals the right to vote. I had spoken about assimilation. Assimilation is such a massive part of our history in America, and it is a really foul, damaging, injurious type of thing in our country. Assimilation is such a massive part of our country, and it takes away people's culture, their history, their language, and tells them to conform. And that is a really painful thing. So in 1887, the Dawes Act passes, and it grants citizenship to Native Americans who give up their tribal affiliations. And I told you it is during this time and before then and a little bit after then that some Native American children and were forced to go to these I don't want to say schools, they were boarding schools where they were basically told to give up their own language, to kind of try to give up their own identity. They asked these children to change away from their native names, given more Eurocentric names. And it's damaging. It's very harmful. And as I said earlier, too, this happens a lot with Latino culture, with Chicano culture, with Hispanic culture. It was like, do not have an accent, give up your language. I don't want to hear you speaking Spanish. And one of the things that in America that they tried to do during this time period was associate anything that was not white Eurocentric as being less than, bad, not worthy of. Okay. So this is something that's very injuring. So basically 1887 is like, hey, we're going to make a deal. You assimilate, we'll give you the right to vote. So very damaging history. 1890, Wyoming admitted to the statehood, becomes the first state legislator that allows women to vote in its constitution. A lot of people don't know that, but Wyoming actually gave women the right to vote about 30 years before the rest of America was allowed to vote. Okay. 1890, Indigenous people must apply for citizenship. The Indian Naturalization Act grants citizenship to Native Americans whose applications are approved, similar to the process of immigrant naturalization. Still pretty damaging, and also still in a way kind of turning away people if they want to. It's not a guarantee. Okay. So 1912, 1913, women start marching for their voting rights here in New York and in Washington, D.C. It's still going to take at least another 7 years for them to be successful. And again, it's just really white women that are able to vote 7 years later. So in 1919, military service equals citizenship for Native Americans. Native Americans who serve in the military during World War I are granted citizenship. And there is a large history of Native Americans serving in the military. And I would tell you all to please read up on that. There's some very interesting history about that. But at the same time, it's also really depressing, right? Hey, if you serve us and you get killed or you kill others, we'll make you a citizen, right? And this happens with Black Americans. This happens with different groups. If you're willing to join our military, we're going to grant you citizenship, right? Okay, it's definitely part of that. Very, I would say, colonial aspect, our imperialistic mindset of what we do to allow citizenship. Okay. So in 1920, the right to vote is finally extended to women, but really it is to white women. 19th Amendment is passed. It gives women the right to vote in both state and federal elections. That is enshrined finally. 1922, the Supreme Court rules that people who are Japanese are ineligible to become a naturalized citizen. In the next year, the court finds that Asian Indians are not, and so that's South Asian, by the way. South Asian people are not also eligible to naturalize. Okay, so we have this idea of, when I talk about whiteness, and I'm going to read James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket in a moment after I finish reading this. Who is allowed to become white in this country? That is really part of the foundation of this country as well. Who is allowed citizenship? Who is allowed to be called white, right? Okay. So 1924, citizenship granted, but voting rights denied. The Indian Citizenship Act grants citizenship to Native Americans, but many states nonetheless make laws and prohibit Native Americans from voting. Okay. 1925, military service citizenship for Filipinos. Again, the Congress says Filipinos can have U.S. citizenship if they serve in the Navy for at least 3 years. If you're willing to enjoy our military complex, you're allowed citizenship. Okay. 1926, state violence is used to prevent people from exercising their right to vote. So this is when Black men and women are attempting to register in Birmingham, Alabama, and African-American women are beaten by election officials. So at this point, a lot of violence is happening with the right to vote. And why is that? I think this is something that needs to have a finer point put on it. The reason why violence is happening is because we are seeing the power of having the right to vote. We're seeing that it means we have a say in the policies of this country. It means that we have a say in our representation. That is power. And there are white businessmen leaders who I discussed earlier who have always been part of America and part of, I would say, a ruling class. They're the ones that really the Constitution was originally written for. These are people that are getting upset because they're starting to see if we're allowing people from different groups to vote, they are changing policies, they are influencing policies, they want to be a part of this government. And really, those white business leaders never wanted that. Okay. So violence starts to happen to intimidate people from exercising their right to vote. This is still part of what's happening now. So when I say to you, we are having similar things repeat and repeat and repeat, as I said earlier, it's because it's effective. Intimidation at the ballot box is effective. Voter suppression that has been happening since the moment enslavement ended, those same tactics are being used because they are effective and they work to disenfranchise people. Okay. So 1946, legal barriers to Native Americans are removed. A Native American man and former Marine sues New Mexico for not allowing him to vote. He wins, and New Mexico and Arizona are required to give the vote to all Native Americans. So that takes till 1947. 1947. So that's why when I say we're not a fully enfranchised society, we're not a fully enfranchised democracy, that's what I'm talking about. It has taken so long for certain people to not only be granted citizenship, but be granted the right to vote. And so we're still seeing that some people are not allowed to vote. So in 1952, the McCarran-Walter Act grants people of all Asian ancestries to become citizens. It takes until 1952 for Asian. I want you to hear this. It takes till 1952. It takes an act in 1952 that allows people of Asian ancestry to finally become citizens. This is not 100 years ago, right? This is 70 years ago. We have a president in the United States that was born at a time where Asian Americans were not allowed to become citizens. Okay. So 1961, the 23rd Amendment passes and it gives citizens of Washington, D.C. the right to vote for U.S. president. But to this day, the district's residents, most of whom are African Americans, still do not have voting representation in Congress. So I'm going to talk about this for a moment. My family, my grandfather immigrated. I'm going to pull this down. My grandfather immigrated from Valparaiso, Chile. You can see here, I still have his ID badge. This is his drawings. This is my grandfather's ID badge. And this is some of his drawings that he made during World War II when he was in the Ghost Army. And when he immigrated from Chile, from Valparaiso, Chile, he moved to Washington, D.C. And my mom was actually born in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is a city that means a lot to me. I used to go to Washington, D.C. a lot as a child. And my grandfather taught art history at American University. And my mom was too young to go to the March on Washington, but she tried to sneak out of the house to go to it. I love that about my mom. She was a young activist already. My grandparents were like, no. So, but Washington, D.C., when you live in Washington, D.C., or when you grow up around Washington, D.C., you have a section of Washington, D.C. we used to call, like, if you were black in Washington, D.C., we used to call it Chocolate City because it was very black, but it was across the tracks kind of thing, that segregation in Washington, D.C. And to me, it is grotesque that black people who are the majority of Washington, D.C., still do not have proper representation in Washington, D.C. It's very, very gross. Okay. So Washington statehood is absolutely critically important imperative. People like to talk about Puerto Rico having statehood. People, let Puerto Ricanos figure out what they want for themselves, for their self-determination. That's what's important. Washington, D.C. has long said, we are here and we want to, because, Puerto Rico is dealing with colonialism, it's dealing with a colonial debt, it's dealing with all these different issues, a little bit different than what's going on in Washington, D.C. And in Washington, D.C., the D.C. residents have majoritarily said, we want statehood. Okay, so we need to push for that as well this year. Okay, I will also, let me mention something else before I get back into voting rights history. One of the reasons that I do not like Washington, D.C., and I'm saying this as a person that's running for Congress right now, and someone that has spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C., one of the things that's not great about Washington, D.C. is that it's very isolated. And it's supposed to be isolated on purpose, right? It's supposed to have several things that go for it. It's supposed to be a city of intimidation. When people come to the town, they're supposed to be awed by the buildings and the way that it looks. The buildings are purposely have these like Roman columns of look, this kind of old centurion look. But because it's so isolated, because a lot of politicians there are not really interacting with everyday people. They're not. Go to Washington, D.C., hang out for a couple of days. You'll see that it's very insular. Even where the restaurants that they're going, they're just talking to themselves. And it's problematic in that way because they're only hearing their own echo chamber. And not only that, but so many of them have been so wealthy for so long, they don't remember anything about what struggle is or like counting money to change to see if you have enough money for food. None of them have been on any kind of social programs or safety net programs, either their entire life or not anytime soon. They're making $175,000, which is more, $175,000 annually, which is more than 50% of America makes. So a lot of our representatives are just naturally out of touch, literally, like they're not in public talking to people. They're able to isolate themselves away from even holding town halls or talking to people. We saw that in the last, we saw that during the last administration with Trump. They kind of normalize it where they're like, hey, we don't even want to deal with these town halls. We're not talking to people. We don't want to hear what they have to say. It's between us and our donors. Like, that's it, right? So that is one of the reasons why Washington, D.C. is really frustrating. It's because it's like, you literally don't have to see anybody other than other colleagues or perhaps the people that are, working within people, the staffers that are working on the Hill. Okay. So that's one of the reasons why it's so problematic in Washington, D.C., because of the massive isolation. Okay. I'm going to get back a little bit to the history of voting rights and why, again, we have never been a fully enfranchised society. because we still don't, not everybody still has the right to vote in our country. That's just true. Okay. So in 1963 to 1964, voting rights as civil rights. Large-scale efforts in the South to register African Americans to vote intensify. However, state officials refused to allow African Americans to register by using voting taxes, literacy tests, violent intimidation. Among the efforts launched is Freedom Summer, where close to 1,000 civil rights workers of all races and backgrounds converge on the South to support voting rights. Notice how I mentioned there again about voter intimidation, voter violence. These are the same tactics that were being used during Jim Crow. These are the same tactics that are being used during Reconstruction. These are the same tactics that are being used now. Why? Because they work, because it scares people. People don't want to get harmed just because they want to cast a ballot, okay? So it's during this time, obviously, there's lots of mobilization. There's a feeling of, I wasn't alive during this time period. I can only look from the history of it, right? Or I can remember what my father, my mother said, because my father was alive during this time period, which was that there was a lot of hope. My father said, where do I have a picture of my father. Hold on. Let me get that. Can I reach it? I can't reach it. I'll show you a picture of him later. My father said there was a lot of hope, but there's a lot of anger during that time period. I said, yeah, of course, Dad. You know, it's like, of course there was a lot of anger. But when I talked to him not that long ago, we both talked about it's the same thing now. There is a lot of anger and the hope is very minimal, right? There's similar tactics going on, but there's similar tactics going on. We're seeing that repeat of history over and over again. So during that time period, we know that that John Lewis was beaten within an inch of his life during Selma just to get voting rights. Martin Luther King is trying to get voting rights. He's making speeches. He's talking. Malcolm X wrote something called The Bullet or the Ballot, and he is passionate about discussing what does it mean to be here in America. I'm going to also read some Bullet or the Ballot. One of the reasons I mentioned those three together, and also I'm going to read some of Fannie Lou Hamer's work as well, is there is this frustration during 1963 and 64 and 65 of how do we lead? How do we move forward? One of the things that there was an agreement about was we can do this by organizing, by coming together. And there was a coming together of people. And that, by the way, was scaring the bejesus out of business leaders, the Joe Manchins. I'm going to use Joe Manchin as the villain in our story because we have always had Joe Manchins throughout the United States, the ones that prioritize their donors first and the business leaders, business leaders, corporate interests. We've always had that. So these guys are nervous because you have white people, you have people from different ethnic backgrounds, different religious backgrounds coming together to march together. And that is incredibly intimidating and fearful to those who are in power. To see people joining together is tough. Now, I really firmly believe that we are more divided than ever. And it's also very similar to the divisions that we had back in the day. Because if you look at the difference between maybe I Have the Dream speech or Letters from Birmingham Jail or Malcolm X's Bullet or the Ballot, you can see that there's a difference. There's a difference in tone. There's a difference in how they're communicating their ideas, right? But at the same time, there is similar objectives. And that to me is what's happening again. We have different ideas of how we want to move forward in this country. And we're all arguing with each other about it. And to me, I'm like, I don't mind the argument. I think it's okay to argue with each other. I'm having some black tea. It's okay to argue with each other. The frustrating part is not the argument. It's not the disagreement. It's the then not coming together to say, well, hell, let's move it forward. Let's get together. Let's vote. Let's do this. Because Republicans do it every time. Republicans vote in lockstep every single time. They can scream and yell at each other, but then they go boom, right in lockstep with each other. Every single election. And something that is different between Republicans and Democrats and right wing and left wing and however you want to term it is that Republicans have been long-term planners. They have planned out how they want America to look. They want it to look like them. Short story, spoiler alert. And they meticulously plan how to do that. One of the things that I did as a project was I put something together that was a memos project. I put all these memos together. And I collected memos of white men who worked at conservative think tanks and white male judges and white men business leaders and white men in advertising, by the way. A lot of white men in advertising, in particular during FDR's time period, were very much wanting to control the narrative. Okay? I'll get back to that. Rosie the Riveter. And so during that time period when they were writing all these memos, just like Roger Ailes wrote a memo about Fox News before Fox News happens. Roger Ailes wrote a memo that happened 40 years before Fox News launched, and he wrote it out. So these white men are very meticulous on how to keep white supremacy going, how to keep it functional, how to keep moving it forward. That is their goal. This is something that they have always done and planned. They write 76-page memos, 36-page memos, 120-page memos. You should see Newt Gingrich. His memos, he's got boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of memos. They're very meticulous. We're dealing with groups of men that sit there and really kind of plot out how they want America to run, what policies there needs to be, how they're going to do it, what they're going to do to take steps to doing it. And by the way, they brag about this. I want you all to understand that. One of the things that they brag about is, I think it was Karl Rove during the 2010 midterm elections. I think it was 2010. It was 2009. He wrote an article saying, listen, we're going to take over state legislators. That is our goal. That's the next move. If we take over state legislators, then we're going to take over gerrymandering. Oh, we're so excited. These Republicans aren't hiding it from us. They're telling us their long-term plans of what they plan to do. Mitch McConnell, Heritage Foundation, AEI, all these American conservative think tanks, they write memos, they write plans, they talk about what they're going to do. They talk about judges and how they're going to take over the benches. They put a long-term plan together. I'll get back to voting rights in a moment. And speaking of voting rights, Chief Justice Roberts, he was part of all that planning as well. He always wanted to get rid of voting rights. It was one of his goals, like working through the Heritage Foundation, working through these different think tanks. He was like, I'm going to help be the person that gets rid of voting rights. This is a plan. These are all plans. And Democrats are not good at that. And why is that? Why is that? I want people to understand why Democrats are not good at long-term planning. And why Republicans are, right? Republicans are always playing defense. They're always defending what they have and what they want to keep and what they want to expand. Democrats have to play offense and defense. They're just like, we're responding to this narrative and we're trying to keep the little that we have. Why is that? It's because we have a diverse, inclusive tent. One narrative does not fit all. It doesn't. And you can see that by the way that we all argue online together. One narrative doesn't fit all for us in the Democratic Party. It doesn't. Republicans, it does. We want white men to keep all the business. We want white men to have all the money. We want white men to have all the power. Pretty easy messaging, right? Pretty easy to plan that. It's much more difficult to plan in a party that can't agree on certain things, but we're not that far apart, to be honest. We seem like we are. I think that the majority of Democrats can agree. The majority, I'm going to say majority, there's always a few. The majority can agree that we want clean water. We can agree on that. We may not agree on how are we going to do that. I believe that the majority of Democrats can say we want clean air. I don't think everybody can agree on that, right? And then when it comes to the social safety net, Democrats are all over the place about that. And one of the reasons why the Democrats are always all over the place on like, how do we message about the social safety net? How do we message about SNAP? How do we message about, which used to be called food stamps? How do we message on hourly wage? How do we do this? One of the reasons why it's hard for some Democrats to do it is there's fear. There's fear that they're going to lose white voters, and Democrats have to give that up. Democrats have to stop. We already have white voters, and we have to stop trying to message to white voters. The social safety net programs benefit everybody. And we know this because the majority of people that are on social safety net programs are white. So Democrats have to stop being so fearful. Democrats have to stop trying to message out of two sides of their mouth. And Democrats have to stop this idea that they're going to please everybody. They're not. But what Democrats do need to do is be clear in the messaging and intent. And they have to be clear in the pushback against Republicans that have been for so long doing everything that they can to take away our civil rights, our human rights, our dignity, our voting rights. Democrats have to be better at pushing back about that. I know that Michelle Obama got a lot of flack for this. She said, when they go low, we go high. And, you know, in a way, it's a little too optimistic because Republicans, there is no low. There's always a lower. There's always a lowest. They will dig straight through hell and keep on going. That is why you can't out-message Republicans in that way. I've said this to friends before. If you say, well, we want clean water, we think Republicans can agree on that, you'll have a Republican say, I want my dirty water, and that's American. I want lead in it, American lead. Do you see what I'm saying? You cannot out-message that. So this is why Democrats have to realize that it is okay for us to disagree. It is okay for us to have different ideas and pathways of moving forward. But we have to start talking about a shared vision of what it is we want America to look like. And as I had said earlier, when the founding fathers were putting this country together, these are white, land-owning, mostly wealthy men that were in their 20s and some in their 30s. And they had an idea of how they wanted it to work, and they knew how they wanted it to work for them. And that is the same system that we're dealing with now. Okay? So I will come back to that in a moment. So let me go to 1960. Let me go to 1964. 1964, no special tax to vote. The 24th Amendment passed. It guarantees the right to vote in a federal election will not be denied for failure to pay any taxes. And that has to do with poll taxes. At this point, Republicans, some of them are called Dixiecrats, Southern Democrats, they were passing pieces of policy to try to prevent people from voting. One of them was the poll tax. One of them was literacy tests. One of them was the grandfather clause. And the grandfather clause basically stated, if your grandfather could vote in an election, you can vote. Why is that problematic? Because if you were enslaved, right? Like, so this is my grandma, right? This is my grandma. Her grandfather was enslaved. She would not be able to vote. So that's the grandfather clause. Literacy tests were done in a way that it wouldn't matter if you had a PhD. They were written in a way for you to fail. so you wouldn't be able to vote. And then the poll tax was, if you owe any money, you can't vote. Do we still have a poll tax? We do. It's in Florida. So for those that are returning citizens, those who were formerly incarcerated, if they owed any money, they were not allowed to vote. Then in Florida, they passed an amendment, overwhelmingly bipartisan, where people said, this is unfair. That's a poll tax. Let people who are returning citizens vote. DeSantis and all his cronies said, absolutely not. Because if they do, if these people who were formerly incarcerated vote in the way that we think they're going to vote, we'll lose every election. So they made sure to put another piece of legislation through that reinstated those poll taxes. And not only that, but they made it incredibly confusing of like, well, I don't know if I owe $20 or $400, and it's hard to find out where I do it. And by the way, someone like Bloomberg, he could just help get rid of all those. You know, that's why these corporate people and philanthropy is total BS, right? This is why they just need to pay their taxes. This is why Bloomberg and them need to pay taxes, because they could immediately help expunge those fees. Okay, so poll taxes finally end in 1964. This is how long it's taking Americans to become enfranchised in this country. So 1965, a grassroots movement forces change in a law. The VRA is passed, finally. The Voting Rights Act amendment is finally passed. It forbade states from imposing discriminatory restrictions on who can vote and provides mechanisms for the federal government to enforce its provisions. The legislation is passed largely under pressure from protests and marches earlier that year, challenging Alabama's officials who injured and killed people during African Americans' voter registration efforts. So we know that during that summer, Selma didn't just happen. There was freedom bus rides that were happening. There were 3 people. It was 2, I believe it was 1 black man and 2 Jewish men that were murdered trying to register people to vote. Murdered. People have been murdered in our country trying to vote. I cannot stress that enough, because to me, it is absolutely outrageous. We have had people murdered in this country trying to attain the right to vote. Okay? And I will say one of the reasons why I feel like there's a lack of interest in voting rights. I am a voting rights advocate, and I have been. I'd say I became a full-fledged voting rights advocate in 2013 when the Voting Rights Act was gutted by SCOTUS. So that Voting Rights Act that was passed in 1965 was gutted in 2013. Chief Justice Roberts was the one who really stuck the dagger in. That's what John Lewis said. He stuck a dagger into the heart of that. And I'm going to read the dissent by Ruth Bader Ginsburg later about what she said about it, because her dissent was really beautiful. It was really heartbreaking when that happened. And I think a lot of people who aren't a voting rights advocate might go, well, I don't understand. What does that mean that there was a dagger stuck in it? So I won't get too wonky, but I'll say this. In the Voting Rights Act, one of the things that was so brilliant about it was it had a thing called pre-clearance. So if any state in America said, hey, we want to deny people water for standing in line, hey, we want to shut down 20 of our polling places, people can walk. That discriminatory, that's discrimination. And the pre-clearance, you have to pre-clear that with the Department of Justice. So it blocked that from happening right away. Sorry, denied. And the reason why that was important was because there would be a flood of all of these, voter restrictions coming towards it. And the pre-clearance blocked them all at the same time. When the pre-clearance was gone, when that flood happens, the DOJ can still sue, they can still challenge it, but they could only block one at a time, right? So in 2013, the reason why voting rights was gutted was because, and this really hurts my heart. Chief Justice Roberts said, I'm going to summarize. He basically said, listen, we're in a different time period. We have a Black president. Racism is like a thing of the past. We don't need to police Southern states. We don't need to police any of these states, yes, who have a history of discrimination, but that's changed now. We elected a Black president. There's no reason we need to have these types of protections anymore. I just think they're silly, right? And so we know that within 24 hours of the Voting Rights Act being gutted, Texas immediately placed a voter ID law on. And some people have asked me, who cares? Like what, voter ID is not a big deal. Most of us have IDs, right? First, let me say this. The voter ID issue is hard to explain. I know this because the BBC asked me once, like, what's wrong with voter IDs? I'm like, oh my God, you want me to explain that in 30 seconds? First of all, the voter ID issue is a little bit of a red herring because they want to distract you with that while they're doing other things, like closing polling locations. And then, or asking you to get a voter ID, but then restricting DMV hours to get your ID. Some states closed down voter IDs. There were some states that did this. They put a voter ID law in. Okay, I'll go get a voter ID. And then they said, you can only go get your voter ID on the third Tuesday of every month between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m. They would do things like that. That happened around the United States, where they were doing everything they could to make it harder. I said to you all earlier that Republicans are planners, conservatives are planners, right-wing people are planners. I'm talking about elected officials and business leaders, right? And one of the things that they do at these think tanks, AEI, Heritage Foundation, there's a whole list of them, is they study things like, how many people can we disenfranchise if we close 4 polling locations in this area? And they will go, well, if you can close a polling location to where someone has to walk 2 miles, it will disenfranchise, 50 to 60 people. That's how intently they study how to suppress the vote. That is how, that is the intensity of which some of these Republicans work. In North Carolina, there was a ruling where a judge saw what they were trying to do with gerrymandering, with stacking districts where it would be like all the Black people would be in this part of it, or move people over this way. So it's called stacking or cracking the district or packing the district, right? And so they do this, so it's like they dilute the power of somebody's vote. If you hear a lawyer say, like my friend Perry, who's a lawyer, he'll say things, he'll talk in like legalese speak. He's like, well, to dilute this vote, what that means is you're really diluting the power of the vote. And the reason that they were doing this in North Carolina was to make Black people's vote, they were trying to dilute Black people's vote, to make it less powerful, to have less Black representation. So a judge saw what these Republicans were doing, the way they were gerrymandering. And the judge said, they are doing this with surgical precision. Because this one man, and the reason why we also know this guy's plan, I forgot his name at this moment, but his daughter found all of his research on how to dilute votes, how to gerrymander, how to do all this. Like she found all of his plans. So this is not like me guessing. This is written. This is documented. So the judge was horrified by the way in which some of these people were planning to disenfranchise Black and brown people from the ballot box. So we know that there, okay? So that is why when the Voting Rights Act was gutted in 2013, this is why you have, why there's a lot of painful voter suppression that floods through the United States. And I'm going to come back to that in 2016 election in a little bit. But I want to just talk about for a second in 1965. 1965, the Voting Rights Act passes. And let me just tell you, the Black vote and Black voter registration skyrockets. It goes through the roof. It's the first time we're seeing this many Black people registered in the United States ever. 1965. This is not that long ago. Okay. So 1966, right away, we start having legal challenges to the Voting Rights Act. Okay. Right away, we're starting to have legal challenges. After a legal challenge, struggle continues for social change. Civil rights activist James Meredith is wounded by a sniper during a solo walk against fear voter registration march between Tennessee and Mississippi. The next day, nearly 4,000 African Americans registered to vote. And other civil rights leaders, such as Martin Luther King and Stokely Carmichael, continue to march while Meredith heals. Meredith rejoins the march at its conclusion. So you see that in 1966, a sniper comes to try to intimidate people again from registering to vote. I'm reading all this because I want people to understand that the vote is so powerful. Ooh, okay, so I got to go back to this. I've been seeing a lot of garbage online with a lot of people saying, well, if Democrats can't get this done, well, I'm not voting. If you don't expunge my student loans, well, then I'm not voting. As Michael Tubbs said last night, that is such a privileged position to come from. I really do understand that frustration when you're like, I worked my ass off. I got these Democrats elected, and what did I get for it? So let me say this right now. What have you gotten? What have you gotten since Joe Biden was elected? And I'm not cheering. I'm not going rah, rah, rah. But let me talk about what you got. First of all, about $8.5 billion worth of student loans has been expunged for the disability community. So maybe you don't care that happened, but you should. You should also know that the infrastructure bill is massive. It's huge that passed. That is going to help New Yorkers. That's going to help my community a lot. BBB, we need that too. We need Build Back Better. But the fact that got passed, that's huge. We have had policy after policy going through that is going to help us. And this is all done in less than a year. So to me to say, well, I give up. I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to participate anymore. I understand that you're pissed about that. Trust me. Listen, I'm going to read Malcolm X's ballot to the bullet, and he says that in there. You know what? Let me read some of the ballot to the bullet right now, because when people echo, I don't want to vote, I don't want to participate, I understand that, and I want you to know that Malcolm X played around with that notion. He was like, maybe we shouldn't vote because this is ridiculous. And what are we getting? What are we getting for all this trouble? Right? Bullet ballot. There we go. So a year before Malcolm X gets assassinated, he wrote this thing called the ballot or the bullet. And Malcolm X was done. He was not happy to see MLK and different Black leaders going and meeting with LBJ. He's like, what are we doing? We're compromising, right? He's getting mad. And Malcolm X had every right to be mad. And this is why I said, I don't have a problem when we disagree with each other. I don't have we all have a way of like, how do we move forward? But I don't want you to think that Malcolm X didn't think or see the power in the vote, because he did. And Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were actually incredibly similar on so many issues. Martin Luther King was somebody who wanted to show through nonviolence how we could accomplish something. But at the same time, Malcolm X is a full man. He was angry. He was pissed off. He was hurt. He was frustrated. He felt just as angry as Malcolm X. I don't want people to think, oh, Martin Luther King was a softer version. No, it's not true. He's like, I'm going to use different tactics to try to get us forward, right? And I don't agree with all the tactics that Martin Luther King did, right? Because, for example, Bayard Rustin, who was a gay Black man who basically was one of Malcolm X's best friends, he kind of told, he was like, I would like, you to include the LGBT community, Black LGBT community in this movement. And Martin Luther King was like, can you wait on that? like they're only going to let us accept us a little bit at a time. And we know now that's just not true. We already know that that's not true. You know, if they're not going to accept us, they're not going to accept us, period. And that's it. If we're not in lockstep with how the Republicans are thinking, they're not going to accept us. Okay, so let me just read a little bit about what Malcolm wrote in the bullet of the ballot. And some of his sentiments are the way that some people are feeling these days right now, okay? Mr. Moderator, Brother Lomax, brothers and sisters, friends and enemies, I just can't believe everyone in here is a friend. And I don't want to leave anyone out. The question tonight, as I understand, is the Negro Revolt, where do we go from here? Or what's next? And my little humble way of understanding it, it points to either the ballot or the bullet. Before we try and explain what is meant by the ballot or the bullet, I would like to clarify something concerning myself. I'm still a Muslim. My religion is still Islam. That's my personal belief. Just as Adam Clayton Powell is a Christian who heads the Baptist Church in New York, but at the same time takes part in political struggles trying to bring about rights to the Black people in this country. Dr. Martin Luther King is a Christian minister down in Atlanta, Georgia, who heads another organization fighting for civil rights of Black people in this country. I guess, and Reverend Glamison, I guess you've heard of him. He's another Christian minister in New York who is deeply involved in the school boycotts to eliminate segregation education. Well, I myself am a minister, not a Christian minister, but a Muslim minister. And I believe in action on all fronts by whatever means necessary. Although I'm still Muslim, I'm not here tonight to discuss my religion. I'm not here to try and change your religion. I'm not here to argue or discuss anything that we differ about. Because it's time for us to submerge our differences and realize that it's best for us to see that we have the same problem. I want just to repeat that. Because it's time for us to submerge our differences and realize that it is best to see that we have the same problem. A common problem. A problem that will make you catch hell, whether you're a Baptist or a Methodist or a Muslim, whether you're educated or illiterate, whether you live on the boulevard or the alley, you're going to catch hell just like I am. We're all in the same boat, and we're all going to catch hell from the same man, and he just happens to be a white man. And by the way, this is why I'm saying Joe Manchin. Today's universal white man is Joe Manchin, right? When he's talking about Joe, he's talking about a Joe Manchin type in this moment. All of us have suffered here in this country, political oppression at the hands of the white man, economic exploitation at the hands of the white man, the social degradation at the hands of the white man. Now, in speaking on this, it doesn't mean we're anti-white, but does it mean we're anti-exploitation? But it does mean we're anti-exploitation. We're anti-degradation. We're anti-oppression. And if the white man doesn't want us to be anti-him, let him stop oppressing and exploiting and degrading us, whether we are Christian or Muslims or agnostics or atheists. We must first learn to forget our differences if we have differences. Let us differ in the closet. When we come out in front, let us not have anything to argue about until we finish arguing with the man. And the late President Kennedy could get together with Khrushchev and exchange some wheat. We certainly could have more in common with each other than Kennedy and Khrushchev with each other. I'm reading Martin Luther King's Ballot or the Bullet. So let me just take a break for that for 1 second and say, listen, he is saying we have to come together. We have to join forces. This is the same thing that MLK is saying. MLK is saying we have to come together on this to fight back this oppression. And what is that oppression? It's the system that we have built that was to benefit mostly white male-owning men. That is how the Constitution was written. That is how our institutions were formulated, and that's who it's benefiting. And that is why when people are like, "Oh, I can't believe Joe Manchin is messing this up for everybody." What? The system was designed for that. It's designed for Joe Manchin, not designed for us. So he is saying it is time to come together. So when I hear people online saying, "Well, if my student loans are expunged, then I'm not voting," like, what the hell garbage is that? It's time to come together, vote en masse, and vote him out. People say, we already did that. No, you would have to keep doing that. That's the thing. People go, oh, I thought we were done. You're not done. You're not done till you're dead. And then after that, someone else comes in and then they do it too. And I know it's Sisyphean in that way. We're pushing the boulder up the wall and it comes back down. We're pushing up, but that is how our system is currently designed. So to me, this idea that we're supposed to be done, that the Democrats are supposed to fix this, then you're not movement work to me. If you're thinking that we should be done, that the Democrats are supposed to give us everything that we want at this moment, you've not been in movement work. You've not dealt with bureaucracy before. Okay? So let me go back to Malcolm X for a second, because he is getting frustrated. In this speech, Malcolm X, at the Ballot of the Bullet, is feeling fed up. He is having a moment where he's like, I'm not going to vote then. He is having that moment. Okay? So I want you to see this. If we don't do something really soon, I think you'll have to agree that we're going to be forced to either use the ballot or the bullet. It's one or the other in 1964. It isn't the time is running out. Time has run out. And again, I want to parallel that to what MLK said. Because MLK says something very similar to Malcolm X. Again, a lot of people go, they're so different. No, they're very similar. I just, sometimes people don't listen. Martin Luther King said in his I Have a Dream speech, we have come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Malcolm X, that's Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. They're saying the same thing. Now is the time. Now is the moment. Now must change. To wait for something to gradually change, they're done hearing that, right? So Malcolm really goes off here. Why it's also a political year. It's a year when you'll see all the white politicians will be back in the so-called Negro community jiving you and me for some votes. The year when all the white politician crooks will be right back in your community with their false promises, building up our hopes for the letdown, with the trickery and the treachery, with the false promises which they don't intend to keep. As they nurse these dissatisfactions, it only leads to one thing, an explosion. And now we have the type of black man on the scene in America today, I'm sorry, Brother Lomax, who just doesn't intend to turn the other cheek any longer. He said, Malcolm X says, I'm not a politician. Not even a student of politics. In fact, I'm not a student of much of anything. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't even consider myself an American. If you were Americans, there'd be no problem. Those white people just got off the boat and they're already Americans. Polish people are already Americans. The Italian refugees are already Americans. Everything that came out of Europe, every blue-eyed thing is already American. And as long as you and I have been here, we're not Americans yet. And this is why I'm going to read James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket later, because James Baldwin addresses that. James Baldwin addresses the fact that that there is those who kind of like get off the boat, I guess you want to say, or come to America are already considered white. But James Baldwin also says that there's a price for that, right? It's not that it's free. There is compromise, and there's compromise even for white people that decide that they're going to go ahead and go into that whiteness. And some of that is the assimilation aspect that I talked about earlier, a giving up of the connection of your own culture to assimilate. And to me, that assimilation, there is violence in assimilation. There's violence in leaving past cultures alone, past food, past music, past everything, right? To assimilate into something that there is not really a formulated identity yet. America doesn't have an identity as much as some of our leaders have tried to hoist upon us an identity that we're supposed to all share, right? It's just not happening, right? So Malcolm X is mad. And he said, well, I don't believe in deluding myself. I'm not going to sit at your table and watch you eat with nothing on my plate and call myself a diner. Sitting at the table doesn't make you a diner unless you have something on the plate. Being here in America doesn't make you American. Being born in America doesn't make you an American. If birth made you American, you wouldn't need legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. You wouldn't be faced with civil rights filibustering in Washington, D.C. right now. They don't have to pass civil rights legislation to make a Polish person an American. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of 22 million Black people who are victims of Americanism. I'm one of 22 million Black people who are victims of democracy. Nothing but disguised hypocrisy. So I'm standing here speaking with you as an American, I'm not standing here speaking to you as an American or a patriot or a flag saluter or a flag waver. No, not I. I speak as a victim of this American system. I see America through the eyes of a victim. I don't see an American dream. I see an American nightmare. And you can see the clear differences here between Martin Luther King talking about his dream and Malcolm X talking about the American nightmare, right? So it's kind of a response to that. It's a response to that. So 22 million victims are waking up. Their eyes are opening. They're beginning to see what they used to only look at. They're becoming politically mature. They're realizing that there are new political trends from coast to coast. They're seeing all these new political trends. It's possible for them to see that every time there's an election, the races are so close that they have to recount. They have to recount in Massachusetts to see who's going to be governor. It was so close. The same way in Rhode Island and Minnesota and many other parts of the country. And the same with Kennedy and Nixon when they ran for president. It was so close. They had to count all over again. Well, what does that mean? It means when white people are evenly divided, Black people have a ballot, a block of their votes, of their own votes. It's left to us to determine who's going to sit in the White House and who's going to be in the doghouse. It was the Black man's vote that put the present administration in Washington, D.C., your vote. And this is when Malcolm X gets really upset. He says, your vote, your dumb vote, your ignorant vote, your wasted vote, put in an administration in Washington, D.C. that has seen fit to pass every kind of legislation imaginable, saving you until last, and then filibustering on top of that. And you and my leaders have the audacity to run around clapping their hands and talk about how much progress we're making and what a good president we have. If he wasn't a good in Texas, he can't be good in D.C. because Texas is a lynch state. It is the same breath as Mississippi, no different. And they lynch you in Texas with a Southern accent and lynch you in Mississippi with a Mississippi accent. And these Negro leaders have the audacity to go have coffee in the White House with a Texan, a Southern cracker. That's all he is. And then come out and tell you and me that he's going to be better for us since he's from the South. He knows how to deal with Southerners. What kind of logic is that? Let Eastland be president. He's from the South too. He shouldn't be better able to deal with them than Johnson. Okay. So Malcolm X at this point is frustrated. He's over it. He's angry. He doesn't want to, he's angry because he is not seeing the progress happening. He's not seeing it happen quick enough. And he's correct in that. And he's angry about it because he realizes like, they're using us, they're using our votes. This is the same feeling that is happening now. And I don't disagree with that. And I said earlier, we don't have to disagree on that. We don't have to disagree on our frustrations. But I don't want you to think that Malcolm X is also saying don't vote. Okay. So he goes on and he says that he was in Washington, D.C., and he was watching them debating about bills coming to the floor. And he's talking about the filibustering. Okay. I was in DC a week ago, Thursday, and they were debating whether or not they should let a bill come to the floor. And in the back room where the Senate meets, there's a huge map of the United States. And on that map, it shows the location of Negroes through the country. It shows the southern section of the country, the states that are most heavily concentrated with Negroes and ones that have senators and congressmen standing up, filibustering and doing all kinds of trickery to keep the Negro from being able to vote. It's pitiful. But it's not pitiful for us any longer. It's actually pitiful for a white man because soon as a Negro awakens a little more and sees the vise that he is in, sees the bag that he is in, sees the game that he is in, then the Negro is going to develop tactics, okay? So that part is a little condescending of what he's saying because, of course, a lot of Black people were awake then, and a lot of Black people had already devised tactics of survival and what they wanted. And Martin Luther King had tactics that Malcolm X kind of disagreed with, but they were still tactics. And he was still developing how he was going to go about it. So he goes on again. He says, I'm not anti-democratic. I'm not anti-democrat. I'm not anti-republic. I'm not anti-anything. I'm just questioning their sincerity, some kind of strategy they keep using on our people by promising them promises that they don't intend to keep. And so this is what Malcolm X's frustration is about. And this is why when we talk about the filibuster and me doing this today, is that the filibuster had been used over and over and over and over again to keep civil rights legislation from going through, to keep voting rights legislation from going through, to keep any progress from happening. That is how it is still functioning. That is still how the filibuster is functioning. Except that our current filibuster right now is what's called a silent filibuster. You don't need to talk to filibuster right now. If you can get 41 other senators with you and just threaten to filibuster, the bill is stopped, won't come to the floor. And Mitch McConnell knows that. And he has his 41 senators in his pocket. Mitch McConnell knows I'm never going to have to bring anything to the floor that I don't need to. And he is the minority leader right now, right? But Chuck Schumer is our majority leader. And I know that Chuck Schumer is getting a lot of criticism, and a lot of it rightly so. But he also needs to explain what he actually can do and can't do. What I don't like what Chuck Schumer is doing is kind of passing the buck a little. Like when he started talking about student loans. His staff tweeted, today would be a good day to cancel the debt of student loans. I didn't like that my senator said that. I'm going to talk about this for 1 second and I'll go back into voting rights. Because it made it seem that Joe Biden could just write on a piece of paper, all debt gone, underline, and that's the end of it. Why this cancel student loan movement happened, and again, I'm someone that has a massive amount of student loans. I have 6 figures worth of student loans. I would love for the debt to be expunged. I would love it. It would help me out tremendously. But I also read the white paper from the Roosevelt Institute that discussed whether or not you could expunge student loans. There was a group of lawyers at the Roosevelt Institute. It's a progressive think tank, and they believe there's one line in one of our acts that says that they believe that the Fed can expunge student loans altogether. They're pretty sure, but they're not 100% sure. They didn't say without a single doubt in my mind, we can expunge these student loans. So one of the things that I wanted Chuck Schumer to be honest about, what he should talk, and this is why I get frustrated. And one of the reasons why people get disappointed, like what Malcolm X was talking about, was it's not just the promises that weren't kept. I get disappointed when they know better, they're not being truthful, and they're not saying, listen, right now, my Senator Schumer could come out and say, listen, there is a possibility that student loans could get expunged through a federal order. However, we also do know that that could immediately go to courts and that could be tied up for years, months, years. So does that mean we need to try to figure out how to do this through Congress? Because if you try to do it through the pen and it goes to court, what happens then? He needs to talk about that. Then what needs to happen is 2 million new students go to college every year. And 30 to 60% of those people are going to be taking out loans. So we have more debt coming onto student loans every year. Are we going to expunge their loans too? That's something that we don't talk about. Also, we need to talk about continue to do a targeted approach. Like when Joe Biden expunged the debt for much of the disability community's loans, which I think is phenomenal. He also should be looking down the line and saying, well, who else is holding the most debt right now? We know that who holds the most student loan debt is actually Black women. And Black women actually hold student loan debt the longest. And why is that? For someone like me, as a Black and Latino woman, I took out student loans when I was 18 years old. I didn't have parents. And if I wanted to go to college, I needed to have loans. I didn't have anybody giving me money. I didn't come for, I had literally grew up poor, so I didn't have any access to cash. So I signed my name away right away and signed myself away to what I didn't know would be a lifetime of debt, right? And on average, Black and Latino women make less money than white women and certainly less than white men. So there's a gender gap, there's a racial gap going. There's also an LGBTQ gap as well, right? I want you all to know that. Pay gap. So I'm making less money. I've got more student loans. And then something that people don't tell you is that I would defer my loans when I didn't have enough money. If I was bartending or if I was waitressing, working at a restaurant, and I had just enough to pay rent, I'd be like, I got to defer my student loans, right? So that means they'll be like, no problem. And by the way, they're too happy to go, well, no, we'll defer your student loans. You pay in 6 months. What happens during that time period is the interest rate goes from a simple interest rate, which is like an aspect of interest that occurs, to then capitalization, which means you start having compound interest. So the interest that lands on top of it, now you're paying interest on all of that. And it keeps growing and growing and growing and becomes a monster. And this is something that needs to be taken into consideration when we're talking about student loans. I mean, I love when people go, they're so bold in it. They're like, get rid of student debt, all of it. It's like a commercial, right? For makeup. Get rid of all of it now, right? I mean, it sounds great. I like that idea. I think that school should be free. I think healthcare should be free. I think, right? To me, it's like, why are we paying for things that are a complete necessity in order, to function and live and have a good society? But when we're talking about expunging debt, one of the things to me what I was frustrated about was, one, they're not being truthful in how this debt would be eradicated. And we can just look at Black farmers for that example, right? Black farmers numbers have dwindled over the last 100 years. They were discriminated against with federal loans. Their land was thefted away from them. And then Joe Biden was like, we need to help Black farmers specifically. This is a group of people that have been historically disenfranchised, that had their land stolen. Let's give back to them. Here's a pen. He was like, I'm going to do this. What happened? Went to court. Black farmers are on hold for any relief because white male organizations were like, hell no. We're not giving special treatment to Black farmers. And that's what they did. And so because of that, that would happen with student loans. And that's why I think people are missing that aspect of the conversation. And what I don't like is when our representatives are not being honest with us about the process. So people should say, listen, student loan debt, utility debt, credit card debt, all these debts are harming us in America, and we're having a hard time with it. But these are the things that we can do right now. And by the way, I want you to know there are things that we can do right now, right? Those are the things that Democrats should be looking at. What can we do immediately? And Joe Biden should be looking at through his executive orders, and he should keep going through them and seeing what else he can do. And he should make a big deal out of it. He can't do everything through executive order, but we should see what we can do. One of the things that I think that we can do, and then I'll get back to voting rights, and I'll get back to everything. One of the things that we should be doing immediately is remeasuring how we calculate poverty in this country. For a lot, and I'm going to talk about poverty later on, but one of the reasons I'm mentioning this in conjunction with student loans is some people who make $30,000 a year might not, if they're single, they might not be counted as someone who's in poverty. But if you live in New York City, $30,000 a year after taxes ain't shit. It's nothing, right? And the calculations for poverty and the federal poverty level really haven't been adjusted for years. And they're certainly not kept up with inflation and wages. So we have lots more people actually living in poverty. But according to the metrics of which our government had used, they're like, yeah, they're not really in poverty. But meanwhile, they're struggling to get by. They're using more credit cards to get through their debt. They're just compounding it on and on and on. And so to me, that's something that we could do immediately, right? And I think that Joe Biden should do it. And I'll tell you why that's a powerful argument that I just made. I'll tell you why that's a powerful argument. Trump was scared to death that we would recalculate how many people are actually in poverty. And he said, I think that the poverty level threshold that we use is fine. Now, he didn't say it that eloquently, but he basically, like, someone had kind of suggested maybe we need to re-update these. He's like, no. I think it's fine. In fact, I think it's too generous. So you know that Republicans and the right wing are scared to death if we recalculated what poverty levels are. Because if we recalculated what poverty levels are, that means that more people would be eligible for SNAP, for supplemental nutrition supplemental nutrition, and which used to be called food stamps. That more people would be eligible for food stamps if we recalculate it. We have to, because we know that we're dealing with lots of communities that are dealing with food insecurity right now. So some of the things that the government could do right now is that Joe Biden can come out and say, hey, listen, I think that we need to recalculate what poverty is. Now, one of the reasons I can see a president not wanting to do that is because once they recalculate how people are actually struggling, instead of saying, hey, America is only 13% below the poverty level, I bet you it's probably around 26%. Could be around 50%. And that would scare the bejesus out of lots of people to realize how much poverty actually exists in our country. So I advocate for us redoing the level of poverty to make it so that more people are eligible for SNAP or more are eligible for different social security benefits, for different benefits, right? We need to redo the poverty level, and we should do that soon. Okay. So I digressed for a moment on that, but my main issue was that going back to Malcolm X and going back to voting rights is that, of course, there's a lot of frustration right now because something that the Democrats are doing very well is they're not saying, what can we actually do for you? What can this government do for you? And how are we going to do that? And telling us the path to that. Democrats should just be honest and say, this is what we need. We need to have 62 Democrats as senators to get anything done, right? They need to be honest about that. It's probably not just 2 additional people that we need to win. It might be a lot more that we need. Democrats need to just go out and say it and say, listen, we actually want to pass some real legislation. Republicans are not our partners. They don't want to compromise with us. They don't want to work with us. They only want to work with us if they can get special benefits, special things for their lobbyists, special things for their business leaders. Democrats need to communicate that. They need to communicate what they can actually do right now. Okay. And by the way, 62 says 68, right? Okay. So we need to have the entire Senate to get anything done. So Democrats need to be honest about that. So let me go back to Malcolm X for a second again, because he is saying something in his essay, The Ballot or the Bullet, that is how a lot of people feel right now. Okay. He said, so where do we go from here? First, we need some friends. We need new allies. The entire civil rights struggle needs new interpretation, broader introspection. We need to look at the civil rights thing from another angle. We need to look inside as well as outside. To those of us whose philosophy is Black nationalism, the only way you can get involved in the civil rights struggle is to give it a new interpretation. The old interpretation excludes us, keeps us out. So we're going to need a new interpretation to the civil rights struggle, an interpretation that will enable us to come into it, to be a part of it. So he goes and says weird things that, Malcolm X, the speech that he has, some of it is problematic. I'm going to say that right now. So he kind of goes into his philosophy of like, how are we going to change this? We need to have a new perspective on it. And that to me is something similar of like what people are struggling with right now. They're kind of like, well, what should be the philosophy of how we move forward? And I said this earlier. We have to look at policy from multiple lenses. We have to be forward thinking and how we're moving forward. How are we bringing everyone with us? And that is really difficult. We have to do some reimaginings of it. And these things are really tough, because for a very long time, we've had philosophies of like, how do we work in these movements, right? I think that Hillary Clinton is one of those people that I think was someone that thought she was playing the game that in a way that she needed to win, right? And then the game switched on her, like, how do we discuss feminism? Oh, hold on, sorry, I see my internet is low, so hold on one second. Let me double check and make sure everything's okay. Let me know if you all can still see me. Let me go to Twitter. Again, if I have an issue with the internet or my streaming stops, I'm just going to restart the stream. Okay. So let's see here. It looks like my stream is still working. Still checking. Okay. So I'm going to bring it back to voting. I was going to go to Hillary Clinton. I'm going to talk about her later. Let me go back to voting rights. So I want to kind of conclude Malcolm's one in a moment. Basically, he goes on. I mean, his speech is a very long time. He says, we're not going to wait. Lyndon B. Johnson is the head of the Democratic Party. If he's for civil rights, let him go into the Senate next week and declare himself. Let him go there and declare himself now. Let him go there and denounce the southern branch of his party. Let him go there right now and take a moral stand. Right now, not later. Tell him, don't wait until election time. If he waits too long, brothers and sisters, he will be responsible for a condition developing in this country, which will create a climate that will bring the seeds of vegetation on the end and looking like something that these people never dreamed of. In 1964, it's the ballot or the bullet. Okay, so I want you all to know that Malcolm X is not anti-voting. Some people have interpreted this as anti-voting. He's not saying that. He is basically saying, put up or shut up. If we're going to show up to vote, we want what we want. We're putting you in there. We're entrusting you to deliver on the promises that you came and said that you were going to do. And to some of Lyndon B. Johnson's credit, he did say a lot of anti-racist things. And as Dr. Ibram X. Kendi has also rightly said, he also said some racist things. So we had Lyndon B. Johnson try to do some of the most amazing things with our social safety net, just as FDR did. And of course, both of those things, some of those things were brilliant, and we still have some of those programs now. And some of them didn't serve everybody. And I'm just looking to see if okay, it looks good. It didn't serve everybody. Oh, hold on, let me see. I will see if it's still working. Give me a second. I got to check to see if it is working. Okay, good. It didn't serve everybody, right? So we know that some of these federal policies left people out. But we know, I think one of the reasons why we're so hopeful about what the government can do is because we have seen it in some of federal policy, right? For example, we know that with the Great Society, it gave us Medicare, Medicaid, the Older Americans Act, which is different now. They don't call it that anymore. The Elementary Secondary Education Act, which helped fund public schools, right? LBJ. And the New Deal gave us federal programs like the Civil Works Administration, the Farm Security Administration, the National Industrial Recovery Act, the Social Security Administration, right? So we know that the federal government can and has the possibility to do great things for us. However, we also know that during FDR's time period, that a lot of Black people did not benefit from some of those federal programs, right? My grandfather actually wrote about I have books for me reading tonight. My grandfather actually wrote this book called, it's a library book, Tradition and Innovation in the New Deal, right? So my grandfather actually specialized in New Deal art, discussing the New Deal program. And my grandfather was was a Latino man, and he was white presenting. He's very ethnic looking. People knew he was ethnic, but he was white presenting. And so he benefited from some of those New Deal art programs and some of the money he got. And by the way, he got a GI Bill. And because of that, he was able to pay for college. My grandfather did not owe debt to his college because of the GI Bill, because of him serving in World War II. And but my grandfather was very honest about the fact that the New Deal left a lot of Black people out. There were some money that did help create aspects of the Harlem Renaissance. Some of that was federally funded, which is phenomenal. And so some great things happened out of that. Some housing was built, some public housing was built. But again, these things were built with white people in mind. And then when Black people started moving into public housing, they started becoming dilapidated, not because of Black people doing that, because the government was like, I guess we don't really need to take care of it anymore, right? It's like not really white all the way anymore, so we're going to let that go. That is what happened to it, right? And this is also some of the mythology that we're not told as a child, right? Because when we were kids, when I was a kid, they used to call public housing the project. It was a housing project that was done by the government, but it was always referred to in a negative way because it was like, oh, it's crime infested. It's this, that, really racist ideologies around it. And hi, David. Hi, Ruben. There was a lot of racism around it. And so these are some of the mythologies that we start hearing about these things that were public programs. And those kind of mythologies help serve Republicans. Because if you say, well, public housing, oh, it fell into disrepair. But then Republicans don't say, well, it's because we defunded it. That's why it fell into disrepair, right? But we're thinking, people still think that about Queensbridge houses or Jacob Riis. I live across by Jacob Riis. And people are like, oh, isn't it dangerous there? I'm like, it's not dangerous. These are people living in housing that we have neglected, right? And so two things are happening here. One, the federal government has the capacity to do some great things, but what the federal government forgets is that they have to maintain these things. And that maintaining them is an investment. It is worth investing and continuously investing in public housing, public school, public education, a public utility, a public internet, public television, right? I think that people forget that word public is such a beautiful thing, right? Public funding, because it comes from us. And I think that people forget that all the time. One of the things one of the terrible mythologies about our government is that we're always just like, it's their money and they're deciding where to put it. It isn't. It is our money. And it is especially the money of those who are in poverty. We're paying taxes all the time. Our money goes in and it goes right back out, right? Poor people aren't hoarding money. The moment we get a check, it goes right back out. It goes right back into the system. And that's something that incredibly frustrates me, right? And that is why, to me, as people that are dealing with poverty, that we should demand services from what we have paid into this system, right? And Republicans, I like to say elected Republicans. And the reason why I say that is because elected Republicans tend to have very different ideas of what they're wanting and needing than the public Republicans, like people that are in the public. So I say elected Republicans. Elected Republicans, they live off of these narratives that benefit them. To say something like racist as the projects are dangerous or bad, instead of like, why hasn't public housing had massive investments? And why are we trying to profit off of poverty? Because that's something that is a cornerstone of America. That is probably the most grotesque, one of many grotesque things that happens in America. That we have a federal program that funds something like public housing. And then Republicans defund it. And then private interests come in and say, wait a second, I'll help fix this up for you. Give me the contract. And then all of a sudden they're profiting. And to me, that's really insidious. And to me, it's not that complicated to say, listen, let's keep the public housing in the public's hands, and it should be with public dollars. That's federal money, that's state money, it's local money. That is our money. It's just going into a pot that's supposed to be distributed, right? So to me, I'm very passionate about that. Passionate about public projects, passionate about what we should be doing for the public. But it also means that we have to address some of the narratives that have been around that the Republicans have created to keep that money out of our hands, that try to keep services out of our hands. Like Republicans like Newt Gingrich. And actually, I might read another aspect of this. Newt Gingrich, I finished the Ballot of the Bullet by Malcolm X. It's much longer than that, but I'm going to move to some more narratives, because Republican narratives have really solidified themselves over the last 50 years, but they really started after 1865, after emancipation. You have right-wing people, extreme people, American nationalists, all of like this xenophobic, racist, misogynistic ideas. All of these things are forming together during that time in America to dictate policy. Okay, they exist way before. I'm saying that in America to dictate policy, these right-wing people are starting to formulate narratives during that time, and these are similar narratives that they're going to use over and over and over and over again. Why? And I said this earlier. It's because they're effective. Okay, so I'm going to go into one of the narratives. So let's see here. And also, I will say, I'm going to start with this one. Let's see. I'm going to start with one of the narratives that really stuck with us. So back in, there was a movie called Birth of a Nation. And I'm sure you have all heard of this movie. It's an incredibly racist film that was done by a guy named D.W. Griffith. And in this racist film that he did, encapsulated some of the same narratives that Republicans still use, the same stereotypes, all in this film. And it also shows you why art and film and television and radio and media can be used in a way to really harm people or really help people. Okay, so I'm just going to read a little bit of this. Production began on a film to correct what many Southerners felt was an injustice done by them. This is something that I wrote a couple of years ago called Words to Fire. Production began on a film to correct what many white Southerners felt was an injustice done to them. Their loss in the Civil War, resentment towards the burgeoning success of Black men as legislators and business owners. It seems mere moments after Robert E. Lee surrendered his last Confederate army to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox on April 9th, 1865, our American history was already in the process of being revised and mythologized. A group of Southern white women in 1894 wanted to preserve the memories of their fallen Confederate soldiers, and they formed the United Daughters of the Confederacy to raise money for Confederate statues to be pay money for Confederate statues. And prominent areas, they were going to place these statues in prominent areas in the South. They wanted the next generation of children to hear different stories of why the war happened and how it ended. And it would not be taught that it was to keep or emancipate enslaved. No, the Civil War would be taught about states' rights that heroic Confederate soldiers died fighting for. If they were going to change the narrative, they knew they needed to shape how the next generation thought. So they would need to dictate what was going to be in children's textbooks. They came up with a set of guidelines called the measuring rod of what could or could not be in children's textbooks in the South. With the ratification of Reconstruction amendments, slavery was abolished, equal protection of the law was guaranteed, and the right to vote was granted to Black men. Over 500,000 Black men registered to vote in the South. Over 2,000 Black men held public office during the Reconstruction era from 1863 to 1877. Over 1,000 Black-owned businesses opened across Black communities. And so the backlash was swift. Black codes or Black laws that enacted across America dictating the formerly enslaved could or could not do as free men. It was a reassertion of political dominance, which would be a pattern repeated in America anytime women and members of marginalized groups gained even a moment of access to power, no matter how small the progress looked. It looked like an identity crisis for the majority of white men in power. On January 2nd, 1915, The Birth of the Nation, then titled The Klansman, to the best-selling book that was rhapsodically portrayed, the KKK in a heroic light, was met with decent reviews and enthusiastic audience. D.W. Griffiths was deeply satisfied with what he considered an opus. I am highly gratified by the enthusiastic manner in which Riverdale people received The Klansman. It will be exhibited in the only the best theater to the most educated and refined people in the United States. So, of course, he means white people. Okay. In its multi-year run in cinemas and complexes across the United States, Birth of the Nation denigrated Black men who had served in Congress, reducing them to grotesque stereotypes, which helped the Ku Klux Klan move from irrelevancy to revitalize members of Americana. And in his 3-hour, 13-minute glowing tribute to the Klansmen, it would go on to be the most viewed film since Jack Johnson defeated Jim Jeffries in 1910. 2 months after A Birth of the Nation was released, Jack Johnson would lose his heavyweight title to a white man, Jesse Willard in Cuba in 1915. And with that, the mythologized promulgation of a racist hierarchy as white men at the top was once again cemented. So I wrote this a couple years ago. It's called Words to Fire. And why I wrote this was to kind of talk about some of the narratives that were starting to be cemented really early after emancipation, and that these are still similar. These are still similar narratives that Republicans are still using now. And as I stated before, these narratives are there for a reason. It's effective. Those statues that were put there and erected by the Daughters of the Revolution were also effective in the sense that they were there for intimidation. They were there to really cause trauma to people who had been harmed due to enslavement and Jim Crow and on and on and on. So these are similar narratives that are keep being used in America. So I want to go back for a moment to the Daughters of the Confederacy, because it has to do a little bit with a conversation about what we've been having about critical race theory. What the Daughters of the Revolution did was they wrote this whole textbook. I told you Republicans and right-wing people, they love to put together memos of how they want things to run. They love to put together a set of rules of how they think things should go. And they also know that they have to be in charge of popular culture in order for them to succeed. That means that they have to like work through the schools. That means they have to work through art. That means they have to work at the university level. That means they have to take all aspects of it. And at the time, they were really just concerned about education, about what school children were going to be learning. Okay. So they came up with this book called The Golden Rod, and I actually have a copy of it. Golden Rod. Let's see here. I'm going to just give you a little bit of it. So the Golden Rod was saying what could be and could not be in textbooks, and why this is obviously antithetical to critical race theory was that critical race theory was trying to expose narratives, racist narratives, to kind of open up and examine them. And the Golden Rod was to revise, to change, to mythologize the past. And critical race theory is the opposite of that. It is trying to tell the truth of this country and what happened. And it's interesting to me because the Republicans gaslight us in a way to say that critical race theory is trying to change everything. They're trying to mythologize America, but that's exactly what they're doing, right? They always tell you what they're doing by accusing other people of that. Let's see if I can find the golden rod. Golden rod. I have like 100 pieces of things to read on here. Okay, I'll find it in a moment and read some of that. So one of the reasons why I wanted to bring that up was because what I find really interesting about that is in the actually I'll read a different one. What ends up happening is the Daughters of the Confederate Soldiers, they write this book about what can be in books and how to talk about slavery. Basically don't talk about slavery. And then it basically says like how they're going to talk about these how they're going to talk about Confederate soldiers. They give a whole rule of how to refer to them in school children's textbooks. What's interesting to me is then I told you in the 1960s and 70s, there were think tanks that were like, we need to also, it's not enough for us just to infiltrate school books, young school books. We also have to infiltrate art because these leftists, liberals, socialists, communists, whatever names they call us, they've taken over all the cultural institutes. We need to have power there. So it's around that time period where they're realizing that they need to go to the universities, and to theaters, to film, to this. Like there's literally a Koch brothers name on the outside of some of our institutions here in New York, some of our art institutions in New York, because they knew that they needed to take over that to really influence every aspect of our culture. Okay. And there was a guy that basically gave the frame of that. And I'm going to give you that in just one moment here. No timeline. Okay. So there was a guy named Lewis Powell. And he ends up serving on our Supreme Court. And he's the one that was like, he wrote this big memo. I'm not going to read it. Obviously, it's all 34 pages. But he was so panicked about the fact that there was a environmental movement, a feminist movement, a civil rights movement. This is in 1971. So the beginning of the 70s, he's very concerned that you're having all of these like movements happening. And he's like, this is going to threaten our businesses. That's all they care about. The Joe Manchins of the world, they only care about how is this going to affect our donors? How is this going to affect our business? How is this going to affect our taxes? This is where their mindset is at. Okay, so I'm going to read you some of this. I'm going to read you some of this memo. It's called Confidential Memoranda, Attack on American Free Enterprise. And it's from Lewis F. Powell. This memoranda is submitted to your request as a basis for the discussion we had on the 24th. The purpose is to identify the problem, suggest possible avenues of action for further consideration. As I said before, right-wing businessmen, they love to write memos and they love to outline what they believe is the problem and how they're going to fix it, okay? I'm going to read some of Newt Gingrich's later because they are ridiculous. Okay, dimensions of attack. No thoughtful person can question that the American economic system is under broad attack. This varies in scope, intensity, and techniques employed, and in the level of visibility. There always have been some who oppose the American system and preferred socialism or some form of communism or fascism. Okay. Also, so he is already saying that basically anybody that's just looking for civil rights is communist or fascism. So he doesn't know what those words mean. Also, there's always been critics of the system whose criticism has been wholesome and constructive as long as the objective was to improve rather than subvert or destroy. But what now concerns us is quite new in the history of America. We're not dealing with episodic or isolated attacks from a relatively few extremists or even from the minority socialist cadre? Yeah. Rather, the assault on the enterprise system is broadly based and consistently pursued. It's gaining momentum and converts. Sources of the attack. The sources are varied and diffused. By the way, I'm reading a memo, and this is actually how Republicans still think. I want you to know that even though this memo is exactly 50 years old, this is still how Republicans are thinking right now. They really think that they are under attack, and they mean that their businesses are under attack, that their finances are under attack, that their privilege in our society is under attack. They're always thinking that they're under attack, that they constantly feel like they're on the offense and really the defense. Okay. So the sources are varied and diffuse, include and unexpectedly the communists, new leftists, and other revolutionaries who would destroy the entire system, both politically and economically. These extremists of the left are far more numerous, better financed, and increasingly are more welcomed and encouraged by other elements in society than ever before. But they remain a small minority and are not yet the principal cause for concern. Okay, this is Lewis F. Powell, who serves on our Supreme Court. So someone on our Supreme Court has already decided that he hates anyone that doesn't think exactly like him. So that is what we're having on the Supreme Court early. So I know a lot of people think now they're like, Gorsuch is extreme or Amy Barrett Cohen is extreme. And they're incredibly extreme. But so are all these other judges. People that ruled in Dred Scott and on and on and on. These were extreme people. These were extreme people that have always existed as judges in our country. I think my frustration sometimes within politics that people are like, I can't believe this is happening. We're under attack. Sorry, my battery is dying on my phone. So people think that they're always thinking that we're under attack. We're under attack. So, this is not true. Okay, so the most disquieting voices joining the chorus of criticism come from perfectly respectable elements of society, from college campuses, the pulpit, the media, the intellectual and literary journals, the arts and sciences, and from politicians. And most of these groups, the movement against the system is participated in only by minorities. Yet these often are the most articulate, most vocal, and most prolific in their writing and speaking. Moreover, much of the media, for varying motives and varying degrees, either voluntarily accords unique publicity to these attackers or at least allows for them to exploit the media for their purposes. This is especially true of television, which now plays such a prominent role in shaping the thinking, attitudes, emotions of people. So Lewis F. Powell, again, is thinking that all of a sudden media is way too liberal and only serving a few of the interests. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys this. For those that are watching me on Instagram, I have to recharge my phone. So if you want to continue to watch me, go to Twitter. So I'm going to put this now. Go to Twitter to watch me. Twitter to watch. So I'm going to say that go to Twitter to watch because I have to recharge my phone. I'm so sorry, but this is what happens when you filibuster. So I'm going to wave goodbye to you guys on Instagram. I'm going to continue on Twitter over on this side. Okay. So I'll see you over here when you can make it over there. Okay. So I'm going to save. Sorry, I have to just finish this up on Instagram. Part 2. Okay, save, post. So we have Lewis Powell, who ends up becoming one of our Supreme Court justices, very upset with how basically he feels like the intelligentsia of America are behaving. He feels that they're the ones that are in charge of everything, and that they're influencing policy and they're influencing legislation, and they're doing it in a way that is harmful to businesses. But what is the reality of what is happening? And I'm going to continue reading his memo in a moment. But what the reality that's actually happening during that time period where Lewis Powell is upset, the reality of what is happening is you have a robust environmental movement. And that robust environmental movement is possibly costing money, will possibly cost money to businesses that will now require regulation. Because if you have a robust environmental movement, then that means they're looking at things that are polluting, that are causing that are environmentally racist, things that are happening to our breathing, to our air, to our water. So they're going to start looking at the causalities of like cancers that are happening, things like that. So when that starts to happen, it starts to threaten businesses that pollute. Businesses that are like, well, it's going to cost us money not to pollute, right? And these are businesses that they don't care about the public's well-being. And that's something too, I think that's a misstep or a mistake for a lot of us, is that we think somehow that we're going to convince these businesses to care. I'm telling you that these businesses have never cared. And when they do care, it's because somehow they are either financially benefiting or because they are pink washing, and I'll explain that in a moment, or greenwashing, and it gives the appearance of caring, right? For example, the NFL with Colin Kaepernick kneeling, obviously that was a time period where people were just like, it was a way to divide people again. Like people were just like, I can't believe he's doing it. It's anti-American. And of course, he's just doing it to bring attention to violence. And it was a silent protest. And it was a beautiful silent protest. So all of a sudden, social movements, Black Lives Matter starts gaining popularity. And the NFL decides, we got to figure out something here, right? They end up settling with Colin Kaepernick after they're not letting him back in the NFL. And they decide to end racism on their field. End racism. Well, of course, the NFL hasn't ended racism, right? But it's good for business, they think, to have end racism on their field. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. That's when businesses say, well, we're going to do something that benefits us. We're not going to do it to benefit the public. We have to stop thinking that any of these businesses are ever going to have some compassion. That is not their function. That is not what they want to do. Their function is profit, maximizing profit, and that is it. And they're going to do it in any which way that they need to do that, okay? So when Lewis Powell writes this memo, he is echoing sentiments that were said earlier during the time of FDR, where there were a lot of advertisers that were like, okay, World War II is happening, and between the Great Depression and World War II, all of this mixed together, advertisers were like, we're losing money, people can't afford to pay us, and the government ends up hiring advertisers to basically create propaganda for World War II, right? And it's a way to encourage people to go into the war. Rosie Riveter was actually, I'm sorry to say, people, Rosie the Riveter was actually created by advertisement. And it was a way to get women excited about going into work. And by the way, women were excited to go to work. They wanted something different. They wanted to earn their own paycheck. They wanted to do something with their hands, other than like cooking meals and staying home and being a housewife, right? So when the war ended, advertising came back in to move women back into the household. They started advertising women with Tupperware in the kitchen. These are the same people that had just created Rosie Riveter a couple of years beforehand, right? So it was during that time period, there was another memo that was written about how do we still profit during economic downturns? And they were finding their way through that. And it's the same thing that Lewis Powell was doing. Like, how do we continue to profit? How do we continue to profit when these movements are happening? So let me continue to read this Powell memo. He's frustrated with college campuses. He said the college campus, from which much of the criticism emanates, are supported by tax funds generated largely from American businesses and contributed from capital funds controlled or generated by American businesses. The boards of trustees or our universities are composed of men and women who are leaders in the system. So as I said to you all earlier, that's just not true. We already know that the way that our economics and our economic system works, and it is mostly funded through people that are in poverty, people that are paying small amounts of taxes. And that is literally how it's funded. And so, but there's this, at this moment, there's this narrative created that the American businesses are they're the ones putting all the money into the system. They're the ones that deserve to get everything back. And I want you to know why that is so important. Hold on, let me just make sure that my stream is working on Twitter still. Okay, I am. It's still working. Okay, good. Okay, I also will say thanks. I'm gonna say thanks for watching me. Please donate. Still trying to raise 10 by the end of the month. Okay. So, Myathon. So I'm going back to this. Sorry. So I want you to know how important it is that this narrative is being formed. This narrative of the business leaders are the ones that are contributing all the money. And the reason why that's such a dangerous narrative is because that is how Republicans think. There was a guy, I was working at a coffee shop not that long ago. I'd say a couple summers ago. I was working at a coffee shop. It's my friend's coffee shop. And I was talking to somebody about taxes, and I was talking about tax avoidance. You know, at coffee shops, you talk about you have political conversations with people. And someone was saying to me, some guy heard me talking about taxes, and he said, actually, wealthy people pay the most in taxes. And I was like, okay. And he goes, so we should get the most out of the system. And I was kind of like, really? So let's look at that. If you're making $100 million a year, say like you offshore a bunch of money, you've got some tax loopholes, and say like you pay, you end up paying $2 million that year, right? You still have your 98 million and all this other stuff. And say like you're somebody who makes $36,000 a year, and you end up getting taxed about $4,000 of that. That person is actually paying more of a percentage of their money that's going out, and that's happening across America. So while rich people say, yes, we are paying this percentage, this large percentage, it is not matching what people who are making under $100,000 are sending out from their own paychecks, okay? And it is still our money. It still counts. We're paying taxes everywhere. We're paying taxes when we go to the grocery store, when we buy something online, when we do that. We're constantly paying taxes, okay? So it's not just once a year. So I thought it was really grotesque that this guy thought that, but that is how people think of, this is how people think of our system. People think of it as, Republicans think we're the ones that pay taxes. We're the ones that deserve to get any kind of money. And so to me, this is why it is, this is why our system is not functioning well. Is because you have a large, powerful group of people with tons of money, with tons of finances, who firmly believe that they are the ones paying all for everything, and they deserve to get everything back. And they really look at people that are in poverty, and they look at them as freeloaders. Republicans think of Sesame Street as something that is a freeloading enterprise. So these are the things that are starting to get formulated during this time period, partially from coming out of this memo. Okay. So it says most of the media, including national TV systems, are owned and theoretically controlled by corporations which depend on profits and the enterprise to survive. So he's saying, listen, these television stations, they need to bow to us because we are paying for them to survive. Okay. Tone of attack. This memorandum is not the place to document in detail the tone, character, or intensity of the attack. The following quotations will suffice to give one general idea. William Kersler warmly welcomed on campus and listed in a recent student poll as the American lawyer most admired, and cites students' audiences as follow. You must learn to fight in the streets, to revolt, to shoot guns. We will learn to do all the things that property owners fear. New leftists who heed Kunstler's advice increasingly are beginning to act, not just against military recruiting offices and manufacturers of ammunition, but also against a variety of businesses. Since February 1970, branches of Bank of America have been attacked 39 times, 22 times with explosive devices, 70 times with firebombs or arsonists. Although new leftist spokesmen are succeeded in radicalizing thousands of young, the greater cause for concern is hostility of the respectable liberals and social reformers. So once again, you're seeing that someone like him, a guy that's concerned about business, about finances, about profit, is once again fear-mongering, saying these young kids are trying to like this word radical. They like to use it a lot. These radicals are trying to change America. But what is at the root of it, what is very much at the root of all of this, is that this has to do with profit and power. Profit and power. They do not care about the public. They care about profit and power, but not the public. Okay, so he's right. It continues with this. It is the sum total of their views and influences which could indeed fatally weaken or destroy the system. A chilling description of what is being taught on many of our campuses was written by Stuart Alsop. Yale, like every other major college, is graduating scores of bright men, young men. I like how it doesn't include women. Bright young men who are practitioners of the politics of despair. These young men despise the American political economic system. Their minds seem to be wholly closed. They live not by rational discussion, but by mindless slogans. A recent poll of students on 12 campuses reported that almost half of the students favored socialization of basic U.S. institutions. A visiting professor from England at Rockford College gave a series of lectures entitled The Ideological War Against Western Society, in which he documents the extent of which members of the intellectual community are waging ideological warfare against the enterprise system and the values of Western society. In a foreword to these letters, famed Dr. Milton Friedman of Chicago warned, "It is crystal clear that the foundations of our free society are under wide-ranging and powerful attack, not by communists or other conspiracy, but by misguided individuals parroting one another and unwittingly service the ends that will never intentionally promote." Okay, so of course, Milton Friedman is, yes, a very famous economist that our American system really based a lot of our economics on, the free market enterprise, how our system should work, like, just, let the markets dictate how everything are. We're not going to let people dictate what our policies should be. We're going to let the markets dictate everything. And that way growth happens. And we don't want to regulate anything. We should deregulate everything. This was the Milton Friedman's way of like how our system should operate. Okay, so in this memo, Powell is saying he's so worried about college campuses, and to be honest, there was a great documentary, I will say, on Ronald Reagan. I think it was on Showtime. It was like a 7-part series. And Ronald Reagan actually visits Yale. And he thinks that he is going to just be able to say whatever and everyone's going to eat up what he has to say. And when he goes to Yale, he's questioned by very serious students who want to know his policies. They're just like, tell us what you believe in. What about gay rights? What about this? They're challenging him about policies that Ronald Reagan didn't have to defend up until then. And it really catches Reagan off guard. And because Ronald Reagan was kind of like taken off guard and frustrated and scared by what these college students were saying, Ronald Reagan was also somebody that was like, I'm going to take revenge out on these colleges and try to make them a breeding ground for conservatism instead of liberal or democratic or whatever. But really what these college campuses were, instead of saying it like they were liberal, they were this, these are these were college campuses that were just asking questions. They just wanted answers to, right? And see, that was something that Republicans were like, we don't want to answer these questions. We don't want to be confronted with these things. And so Ronald Reagan and Powell are two people that come together to say we're going to kind of change the culture on college campuses. So one of Powell's frustrations is with Ralph Nader. American business is Ralph Nader, who thinks, he goes, perhaps the single most effective antagonist of American business is Ralph Nader, who thinks largely to the media has become a legend in his own time and an idol of millions of Americans. A recent article of Fortune speaks of Nader in the following: the passion that rules in him, and he is passionate man, is aimed at smashing utterly the targets of his hatred, which is corporate power. He thinks and says quite bluntly that a great many corporate executives belong in prison for defrauding the consumer with shoddy merchandise, poisoning the food supply with chemical additives, and willingly manufacturing unsafe products that will maim or kill the buyer. He emphasizes that he is not talking just about fly-by-night hucksters, but top management and blue-chip businesses. It's a frontal assault. It was made on our government, our system of justice, the free enterprise system by Yale professors Charles Reich in his widely publicized book, The Greening of America, published last year. The foregoing reference illustrates the broad shotgun attack of the system itself. Well, before I get into that, let me just talk about Ralph Nader for a second. So all that Ralph Nader is doing is just telling the truth. And that truth is that a lot of these American businesses weren't really concerned with safety. If you can think about that. They weren't really concerned with safety at that moment. They were they were just trying to make a profit. And during that time period, people were dying. There was this famous game. It's an infamous game, and it's called lawn darts. And they were these massive darts that you would just like throw into the sky, and it ended up killing people, right? Like you would throw it and it would like impale people. I mean, that was a game that was sold in America. So Ralph Nader was like railing against that. Before Ralph Nader, seatbelts weren't really a thing. So people were dying in car accidents. People weren't necessarily, people were able to poison pills because there was no safety caps or labels. And these companies didn't care about that. Safety was not something that was really on their mind. It was really more about, can we make a profit or not? Okay. So I'm going to come back to Lewis Powell memo in a moment, but I want to go back into voting rights. So I'm going to go right back into voting rights for a moment. Let me come back. So the last I talked about voting rights, I talked about 1965, and that there was a grassroots movement that forced the change in law. The Voting Rights Act was passed. It forbade states from imposing discriminatory restrictions on who can vote, and provided mechanisms for the federal government to enforce its provisions. The legislation is passed largely under pressure from protests and marches that came earlier that year to challenge Alabama's officials who injured and killed people during the African-American registration efforts. So 1965, I had said earlier, this was when we finally had some really wonderful voter protections for the first time in our United States that allowed multiple groups to vote. Okay. It's not until 1971 that the voting age lowers to 18. Remember, the voting age is still 21 in most places at that point. So the 26th Amendment passes and grants voting rights to people that are 18 years old. The amendment is largely a result to the Vietnam War protest demanding a lowering of the voting age on the premises that people who are old enough to fight war couldn't vote. So that also came from protesting. So much of our voting and our right to vote comes from movement work, from protesting. This is why this happens. It's because people are just like, you can send me to go get killed, but I can't have a say in that policy. I can't have a say in a representative that will change that policy. So that's why it finally becomes the age of 18 is in 1971. In 1975, voting materials are in various languages. This is called the language minority provision. Someone just said something about, sorry, let me look on Facebook. Someone just said there's a problem on Facebook. I'm going to look really fast. So I think a lot of people forget that there were a lot of people that were not, that didn't have voting materials in their own language. That did not happen until 1971. And it also honestly didn't happen for a lot of people. There was a lot of people that, let me see if this is, oh, sorry. Okay, that's working there. Okay, so there were a lot of people where, so there were a lot of people that could not vote due to the fact that they didn't have materials in their own language. There are people that forget that there are communities in New York, especially, but in other cities where they're mostly surrounded by people that came from their own country, and that their language from their country is their first language, and that's how they speak it, and can function quite well. They don't necessarily need to know English, and so those materials should be in their own language. So language minorities, some language minorities got those materials done. In New York, we had the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, and we only just started having voting materials like in Yiddish in the past 2 years in New York City. Okay, so 1993, making voter registration easier. So during Bill Clinton's administration, he helped pass the National Voter Registration Act, which intended to increase the number of eligible citizens who registered to vote by making registration available at the Department of Motor Vehicles and the public assistance and disability agencies. So this is the first time. This is the first time that you can go. This is the first time that you can go into an agency and register to vote. This was huge, right? This was going to make it much more accessible for people. And then in 2000, residents of U.S. colonies are citizens but cannot vote. Right. So a month prior to the presidential elections, a federal court decided that Puerto Ricans living in Puerto Rico, though U.S. citizens, cannot vote for U.S. president. Residents of U.S. territories, including Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoas, and the Virgin Islands, nearly 4.1 million people, cannot vote in presidential elections and do not have voting representation in Congress. Okay. So that is a lot of what's being debated right now. Like in Puerto Rico, a lot of people want to have self-determination, want to have would like the colonial debt eradicated from what America, like what we had placed on Puerto Rico. A lot of people, there are some people that do want statehood for Puerto Rico. I will say most of the people that I know that are from Puerto Rico, the majority of the people, everybody who lives in my building is Puerto Rican, don't want statehood. You know, they want self-determination. They want the colonial debt to be expunged. They want their infrastructure to be built back in a way that works for them. But I will say, if Puerto Ricos are here in the States, they can vote in a presidential election. They just can't vote if they're actually physically in Puerto Rico. So there's confusion about that. So just wanted to let you know. In 2001, debate: should voting rights be taken away for felons, for those who are incarcerated, and how long? The National Commission for the Federal Election Reform recommends that all states allow felons, I want to say those that were incarcerated, to regain their right to vote after completing their sentences. Nearly 4 million U.S. citizens could not vote because of past convictions. In California, reentering citizens are prohibited from voting, and those that are in prison or on parole. But in other states, especially in the South, a person with a conviction is forever prohibited from voting in the states. These laws are legacies of post-Civil War attempts to prevent African Americans from voting. Right. So I want to say that some of that has changed since this was written, because that was in 2001. There are a lot more states when you're a returning citizen, when you're no longer incarcerated, where you do get your votes restored. And then in some states, it's confusing. You know, this is why I say this all the time: voter fraud is incredibly rare. Voter fraud is incredibly rare. You have more chance of getting struck by lightning than voter fraud happening. And when voter fraud happens, you get caught, right? There was 3 people that committed voter fraud in Florida at this place called the Villages. It's a largely conservative place, and they were caught, and they're most likely going to go to jail. There was a woman, I think that she was in Texas. She lost her right to vote, I believe, because of incarceration. And then she thought that she had it, that it was reinstated when she was a returning citizen. And she didn't. And so they threw her back in jail. To me, this is a misunderstanding. This was a mistake. She just wanted to exercise her right to vote. This is horrifying, right? She's spending more time in prison than, oh my God, than some people that have murdered do, you know? So that's quite disgusting. So we're still dealing with states like Florida that I had mentioned earlier that have put a poll tax on people. Since I have low followers right now, I'm going to pee and I'll be right back because I told you I'm going to. So let me do this. Let me do this and then I'll come right back. This, no. Comments. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the comments, everyone. I see your comments. Just want you to know it's hard for me to answer them when you're talking to me. So I'm going to put on this little video, video. It's like 30 seconds, and that's how quick I'll be. I'll be right back. I almost did it. That was pretty good. It's pretty fast. So I'm going to continue to talk about the history of voting rights. And I might have a banana while I do so. Okay. So let me go over here really fast. Let's see. Okay. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about where we are right now. So this one right here, 2002, there was, after the 2000 election with George Bush against Al Gore, there was, obviously, if you're old enough to remember, there was a big to-do, lots of issues with the fact that the hanging Chad, the Supreme Court got involved. There seemed to be voting inconsistencies. It was really the first time that Republicans were we're going to go all out to get the White House. It's not that Republicans hadn't done that before, but it was during that time period. It was during that time period where Republicans were starting to see that they were losing Black people and Latino people, right? Because there are a lot of conservative Black voters and there are a lot of conservative Latino voters. But it was during the 2000 election where you start having people split off a little bit. You start having more and more Black people ever since Jackie Robinson. I don't know if you know this, a famous baseball player. He used to be a Republican. And then he became a Democrat, and as did a lot of Black people a little bit after 1965 and after Barry Goldwater. So, Barry Goldwater, when he was running for president, was, I would say he was the Trump of his day. And he was, during that time period, I think it's like 1964, he was saying some really outlandish, really racist, really terrible things. And so it's around that time period, you have a lot of Black people that are registered Republicans, really because Lincoln was a Republican, and Lincoln was, instigated emancipation. But around 64 is when things start changing. It's kind of a do-si-do with the party. Southern Dixiecrats, Southern Democrats become Republicans. Black voters that were Republicans become Democrats because they start seeing there's not a home for them in the Republican Party during that time period. Okay. And so bringing it back to 2000, you start seeing that in 2000, you start having more and more Black voters moving over to the Democratic Party. You start having Latino voters that were like Catholic or Christian. They were like, some of which were like very religious, and some of them were like outwardly like anti-choice. And so they found a home in the Republican Party. But some were starting to split off, especially since I would say that Bill Clinton definitely would be considered a moderate. He was a moderate. And so there were some that were comfortable staying at home in the Democratic Party. But around 2000, Republicans started realizing the numbers aren't really with us anymore. Like, we've got white voters, we got them on lock. They're with us, they're staying with us. But they started noticing that the numbers were diminishing more with Black voters. And they started noticing that Latino voters are starting to diminish with them. And they started noticing that other groups were moving away from them too, like LGBT groups. Like, there was a lot of white, gay Republicans that were fine there, but there were some that were like starting to get really grossed out by Republicans, some of their outwardly stances about it. So it was during that time period, they're like, we're going to have to figure out a way to win. And with their help of the Supreme Court, they stopped the recount in Florida. And it was during that time period, a lot of people were outraged and they wanted change to happen. So that's when HAVA happened. So the Help American Vote Act is passed, and it's passed in response to the disputed 2000 presidential election. Massive voting reform efforts require states to comply with federal mandate for provisional ballots, for disability access, for centralization, for computerized voting lists, electronic voting, and require for the first time that voters present an ID. So to me, HAVA's poison pill, and a poison pill is when legislation has something in it that can implode and hurt the rest of the piece of policy. HAVA's poison pill is that voter ID issue aspect to it. And it's because some people saw that initially and didn't really think too much of it. But they, a lot of states were like, wait a second, I think I want to take us up. I want to take HAVA up on that voter ID issue. So it was during that time period where HAVA comes to be. Voter ID starts being instituted. So that is 2002, and we still have a lot more voting rights here. And again, you're seeing, I said this earlier, was like, there's so much disenfranchisement throughout this entire time. There's always a step forward and 5 steps back, and 2 steps forward and 5 steps back. It's this incremental change in voting that is really frustrating. And it's really about power at this point. Okay. So what happens now, what starts happening is you do start having a change in mindset about who can vote, right? So there's this idea of like, should we let people that were formerly incarcerated vote? So in 2001, New Mexico ends its lifetime disenfranchisement for people with who had felony convictions. And Connecticut restores the right of people who are serving probation. So you start having a couple of states going, I think we need to move forward with this. Like, the whole point of incarceration is that someone's supposed to spend time, rehabilitate, come back as a better citizen, right? I mean, it's a flawed system. Doesn't really work. I'm having some banana. Okay. Then we have Iowa restores its voting rights for felons who completed their prison sentences. Nebraska ends lifetime disenfranchisement of people with felonies, but adds a 5-year waiting period. One of those kind of rules is like literally just to appease some right-wing people. They're just like, hey, let's just restore returning citizens. They're returning back to society. Let's give them back their rights. And then inevitably you're going to have right-wing Republicans, elected Republicans, say, no, we'll do our compromise is that they have to wait 5 years. That is like such an arbitrary amount of time to have someone wait for voting rights. Okay. So let's see here. Then in 2006, the Voting Rights Act, the VRA, was extended for a 4th time by Bush. And it's a second extension. It gives it a second extension of 25 years, being extended for 25 years. So it's supposed to be extended all the way to 2030. And it was not. We know that now. And so in 2006, when Bush reauthorized the VRA, it wasn't controversial. It wasn't controversial to have voting rights. It wasn't. By that, I mean, restoring the VRA was not thought of as a bad thing. That's 2006. I want you to think of that timing. Okay. So 2006, Bush restores the VRA, right? Because he's president, white guys become president. Only white guys are ever going to be president. That's what they're thinking in 2006. Rhode Island restores voting rights for people who are serving probation. 2007, Florida restores voting rights for most nonviolent people with felony convictions. 2009. Okay, so let's talk about 2009 for a second. Washington restores a person's right to vote if they've completed their sentence for a felony conviction. So Bush had just restored the VRA. And then Barack Obama becomes president in 2009. He's elected in 2008, becomes president in 2009. All of a sudden, you have a lot of people that are stressed out. They're very upset. They're upset that a Black man becomes president. I myself have a picture of me and my cousin crying our eyes out because we're so happy to see it happen in our lifetime. But there's a great documentary called Welcome to Shelbyville, which I highly recommend all of you watch. And during that, you'll see that you'll see these white people horrified when Obama wins. They're genuinely look frightened because they feel like their country betrayed them. I wish I had seen Welcome Like Shelbyville when it came out, because I think I wouldn't have been so shocked at the behavior of our legislatures across the United States and our Republicans in our Congress if I had seen Welcome to Shelbyville. Okay? Because it showed me then in that video that because white people at that point had always thought we're always going to be at the top of the hierarchy, right? We're the ones that are, we're good. We're good. And then as soon as white people saw that a Black man could be president, that he could be well liked, that he could be charming, that he could be intelligent, right? It scared the bejesus out of them. So at first there was kind of a shock and horror. We know that Mitch McConnell and a few of his cronies, including Newt Gingrich, we know that they went to dinner in Washington, D.C. And we know in Washington, D.C., this is where the infamous meeting happened where Newt Gingrich and Mitch McConnell said, we're going to make him a one-term president. So their shock and horror went from, what are we going to do about this, to immediately, we know exactly what we're going to do. We're not going to let any policy of his go through. And this absolutely had to do with racial resentment. Some people were just like, nah, it's just Republicans versus Democrats. No. At this point, this was about racial resentment when Barack Obama became president. This is what Mitch McConnell is very angry about. He is largely angry with the fact that we now have a Black president in charge of our military, of the head of our federal government. And so it's during that time period where they're just like, we're going to stop everything that he tries to propose. And honestly, Chief Justice Roberts is someone that's like, when Chief Justice Roberts is there, is like, he always wanted to, this is well documented, he always wanted to stop voting rights. This is when he saw an opportunity. We can propose that this country is a post-racial country, because a country that elects a Black man to office is post-racial, right? We don't need to talk about identity politics anymore. And so this is when places like Fox News, this is when all of a sudden, they saw a beautiful, they were like, this is a beautiful opportunity for us, right? We can talk about things in a way that's post-racial. We're not racist. We're not a racist nation. We elected a Black man. So what I'm saying is just commentary. That is how Fox News changed. This is how Mitch McConnell, Republicans approached everything. This is how our SCOTUS system changed. We can talk about things in a way that is post-racial. We don't have to talk about it anymore like we're some country that, that doesn't like Black people. We've advanced in a way that now we're on an even playing field. And they started treating everything as if we were on an even playing field, even though we saw that not happen to be true. Because it's during Barack Obama's administration that we see Trayvon Martin getting murdered, that we witness the murder over and over again of so many people, right? Of so many Black children. And so we knew that wasn't true. But this is how they weaponized it at that moment to kind of get for elected Republicans to get what they wanted during that time period. And what did they do? What did they want? They wanted to preserve power. They wanted to make sure that they could do that by gutting the Voting Rights Act. And by gutting the Voting Rights Act, it was a way to take power back away from Black people, to take away votes away from brown people, to disenfranchise poor whites, to disenfranchise, it's across the board. Because we always talk about how voter suppression hurts Black and brown people, but it does also disenfranchises disabled communities, senior citizens, transgender people, Native Americans. It hurts people across the board, right? And Republicans will only do this to the extent of like making sure that they can still win. So if their win numbers, if they know they can disenfranchise like 2% of their base, and still win. So they're okay with that. And for Democrats, they know that that's for us to lose even 2% of that means we lose. Okay. So let me move back into voting rights here. I'm sorry, the history of voting rights. Go to it. There we go. So in 2010, voting rights in New Jersey are restored for individuals who were serving probation. And then in 2011, Florida changes their felony voting rules. Reentrants, returning citizens must wait 5 years after sentencing to apply for voting rights. And if you all don't know this, again, as I said, that 5 years is an arbitrary number, but that 5 years, that number is placed there by Republicans that were like, this is another way for us to still keep suppressing the vote while it looks like there's progress. And then the permission to vote. If you all don't know, the formerly incarcerated people who are re-entering to society would have to ask the governor if it's okay if they get the right to vote. And it was really a humiliating, grotesque thing. They literally were asking they were literally saying, "Hey, I would like to be able to have my civil rights back." And a white guy would be, a white governor would say, like Rick Scott or, you know, DeSantis says, "Nah, I don't think so. It depends on the day if he wanted to or not." Now it's a really terrible system to do that. And this is why, yes, our states can do things like dictate polling places and this, that, and the other. But we need to have a federal protection and like a federal oversight. And that's what it is. That's what was gutted, was that oversight, to make sure that people like Ron DeSantis, who is flat out racist, that he is not the person that is in charge of whether or not someone can vote or not, right? It's like we have to take it out of the hands of somebody that is going to be denying civil rights to somebody. And so that's what happened in 2011. So Iowa reverses their rule allowing returning citizens who complete their sentences, they're allowing them to vote again. Texas in 2011 passes one of the most restrictive voter ID laws in the country, but it's blocked by the courts because the Voting Rights Act wasn't gutted yet. And here we go. Supreme Court ruled in the 5-4 Shelby County v. Holder decision that Section 4B of the Voting Rights Act was unconstitutional. Section 4B stated that if a state or local government wanted to change their voting laws, they must appeal to the Attorney General. So the irony is states didn't want to ask for permission to change their laws. But these are the same states that were like, you need to ask me permission to vote, right? Like in Florida, you got to ask me for permission if you want to vote. Those same states didn't want our federal government doing that to them. Except the federal government wasn't trying to deny or block. They were saying, we're trying to allow everybody to vote who's over 18. And the Supreme Court was like, we don't need to do that anymore. It's unconstitutional to tell a state what they want to do. Well, these are states. The reason why the VRA occurred, why the VRA happened, was because these are states that had a history of disenfranchisement, a well-documented history of disenfranchisement, a history that continues on and on and on to try to disenfranchise people. And that is why the VRA was put there in the first place, was to say, listen, you are like mean little bullies that are trying to block people from exercising their civil rights. And we're the adults in the room, and we're telling you, you can't be a bully and tell people who can and can't be. Racist bully, right? So that's what happens in 2013. So during that time period, Delaware waives its 5-year waiting period for voters with convictions, which is great. So they get rid of that 5-year waiting period. I mean, 5 years is so arbitrary. I'm gonna have some coffee. I'm gonna take one little second here to make myself some coffee. I'm going to, let me see here, because I desperately need coffee. So give me a second. I'm not running out of steam. I just need a cup of coffee. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to heat my pan up. Okay, just making sure that's clean. I have coffee. It's just cold. So I'm going to heat some of that up and continue talking about voting rights. I'm excited to see how many people have been watching throughout the day. And I hope that more of you join me tonight. And again, you know, this is a fundraiser too. So I hope that you all will consider obviously donating to my campaign. As I heat up this coffee, I'm going to take a voting rights break for a second. Talk about my campaign. And I know it's Monday and people are tired. But one of the reasons why I decided to do this on a day like today was because one of the reasons why I decided to do something like this today was because, you know, our senators our House, they went on vacation. They went on holiday recess. And I did that at a time. A lot of people were going to say to me, Maya, well, what's the urgency? We can pass voting rights in the new year. Well, what happens in the new year? All the maps are finalized, including the map of what the district that I'm running in. All the maps are going to be finalized. What does that mean? It means the people that had already gerrymandered their district, it will be very, very difficult to go back and get them to stop with that gerrymander. That's done. It's done. Whereas if we had voting rights in the right now, done, we can block some of that really poorly, like that disenfranchising gerrymandering that they're doing. If it's racial gerrymandering or partisan gerrymandering. I mean, in New York, we're going to do partisan gerrymandering, which I'm against. But every state is doing it. I mean, Republicans are doing it throughout all of the United States to try to win control of the House like this, just through gerrymandering. And so for Democrats to leave before we have any voting rights done, is tough. So I'm going to drink my coffee with you all here, and I'm going to go through all the different voting rights acts that were being proposed. There were actually 3 voting rights acts that were being proposed. Some of the voting rights acts that we have being proposed is Freedom to Vote Act, For the People Act, and then John Lewis's Voting Rights Advancement Act. Okay. Oh, I can see my internet is being a little, it's not actually being, I'm going to knock on some wood. It's not actually being that bad. I'm actually shocked. I don't know why. Let's not jinx it. But I'm like, oh, I need my milk. There we go. I'll take one of these out too. So we needed to have those done right away. Warnock was on the floor, and Warnock gave a really passionate speech about why it was critical, why it was necessary to have voting rights passed before they all went back on their holiday recess. It's because Republicans are setting up a big win for themselves. And by the way, one of my concerns is like, I feel like some aspects of the media don't really understand this. Let me give you an example. Let's say that the Republicans take back the House in 2022, which is a possibility. It's also possible that Democrats hold on to it, but it's a possibility that Republicans win it. And then the narrative that the media says, I'm pouring my coffee in this like an old-fashioned skillet, reheating it. And then the media says Democrats couldn't hold the House. It's because Joe Biden, had an apathetic response to the public, right? Whatever headlines they have. There might be nary a mention by the fact that the Republicans mostly won because they gerrymandered their way into control of the House. And that is a concern. That is a real concern of mine. Is that the Democrats right now aren't saying this loudly. The media doesn't understand it, and the Republicans certainly don't want to talk about it. I saw a few people say we should just get Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to vote with us. They're Republicans. These are the same women that were like, one of them, I think Collins was like, well, let's just give Gorsuch a chance, or give this person a chance. They're not going to vote to protect. They're not going to vote to protect voting rights. That'd be shocking to me. I mean, that'd be incredibly shocking to me because it's not happening. So to me, so let me talk about why to me that has been a little traumatizing to me. I want to talk about Hillary Clinton for a second and talk about 2016, which is what people didn't understand about 2016. What they did not understand about 2016 was it was the first time we had an election where we did not have voting rights fully intact. We didn't have the protections of the VRA. That was gone. And everyone said, oh, we must have lost because, Hillary Clinton's pantsuit or her emails or Trump was just a better populist or whatever. It wasn't until like a year later that the media started going, I didn't realize how many voter suppressive things were happening, right? And part of voter suppression is also is disinformation. So 2016 was loaded with disinformation. We know that this is all in the all in the reports that came out. That Russia had contributed to disinformation to try to suppress the turnout, to get people to say, I'm not going to vote. That's why I told you the other day I got mad. I forgot what her name was. Sarah Jones, I think. I don't remember. She just said, if Democrats can't do this, that, and the other, I'm just not voting, right? And I firmly believe that is a really privileged position to say, especially after Trump, right? But that is exactly the type of narrative elected Republicans are hoping Democrats are going to say. They would love to see a suppressed turnout, right? And I'm not saying that Biden isn't screwing up certain things, but to say I'm just not going to vote, I'm not going to participate anymore is outrageous. So during 2016, you had some trolls saying things like that online. And we find out later that they're from Russia. This is all in the Mueller report, where they would say things like, I'm just, if it's between Hillary Clinton and Trump, I'm just going to wait out. I'm not going to even be in it, right? And that was that's voter suppression. It's a voter suppression tactic. It's disinformation and it's voter suppression. And there's nothing we can do for that regarding the VRA. The VRA doesn't protect against disinformation, which, by the way, I do think that we need to have more of a response for disinformation. I would like to know what that looks like regarding social media. I mean, a couple of the ideas that I have is that we all basically have verified accounts. You don't have to use your name if you don't want to, but in order to have an account, you have to use your real name, and then you're verified, and then you can maybe hide behind a different name. But we at least know that you're a real person, right? We know that social media needs to be regulated in some ways, because social media is a way to try to suppress. It can lead to a suppressive turnout aspect. That's a small part. The big stuff is still what we were dealing with the VRA, which is polling closures, which is voter ID, purging names from the voting rolls, and people not knowing about that until they show up to vote. We already know what the solutions are too. That's the thing that I want people to understand. We know that we have to have a restored VRA, because the Department of Justice can't keep suing people individually one by one. That's the things that Mark Ellis is doing. That's what lawyers are doing, is suing one case at a time and winning. But when you have 400 cases, it's very hard to combat all of those, right? So that's why we have to restore the VRA right now. That's why we have to have the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. This is why we have to have For the People Act. For the People Act, to me, is a beautiful piece of legislation, because it addresses financing, who is financing us. This is, by the way, what Joe Manchin wants nothing to do with it, because it would expose who is backing and funding him. We know some of them, but we don't know all of them, because some super PACs and things like that, you don't have to say who you are or affiliated with. Okay. And then the Freedom to Vote Act is also a wonderful piece of legislation. So all of those pieces of legislation address what is needed. We have to have any of these pieces of legislation done before midterms. But to be honest, say, look, we pass it in like May. I mean, it's almost too late in a way. I mean, listen, I'll take it whenever whenever we can have voting rights, but we really need to have it now. And Democrats, I feel like should have made a big stink about staying and not going home from the holidays. And by the way, with the Omicron variant out there, what better excuse to use? I mean, obviously Cory Booker is sick and Elizabeth Warren now has COVID, and I wish them both health and wellness. But going back home and traveling, doing all this stuff, instead of figuring out how we could have a vote on voting rights at all and making people declare on the floor, no, I don't want voting protections. Make them go on the record. We should have at least had that, right? So that's my disappointment. I am going to finish reading the history of voting rights, and then I'm going to go into some voting rights legislation. For those of you who don't know what the John Lewis Voting Rights Act does, or doesn't know what For the People Act does, or the Freedom to Vote Act does, you will know because I'm going to read it, and you will see it. Let me see how my phone is doing. My phone charges so slowly because my people on IG are like, when are you coming back to IG? Not till my phone is charged. Sorry, because the battery drains quickly. Okay, so let me go back here. Okay, so in 2016, California allows those that are incarcerated to in county jail to vote. So some of their civil rights are not taken away. They're able to exercise their vote. I firmly believe that people who are incarcerated should vote. And why is that? People will say, well, do you mean for everybody? Can you distinguish it? I mean, yeah, it's tough to distinguish it, right? Because sometimes policies that harmed them or why they harmed and why they're in jail. It's tough. It's a really thing. To me, I think the vast majority, if not everybody in jail, should have their voting rights back. Maybe not a serial killer. We can say that. Not maybe somebody that's committed violent sexual acts. I think we can say that. But I think the vast for people who are incarcerated for drug or for theft or for this, yeah, I think absolutely they should 100% go ahead and get their civil rights back, because the policies of this country that are some of the reasons why they're in jail, right? Because like, to me, it's like, if you are selling drugs or you are taking drugs, why are you in jail? How does that help anybody? It doesn't. We already know it doesn't. And the policies of our country are the ones that put them in jail, right? So then they should have a say over their rights. So to me, I feel like the vast majority of the people that are currently incarcerated should have their right to vote. So 2000, so it says Maryland restores voting rights to those that were formerly incarcerated after they've served the term in prison. 2017, Alabama publishes a list of crimes that can lead to disqualification for the right to vote. Okay. Wyoming restores the voting rights of those that are nonviolent. So you see that around 2016, 2017, you start having places trying to have nuance about it, but it's still. But this is again why I said to you why we've never had a fully enfranchised society, because if you still have people that are incarcerated, or you have those that are re-entering society and they still don't have their right to vote, you have a lot. Then you have people that don't have that do not have a say in their society and in their representation, and therefore we do not have a full democracy. And by the way, you know what? I'm going to talk about that after this. I'm going to actually talk about our democracy backsliding as another reason why we need to restore voting rights. Okay, I'll talk about that in a moment. So the residential address law in North Dakota is held up in the United States Supreme Court. That has to do with the fact that on some native populations live in places where There's not necessarily addresses. I'm from New Mexico, so I know what that looks like. I've been in rural areas, Native American, some of them say Indian country, and they'll say that there. Everybody has different terminology, but like this is where it's like very rural, and there's houses where there's not necessarily like addresses on it. And so this is why ballot collection will happen sometimes, because there'll be someone that is designated that will go door to door to pick up ballots. These ballots are sealed, and then they'll drive them to a polling location, right? So this is when North Dakota was like wanted to change what was required to vote to make sure, right? So Florida voting rights for people with a conviction is restored with some additional requirements needed. So in 2018, there was this thrilling moment where we're like, wow, Florida is restoring the rights for returning citizens. This is beautiful. This is great. We're re-enfranchising Florida. And immediately Republicans were like, absolutely not. We're taking those votes back. We're imposing a poll tax. You have to pay off these fines. How much do you owe? We don't know. And honestly, we don't care. You'll have to figure it out, right? So that's what happened in Florida in 2018. People with a felony conviction in Louisiana who had not been incarcerated for 5 years were able to vote. Again, this 5-year thing. Republicans like to repeat oppressive tactics throughout each state. So you see a lot of states that are Republican run use that kind of metric. Let's have them wait 5 years. And I think one of the reasons they do it is I think that they hope someone will just forget to vote after 5 years. They won't exercise it anymore. They'll be confused if they're able to vote. It's another suppressive tactic. So 2019, people convicted with a felony may vote in Nevada after they reenter society. Citizens on parole may vote in Colorado. People convicted of a felony may vote in Oklahoma after serving their full sentence, including parole and probation. Okay. And so you also see that these are kind of confusing rules of what people can and cannot do. 2020. So we have some progress here. It takes until 2020 for California to restore voting rights to citizens serving parole. Washington, D.C. passes a law to allow incarcerated people to vote. I don't want to say felons. Incarcerated people to vote. People with convictions have their right to vote restored in Iowa with some restrictions, and each potential voter must have completed their sentences. People with felony convictions in New Jersey can vote after they reenter society. Citizens on parole or probation can also vote. North Dakota reaches an agreement with the Spirit Lake Nation and Standing Sioux Rock to recognize tribal address, as valid for voting purposes. Okay, so as I mentioned before, they did not validate tribal addresses until last year. My God. Slow moving, America. 2021. The Supreme Court's ruling on the Democratic committee, Brnovich versus DNC, has broad removals on the remaining sections of the VRA, right? So this is another strike against the VRA. Texas enacts sweeping legislation that further tightens the state's election law, constrains local control of elections by limiting counties' ability to expanding voting options. So, okay. So that puts you up to date on kind of the history and timeline of voting rights in America. And I'm going to go into why, again, it's so important that we restore our voting rights and why we have to do it now. You saw that it took all those years, almost 2 centuries, to enfranchise most people. But it's still, I will still also say this. I will say this. We know that everyone still doesn't have the right to vote in this country. And until everybody is enfranchised in this country, who's on this soil, then we're not going to have a fully enfranchised democracy. And if we have active voter suppression measures happening right now, then we know that we don't have a fully enfranchised society. And until we have a fully enfranchised society, things aren't going to change. And, I see that a lot of people get really angry about the fact that they feel like progress isn't happening quick enough for them, right? They're just like, why isn't progress happening quicker? I don't understand why things aren't changing faster. And I do understand that frustration, and I feel that frustration as well. But at the same time, we're also dealing with certain things. One of those certain things is that we're dealing with the fact that we're not a fully enfranchised society. If we don't have everyone participating, it is harder for us to make those structural changes that are necessary to happen. I'm putting on lip gloss. Pardon me. Pardon my vanity, people. I just like my lip gloss. It's also conditioning. So if we want real structural changes, we have to work to enfranchise people. I'm going to talk about our backsliding democracy in a moment, but I want to talk about the fact that one of the things that kind of pained me this year, can I talk about what pained me? I was in Washington, D.C. Oh, my heart hurts even talking about this. I was in Washington, D.C., and I participated in a voting rights march, and it was called Make Good Trouble. And it was a lot of different groups that came together to march in Washington, D.C. for voting rights. And I love Washington, D.C., and I've said this to some of you before. My grandfather immigrated there from Chile, from Valparaiso, Chile. And my mother was born in Washington, D.C., and she grew up in Washington, D.C., and as a child, I used to go to Washington, D.C. every summer and hang out with my grandfather and look at the monuments and, all that stuff. And so I'm very attached to Washington, D.C. It's very personal for me. I always hated the segregation of Washington, D.C. I always hated that it wasn't actually its own state. I've hated that it didn't get statehood. I don't like that. I don't like that people are without their own representation there. Really, there's some representation is very limited, but they don't have full representation. So I was in Washington, D.C., and not only was I marching for voting rights, but I was marching for state rights. And I was there, and I'm walking, and I'm not really seeing people. And it's early in the morning. It's like 8 a.m. And I was in one march where there was a lot of us, but it was still not that many people. It looked big, like on TV, but it wasn't that many of us. And then we were supposed to go from that march, and then we were supposed to go to the Lincoln Memorial. And I get there, and there's still not people. There's still not people. And then I finally see people just at the Lincoln Memorial, but all of it's empty. And I know it's COVID, but all of us at this point, a lot of us were vaccinated at that point, right? We were wearing a mask, we were vaccinated. And to see that it was majority just Black people and Latino people, like there was like smatterings of white people, really hurt my heart, right? And so I'm meeting up with people and talking to them. I got to talk to Reverend Barber for a second. I talked to Latasha from Black Voters Matters. I kind of said hi to different people and went back to the hotel, called my husband. And I was just like, it was incredibly, he goes, how was it? Were you inspired? I said, no, I was actually really depressing. I talked to a lot of Black men during that time, and we were all talking about like, how is there so little people here? Do they not see that this should be a priority for this year? We barely survived Trump's administration, literally. And a lot of us didn't. And that's the thing, there are so many people. I know people who died during COVID. And to me, a lot of us didn't survive the Trump administration. I think people forget that. And that we had an insurrection. We had a coup, a full coup attempt. And to me, it should have been packed. We're going to march for voting rights, and we're going to make sure that these are restored, and we're going to make sure that our nation moves forward. And they weren't there. And so also, this is why, too, when I see people complaining online and they say, why haven't you expunged my student loans? You need to expunge my student loans. I'm like, you know what? I know you weren't at the march in Washington, D.C., but you're here online talking about how you need your student loans expunged, but you're not out here doing the work. Being on Twitter is not the work. Some of it is. Listen, I want to say that right now, that being on Twitter and saying things on Twitter, to me, it can be not only an outlet, but it can be educational and it can be an outlet. But I'm saying, if you're that person that's non-disabled and a white person in America, and you're complaining about student loans and threatening not to vote threatening not to vote, that ain't it. Okay? Then what I was brutally frustrated with was then all these abortion laws were abortion access was starting to get rolled back, right? And so I see abortion access is getting rolled back. And so, of course, I go to the abortion rally in March, packed. All white women. They were all there. Black women, we're the ones that lead abortion conversations because Black women and Native women and Latino women are greatly affected by it, right? We're talking about wage gaps and discrimination and lack of access, right? So we're the ones leading the conversation. But to me, I was like, I see all these white women that were there that I didn't see at voting rights. And what made me frustrated about that was like people do not see how these things are connected to each other, that these things are inextricably linked. The same people that are complaining, you know, I'm going to open my window because I'm hot. One second. They finally stopped drilling next door so I can open my window again. People are not seeing that voting rights is the key to everything. Everything. And to me, it's like, I'm literally going to be talking myself blue in the face about voting rights and why they're necessary and why they're critical, why they're essential, and why our democracy will not function without them. If you care about the climate crisis, if you care about housing access and housing accessibility and student loans and debt and abortion access, then you care about voting rights. You have to. You have to. It is essential. I've given a lot of voting rights lectures over the past 5 years. Kicked it up a lot when Trump got elected because I was like, okay, folks don't understand that it begins and ends with voting rights. How can you not look at the history of America and look at the people that were murdered, lynched, wanting voting rights, speaking out for civil rights, and not recognize how incredibly powerful voting is? People still don't get that association. They don't get it. And to me, someone who specializes in narratives, that understands the narratives that are used that are oppressive narratives and words and language that are used in policies to be oppressive, are still always searching for the words so it clicks for people, so they recognize that. Listen, Republicans are not going to ever be for voting rights. Should they be? Sure. It would benefit them too. More of their base could vote. But Republicans are out of ideas. They never had any ideas. They're not about it. They don't care. Why should they care about voting rights, right? That's what they're saying. I'm going to tell you this. I want you to know this. This is why I say elected Republicans versus base. Because actually a great deal of the Republican base for a long time totally cared about voting rights. They thought of it as a good thing to have. Okay? So it is only now that the base is starting to say, yeah, I guess voter suppression or voter disenfranchisement is fine. We don't care. It's our team. And by the way, and that's why I said too, why I don't want people to think of, that's why I'm so sick of people in the media framing politics as a sport, is because a lot of Republicans, elected Republicans, and the media are forming this as it's who versus. It's not us as a society, it's who versus. So Republicans don't care. They just want to do this. Scoreboard. We're winning this election. We won. And we don't care how we do it. Because in sports, that's how you do it. This isn't sports. This is our life. This is our damn life. But Republicans are treating it like that. And what's worse is the media does that. Scoreboard. They do game framing, right? And the game framing is when the media reports on our issues as if it is a game, as if our life is a game. Well, today, Republicans put two points on the board today when they refuse to even come and vote on BBB. It's not a game. It's our life. It's policy, right? So we have to stop treating this like a game. And we need to ask our media to stop treating this like a game. I'm in an election right now that they're treating my election like a game, right? And by the way, they don't know what to do with me. I'm going to tell you that right now. The media has no idea what to do with me because I'm not a firebrand and I'm not a long-term incumbent. So where do I fit in their game frame? Where do I fit? Right? And it's because the media has only built it in a certain way of points and losses. Republican, Joe Manchin refusing to vote on Build Back Better. I already see the media looking at it like a game. Oh, look at this. Joe Manchin, he's able to sink the party by not voting. Instead of Joe Manchin is denying critical services and resources for people that need them the most. How does that sound? Doesn't that sound different? If the media said, we have someone who is in office right now that is denying the public resources to address the climate crisis. How does that sound? Instead of Joe Manchin is grabbing the bull by the horns and not allowing a vote to happen. It's the wrong conversation. It's the wrong conversation. And forget the media knowing how to talk about voting rights. They have no idea. The media has no idea how to talk about voting rights. They don't know. Instead of saying, that's why I said earlier, when Hillary Clinton lost, the post-mortem was like, Trump was a firebrand and his base was energized, or he spoke to the everyman. That was like the worst one that they said, but they would say that. He spoke to the everyman. Instead of Hillary Clinton lost. And we have to remember that this is the first presidential election that we've had since the Voting Rights Act was gutted in 2013. Because remember, when Obama was elected in 2008 and 2012, the Voting Rights Act was still intact. When Hillary Clinton was not elected, it's the first time we did not have the full protections of the VRA. You don't think that affected the election? It did. You don't think that Donald Trump was helped by the fact that we had a gutted VRA? That should have been the narrative in the media. Not firebrand, this, that. But until the media and until our public stops treating politics and policy like a sport where scores are happening and starts recognizing that policy is personal because it's dictating every single person's life. I've talked about how policy is personal to me. So I'm going to talk about this for a second. So, for example, this is my great-grandmother from Chile. This is her in Chile. This is my grandmother on my father's side, Mildred. Okay. She was affected by policy in the sense that she was able to immigrate to America with little to no issue because her husband, my great-grandfather, was serving in World War I. So she was helped by some of the policies that allowed her to immigrate in this country. Mildred came from sharecroppers and came from enslavement. She went to school in Mississippi, and she was not allowed to have an education past the 5th grade. And neither was my grandfather on my father's side. And his illiteracy harmed him. It made him angry. It made him violent. Those are policies. It's personal. And until the media understands that, until the public understands that everything that we do in our day is dictated by policy. Ruben says, have you seen Reverend Warnock's floor speech recently? I saw Reverend Warnock's speech, and it was beautiful, and it almost brought me to tears. Because Reverend Warnock, as people say these days, understood the assignment. Warnock understands. Warnock is in the vein of MLK and understands that voting rights are it. It's the whole ball game. And how people don't understand this. For those that are just joining, let me just say this. I spent an hour talking about the history of voting rights, and I will talk about it again tonight. And you see that it took 200 years to mostly enfranchise people. But slowly, we have a country where it was only white landowning men, not poor whites. They couldn't vote. It was white landowning men, right? Then it moves into black men that can vote. Then that's quickly taken away after they show their success in Congress. It's slowly. Native Americans can't vote for a long time. Language minorities can't vote for a long time. Asian people can't vote for a long time. On and on. It takes for a long time to enfranchise people. Now, why is that? Because we know that there are a lot of white men in power and white business owners and white business donors that do not want the involvement of all of America. Because change, structural change, can happen when everyone has access to the ballot box. So for everybody that gets upset about what hasn't happened yet and what hasn't moved yet and why hasn't it happened yet, it's like we don't have a country that even votes at 50% during midterms, right? Now, part of that is apathy. Part of that is, there's a guy named Bernard Alfraga, fantastic. Thanks, badass guy. He wrote a great book called The Turnout Gap. And I think he originally started the book as a way of discussing voter suppression. But what he noticed in his research, which also often happens with research, it spins you into a different direction. He noticed that one of the reasons why people don't vote, don't participate, is because no one spends time speaking to them. No one bothers to even go into their community, and have a conversation with them, right? Let me tell you, running for Congress is interesting because I'm talking to people that have never even talked to an elected official before, let alone a candidate running for office. And when I'm talking to them, I'm like, I'm sorry, am I the first person you've ever spoken to that's run for office? They're like, yeah, they don't come around here. Shocking. Yeah, not shocking, right? And this is the reason why you don't have a turnout. Now, there are other people that I speak to in this area. It's usually like older Black men or older Black women. Black women are just like, girl, well, change is slow. We don't like that it's slow. Older Black men that I've spoken to have said to me, I don't see anything changing. I mean, good luck. I support you, but what's going to change, right? And that apathy is understandable, right? Because you do have a lot of people that aren't participating, and they decide when they're going to participate. It's usually like, for example, this massive discussion around student loans right now. You have a lot of people centering everything around that. And to me, I'm like, the student loans is an important part of the discussion. It is, absolutely. All debt that people are accruing right now while they're not earning enough money to get by, not enough to pay rent, not enough money to get food, to take care of their family. Student loans is an important discussion. But to me, the discussion right now needs to be centered around all of poverty and all of voting rights. And those go together. Unfortunately, we have to care about multiple things all at once. And I've said this to so many like sometimes I'll talk to like young groups, like 18-year-olds, and talk to them about voting rights. And sometimes they'll tell me, they'll say, well, I really just care about environmental rights. And I'm like, yeah, you can do that. Environmental rights is attached. Everything is attached to each other. I don't want you to think things as separate, but I said you can be an environmental activist, and also care about voting rights at the same time. They go together, right? Environmental rights and voting rights go completely together. Because if we're not able to vote in legislators like give a damn about the environmental crisis, then nothing's going to change. If we don't vote in representatives that are saying, I'm willing to stand up to corporations that are polluting, I'm willing to push to make sure that we're pulling lead out of public housing, right? Because we have a lot of lead paint in public housing. If we're not electing those officials, nothing's going to change. So that's why we have to care about voting rights. I've said this also for years too. I said, listen, it doesn't matter if you consider yourself a housing rights advocate, which I am, or an artist, which I also am. You can also consider yourself to be a voting rights advocate. I've said this to a lot of friends before. I would love for all of you to consider yourself to be a voting rights advocate. Add that to your activism, to your advocacy. Say, I want to care about voting rights because I care about abortion access. And by the way, one of the reasons why Republicans are scared to death of fully enfranchising people They know the numbers. They know the statistics. There are more of us that are for abortion access, that want to combat the climate crisis, that are anti-poverty, that are for raising the wages, that are for modernizing SSI, that are for expanding SNAP. They know there are more of us than there are of people that are like, I don't want any of that stuff. There are more of us. Why do you think they're working so hard to make sure that we don't go to the ballot box? There's also like this insidious thing that's happening in the Black community. Some of it's organic and some of it I suspect is what Republicans had done for a very long time, which is plant the seeds of nothing's ever going to change, right? Some of that is organic and some of it's not real. Right now, there's like this movement to try to divide Black people. Like, you're not really Black. You're not really this. It's another attempt to divide us. Because one of the things that I had read earlier with Malcolm X and read with Martin Luther King was what both of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X both agreed on was that we can disagree with each other privately, but in public, we need to come together and we need to get to the ballot box and we need to vote in people that actually give a damn about us. Both of them agreed about that. Both in the bullet or the ballot by Malcolm X, he said, we need to put our differences aside for a minute and recognize who the problem is. And the problem is Joe Manchin. He said white man, but Joe Manchin is going to be my everyday white guy, right? He's the problem. Joe Manchins of America are the problem. They're the problem because they don't give a damn about their constituents. And they don't give a damn about the rest of America. They only care about their business interests and their donors. And that seems so cynical, but that is the truth of it. That is the truth of it. They do not care about you or I, and they're never going to. Listen, this pains me to say too, because the Sandy Hook anniversary just passed. I thought if there was a moment that Republicans could show themselves to be at all human would be during Sandy Hook, right? I was like, I don't have any hope for Republicans, but this moment where children were gunned down and families were torn apart and grief was annihilating people, maybe this will be the moment that Republicans showed humanity. What was the first thing that they said? We shouldn't, this is a tragedy, hope, prayers, and don't politicize. They went to the same playbook they have always gone for, right? Hope and prayers, don't politicize. Some of the parents, I think, allowed pictures of their children, their gunned down children, to be shown to some congressional members. And I think it might have been Chris Murphy, one of the legislators, said, we should have made everyone look at them, right? I got to be honest, I don't think that would have changed Republicans either. Because that is not their goal. That is not their goal. Their goal is to get the things that they want and need to stay in power. Right? That's all they care about. And what do they need to stay in power? They need their donors to be happy. And those donors' businesses to stay hugely profitable. That's all they care about, and that's all they need. And by the way, I'm my religion major in my undergraduate degree. I have a degree in comparative religion. And I will also say that a tiny bit of religion comes into this aspect that I'm going to talk about for a second. For some of these Republicans, and this goes back to the idea of kingdoms and serfs, when the kings and queens would say, don't worry, serfs, your gods will take care of you when you die. You're tilling the land, but someday you'll be rewarded in heaven, right? While they're up in the castle, right? Drinking their tea, just be someday you'll be rewarded. So that's how a lot of Republicans also feel. They're just I'm sorry you guys are poor, but it's really on you. And like, take it up with God. Don't take it up with us. Like that. This is how some of them justify that, right? And I've written about this. I've written about it as well. I talk about religion a little bit. I might actually read you a piece of what I wrote in just a moment. I appreciate you letting me all read some things that I wrote. I actually write a lot about politics and policy. It's one of my favorite things to share. And so religion does play a role. But I will say this. Oh, what did someone just say to me? It's hard to outstunt Carolyn Maloney, who loves political stunt, but one of her opponents is trying. It's not a stunt. I care about voting rights. Again, okay, so we got. So let me just retweet this. Thanks, Jeff Colton. This is how. Okay, it's not a stunt. I care about voting rights. How cynical does the press have to be to make a statement like this? It's not a stunt. I care about voting rights. How cynical does the press? Okay, let's see. I care about voting rights. Okay, it's not a stunt. Okay. I just care about voting rights, Jeff. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm here talking to you about voting rights, and a member of my local press said that I'm doing a stunt. Great. And this is why I told you earlier that the media has no ability to understand the critical moment. To them, it's always a scoreboard. Jeff Bolton just said scoreboard. Maya's trying to score points. No. I just give a damn about the fact that a majority of our country right now could be disenfranchised from our 2022 election. And one of the reasons why I decided to do this filibuster in the first place and why I listed out Strom Thurmond was so angry about the idea that there would be civil rights passed. His anger propelled him to speak for 24 hours and 16 minutes. So if you don't think that I had that amount of anger in me to talk for that long, at least, I really do. And the last thing that I need is a cynical press. That doesn't understand that. A cynical press that does not care, that does not serve the public. So I'm going to tell you right now, Jeff, that statement that you just made does not serve the public. But thank you for giving me more energy to do this for longer. Absolutely grotesque. Really. Okay. So I'm going to now talk about some of the voting rights the voting legislation that has been proposed. One of my favorite pieces of voting rights legislation, you know what? I think I'm actually going to start with John Lewis. Because John Lewis is and forever will be my favorite. So I want to start with his Voting Rights Act. So I'm going to pull that up. So this is the John Lewis Voting Rights Amendment Act. And then John Lewis actually wrote something. Let's see here. So let me talk about the John Lewis Voting Rights Act first. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act amendment responds to current conditions in voting today by restoring the full protections of the original Bipartisan Voting Rights Act of 1965, which was last reauthorized in Congress in 2006, but gutted by the Supreme Court in 2013. Following the Shelby County decision 7 years ago, several states passed sweeping voter suppression laws that disproportionately prevent minorities, the elderly, the disabled, and the youth from voting. The bill provides the tools to address the discriminatory practices and seeks to protect all Americans' right to vote. So the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, Advancement Act, was basically in part to restore, was just really to restore what the Supreme Court had done in 2013. When they gutted the Voting Rights Act, I had talked about how Texas, within 24 hours of the gutting of Voting Rights Act, started to implement a voter ID law. So the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act would repair that damage. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act creates a new coverage formula that applies to all states and hinges on finding of repeated voting rights violations in the preceding 25 years. Okay, so I talked about coverage formula, pre-clearance. These are all like lawyer legalistic language that is used to discuss voting rights. And I don't want that to bog you down, right? Basically what the VRA did was states that had a previous history of voter discrimination would have to ask permission to our Attorney General whether they could discriminate or not. They had to pre-clear their discrimination through the DOJ, and the DOJ inevitably would say, nah, you can't do that. And it's able to cover the entire United States quickly through that. So the John Lewis Voting Rights Act establishes a targeted process for reviewing voter changes in jurisdictions nationwide, focusing on measures that have historically been used to discriminate against voters. So this is what I'm talking about. I said this a little bit earlier, and I'll repeat it for those that are watching now. Some of the discriminatory things states had done used race-neutral language to disenfranchise people so that it wouldn't violate federal law. So they were able to get away with it. And some of those things were like the grandfather clause that I talked about. Some of them were poll taxes owing money. Some of them were literacy tests that no one could pass. They were designed so that no one could pass. And some of them were also closing polling locations. Or now what they would do is like not make the places accessible, even though we have the ADA. Some places are like, well, we'll be compliant later, right? So some of these states have the same 5 ways of discriminating against voters. So we have a history of that. We know that there's a history of the same repeated tactics of how do we disenfranchise voters. And as I also stated to you a little bit earlier, that some of the new ways, it's not new, I'd say refurbished ways of disenfranchising voters is through, I would say through disinformation, right? That has always been part of our society as well. Like early on, we did disinformation campaigns or like send out flyers so that people vote in the wrong places or they vote earlier. That's been part of our system. Some of that would have been protected against with the VRA. Okay. So the John Lewis Voter Right Advancement Act establishes a targeted process for reviewing voter changes in jurisdictions nationwide, focus on measures that have been historically used to discriminate against voters. This process for reviewing changes in voting is limited to a set of measures, such as the institution of a voter ID law or the reduction of multi-language voting materials, practices that have found to have the greatest discriminatory impact. Okay, so again, I talked a little bit earlier about how does voter ID laws disenfranchise people? Because a lot of people think getting a voter ID, it's not that hard to do. And I also want to say that the voter ID laws are also a tiny bit of a red herring because it's a way to distract the conversation over to the voter IDs without having a conversation about all of it, which is like polling closures, inaccessible locations, as they said, not having materials and languages and for language minorities. So, Let me give you a couple examples of how it can be difficult to get a voter ID. One, there are some people that are born in rural locations or rural hospitals or are older, maybe from the silent generation, that don't necessarily have their birth certificate or copy of that. And these are things that prevent them from necessarily getting an ID. It doesn't mean that they don't have other types of IDs, but these are IDs that may not be necessarily accepted, right? There were some states where they were like, you cannot use a voter ID. I mean, you cannot use your student ID to vote. And these students are like, well, I don't have a driver's license yet. Well, you have to get a driver's license and then we'll let you vote. So then there was a restriction on what kind of IDs you can use, right? I will also say that in New York, voter IDs are prohibitively expensive. I grew up poor. I've been pretty much below the federal poverty line, honestly, the majority of my life. I've had a couple of good years where I made more than that. But there was one year, and it was during the Great Recession, that I had a job at a nightclub, but they didn't pay me very much, and it only really paid for my rent. And there was like 2 days in a row where I was drinking milk. I had like no other food. And I remember I needed to get my driver's license was expiring, and you have to have I had to have my license. And I remember going, I think it was like almost $75 I was going to pay. And I literally did not have a dollar. My best friend called a Chinese food place and ordered me food because I didn't have enough money. Okay. So people who think, I can't imagine anyone ever being that poor. I'm like, you don't have to imagine it. It's a lot of people like that. A lot of us who deal with that like paycheck to paycheck thing. That's actually the majority of America. So, okay. Who are dealing with like, insecurities and struggle. So voter IDs can be prohibitively expensive. Now, say like you can afford it, but you're working a lot and you have to go get one, and your state decides that they're only going to have your DMV open every third Tuesday of every month, and it's only between the hours of 3 and 5. That has happened. States have also changed the times you can go and get your driver's license and be available. Some states actually shut down their DMVs, shut down a DMV or two in their area, right? And then so I'm telling you, there are lots of obstacles to getting a voter ID, to get the proper ID needed to vote. Luckily, there are organizations now that understand that issue, and they're there to help people who might need money or funding or help getting to a place to go get their voter ID. Because if you're in a rural location, and again, I'm from New Mexico and I know dirt roads and I know what it's like to be in a rural area, it's not that easy. You got to go into town to go to the DMV. It has to be open. You have to have all your paperwork and you have to get that stuff. And you have to have a day to do that. And you have to not work that day. So there are obstacles for people to get voter ID. So for people who are like, no, it's not a big deal. It's not that hard to do. Yeah, it can be actually very difficult for some people to get it. Okay. It's not difficult for everybody, but it is for some. But even if you're disenfranchising one person from voting, that's one too many. We have to stop thinking, well, God, only like 50 people were disenfranchised in this area. That could mean the difference between a win or a loss in an election. And it's definitely a loss to us because we've disenfranchised people from the ballot box. You know what I'm saying? So we have to stop thinking that if it's only one person, that it's okay. Like, for example, to me, I was talking to somebody about poverty in my area, and they were saying, well, it seems to have gone down a little bit. And I'm just like, no. One, gentrification. Two, the metric in which we measure poverty is completely out of date and needs to be updated. So no, these aren't the metrics to use. And so for voter IDs, there can be obstacles to that. Then polling locations closing seems like that might not be a big deal, but it is a big deal if then you have to go to a further location. If you are a senior citizen and you have mobility issues, if you're disabled and the streets are not accessible, there are a number of reasons of why it can be problematic to close a location and move it into another space. That also disenfranchises people. And by the way, it makes me furious when people do things like that, when people are not able to access their polling locations in an easier way. Okay. So, and also I told you earlier that some Republicans have studied that if you move a polling location just 2 miles away from somebody, it cuts out a certain amount of people from voting. They're just like, you know what, it's too far. I can't go there. I can't make it that day. I'm working a full-time job. I've got to pick up my kids after school. I have to do all this. I don't have time. Right. And another way Let me make sure that my internet is still working. Okay. My internet is okay. All right. Another way to disenfranchise people as well. Okay, here we go. Another way that another way to disenfranchise people is not to have early voting. You know, this last vote we had for city council. My husband supports me while I run for office. He works bartending jobs that got him COVID. My husband got exposed to COVID because he's bartending to support me while I run for office. And my husband right now is at an isolation hotel. He's in an isolation hotel because our studio is too small. It's about 300 square feet. And I'm in my kitchen. And he got COVID. I'll get back to that later. The reason why we didn't vote early this time in New York City was because the day that we could vote was the only day Bobby had off. But luckily, oh, thank you, Ruben. But luckily, there was early voting. So my husband and I were trying to get there for early voting, but we ended up having to vote the day of. But New York has only had early voting for a very short amount of time. New York has only had early voting for like 2 years. Oh, right? And so we're still behind. I would love for New York to be this beacon of voting rights. Senator Myrie is trying to pass our own version of a state voting rights act, a John Lewis Voting Right Advancement Act here in New York State to help with our voting rights. We're still behind here in New York City. And we're definitely behind at the federal level. But luckily, we have at least 3 pieces of legislation that are really, I want to say it, sexy. They're sexy pieces of voting legislation. I said it because I believe it. So I will say that one of the ways you can disenfranchise people is by not having early voting. My mother was a single mother. My mother worked 2 part-time jobs. And the reason why my mom worked 2 part-time jobs was because she tried to, yes, Senator Myrie is the best. The reason why my mother worked 2 part-time jobs is because she tried her best to be back in the afternoon for us when we were getting back from school, and then she would go back to work. And sometimes it didn't always work out that way. Someone like my mother would have had a hell of a time being able to vote if there was only one day to vote, because she was working jobs. She was working jobs that were like, I mean, if you go vote, you can, but you're gonna get fired. I mean, we're just saying you can't miss a day of work, you know. And technically, are there protections against that? Some places, but if you're worried about losing your jobs, you know, that can be a threat. So you have to have early voting. And what happened with COVID, and this is, you know what, I'm actually going to go back to, I've said this before, I'm going to go to the backsliding. I'm going to read some stuff about our democracy being downgraded, about it being backsliding for the first time. One of the reasons why I was hopeful during this 2020 election was because states that ordinarily push voter suppression measures knew that they themselves would lose their seats if people didn't have other ways to vote. If we didn't have ballot drop boxes, if we weren't able to mail in our ballots, if we didn't have early voting, all of those things helped us to vote in mass. I mean, look at those numbers. I believe this is the most turnout we've ever had for a presidential election in our history. Part of it was because of the urgency. We knew that our democracy was at a death rattle with Trump. We did know that. A lot of us knew that. Some of us didn't know that, but we knew that it was. So that's why we voted in the way that we did. Another reason why we had the numbers like that was because voting finally, for 1 second, became more accessible than it had ever been. We should all be able to vote, to be able to drop our ballot off in a drop box. We should all be able to request a ballot and mail it in. We should all be able to vote early. All of us, right? And that is something that is not something that happens. And now, with all these voter restriction measures, There's hundreds of bills to try to strip back all of that, to say absolutely not, we're not going to have drop boxes, we're not going to allow you to pick up a ballot again unless you're like deathly ill, and then even then we're not sure, we're not going to allow you to do ballot collection, which Republicans call it ballot harvesting, which is like a pejorative way of discussing it. Gross. They love to like put like, negative connotations with voting, right? So 2022 midterms, we don't completely know what it's going to look like, because what else do we have? We have redistricting shore to shore. All of our districts are going to look different, because that happens every 10 years after the census. And we already know that we have state legislators. I know that a lot of them, including our own, are figuring out like, how do we retain control of our majorities, right? So we already know that gerrymandering is happening across the United States. New York lost a seat. So we already know that this is like, we're not exactly sure. However, we do have statisticians like looking at gerrymandering and looking at what states are kind of proposing right now. And they're kind of adding it up, and they're saying it's going to be tough for Democrats to keep their majorities. I will also say, side note, I am Democrat running, and I'm running against an incumbent. And a lot of people think, well, Maya, like, why are you doing this? Don't you want to keep the House? Of course I want to keep the House. I live in a D35 plus district, which means that it is like blue as blue can be. A Republican is not winning my district. The primary in my district is the election. That's how it is in New York City, except for like Staten Island, Long Island, the Bronx, it has a conservative aspect to it. So, but in my district, it's as blue can be. So I am not going to be somebody that loses the House a seat if I win over Maloney. There's not going to be a Republican that comes in and then beats, I'll knock on wood, but it would, that have to be the most popular Republican ever in this area. Nobody is interested in voting in a Republican in my district, okay? But the rest of the country, I will say, like Spanberger's seat in Virginia, or Lauren Underwood in Illinois, they have seats that are tough. There is a lot of conservatives, a lot of moderates, Democrats, liberals, some progressives that are in those districts, but it is a tougher balance for them. Lucy McBath in Georgia, she's going to have a tougher time, right? Warnock, oh God, Warnock is back up already, right? Because this was a special election. He's going to have a tougher time because they have Brian Kemp. He's trying to make sure that that Democrats are, wiped off the map in Georgia, And when he was Secretary of State, that's how he was able to best Abrams, who now is running for governor, which I'm thrilled about. But he was able to beat Stacey Abrams based on the fact that he controlled who got on or off the voting rolls. How is that not like one of the biggest controversies ever? But okay, so we are going to have a tough time in 2022. We are. But it isn't with my district as far as like losing the House. I'm not going to lose the House because of my district. And I know a lot of people don't know that, but I'm letting you know. Other states that have more moderate Republicans or moderates Republicans, like traditional liberals, or, they're going to have a tougher time. And those are the seats that we do need to spend money on and time on and effort on and protect. We do need to have that. That is something that I do worry about. And also why I want us to have better narratives overall for Democrats and how we go into this. One of the winning narratives I think that we can have is that, yes, we need to talk about voting rights and how it's attached to all other policy. But we do need to talk about policy. We do need to talk about policy that acknowledges that a lot of people are hurting right now. And I think that that's why a lot of people are feeling really defensive right now. A lot of people are really struggling. And I started my conversation earlier about that. I think people are looking to be inspired. I think that people are looking to, they want to be inspired. I'm sorry, I almost laughed. They're looking to the government to be inspired. I don't mean to demean anyone by that. I'm saying that I want to be inspired too, right? I do as well. I mean more in the fact that we need help, right? We do need help. And yeah, we have to depend on the government to do its job, and we want to be inspired. But we have a lot of people that are not that inspiring. But we do have some fabulous ones. I think Warnock is incredibly inspiring. I think Ossoff is incredibly inspiring. I think there's a ton of people that are inspiring. But we do need to acknowledge the fact that right now a lot of people are in pain, they're hurting, and they're scared. And I think that's why they're saying to the federal government, listen, we want you to do more. And what I said earlier was that even if Biden can't do a lot of executive orders or more executive orders or not as many as that we need, even if our Congress is gridlocked at the Senate level because of Manchin and Kristen Sinema, we also need communication. So I'm going to bring this to myself for a second and make it personal for a second, because part of my policy platform and part of the reason why I'm running, and I told you that I think that policy is personal, and a big part of my life is communication. And what I recognize in communication is that people just want to know what's going on. It's when people are hiding and not having conversations that the public or people get antsy. What is happening? They go, what is happening? What is anything happening? And I know that it's not that easy to message for a lot of the Democratic Party because there's a risk-averse aspect that sometimes they don't know how to address the public. I'll also say, too, we have a Congress where the vast majority of them are multimillionaires. They've been in D.C. for so long. I talked earlier about how D.C. is a very insular city. My mother grew up in Washington, D.C. My grandfather immigrated there from Chile, from Valparaiso, Chile. And there is like this natural out-of-touch aspect of D.C. And when you're in DC and you're in the halls there, and I've been there, you see that they're kind of just talking to each other. And sometimes they kind of tune out the public. They're there, they're like, we're legislating, we're doing our job. And I'm also saying, well, like part of your job is also communication. It can't just be communication. Legislation is the main deal of the day, but part of it is also communication of like, what is happening? What are we trying to do? And Democrats aren't very good at necessarily discussing that. And we have to be very good at discussing like what we're going to do. A lot of people are really scared financially. A lot of people are struggling with their mental health. They're struggling with their physical well-being because of long-term COVID long haulers, right? So people are like, what is happening here? We're paying our taxes. We pay into this government. This is our money. We just want to see more resources being allocated. We want more of that to happen. So to me is the time to communicate about that, right? Like I even think like how Build Back Better kind of imploded in that moment. I feel like I think that Manchin kind of sideswiped Biden on that. And so they didn't have a response ready to go in that moment. But as I said earlier, it was up to the media to treat that as not a scoreboard who versus moment. It was a time for the media to say, what does it mean when we don't get Build Back Better? What does it mean if we don't pass that into law? Who suffers? What is harmed? That is how they should have talked about it. And by the way, that is how the White House and Congress needs to talk about it. They need to say, this is what this bill is going to do and how it's going to help. My husband's grandfather, his name was Robert Joe. He had a really great saying. He was like a Southern salesman. He was very nice, very cool, by the way. And he said to me, Maya, people want to know within the first minute, how are you going to make the money or how you're going to save the money. Now he's Southern and I lived in the South, so I can talk like that. Okay. And I said, that's brilliant. People want to know that. And they want to know it across the board. People want to know, how are you going to save me money? Or how is this going to help close the wage gap? How is this going to help with my debt being reduced, right? And to me, the messaging has been off about that. You already know how I feel about them not talking about voting rights. Now, again, I want to make this personable and for a second, and why where my activism comes from, where my advocacy lives, why I propose the type of policies that I do, and why I love voting rights. So I told you I grew up in New Mexico. I grew up in poverty. When my mom got sick, when my mom got cancer, something really beautiful that my mother did, because I was really scared when she was diagnosed. I was 14 when she was diagnosed with cancer. And I remember it because I had just won the talent show. I danced to Grace Jones' My Jamaican Guy. And I was in the back seat with my grandfather and my mom. And my grandfather's face was really ashen. And my mother looked really scared. And I just was telling them I won the talent show. And they were both sad. So I go home. My mom tells me that she has breast cancer. And I remember holding my brother Matisse's hand, right? My brother Matisse at that point was 12. I was 14. And we both looked at each other and like, what are we going to do? Right? This is what we're saying to each other at 12 and 14. That's why when people are like, kids don't know what's going on. Oh, kids know what's going on. Okay. One of the things that my mother did was communicate to me what was going on with her. She would talk to me about if she wasn't feeling good, what her pain was. And as hard as it was to hear, it made me understand what was happening. She didn't hide it from me. Okay. And one of the things that I always couldn't stand was when doctors or people who thought that I was too young would try to hide things from me and not tell me what was going on with her treatments. Right. So early on, I started seeing that communication of what is going on, no matter how hard, is necessary. It is essential. It is needed. We can handle it, right? It's condescending to think that we can't handle what's going on, which is what I said earlier about the student loans, right? That's why I said I didn't appreciate it when my Senator Schumer, I call him Grandpa Schumer, I like him. I've met him. He's nice. But I didn't appreciate it when he tweeted, tell Joe Biden to cancel student loans now. The reason why I didn't appreciate it is because I read the white paper that was written by the Roosevelt Institute. That is the reason why a lot of people think that Joe Biden can just cancel it with an executive order. But even in that white paper, it says we're not sure if it can be canceled. It might end up going to the courts. To me, that's the conversation to have. Just tell the truth. Can it be done with an executive order? Maybe. Will it go to court? Probably. That is what needs to be in the conversation. We need to tell the American people the whole truth. Because when we don't do that, people start thinking, well, why didn't this happen? And this is what Malcolm X said earlier, when he said he's sick of politicians coming in to his community, telling what they're going to do, and then they don't do it. Well, what's happening these days is the same thing, but they're also not telling you the truth of what can happen. Like when I talk about healthcare, and I think that everyone should have access to the best quality healthcare, that it should be free if you can't afford it, right? And that for those that can, should pay, right? But I believe that everyone should have access to free and affordable healthcare across the board, and it has to be quality. However, if I just said everyone should have free healthcare, and then in that conversation, I'm missing a lot from that conversation. What else am I missing from that conversation? We have a cap on doctors. We have a nursing shortage. We have a healthcare system that is racist, that is ableist, that is misogynistic. So the healthcare conversation can't end with a hashtag free healthcare for everybody. And that is the kind of conversations that we need to be having in our public. They can't be these short-sighted conversations of free healthcare, cancel student debt, da 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 da. Because then the public gets excited. Why? Because the public is in pain, the public is scared, the public is drowning, and they want relief. And so when they hear politicians say, we're going to give you this, we're all like, great. I've said it to you all before. I owe 6 figures in student loans. 6 figures. I'm someone that would greatly benefit from my student loans being expunged. Greatly benefit, right? But at the same time, I'm someone that's going to tell you the truth and say, listen, if Joe Biden writes an executive order and expunges all student debt, exciting, right? We all cheer for a day. And then when that lands right back into court and everything's tied up, does that mean are our loans expunged, or is it in court? Do we have to still pay them? If we don't pay them, are they going to go into default? That happens. And I say, how would I know that happens? I don't know for sure, but I can witness it from what happened to Black farmers. Because Black farmers, Joe Biden was going to give Black farmers relief because Black farmers' numbers have dropped precipitously over the last 100 years. Black farmers were discriminated against by our government for loans. They had their land thefted. And Joe Biden was like, it's time to give relief to Black farmers. What happened? They immediately ended up in the courts. Joe Biden was going to sign an executive order for that. Boom. It's in court. And those Black farmers don't have relief. You don't think that's going to happen with student loans? Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, I'd love to be wrong about that one. I would love for Joe Biden to be like, get back from the lawyer, and the lawyer says, we've looked at that one line and we think you can do it. Go ahead and have them expunge the records. Go ahead and do it. I would love it. But the problem is it might end up in court. So you have to have the full conversation of what can happen. And the public, by the way, can handle it because it's a way for us then to respond. What does our participation need to be in this? If we're giving the public the full amount of information, then the public can go, well, then what is our next move? What do we have to push, right? And that's what we need. I want to have the full information about it. So I'm going to go back to voting rights for a moment because I'm going to talk about voting rights the whole time. So one of the other reasons why voting rights is going to be absolutely crucial for us from here and out is because for the first time ever, we were told that our nation is backsliding, a backsliding democracy. And that's a pretty horrifying sentiment to learn. And one of the things about why that is horrifying is because we've had a couple of things. One, we've never been a fully enfranchised society. Being fully enfranchised means that everybody over 18 who's a citizen is able to vote. And, in New York, we have people that are non-citizens that are able to vote, which I know Republicans' minds got blown by that. But these are people that are participating in our system, that are paying taxes, that are bringing food to us, that are babysitting, that are working jobs, that are lawyers, and they want to have a say in the policies that are affecting their life, right? So everyone over 18 should be able to vote, right? We don't have that in America. 2, backsliding and our democracy being downgraded by 3 different metrics, we've been told. One European think tank, The Economist, and there was another group, Freedom House, that downgrade. I can't believe I just remembered that. I was impressed by that. By 3 different metrics, we were downgraded. And one of the reasons that we were downgraded as a democracy was because of all the voter suppressive laws that have been passed. It's also how we are treating transgender people, how we are, the amount of hate crimes that went up against Asian Americans during the Trump administration. There are hundreds of bills against the transgender community and LGBT community. There's hundreds of voter disenfranchisement bills that are happening. Other countries are looking at us and saying, listen, America's democracy is something that is diminishing. And that's real. And by the way, that should be the story. And one of the reasons why I would like the media to stop being so cynical, Jeff, is because your job's in danger too. Because the press is protected by the First Amendment. The press is protected by the First Amendment. And when our democracy diminishes, when our democracy fades, when our democracy implodes, the press is no longer enshrined in our Constitution. All of a sudden, we have state media, everybody else is gone, right? That's what would happen. And why is the press enshrined in our Constitution? They're there to be the watchdogs. They're there to call out power. They're there to call out the abuse of power. What are they kind of doing these days? Being snarky and pretending everything's a sporting event, right? But I cheer for the press because we need local press. We need a robust press. We need a press that understands the policies that are happening. They need to understand the issues that we're dealing with. They need to be inclusive. They need to be diverse. Otherwise, they don't know how to talk about these issues. So this is part of the backsliding of democracy, too. We have a press that is so interested in game framing, treating things like a sporting event. And they're interested in clickbait. So they're looking for firebrands and controversy, that they're moving out of the substantive aspect and not understanding the emergency that we're having. And by the way, our democracy is in an emergency situation right now. As you sit here and watch me speak or join me later or do any of that, as we sit here, our people are actively working to demolish our democracy. And, some people have said to me, don't people like Elon Musk want democracy? No, they don't care about democracy. Why would they care about democracy? They're their own countries, basically. They have the GDP of small countries, right? They don't care about democracy. They have benefited from democracy. No, they haven't benefited from democracy. I'm sorry, they've benefited from our tax codes, right? But they don't care about any of that. They don't care about voting rights. They don't care about any of that. When they pretended to care was through philanthropy. Like, look at us giving some money to the poor. Look what we're doing. But that was just a way to avoid paying taxes and get a write-off. So no, wealthy people don't care about democracy. If they did, everyone who owed poll taxes in Florida, that would be paid off by some billionaire. And nobody did that. Not Tom Steyer, not Bloomberg. No one cared to do that. And they could have, but they didn't. So they don't care about democracy. So it's up to us to care about democracy. And it's up to the press to care about democracy. Okay? So right now we have a backsliding democracy. And we have a backsliding democracy for the first time ever. And that is horrifying to me. And I'm going to read, I think, a little bit from that, or just to give you a little bit more information on that, what backsliding means, what a backsliding democracy means. Let's see if I have it. Global State Report, U.S. Democracy Report. I got a bunch of them here. Democracy. So this is From Crisis to Reform. This is from Freedom House. And they're talking about why they believe we have, why our democracy has been downgraded, why our democracy has diminished. And there's another one that I'll also read too, which is called The Economist. Their intelligence unit also marked our democracy as sick and not healthy, right? So that's just from 2022. And then there is, I believe there's one more that I'll read as well, but I'm going to just read this one right now. The first one I'm going to talk about is Freedom House. From Crisis to Reform. The events in the past several months amounted to an acute crisis for democracy in the United States. An incumbent president attempted to overturn an election result. A violent mob assaulted the Capitol as Congress met to formalize his defeat, and lawmakers failed to hold the outgoing leader accountable for his reckless actions, leaving him in place as a de facto party in chief. Now, that's not completely true. We did impeach, but at the same time, I will say this. Our impeachment is such that removing him is much more difficult. I'm reading some Twitter stuff. Thank you for the comments, folks. The country avoided the worst possible outcome. Police at great cost protected members of Congress from harm. The election results were given fair hearing in court and ultimately confirmed, but there was And there was a peaceful transfer of power, but the crisis did not arise suddenly from an otherwise healthy political environment. US democracy is in urgent need of repair. This is from Freedom House. This is a report on our democracy. The problems that came to head in January had been accumulating for years. Freedom House has been tracking a gradual decline in respect for political rights and civil liberties in the United States over the past decade. The deterioration was initially marked by harmful new restrictions on voting rights, legislative gridlock that has made it nearly impossible for the country to address serious public policy changes, and the growing political influence of special interest groups. So let me just talk about that for one moment, okay? Some of the hyperpartisanship that has happened in our country. Some of the hyperpartisanship that has happened in this country, okay, not some. I'm going to actually say a lot of our hyperpartisan aspect of our country stems from trying to appease donors' corporate interests. Why? Because if Republicans are found to have compromised at all with Democrats, then they are punished by their donors. This is part of the reason why we have this hyperpartisanship happening right now in the United States, is because we can see that compromise means weakness to Republicans. And by the way, we have a similar aspect on the Democratic side with self-described leftists or the squad, right? There's this idea of non-compromising. Where do I think compromise should never happen? I don't think our human rights should ever be compromised. I do not think our civil rights should be compromised. I do not think our voting rights should be compromised. There are places where there is room for compromise, but those things are not, right? We should not be compromising on whether someone should have clean water or not. We should not be compromising if people should have clean air or not, right? So, but there are places for us to compromise. However, compromising has now officially become this idea of weakness. I had a conversation with someone, I was over the summer, where they were saying the problem with America is that we're only a two-party system. We're a two-party system, Maya. We need to have multiple parties. And I said, if I knew nothing about political science, I would agree with you. But I do. So I have to disagree, and I'll tell you why. Europe obviously has parties that have, like German, the Bundestag. Oh, I love that word. The Bundestag, which is like their parliament. They have multiple parties. Parliament and England has multiple parties. But what happens? You still have groups. You can have a group, called the Greens or, Labor or whatever, that end up still having to form a coalition to pass anything. So in essence, you still end up with a two-party system in a way, because those groups are then forming together as a coalition to vote against another group that has also coalesced around each other. So in a sense, a lot of us just are going to end up having two-party systems, even if we have a group of multiple parties. For example, the Green Party, how it damaged Hillary Clinton's chances in 2016. Again, I would like to still blame the majority of that loss on voter suppression and disinformation. That is where the most of the blame lies. But I also want to say that you can say, well, I voted for the Green Party, but in a way, you're in coalition with the Republicans, whether you like it or not. You can say, I am not in coalition with the Republicans. I am not in coalition with them. I voted for the Green Party. That is separate. But the reality is, who was helped by the Green Party? Let's just say it like that. Was it Democrats or was it Republicans? Well, we know it was Republicans. Therefore, you built a coalition with the Republicans. I mean, let's just be grown-ups about this. That's what happened. Let me tell you, I've said that to people's faces before, and they were mad. They were just like, there is no way. We did not have a coalition with them. And so I was like, okay, you can think about it however you want, but I'm just asking you, are you forming a coalition? Like, does it help the Republicans or help the Democrats? Look at it that way. If there was a party that helped the Democrats, then they formed a coalition with the Democrats. Okay. So we have to think about it. We have to kind of think about it in that way. All right. I don't want people can vote any way they want. And I want people to be able to vote any way they want. And I want everyone to have the right to vote any way they want. But you also have to recognize that the way that you vote is going to benefit one party or the other, no matter what. Even if you were like, okay, I'm going to vote as an independent. So it depends on what race it is. It's going to benefit one or the other. That's just how our system is. And it's how systems are in Germany, like with the Bundestag. It's how it helps with Parliament in England. It's just how it works. People form coalitions to pass policy, and it ends up being one group against the other. That's how it works. Okay. So let me go back to, I want to go back to this democracy report from Freedom House saying that our democracy is in trouble. Okay. The problems came to a head in January that had been accumulating for years. Freedom House has been tracking gradual declines in respect for political rights and civil liberties in the United States for the past decade. The deterioration was marked by voting rights, legislative gridlock, and public policy challenges that were influenced by well-funded special interest groups. The downward trend accelerated considerably over the last 4 years as the Trump administration trampled institutional and normative checks on its authority, cast aside safeguards against corruption, and imposed harsh and discriminatory policies governing immigration and asylum. The United States remains a free country, and America enjoys a more robust system than the vast majority of people globally, and this is true. So let me make that personal again for a second. I think it's interesting. Like, if you don't immediately come from like immigrants dealing with other countries and other issues, you may not have like a sense that stays with you about that. But like, my grandfather came from Chile, and when Pinochet took over Chile and was like really brutal and murdered people. This is people's reality. This is also some people's reality, right? They have these really harsh dictators, fascist, authoritarian figures. That is happening now as I'm speaking to you. People are under duress living like that. There are people that are dealing with having to hide being in the LGBTQ community. There's a bunch of just like vicious issues that are happening across the world. So as much as I'm telling you right now that our democracy is in danger, I am happy that we still have one. I'm still happy that it's somewhat intact, because we know that it is really bad in other places. I would like for America to be a place that is thought of really for the first time as really a beacon of democracy around the world. I think that those kind of stories that we had about America being a beacon of democracy across the world, a lot of that was mythology. And it's beautiful mythology, but it just wasn't true. And if you were with me earlier when I read the history of voting rights across the United States, the history of voting rights in the United States, the timeline of which it took to get voting rights for each group, you know that our democracy really wasn't a shining beacon of light. Part of that mythology that happened by calling us the shiny beacon of light served some purpose of insidiousness. Part of that was to serve this idea of imperialism, of going into other countries and robbing their resources under the guise of, well, we're a democracy trying to fight your communist country to spread democracy. So it's a very hard fact to, sorry, my lipstick is, take that off. It's kind of a hard fact to admit that, especially if you're somebody that ever bought into the fact that that somehow we were the shiny beacon of light, because our country has always dealt with and promulgated violence, right? Like we've been a country from the get that, like, people will talk about Trail of Tears, but of course we know that there have been many acts of violence in this country, some of which people just never talk about or didn't even know, because it is counter to our mythology about this country. And so actually that brings me to this. That's why I'm saying to you why we've never been a fully enfranchised democracy. And perhaps this is why we should, I'm gonna read you something. And that's why calling us the shining beacon on the hill is not correct in a lot of ways. To me, it is, we can be. That is the difference. That's what I want people to understand, is that we could be a shining example of democracy across the country. But right now, that is just not the reality of America. And that is just not real. And I'm gonna read a story. I'm gonna read a poem real fast. I started with a poem. I'm gonna do another poem. This one is by a Native woman named Layla Long Soldier. And she's talking about the Lakota 38. And the reason why I wanted to read this is because all of these things attach. Me talking about voting rights, fully enfranchised society, and the violence that our country has been a very violent country for a very long time, for multiple different reasons. And so to me, if we want to have a fully enfranchised society and we want to be a beacon of democracy, it means that we have to prioritize public health, and that imperialism and colonialism and also violence can no longer be part of that democracy story. Okay, so I want to read this story real fast. This is called 38, written and read by, this is written by Layla Long Soldier. Here the sentence will be respected. I will compose each sentence with care, by minding what the rules of writing dictate. For example, all sentences will begin with capital letters. Likewise, the history of these sentences will be honored by ending each one with the appropriate punctuation, period, question mark, bringing the idea to a monumentary completion. You may like to know I do not consider this a creative piece. I do not regard this as a poem or of great imagination or a work of fiction. All historical events will not be dramatized for an interesting read. Therefore, I will most responsibly to the orderly sentence conveyor of thought. That said, I will begin. You may or may not know about the Dakota 38. If this is the first time, you might wonder, what is the Dakota 38? The Dakota 38 refers to 38 Dakota men who were executed by hanging under orders from President Abraham Lincoln. To date, this is the largest legal mass execution in U.S. history. The hanging took place on December 26, 1862, the day after Christmas. This was the same week that President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And the preceding sentence I italicized, same week, for emphasis. There was a movie titled Lincoln about the presidency of Abraham Lincoln. The signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was included in the film Lincoln. The hanging of the Dakota 38 was not. In any case, you may be asking, why were 38 Dakota men hung? As a side note, the past tense hang is hung when referring to the capital punishment of hanging. The correct past tense is hanged. So it's possible that you're asking, why were the 38 Dakota men hanged? They were hanged for the Sioux Uprising. I want to tell you about the Sioux Uprising, but I don't know where to begin. I may jump around in details, will unfold in chronological order, so keep in mind I'm not a historian. So I will recount facts as best I can, giving limited resources and understanding. Before Minnesota was a state, the Minnesota region, generally speaking, was a traditional homeland for Dakota, the Ho-Chuk people. During the 1880s, during the 1800s, when the U.S. expanded territory, they purchased the land from the Dakota people. They purchased the land from the Dakota people as well as other tribes. But another way to understand that sort of purchase is Dakota leaders ceded land to the U.S. government in exchange for money or goods, but more importantly, the safety of their people. Some say that the Dakota leaders did not understand the terms they were entering to, or they would have never agreed. Even others called it trickery. But what to make of it was official and binding. The U.S. government drew it up in an initial treaty. The treaty was later reopened by another more convenient treaty and another. I'm going to continue reading this, but I want you to understand something. If this is the first time that you're hearing this story about the Dakota 38 that were hung, that's how a lot of people told me this year how they felt when they heard about the Tulsa massacre. A lot of people told me that they had never heard of the Tulsa massacre until this year. So there is a lot of violence that our government has perpetrated over the years to keep people disenfranchised and to assimilate. And that's why I said earlier, too, that assimilation can be very violent. Telling someone to get rid of their culture, to get rid of their identity, to get rid of their name is violence. Poverty is violence. There is a lot of violence. This treaty was replaced by another more convenient treaty and another. I've had difficulty unraveling the terms of these treaties, given the legal speak and congressional language. As treaties were broken and new treaties were drafted, one after another, the treaties often reference old defunct treaties. And it was a muddy switchback trail to follow. Often I feel lost on this trail. I know I'm not alone. However, as best I can put the facts together, in 1859, Dakota Territory was contained to 12 miles by 150-mile-long strip along the Minnesota River. But just 7 years later, in 1858, the northern portion was ceded, taken, and the southern portion was conveniently allotted, which reduced the Lakota land to a stark 10-mile tract. These same amendments and broken treaties are often referred to as the Minnesota Treaties. The word Minnesota comes from Minne, which means water, and soda means turbid. Synonyms for turbid include muddy, unclear, cloudy, confused, smoky. Everything is in the language we use. For example, a treaty, essentially a contract between two sovereign nations. The U.S. treaties with the Dakota Nation were legal contracts that promised money. It could be said the money was payment for the land Dakota is ceded for living within assigned boundaries, a reservation, and for relinquishing rights to their vast hunting territory, which in turn made Dakota people dependent. The previous sentence is circular, akin to so many aspects of history. Let me take a break for a second. I have talked today all about the circular nature of our history. The same narratives that are being used by elected Republicans and the right wing keep going in circles. The same conversations that we're having on the left keep going and flowing and ebbing. We're having the same conversations over and over and over and over again. And this is a cycle that has to break, right? Okay. In addition, local government traders would not offer credit to Indians to purchase food or goods. Without money, store credit, or rights to hunt beyond their 10-mile tract of land, Dakota people began to starve. Dakota people were starving. Dakota people starved. In the preceding sentence, the word starved does not need italics for emphasis. One should say the Dakota people starved, a straightforward and plainly stated fact. As a result, and without other options but to continue to starve, Dakota people retaliated. Dakota warriors organized, struck out, killed settlers and traders. The revolt is called the Sioux Uprising. Eventually, the U.S. cavalry came to Minnesota to confront the uprising. More than 1,000 Dakota people were sent to prison. As already mentioned, 38 Dakota men were subsequently hanged. After the hanging, those 1,000 Dakota prisoners were released. However, in further consequence, what remained of Dakota Territory in Minnesota was dissolved, stolen. Dakota people had no land to return to. That means they were exiled, homeless. The Dakota people of Minnesota were forced to reservations in South Dakota and Nebraska. Now, every year, a group called the Dakota 38 plus 2 riders conduct a memorial horse ride from Lower Burrell, South Dakota to Minnetonka, Minnesota. The memorial riders travel 325 miles on horseback for 18 days, sometimes through sub-zero blizzards. They continue their journey on December 26th, the day of the hanging. Memorials. Memorials help us focus our memory on particular people or events. Often memorials come in the form of plaques or statues or gravestones. The memorial for the Dakota 38 is not an object inscribed with words, but an act. Yet I started this piece because I was interested in writing about grasses. Then there's one event, and this is almost done. There's only one more page. The Dakota people were starving, as you remember. The government traders would not extend more store credit to Indians. She's saying Indians because that is how America termed native indigenous people, Indians. The trader named Andrew Myrick is famous for his refusal to provide credit to the Dakota people by saying, if they're hungry, let them eat grass. But the variations of Myrick's words, but they all sometimes to that effect. When settlers and traders were killed during the Sioux Uprising, one of the first to be executed by the Dakotas was Andrew Myrick. Andrew Myrick's body was found. His mouth was stuffed with grass. I am inclined to call this act by the Dakotas warriors a poem. The irony in their poem, there was no text. Real poems do not really require words. So we could also say language and word choice are crucial to the poem's work. They are circling back. Sometimes in that circle, I wish to exit. I must leap and let the body swing from the platform out to the grass. Okay, so that was Lalea 38 Dakota and by Layla Long Soldier. And so I want to circle back. I want to circle back to the part where he says, let them eat grass, because I think that's really important. Let me come back over here. Let's see here. Maybe move down here. Make sure everything's still working. It is. Okay, good. Okay, I want to come back to the part where she wrote about how Myrick said, let them eat grass. When I hear that, and when I say that things repeat in our history, this is how Republicans, how right-wing people, how even some moderates like Joe Manchin feel. Let them eat grass. There is that type of cynicism that really lives within the political body of America and in our politics. So this idea that somehow we're going to change their mind or win them over, when this is not anything in their goal, they don't want us to survive. You saw that it said that the Dakota 38, the Sioux were starving. They gave up their land because they thought if they did that, they wouldn't be harmed. And that there would be protections, perhaps. And of course, that's not what happened. What happened was land theft, threat of violence, and starve. That is that cynicism that still very much exists within our political sphere. It's that, let them eat grass is really how we are right now. So there's a lot of cynicism in our politics. There's a lot of cynicism within our media. There's a lot of cynicism right now with citizens. But I will say this, those that are, and I said this earlier, people who are feeling cynical about our politics, they have every right to feel cynical about it. Because there's a lot of people who have been hoarding resources for quite a long time. And I think that that's really tough. I think it's very tough to see that we live in a nation where resources are being hoarded. And then how does the rest of the world view us? They view us as a country that steals their resources, right? So back to democracy. If we want to create a democracy that is, one, fully enfranchised, If we wanted to create a democracy that is a beacon to other countries, and I don't think we necessarily have to play that role, by the way. I'm not saying that we have to play the role of leader. I don't think that. I think that we should more be concerned about the fact that we are caring about public health, that we're making sure that people are not living in poverty, that people have access to the resources that they need. But that would also take a fundamental change in our thinking and how the system functions. Because again, when our government was first formed, and I think a lot of people don't think about this sometimes, a lot of people do, some people don't, it was not thinking to function in that way. And this is why a lot of like Republican think tanks or conservative think tanks say, hey, I forgot what his name was, that said, we want to make the government so small that we can drown it in a bathtub. Like that was something that they thought would be great. Of course, that wasn't a true thing. They wanted the government just to work for them and their friends. So they wanted big government for them and small government for the rest of us. But when our government was originally formed, it wasn't really sure what it was how it was supposed to function, other than like collecting taxes and doing some things for roads. We didn't know the full function of what could happen with it. And again, it was formed with white landowning men in mind. So realizing that our federal government could do more really doesn't come into being until FDR, right? FDR is the person that, when the Great Depression happens, when the stock market crashed in 29, when people were jumping out of windows, when people were starving, when people's former livelihoods were wiped off the map. It was at that point where our federal government was like, we're going to have to do more, or we'll cease to exist as a country. So it was during that time period where they recognized that they had to do more. Now, keep in mind, it's during this time period where we have lots of people that are completely disenfranchised from our society. So they don't get to have a say really what the federal programs are going to be, or how the federal programs are going to benefit them or the communities, One of these books here, I'm going to be reading these books later tonight. And you know what? I'll make a drink later tonight too. Ooh. For example, this is a really fabulous book, Color of Law. A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America. We have a federal government that has kind of a lot of making up to do, a lot of repair to do. And so I think as a public, we have to be able to articulate that to them. And we also need representatives like me that can articulate that from as a legislator and say we have a lot of repairing to do. Some people say reparations, but the root of reparations is repair. We have a lot of repairing to do. And the reason why we have lots of repairing to do is because our government can do lots of great things. But in order for our government to do lots of great things, we need to fully enfranchise people. And we need to make up for the fact that we have people that were not able to, we have a lot of people that were not able to create generational wealth, create any wealth. And then we have governments that weaponize policy and law to hurt people. This is also another great book, a classic, if you will. Susan Faludi's Backlash, the Undeclared War Against American Women. This all has to do with lots of policy. I'm literally, my computer's resting on this book, The Power Broker. About Robert Moses and the harm that he did to Grover Norquist. Thank you, Ruben. That's who said I want to shrink the government down to. Thank you, Grover Norquist. Grover Norquist also was the person that wanted people to sign a promise, like they promise to make sure they're not going to raise taxes, all this ridiculous stuff. So that was Power Broker, and it's all about Robert Moses and all the damage that he did through policy and government and things like that. So all these books here I have are about policies the government that the government did that harmed people or helped people. I showed you all a little bit earlier. It's an old library book, but it's actually my grandfather's book. And this is about tradition and innovation in New Deal art, and talked about how the government at one point had, for a small amount of time, really had a broad federal art program, which is huge, which is something that I'm advocating for as I run for office. But that program also left out a lot of Black and brown people. There were some Black people that did benefit from it. The Harlem Renaissance, in part, happened because some federal funds were available, not to everybody, but some of it did happen. So one of the reasons why a lot of people are feeling frustrated and angry and saying, why can't the government do more? Well, part of it is because we have to tell them what we want. It's a two-way street. I said earlier that I want to see Schumer, my representatives, Gillibrand, she's great. I like her a lot. We need to have them communicate with us and say, this is why we're having an issue passing policy. But we also need, I'm going to put myself back on IG. People, for the IG crowd that was like, where are you? My phone died, and that's why. We have to also tell the government. Now, we obviously have a lot of advocates and activists that are telling the government what they need. And so the government does have a lot of answers in a lot of ways of what is needed. And then I obviously have my own ideas of what I think and believe is needed. Oh gosh, my light's gonna fall. Sorry, 1 second. I also have a lot of ideas of what I think are needed. I had spoken a little bit earlier about it, about one of the things that I believe that we need to readjust the poverty, how we measure poverty. I also firmly believe that we should not be using the stock market as an indicator. We should not be using the stock market as an indicator of if we're successful or not as a nation, right? We continue to use that, and it's a ridiculous notion to use the stock market. Because why? I mean, I don't own stocks. And yes, when the stock market crashes, it inevitably harms our communities. But that's also so awful. Like, we're always dependent on making sure that the stock market doesn't wipe us off the map again. So one of the ways that I believe that we could change things is not just remeasuring how we measure poverty, but we also need to remeasure how we are discussing poverty. Like, I don't think that we should have the stock market as an indicator. It can be one indicator, but I think that we should also have a poverty index indicator as well. And that would talk about, how many people right now are dealing with food insecurity or housing insecurity. How many people, because right now, for example, in my district, there's at least 8,000 children that deal with food insecurity every single night. My district has a lot of senior citizens that are incredibly isolated and lonely. I mean, it crushes my heart to have conversations with senior citizens that are looking for resources. COVID has been especially awful for them. You have a lot of senior citizens in my area also that are dealing with the fact that they're dealing with these small budgets. They live on these very small budgets, and it's hard for them to make it through the end of the week, let alone the month, on the small budgets that they are allocated with retirement or Social Security. So we have to see where we can bump up the money. A lot of people will say, we can't rely on the government for everything. I mean, I guess, but we can rely on the government for an awful lot as far as like helping out our country through its laws and policies. We know specifically that the government can harm us through its policies. And we also know that's something that the narrative of that needs to change. When people are just like, Republicans are really good with their like really sarcastic, mean quips, that they'll say. They come up with like new ones every month, like when they came up with the word snowflake or what do they used to say with money? The, I forgot what it was like. Not beggars. It was something awful, but it was always just like these are people that are leeching off the system, right? Never thinking about how these like places like Elon Musk like can avoid paying taxes. I mean, to me, that's the real leech of the system. He's literally getting kickbacks. His money is making money. He's offshoring a lot of it. And when Elizabeth Warren confronted him about paying his taxes, he was like a child. He acted like a little kid and was snarky right back to her. And it's time to make these people, these people that are making tons of money and they're not paying their fair share. And people will ask me too, like, what does fair share of taxes mean, right? Well, to me, I would like to go back to a little bit towards the tax system that we had before Reagan. And I don't know if you've looked at the way that Ronald Reagan simplified our tax code. There used to be multiple levels of streams of taxes. It'd be like these streams that did this, right? So they had all these different ones. And then he divided it into just like four. His team, instigated by the Heritage Society and the Heritage Foundation and AEI and, all of the like, I don't know, worst economists like that really were like, if you want to make money, you have to keep a certain amount of people starving. Like literally his economist said that. Okay. That's like a true story. I'm going to put my headphones back in for Instagram people. So we know that our government has managed to keep away money from us. Like if we're not raising the federal minimum wage, if we're not doing certain things, hold on. Sorry, people on Instagram. If we're still a group of people that's dealing with, we have growing inflation. We have growing inflation right now because of COVID, because we didn't need certain things produced. And then all of a sudden, when COVID was subsiding for a second, there was great demand and that causes inflation, right? That's something that I also wanted Biden to explain. But we have a lot of things that the government can do to help us, but we should also I think we need to come from a place of discussing how the government has specifically harmed us. Make the case of where the government has specifically harmed us in a way for us to say, this is why we need these things. We're not asking for free stuff. And even if we were, who cares? But we're not asking for free stuff. We're saying that, for example, like my father, he played professional basketball for a very short amount of time. And in the 70s, they didn't make, I'm going to cuss, they didn't make shit for money, right? Not like now, right? And when my dad's knee blew out, he was cut from the team and his job prospects were very little. And he told me he dealt with some discrimination and trying to get a job. And really the only job, he had a college education, but even with that, like the only jobs that he could really get was in the service industry. So my father and me both spent the majority of our life working within the service industry. And, my dad didn't come from any generational wealth. I told you that his father and mother were not allowed in Mississippi to go to school past the 5th grade. That really limited their job prospect. And why were they not able to go to school past 5th grade? Is because that was a policy, a government policy at the time for Mississippi for a lot of Black students. I want to make that clear, okay? So when people talk about repairing or reparations, that's what we're talking about. If your family was denied resources that other people were getting, then we need to look at that and say, how do we fix that? Republicans are of the mindset of let the past be past and we need to move forward. That's like their favorite thing. But the past is not past. I'm still greatly affected by the harm my father dealt with and his father dealt with and his grandfather and his mother and on were dealt with. And so if that means the past is very present, and the past is very present for a lot of people here in America, right? So this idea that we don't have to pay it forward, or we don't have to repair. We have a lot of repairing to do. When I read you that story, I'm sorry that you missed it on IG, folks. I read the 38 Lakota. for some of you, that might have been the first time that you heard that on the same day we had the Emancipation Proclamation happen, that 38 Native Americans were hanged on the same day. I mean, you may not know that, because one of the reasons why you may not know that is because it doesn't fit into the mythology that we've told ourselves about America, right? So that's one of the things too. We have to start telling the truth about our country, and tell it in a way that is, we're telling it to tell the whole story, to tell the full story. And this is also why our country is, by the way, I think our country is trying to do that right now. And that's why this critical race theory became a conversation. It became a conversation for several things. Republicans have used the same tactics over and over and over again since 1865 to try to distract us quickly and move us into a different conversation. It is a way to divide us, and it is a way to cause friction, and it keeps us from moving forward. So the critical race theory conversation was like a home run for Republicans. They were trying to find which one it was, right? Like they've always been successful in which ones they use, right? One of the ones that like Reagan and his team used, that Lee Atwater came up with. Lee Atwater was one of the people that came up with the Southern strategy, like scare white people and tell them that Black people and brown people are coming for their jobs. They're the ones taking the resources. The reason why you're poor is because of them, right? That kind of stuff. And dog whistle politics, right? So Republicans have used that for years. CTR is also dog whistle politics. It's the same thing. It's the same thing repackaged. And Republicans were trying to figure out what it was. You know, for a long time, it was actually same-sex marriage, right? They were like, this is going to break up the family. This is so bad. And for a while, I mean, people think of it now. They're just like, what? I can't even believe that was a thing now. Like when I got to like sit guest lecture in a class. It was like 18 to 22-year-olds, and a lot of them were queer and non-binary. And I was discussing that. That was so strange for them to hear about that gay and lesbian couples or whatever, queer couples couldn't get married, right? I mean, they know it, but it's like, keep in mind that they were much younger when that happened, right? So in a sense, there's an aspect of progress, but for a while there, that was another conversation that Republicans weaponized. They weaponized same-sex marriage to say the family is falling apart. One of the things that they tried to weaponize, and that's in Susan Faludi's backlash, is abortion. They didn't weaponize abortion forever. That hasn't always been a thing. It really hasn't. In New York City, there was literally a woman about 100 years ago where wealthy women would go to get their abortions done, right? And we know that every group, Catholics, Muslims, atheists, every group gets abortions. Everybody does that. But what Republicans realized pretty early on during the Roe versus Wade conversation was they realized pretty early on that they could weaponize that. This idea, when they would come up with pro-life and they came up with pro-family, that's actually new language. That's only been around in the last 30, 40 years. That wasn't a thing before then. They didn't think about that, right? They were like, everybody's pro-family, right? But then they were like, we're going to make that ours. We're going to weaponize that. We're going to use that to push people into this corner over on our corner and push everybody else over there. It's a way as a division aspect. Even though we know Republicans get abortions, we know Catholics get abortions. So it's just a narrative. It's a way to drive a wedge between people. That's why they call it a wedge issue. It's like drive a wedge between people, separate them, get them arguing. And meanwhile, what's happening when all that arguing is happening? Republicans are just robbing resources, taking away rights, getting the donors' money, cutting the tax code, all this other stuff to us that might, like, we're not even maybe noticing. That's what they're doing as we're arguing over wedge issues. Even as we're arguing over like student loans and stuff like that, they're like, good. They're gerrymandering. They're taking away right. They're doing all that. That's what they're doing while we're arguing. Okay. So CTR, critical race theory, became the new wedge issue. But again, Republicans only realized that would be successful in the last year. They were trying with trans rights. They were like, we're going to propose all these sweeping trans rights bills. What they didn't recognize is that there were a lot of people that are like, yeah, I don't know about going after queer people. Honestly, there were a lot of people that were like, you even saw a conservative guy testify on behalf of his trans child saying, please don't put these laws up. Please don't do this to my kid. So Republicans were finding that transgender identities and this conversation wasn't working for them, because a lot of people in America were like, we're good with this, right? It's like, and I think it's over 67% of Americans are for trans rights. That means that 67% of America are totally cool with it. That's awesome, right? This is only the minority is like, I don't know. And I honestly think for a lot of them, that's the same, like 33% of people that are just like, I don't like anybody. You know what I mean? They're the ones that voted for Trump, that stayed with Trump. They don't like anybody. But 67% of people are for trans rights. More than that are for modernizing SSI. The majority of people are actually for voting rights. Okay? So Republicans are like, oh, we're not winning on these issues, right? We're not winning on this. I'm going to get back to the voting rights part again, of course, but I want to get back to CTR for a second. The reason why critical race theory worked is because no one knew what it was. They didn't understand it. A lot of people were just like, I don't even know what this is. And so when you have groups of people not exactly understanding what critical race theory is or what it means or what it does, that means that Republicans can fill in the blanks. And that's what they did. Republicans filled in the blanks about what critical race theory is. No, I mean, filled it in with their own narrative. And of course, it was their own false narrative. And it's not real what they did. They tried to make it seem, and they've done this before, that Democrats hate America. This is their favorite thing. They've always said that you can go back. I would love for somebody to put a cut together of Republicans saying Democrats hate America, leftists hate America, progressives hate America, liberals hate America. You can put that together. You would have hundreds of clips of people saying that, right? And what they really mean about that is when they're saying America, they mean Americans hate corporate interests who are willing to pollute and dictate policy, right? That's what they're meaning by that. So critical race theory for them was like, they started seeing that it could be a useful weapon for them. A lot of the school events that you saw where people were holding up signs saying no to critical race theory, and Republicans were trying to explain it as they're trying to teach hate to kids, and they're trying to teach kids that everyone's racist, and they're trying to say the history of America is racist, or all that. That part's right. But part of why the backlash against critical race theory, which again was mostly only taught in like law schools, wasn't taught in junior high or high schools for the vast majority part. The reason why they were successful in it was because it was an astroturfed campaign. And if you all are not knowing what that means, what an astroturf campaign means, it's because it's the opposite of grassroots. Grassroots is supposed to be organic. A kind of a movement naturally springs up, and people are moved by it and want to join in the cause and want to help people and want to move policy forward. And astroturfed is fake. It's when you've got think tanks studying the issue and figuring out and then paying to push out messaging. Some of it will be inorganic, that people will grab it. Other people will then be influenced by it, and then they naturally join up. And Rubin said, this is why school board elections matter. Of course they do. They definitely do. All elections, every single local election, state election, federal election, they all are important. They all have influence. I've been saying that for years. But the critical race theory one was the one that worked for them. What also worked for Republicans? The defund the police aspect. I know a lot of people are going to groan. Oh, I don't want to talk about that, Maya. I'm just going to talk about it for a second. And the reason why the defund the police was successful for Republicans to message on. I was actually in North Carolina for the presidential election, and the defund the police was used to attack every single Democrat running, like Cal Cunningham, who was running for Senate. People are like, if he just kept it in his pants, he would have won. No, he was losing anyways because there was such a big Trump contingent down there. Okay, I want people who think, oh, it was almost close. It was because no. And they were using it against judges, against any Democrat that was running in North Carolina. It wouldn't matter if the person was a cop themselves. They Republicans would tag them with the idea of defund the police. And why it was successful was because, and I've had conversations with a woman who's with Black Lives Matter. She helps do their she's part of helps with their messaging. She and I kind of were talking about it. And I just said, listen, people don't understand the word defund. I don't think it's a great word. I'm not scared of words like that. I understood what it meant. It just meant that we would relook over police budgets and see where best to reallocate. But defund the police was very easy for Republicans to use and to weaponize in the way that they use and weaponize critical race theory, because our country has a hell of a time discussing race issues. And the vast majority of our media has no damn clue how to do it, right? The papers and magazines that I subscribe to, it's because they have a lot of Black writers on staff. And that's who I'm reading. Because at least I know that there's a fair shake that they understand what critical race theory is, and they understand nuance, and they can look through the different lenses of how to approach a subject matter. But a lot of the press didn't understand it. They didn't understand defund the police. They didn't really understand the protests. They thought that they did, but they really didn't understand it. And this is how Republicans are able to kind of weaponize these kind of conversations and things, okay? So this, in 2022, Mitch McConnell has already said, we're not going to run on any particular policy. That's what he said. Kind of said it with a smirk too. Which means Mitch McConnell firmly believes that he's going to win. Republicans don't have policies. Their only policies that they have are to strip away things. Strip away things for us to give them to their donors, to give them to their corporate interests. They give to them. They don't give to us. They don't want to. So that's why Mitch McConnell's like, we don't have a policy we're running on. We don't have some kind of, great society. Of course, they would never do great society, but they don't have some broad ideas. I do remember, God, I'm going to say a name here that I don't even want to say, but Paul Ryan. Remember Paul Ryan? God, he was a schmuck. Sorry. But Paul Ryan, when Paul Ryan was, in the House, he was he really felt like he had big plans. He was like, we're going to reform the tax code and we're going to cut the budget. And that was the Republicans' big thing that they would always talk about. We're going to cut the budget. We're going to do this. These were their big ideas. And Republicans don't care about that anymore. Republicans have decided that they don't need to run on anything anymore other than dread, fear, white grievance. That's what they're running on. Okay. And because they're bereft of any ideas, that means they have to run in a way that takes away voting rights. They have to run in a way that that guarantees that they're going to win. some of these voting laws that Republicans are passing, anti-voting laws that Republicans are passing in state houses across America, are some of the most dreadful pieces of legislation that I've seen that haven't been around since the Mississippi Plan. And to me, that's absolutely horrifying. I mean, the fact that they're trying to make sure that some of these voting laws, like in Georgia, they're even making sure that if their Secretary of State tries to step in, that they can dismiss that person. They can dismiss that Secretary of State. I mean, that's pretty horrifying to me. They are doing what they did in 2000 with Bush Jr. and Al Gore on steroids now. That frantic pace of like anything goes, call the get the Supreme Court to stop the count, do the hanging chads, Roger Stone causing a little bit of a mob to create a commotion. That's what they're doing now on steroids with the legislation that's in these state houses. They're trying to remove any obstacle, not from voters, but they're trying to remove any obstacle that they may have in reversing an election, getting rid of even a Republican that says, hey, wait, this is a legitimate election. Like that Secretary of State that was in Georgia. And, Trump wanted him to declare, they wanted him to declare the election illegitimate in Georgia. And Raffensperger, right? And he came out, with his full head of gray hair and said, no, listen, this election is legitimate. We've counted the votes. He's like, I'm a Republican. I wanted us to win, but we didn't, right? So even then, you see that Republicans were like, okay, so that prevented us from winning, from taking the election. So what are we going to do? We're going to make sure that the next time that we have an election, and if we have a Secretary of State do something like that, we're going to make sure that we can just replace him and put somebody in that says, actually, these results are wrong. Okay? So that's why, to me, I get frustrated when people don't see the urgency of what is happening with that. And we talked about corporate interests. So one of the things that I'm going to move into right now, I'm going to come back to Carol Anderson, but one of the things I want to read is some of the beautiful legislation that has been written to actually help with these issues. Because people are like, we need the policy. I'm like, well, we actually have some of the policy. But because we have the filibuster, and why I'm talking today and the way that I am talking is because this policy can't get passed unless, one, we reform the filibuster, back to the talking filibuster. Or the other thing that we would need to do as well is we need to have enough senators that are actually willing to vote on this. At one time, Joe Manchin said that he would consider voting on a stripped down version of some Voting Rights Act. Well, we can't believe him now because, we didn't believe him before, but we can't believe him now because he said, I am not going to vote for this, for Build Back Better. And again, that completely came out of nowhere for Biden. Biden, that absolutely flipped him out because he was just like, I did not know that was going to happen. So one of the things I want to talk about is For the People Act. And For the People Act is something that this one scares the bejesus out of all of the Republicans. And it definitely scares someone like Joe Manchin. Because this is Freedom to Vote Act. The reason why it scares Joe Manchin is because it makes donors transparent. And that's really, really frightening to him. So there's that. And then let me get to Freedom to Vote Act. I just have to read it online. I might actually just read Freedom to Vote. I'm going to read that one online. If my internet can handle it. So far, it looks like it's kind of handling it okay. So knock on wood. I have Spectrum. It could go down any second. But it looks like it's still happening. Yeah, okay, good. So let me go to For the People Act. And there's an annotated version of this on the Brennan Center for Justice. And I can actually put this online. I'll put it online later for people who want to check it out. So this is the annotated guide for the People Act of 2022. Summary: For the People Act would transform our democracy by making it fairer, stronger, and more inclusive. The Brennan Center explains the key provision of this historic bill. I've talked about For the People Act many times online because I think it's a really beautiful piece of legislation. It took a lot of work to see, it was a very beautiful vision of like what is needed to try to shore up our democracy. So For the People Act, H.R. 1 passed in the House of Representatives on March 3rd, 2021. The Senate version of the bill, which has been designated S1 and tracks closely to the House language, was introduced just 2 weeks later. A previous version of the bill passed the House of Representatives in the 116th Congress in 2019 by a vote of 234 to 193. The previous Senate version was co-sponsored by all 45 Democrats and both independents. Across 10 titles, the historic legislation would make it easier to vote in federal elections, end congressional gerrymandering, overhaul campaign finance laws, amazing, increase safeguards against foreign interference, yes, strengthen government ethics rules, and more. Most of these reforms would be implemented for the November 2022 general election, okay, for midterms. With the exception of some redistricting and public finance changes that would go into effect later. The explainer provides details about each title and subtitle of the bill as passed by the House, as well as information about related legislation and that the Brennan Center seeks to address. Okay, so there is 10 pieces of For the People Act, which I think is, again, really thoughtful and thought out. So 10 of the things that are part of the For the People Act is, one is you would modernize voter registration, restore voting rights, protect the ballot. Modernizing voter registration, I'm excited to discuss that. We don't have a centralized system of voter registration in America, and for good reason. It would be a little bit easier to interfere in our elections if all of our registration and everything was in one hub, right? It's designated by the states, it's separated that way, but our voter registration, the way we do it is so outdated. You know, like, to me, if you want to register when I want to register to vote, I've been registered forever, but if I had to re-register to vote, if I moved, I would have to type it out. I'd have to print it. I'd have to sign it. I'd have to close it. I'd have to mail it in, and then it would come back. Or I could go to a DMV or something like that, right? But either way, that's very antiquated in a world where a lot of us sign documents, online. And we should be able to submit online. So we would be modernizing voter registration, restoring voting rights, and protecting the ballot. Okay, the next one, Title II, Restoring the Voting Rights Act, DC and territorial voting rights, and ending gerrymandering. Title III, Election Security. Title IV, Campaign Transparency, countering foreign interference. We know right now that foreign interference is really big. We've always had a little bit of foreign interference, and America has participated in foreign elections as well. No one should be interfering in anybody's elections, right? But one of the things is that we don't have transparency in finances with our campaigns, and foreign interference went through the roof during the Trump administration. I don't think that Putin and everybody else that kind of messed with us, I don't think that they even knew they'd be successful in some of the disinformation campaigns they had done. I don't think I think they were just like surprised. But this For the People Act would counter foreign interference. Title V, empowering small donors and related reforms. Title VI, enforcing campaign finance laws, strengthening campaign contribution limits. Oh God, I would love that. Title VII, Supreme Court ethics reform, expanding lobbyist disclosure, FARA reform, recusal of presidential appointees. Title VIII, executive branch ethics reforms. Title IX, congressional ethics reforms. Title X, and this is a big one, disclosure of presidential tax returns. To me, I think it is so outrageous that we still have people that can become president that do not have to disclose their taxes at all. I'm happy to disclose all of my taxes. I would be more embarrassed for you all to see how little I make. Me and my husband, but I'm fine with showing you. So, and to me, if you're going to be the president of the entire United States, you should absolutely know where your money is coming from and how, all that. So that's how, that's just a tiny summation of it. So next I'm going to go into, some of the annotated aspects. So I'm going to go into the analysis of For the People Act. For the People Act, again, is something that would really help strengthen our democracy. It would be something that would be enfranchising to people. It would protect our elections. It would modernize aspects of a system that has long needed to be modernized, right? So findings in general constitutional authority, background and summary of key changes. This section affirms Congress's power to protect the right to vote, regulate federal elections, and defend democratic process in the United States. It notes that the Constitution gives Congress broad authority to regulate congressional elections, a power that the Supreme Court has recently affirmed, as well as a power to guarantee a Republican form of government, not Republican, big R, Republican, little r, form of government, and the states, and the power to enforce the 14th Amendment, which protects the right to vote. It also emphasizes both the 14th and 15th Amendment, gives Congress the power to eliminate racial discrimination in voting and the democratic process, which persists in areas like voting restrictions, redistricting across the polls, and felony disenfranchisement. So, in case some didn't catch that, when the Voting Rights Act was gutted in 2013, it very much was Ruth Bader Ginsburg, R.I.P. She basically wrote in her dissent, which I'm going to read later tonight. Later tonight, with a cocktail, I'm going to read her dissent. It's a really beautiful one. Most people call it the umbrella dissent, and I'll explain that why later. But during that time, she was like, listen, Congress needs to go ahead and do this. Just the way Congress needs to codify abortion, Congress needs to codify more of our voting rights, right? One of the things that Ginsburg said that I absolutely agree with, and I'm going to relate it to voting rights, is that with abortion, one of the things that she had worried about when Roe v. Wade was decided, she was a little bit worried that this broad piece of legislation that went up like that could not be knocked down. She kind of already knew that. She was just like, okay, well, this broad piece of policy is going to be up, but if it gets knocked back down. With the VRA, there was certain things that were underneath the VRA, right? The 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, we have two civil rights acts. There were things that are kind of underneath it. Kind of keep stitching us together a little bit. But it was still able to be ripped from us in a way that is very disconcerting. So to me, we have to have lots of pieces of policies being built, but piece by piece. That is how I approach policy as well, right? I am a big picture person, but I want to know, how do we put, and I don't like to think in hierarchical terms. I like to always think about us moving forward. How do we move policy in a way that it places a brick in front of another brick to strengthen our pathway forward, right? So to me, that's how we have to think about voting rights. How do we strengthen each aspect to make it stronger for us to move forward? If we codify abortion rights, putting it in our laws, it moves us forward brick by brick, step by step, instead of one big thing that can get knocked over, right? And that's how I want us to think about things. As far as For the People Act is concerned, this is one of those brick by brick pieces of legislation that I absolutely love, because it's handling multiple things at a time. So even if, I don't know, the court finds some of it unconstitutional, right? They won't necessarily knock it all down. There's piece by piece. Okay. So speaking of which, standards for a judicial review, the background and summary of key changes. This section provides that any challenge to the constitutionality of any provision of H.R. 1 shall be filed in or transferred to the U.S. District Court, or for the District of Columbia. That court, the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, and the Supreme Court are tasked to expedite such litigation to the greatest possible extent. Any member of the House of Representatives or Senate will have the right to intervene in any such case. Okay? So they're saying, yeah, some of this might get challenged in court, but we'll be prepared for that, and we have Congress can step in. Okay? So let's start with Title I, election access. This is part of the modernizing voter registration, restoring voting rights, and protecting the ballot. So Title I, election access. This title aims to modernize voter registration and take other steps to improve voting access in federal elections. So this is like a big part of the For the People Act, is modernizing our really outdated way of how we go about it. I mean, some of the ways that we register to vote it's the same way we've been registering to vote for decades, right? Okay. Subtitle A, voter registration modernization. Part 1, promoting internet registration. What? Automatic voter registration. Amazing. Same-day voter registration. Conditions on removal on basis of interstate cross-checks. I'll get to that in a moment. Let me start with the promoting internet registration is amazing. Automatic voter registration to me is such a critical aspect of enfranchising people. The second you turn 18, you should be registered to vote. That's just how it should work. You're registered to vote now. You choose not to vote, you don't have to vote, but you're registered. That's how it should be. Boom. Just the way when you turn 18 automatically in some states, you become an adult. You're considered a legal adult. Like when you become 21, you're automatically able to access alcohol if you want to, right? Why can't we have that automatically be for voting rights, right? For registration. Same-day voter registration is also critical. I mean, if we have automatic voter registration, we don't necessarily need same-day registration. But if for some reason, obviously, you're not registered to vote, you can be able to walk in on the same day, register to vote, and vote. That should absolutely happen. That should be an easy thing. Conditions on removal on basis of interstate cross-checks. So one of the reasons why there was so much voter purging that happened in 2014, 15, 16 on, we've had, people have always been purged for the voting rolls. I don't want people to think that like purging is always a bad thing. Sometimes people are removed from voting rolls because they died. Sometimes they are removed off a voting roll because they moved into another state, right? But we did have a really insidious thing happen with a guy named Chris Kobach from Kansas. Chris Kobach from Kansas developed a program, this interstate cross-check system, which is what he called it, that he would purge people for various reasons. He would say, oh, well, all these people moved. But it was curious that a lot of the people that were purged seemed to have names like Contreras or Sanchez or Long, names that are associated usually with Latino people, Hispanic people, Black people. Those were the ones that tended to be purged off these voting rolls. And these are things that people didn't realize until they got to the voting roll place. And in some places, I believe in Georgia, they went to court and found out it was at least, I usually have my statistics in front of me, but it was like at least 100,000 people that should not have been purged were purged. And they would also do these really insidious things where they would like send you a postcard and say, hey, if you don't check this, if you don't look at this postcard, we're going to purge you unless you call us and tell us not to purge you. Something that also happens within BIPOC groups, especially people that are poor, is we move a lot. And so there were a lot of people that weren't actually even getting this mail. And sometimes when it looked like it was from the government, it kind of looked like maybe it was from a credit card company. People would tend to throw them away. So people weren't necessarily getting these pieces of paper. And Republicans were saying, hey, we mailed you those pieces of paper. It's your fault that you're purged. So that is one of the insidious ways of how they were able to remove so many people from the voting rolls. One of the things that was bothered me, again, I'm going to keep bringing up 2016, was that they didn't talk about that purging until after the election happened. It was not known until after the 2016 election just how many people were actually purged. Some were purged legitimately, but there's a lot that were not. There were some states that have a use it or lose it rule. If you don't vote in 2 elections, you're purged automatically. A lot of people didn't know that. A lot of people were like, I had no idea that I was being purged, right? And because of that, think about how many votes that Hillary Clinton lost by. I think it's around 77,000 votes across 3 states. There were more than that purged from voting rolls, okay? Again, there are multiple factors of why 2016 ended the way that it is. It's not just one thing, right? But I'm telling you right now that voter suppression played a large role in it. There are studies that have stated that. Okay, so I'm going to go back to some of the other things that would happen with For the People Act. Okay, oops. Let me make sure my internet's working. Okay, good. Other initiatives to promote voter registration, the availability to help America Vote Act requirement payments, prohibiting interference with voter registration, Voter Registration Efficiency Act, providing voter registration information to secondary school students, voter registration of minors. I mean, this is a beautiful piece of policy. Do you understand? I mean, I get excited. I get excited about great voter policy. Okay, so all of this is in For the People Act. Okay, so this is the first time you're hearing For the People Act. It's a beautiful piece of legislation. Voter registration for minors is really exciting because basically what they're saying is for some people, they're going to allow pre-registration of people that are like 16. And for some people, they propose even letting 16-year-olds vote. Where do I fall along the lines of 16-year-olds being able to vote? I was 16 when I buried my mother. I was very adult at 16. Not everyone's very adult at 16. There are some people that are not very adult at 50. So it's very hard to judge, isn't it? You do have students that are at schools that are dealing with gun violence and shooting, and maybe they should have a say in gun laws. So that's why, to me, I'm okay with 16-year-olds voting. Because whether or not we pass laws to keep our public safe is dependent on people that are not in high school dealing with school shootings, right? I mean, yes, at universities they are, but I'm saying that many people in school shootings have been happening horrifically in, high schools, junior highs, and unfortunately, like horrifically elementary schools, right? So to me, having 16-year-olds say, I'm done with this, I'm taking down the NRA, we're not doing, the NRA is taken down, but I'm saying other gun lobbies and Republicans and things like this. I mean, these Republicans are so far gone. You saw a lot of them like posing in front of their trees with semi-automatic weapons. I mean, it was awful, right? So to me, 16-year-olds, some of them should have a say, and whether they want their gun laws to change or things like that. Okay. Access to voting for individuals with disabilities, prohibiting voter caging. I'll explain that lower. Prohibiting deceptive practices and preventing voter intimidation. I'm going to cuss for a second. Some of the prohibiting deceptive practices and preventing voter intimidation. Deceptive practices is a thing in politics that for a long time was called rat fucking. It's not my term. It's something that has been around for a long time. It's where you do robocalls to people and you tell them to vote, that they can vote on their phone. If they can text 20001 and cast their ballot that way. So that is the kind of not intimidation, but this is the kind of deceptive practices they're talking about. There were billboards put up in some places in the South that said, if you're not registered properly or you were formally formally incarcerated, if you try to vote, you're going to go to jail right away. And so there were some people that were like, okay, I don't know. I don't want to go to jail, like if I'm not registered the right way. So that's another form of intimidation. And it's also a deceptive practice. So those kind of things. Another part of section 1 is democracy restoring, promoting accuracy, integrity, and security through voter verified permanent paper ballot, provisional ballots, early voting, voting by mail, absent uniform service voters and overseas voters, poll workers recruitment and training, enhancement of enforcement, federal election integrity, promoting voter access through election administration, promoting voter access, disaster and emergency contingency plans, amazing, improvements in operation and election assistance commissions, miscellaneous provisions. Okay, that is just in the first section, Title 1. That's in the first section. That's the first section of 10 sections of voting rights of For the People Act. That's just one section, which is really quite thrilling, which is quite amazing, I have to say. Okay, so in that section, we have a massive modernizing. It's really thinking of every aspect of where there's issues with voting. So when people think about voting and voter suppression and voter intimidation, you're seeing the nuance of what is needed to kind of fix some of the issues. But just as nuanced as it is to try to fix some of the issues that we have, some of the problems that we have with voting, that's exactly the amount of detail that some elected Republicans are using and some right-wing people are using to deny people the right to vote. Do you see? And that's why it's really difficult to stop what is happening right now without voting rights. But we have the solution in our hands right now. And the solution passed the House, thank you, Nancy Pelosi, but it stalled out in Congress because ain't no way Sinema and Manchin are going to vote for this one. They have no interest in this. Sinema and Manchin are bought, sold, and owned. Okay? So they're not going to vote for this piece of legislation. It's not going to happen. So I'm going to continue. Voter registration modernization. This subtitle would modernize voter registration process for federal elections. The United States has one of the lowest turnouts among developed nations, with nearly 1 in 4 eligible voters not registered. The reforms in this subtitle seek to boost voter registration rates by eliminating unnecessary barriers and bringing voter registration systems into the 21st century. Okay? So that is part of that voter registration modernization, because we have 1 in 4 people that are not even registered to vote that are eligible to. So not only do we have an issue with people showing up to the polls for various reasons. There's multiple reasons. I've listed some of them earlier. Some of them are just because some campaigns never reach out to them, never talk to them, never tell them about the election. Some of them don't know when the election even happens. I swear to you, I had someone come up to me at NYU, mind you, and I had a vote sticker on me, and they said, "Oh, when is the election happening?" I'm like, "It happened today. Like it's done." And so, sometimes there's still not enough information. I know it seems ridiculous, but it's true, right? So you have a low turnout. You have a lot of people that are not registered to vote. For the People Act would help modernize voter registration. It would help bring so many more people into the fold. Really, that's like millions of people that would be brought into the fold to become voters for the first time. Okay. Promoting internet registration. Internet registration is something that I'm very curious about. Like, how would that work? But this For the People Act addresses it. And because they believe that the time has come for us to modernize voting registration on the internet. So let's look at this. This part would provide online voter registration in federal elections nationwide. Traditionally, voters register using paper forms, as I stated earlier. State officials then manually transferred each qualified voter's information from the paper into the state registration system. I mean, so old-fashioned. They're literally typing it in. This process is both costly and prone to error. This is why in a majority of states that have moved to offer online registration, as of October 20th, as of October 2020, online registration has been implemented in 40 states. The District of Columbia. This would require its use in all federal elections. Specifically, it would require each state to provide an online voter registration application that may be completed, submitted, and received by electronic officials. By election officials electronically. Would allow registered voters to update their voter registration information online. That's amazing, right? And would permit voters without DMV records to register online using electronic copies of handwritten signatures to secure online signatures, or by providing a signature upon requesting a ballot. So to me, this is a beautiful thing. And by the way, one of the reasons why voter purges happened, or why there were maybe issues at the ballot, is sometimes someone would type in the name wrong. And it didn't match the person on the street, and so that they would purge that person. And it was at no fault of that person themselves. It was the fault of the person who put that information in. That's why this is a game changer in that way. Okay? So let's talk about something that I'm really excited about with modernizing voter registration. And it's one that isn't modern. This is something that has been happening in some states for a while now. Okay? And that is automatic voter registration. Not everybody has automatic voter registration, right? This part will require states, including U.S. territories, to use automatic voter registration for federal elections nationwide. Under automatic voter registration, when eligible citizens provide information to government agencies like Department of Motor Vehicles, they are automatically registered to vote or have their existing registration information updated. How beautiful. Unless they affirmatively decline, saying, I don't want to vote. Don't register me. In other words, AVR, which is automatic voter registration, shifts voter registration for an opt-in to an opt-out approach, which I think is great. Because I'm going to tell you right now, most people will opt in, right? Most people will not opt out, is what I'm saying. As of February 2021, 19 states and the District of Columbia have already enacted AVR. If adopted nationwide, this part would require, this could register up to 50 million new eligible voters while making voter registration rules more accurate, save money, cut down on confusion and other problems at the polls. So let me talk about that for a second. As I had mentioned that doing this would add millions more. And then they gave me the specific number. It would add 50 million new voters to the polls, to the rolls. It's amazing, right? And also, let me tell you this. part of one of the reasons our system is so dysfunctional is bureaucracy. And that bureaucracy has to do with all the paperwork that we're constantly filing, that we're always having to submit. It takes time, it costs money, and we have new streamlined ways of doing things where that money could be saved and could be used elsewhere. My life education is in bureaucracy. After my mother passed away and I went to college, when I went to FSU, every semester, and my father at that point was living he was living out of the country, and he was like, so it's a ridiculous story, but he was living out of the country. He was living in a basement. He was having a hard time finding a job. I didn't know where he was at that time. So basically I was declared declared an orphan. I know it sounds like Dickens, but it is what it is. But every semester I had to prove to the registrar office that my mom was dead and I didn't know where my dad was. Every semester. And every semester I'd say, you have computers. I submitted the paperwork. Why are you making me reprint this stuff and bring it back in and hand it to you guys? That is how most of our government works. So in college, my freshman year, when I was 18 years old, I got a massive course in bureaucracy and how our democracy is dysfunctional. And part is the bureaucracy of it. That's unnecessary, right? So this automatic voter registration would help streamline an aspect. It would bring 50 million people to the voting roll. And by the way, who does that scare? It scares Republicans. Because a lot of those voters are Democrats. Sure, a lot of them are Republicans. But the more people that tend to turn out, Democrats tend to have the edge. And we know that by who wins the popular vote, don't we? Because Hillary Clinton still won the popular vote. Joe Biden won the popular vote. On and on, okay? So we know the numbers are with us. That's why this is why Republicans don't want automatic voter registration. They don't want a modernizing of our system. They don't want any of that. That doesn't work for them. That harms them, okay? Okay, so summary of key changes. This part would, among other things, require each state, including the territories, to implement a process whereby eligible voters who provide information to certain agencies, such as the DMV, social services, public universities, to be automatically registered to vote unless they decline or opt out. Require state agencies to inform prospective voters that they will be automatically registered unless they decline, and inform them of voter eligibility requirements and consequences of false registration. False registration is not really a problem, because that would be, that's kind of like voter fraud, right? And we know that voter fraud, I'm going to make some more coffee. Yeah, I am. Voter fraud is pretty rare. I mean, it's not pretty rare. It's as rare as getting struck by lightning. And when you do commit voter fraud in this country, you're caught. We know this because we've caught people doing it right away. That's why this idea that there's like millions of people voting illegally is not a thing. It does not happen. It does not happen. We find out right away. Okay. So let's see here. This is another part of what would happen with this first part. It would require states to register voters to update their addresses and information at the polls. It would authorize the Election Assistance Commission to monitor states' election practices and provide additional funds to assist them with implementing new automatic voter registration requirements. Require states to ensure that automatic voter registration process remains nonpartisan, non-discriminatory, and access to individuals with disabilities, which is pretty massive. I will be talking about disability voting rights later this evening as well. And 1 in 4 Americans is disabled. I don't know why we don't talk about that more. Of course, the disability community talks about it, but I'm saying for people that are non-disabled, we should be talking about that more. We should definitely be talking about it more with regards to our policies and how we are thinking about our policies and how we're being inclusive in our policies. When people are talking about intersectionalism, they often just think of gender or race. They're not necessarily talking about disabilities, right? And so we have to think about that. We have to think about that for voters and the issues that within the disability community is is we are, it is on our government to make sure that everyone is on an even playing field to go make it to the polls, right? If you are having if you have a place where someone who has a mobile disability cannot get onto the sidewalk or get into the place to vote, if you're someone with visual disabilities and need assistance or a poll watcher that understands how to aid you if you don't have an aid with you, like all of these things should be automatically provided. This is why we have the Americans with Disabilities Act, right? However, we know that some people have said they'll eventually catch up to making sure that voting is accessible for everybody, right? It's not a priority. And I am not in the disability community. I work with the disability community. I do my best to be an ally with the disability community, because to me, this is an integral part. They are 1/4 of our country. And I don't ever want to be the person that gets more mad than them, but it is frustrating for me to see some of the unnecessary challenges the disability community goes through when just trying to cast a ballot. And it really should be frustrating to all of us, because that's why I love that, my earlier education, learning about the disability community. One of the reasons why a lot of people in the disability community would say we don't necessarily like the words special needs. And you should always listen to the disability community and how they're using phrasing and how they're discussing policy, because language always updates. For example, years ago, I think I said disabled and abled body. I think I said that this is years ago. But luckily, I had a friend in the disability community that said, actually, Maya, say disabled or non-disabled because it centers disability, which I love, right? I think we should always be open to learning new language and learning how best to honor people and honor them and honor their experience in a way that is, correct, beautiful, and also legally correct, right? I mean, one of the reasons why Rebecca Coakley, who is, I didn't mean to give you a shout out like that, Rebecca, but I'm going to give Rebecca Coakley a shout out because she's a total badass. One of the reasons why she said, don't use other language, she didn't say this to me, she was talking to a room of people. She said, don't use other words to try to avoid saying the word disability. Say disability. We like that word. That's our word. Okay. And also it's in our law. The Americans with Disabilities Act discusses disabilities. So the word is a legal word as well, right? So when you say things like differently abled or this, that, and the other to avoid saying, or special needs, those things are not written in the ADA. And also when I'm looking at the word special needs, to me, why are we saying that those needs are special? In the sense of we should, if I need water, that is not a special need, right? We just need that. So to me, the disability community should just have what is needed to even the playing field. Everybody needs to have that, right? Okay. So I just want you to understand that. I advise you not to be cutesy about the words. Listen to the disability community. If you're not in the disability community, listen to how they're languaging and discussing it, especially when it comes to policy and protective policy around that. Okay. So I'm going to continue. So the next section is about same-day voter registration. Same-day voter registration to me is also absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. All of us should have it. I believe Montana has it. You can walk in, not be registered, come in. I don't even think you have to be registered, period. That's a whole different story. Okay. But same-day registration is for people that are busy, that didn't get the chance to register, but they still can come in, register, and cast their ballot. So same-day registration is part of For the People Act. This part would require states to offer same-day registration for federal elections. Traditionally, eligible voters have been required to register in advance of an election in order to cast a ballot. In many states, voter registration deadlines fall more than 4 weeks before any given election. Same-day voter registration allows eligible voters, eligible residents, to register to vote and cast a ballot on the same day, by ensuring that all eligible voters who go to the polls can participate in an election. Same-day registration helps safeguard against registration system errors, cyber attacks, wrongful purges. And as of 2021, 21 states and the District in Columbia have same-day voter registration, okay? So every state in the United States should have same-day voter registration, and the territories, right? We should all have that because it'll ensure that anyone who wants to cast a ballot can come last minute, register or not. To me, it's absolutely shameful that many states say October 30th is the last day you can register to vote. So you have a whole month where if you're just like, you miss a deadline by just one day, you can't register, you can't vote in our election because you didn't register with it, within before those 30 days. Absolutely wrong. That should not happen. Everybody should be able to vote, be automatically registered, have same-day voter registration, on and on, okay? This part would amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to allow eligible voters nationally to register and vote on the same day in federal elections, both on election day and during early voting periods. Okay. So this part I'm going to read next for the People Act has to do with with voter purging that Chris Kobach from Kansas did, really insidiously, grotesquely did. This part places limits on states' use of data compilation through the interstate cross-checks to purge voters from rolls. Cross-check programs are shared databases that collect voter registration records from multiple states to identify duplicate registrations. When poorly designed, this can result in eligible voters being purged from the rolls. One program created by the former Kansas Secretary of State, Chris Kobach, was shown in a recent study to have a greater than 99% error rate. Yeah. To protect against wrongful purges related to use of such a program, this part would, among other things, bar states from removing any voter's name from the roll without first obtaining either their full name, date of birth, the last 4 digits of the individual social security number, or documentation from the Electronic Register Information Center, a nonprofit partnership that allows participating states to compare official registration data through a secure data matching tool. That a voter is no longer a resident in that state and require election officials to complete cross-check purges for at least 6 months prior to a given election. Okay, so one of the things that was happening with the purges that Chris Kobach was doing was a lot of these people that had their names purged from voting rolls didn't find out until they went to go vote. Some of them were wrongly purged. Some of them were purged just from moving from one neighborhood to the next. You should not be purged just because you move into a new district. You have to re-register in the sense that you have to give a new updated address, but you shouldn't be purged off the roll for that. Some voters were being purged just from moving across town in the same city, okay? So this would help protect against that, which is really wonderful. Other initiatives to promote voter registration. And again, if you're just joining me, I want you to know that what? Oh God. Somebody is saying something mean, I guess. Oh, I don't know who this is. Somebody, I don't know. Someone's making fun of me for talking about voting rights. That's fine. Mia, you don't have to defend me against people saying stuff like this because one, I can just block them. Block is my favorite tool on Twitter, and I use it a lot. Okay. So we know that voter purging is something that harmed us during the 2016 election. It definitely harmed Stacey Abrams from being elected in Georgia. It's something that I don't think that we talk about enough. I don't think that, again, the media, which is supposed to protect us and to help us, is a group of people that should inform the public about these type of purges. We didn't really hear about voting purges other than from voting rights advocates that saw it was happening, right? Thank you, Sarah. Yes, I'm going to block them. It's fine. But I just want you all to know that that people now are starting to pay attention to these voter purges. That doesn't mean voting purging can't happen again in Georgia when Stacey Abrams is running again. I will say this. Stacey Abrams knows this time what she's up against within Georgia. She does. And so does Warnock. And so does Lucy McBath. And all the people that are running in Georgia right now do understand they're in a hostile voting environment. That they're in a way that is, that does not want any Democrats to have power in Georgia, right? So that's what they're going to be dealing with right now. One of the ways that Georgia could still harm people is what happened when Stacey Abrams was running last time. And what did they do? You had a bunch of people that were registered to vote. And what did they do? You had the Secretary of State then, Brian Kemp, who's now the governor. He literally shelved those voter registrations and put them in a drawer. He didn't add them to the rolls. So technically those people were not purged. They just weren't added to the voting rolls. And these are people that vote. These are people that registered on time. I mean, that's really horrifying, right? This is something that is very upsetting. And that's why I'm saying that we have a great deal. We have to have a great amount of policy to combat some of the tactics that people are using. Okay? So let me go back to this. Other initiatives to promote voter registration. We need to amend the Voter Registration Act of 1993, which to ensure that pre-election registration deadlines are consistent with the timing of public holidays. Requires states to create voter privacy programs that allow domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault, and among others to have their personally identifiable information kept confidential. To me, this is a huge part that we don't talk about for the People Act. By the way, I just got goosebumps about this because one, people need to know about this and people don't talk about this and why this is such a gorgeous, beautiful piece of legislation that needs to pass through our Senate. Okay. I mention this because one of the reasons why I am against caucusing. This is when you go into a public room and you try to influence each other during the primaries to vote for one candidate over another. To me, this can be very harmful for people that are in domestic violence situations because they can be intimidated into who to vote for, right? And so this piece of For the People Act would be protective of people that are dealing with these issues and that they'll be kept confidential. This is so critical. What a critical piece of legislation. It would require the Postal Service to include a reminder to update voter registration on its hard copy change of address form. It would empower the EAC to make grants to states to help boost youth involvement in state election activities. Okay, so that's wonderful. Okay, part 6. We're getting there. We're getting through this. There's only 4 more parts to For the People Act here. Availability to Help America Vote Act requirement payments. This part would provide additional funding to help each state update voter registration processes. The Help American Vote Act, which is called HAVA, authorizes the EAC to distribute payments to states to cover compliance with certain of its provision. This part would allow states to use the Help America Vote Act money to cover costs to be compliant with H.R. 1's new voter registration modernization requirements. Okay, money is a really big issue when it comes to voting rights. It's one of the things that people, it's one of the ways that I will say elected Republicans will use as an excuse for not providing resources. They'll say, you know what? We just don't have the money. We just don't have the money to pass this piece of to add more polling locations. We just don't have the money to print our forms in different languages. We just don't have enough money to do these type of things. Okay. So I just want you all to know that that is an excuse that is used. So I will say this. I want for you all to understand this. That is why For the People Act is so wonderful, because it's basically saying, listen, states, you can't use money as an excuse of why you're not providing resources for people. Okay? You're saying, listen, we're going to give you money to make sure you modernize the things that we're putting in this. So you don't have an excuse. Okay? Part 7, prohibiting interference with voter registration. Again, this is For the People Act. This part seeks to boost safeguards against lawful interference with voter registration. It would, among other things, ban attempts to corruptly hinder, interfere with, or prevent another person from registering to vote, establish criminal penalties for such content, direct EAC to develop and publish recommendations for states to deter and prevent interference with voter registration. Okay? So we already have penalties for voter fraud, but this would also put more criminal penalties for interfering or intimidating or interfering with someone trying to register to vote. Okay, so that's why that's important too. Part 8, Voter Registration Efficiency Act. This is all part of For the People Act. This part seeks to reduce duplicate voter registrations across states, because many individuals who register to vote when they apply for a driver's license between state DMVs can help ensure that these individuals are not registered in multiple states. Accordingly, this would require individuals applying for a new driver's license to indicate the state in which they were previously resided and confirm that they intend to use the new state for voter registration purposes. Require state authorities to provide the voters' responses to their counterparts in the state that previously resided, who would in turn be required to notify their state's chief official elections. One of the things why voter purging happens that is not insidious is because you do have people moving across states and you can't be registered to vote in both states, right? So you do need to take people off the voting rolls, which I wouldn't call that purging. It's just to me, that's just cleaning up the voting rolls. However, that's what Republicans say too. They were like, we didn't purge, we were just cleaning up the voting rolls. So this would help. This would help make it more efficient from people moving from state to state. Okay. So part 10, voter registration of minors. These parts would take steps to enhance. Okay, so it says this is part 10. This part would take steps to enhance voter participation by young Americans. Although 2022 and 2018 saw record high levels of young electoral participants, young voters still turn out at a rate lower than the whole of the electorate. Part 9 would direct the EAC to create a pilot program to offer funding to local initiatives that would provide voter registration information to high school seniors. To qualify for funding, such initiatives would have to prioritize schools with the highest number of students from vulnerable or low-income backgrounds. That's a nice provision. Part 10 would require states to allow future voters age 16 and older to pre-register to vote once they turn 18. So there are lots of factors why younger people who are politically involved don't always participate in voting. And I do want to say that gap is slowly changing. It really is. It just says in 2020 and 2018, more and more youth are coming into the fold saying that we need to participate in these elections. But I will also say that some young people are just busy. It's one of the reasons why sometimes they just don't vote. Is if they're at school, if there's not a big reminder, this is sometimes why it doesn't happen. Okay. But I'm glad to see voter registration climb for younger people and getting people to be pre-registered at 16, giving them civically minded at that age is really important. I also want to say really fast that I also really believe that one of the things that we need help with right now in our country, part of strengthening our democracy is that civics just isn't really taught in schools anymore. Not unless you go to kind of a more wealthy school with money. Most of civics has dwindled for years, and there's studies that you can look at to see that it's actually been plummeting for a very long time. And this has been a really detrimental process, and this process has actually been on purpose. I want you all to know that this has been on purpose, that that we've had civics pulled out of schools. I'm going to read a quote actually about that. It's an old quote. I think it's by James Madison. Knowledge will forever govern ignorance, and people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power knowledge gives. A popular government without popular information or the means of acquiring it is but a prologue to a farce or tragedy, or perhaps both. And to be honest, that is more what we have right now, is that we have part of what has happened in our country that has been done purposely, which was going to lead me back to Newt Gingrich. I knew I'd come back to Newt Gingrich eventually. He's like my nemesis. Knowledge has been reduced everywhere purposely, and I'll tell you what. One, across the board, there's been less funding for public education. We haven't invested in it in the same way that we had for a short amount of time in like the 60s and 70s after Johnson's Great Society. Okay, one. Two, there was massive divestments during Ronald Reagan. And then there was also taking out experts out of Congress. Part of when you're elected to Congress, people think that the person elected knows every single thing, right? I know a lot. Maybe after all this time speaking, some of you are like, oh, she actually knows a lot about civics. Oh, she has a background in policy. I do. I have a master's in public policy, but that doesn't mean I know everything. Nobody does. So part of what Congress did before Newt Gingrich came in the 1990s is that you actually had experts that would come in and advise you about a subject that you as a representative may not know that much about, right? For example, I feel like I know a decent amount about environmental policy, and I'd have a decent environmental education, and my mom was an environmentalist, right? But that doesn't mean I know everything, right? I know carbon capture, carbon removal, these type of things. When we talk about new technologies, we're still developing like what will work for us. How much money and resources do we have for that? Have we even caught up with that? People are debating, like, do we want to have nuclear power to jump us from where we are with fossil fuels and nuclear is in between? And then we move over to these new technologies, like, or can we jump straight over nuclear and go straight into these newer technologies? Like, I grew up in New Mexico, and there was actually nuclear testing in New Mexico, and there was nuclear waste that leaked into the ground in New Mexico. So I will say that nuclear energy doesn't have a great reputation with me. I mean, I didn't love learning about all that when I was a child, but at the same time, to say like, we shouldn't even be looking at nuclear, it's kind of like, then what else are we using, right? So to me, I don't love it. I think that there's lots of problems with it. There's lots of instability. Just look at Chernobyl, look at 12 Mile Island. There's lots of problems with it. But you also have some environmentalists that are like, listen, we have to use it in between moving from fossil fuels over to the new technology, because we don't even have all the resources for this new technology yet. We don't even have the materials that we need for all this new technology, right? So that's when you bring in your experts. You're like, hey, come here. You specialize in nuclear, and you're a professor, you're not actually funded by the nuclear lobby, So that's what happened. So we had experts that were in Congress, and then Newt Gingrich said, absolutely not. So he was one of the ones that helped push experts out of Congress, and he started moving in lobbyists at that point. So great. So we're taking advice from people that financially benefit from the policies that they're pushing, right? Newt Gingrich was somebody that, I don't know. I would actually call him I would call him smart enough, but I wouldn't call him a genius. I think that there's a lot of people that are like, Newt Gingrich is an absolute genius. I mean, I just think that he is vindictive and calculating and greedy. And so I mean, I guess if you want to call someone like that a genius, I would say that Einstein was a genius. I would say that Newt Gingrich was calculating and was someone that was always trying to think about how could he rob something from somebody else? How do we manipulate something? I mean, he was a manipulator. Yeah, he is. He's still alive. So he's a manipulator. And the reason why I want to bring up that was because one of the things that Newt Gingrich did, oh God, I'm going to use the word revolutionize. One of the things that Newt Gingrich did that kind of revolutionized our modern politics and brought us to Trump was that Newt Gingrich really knew how to use mediums for messaging, and he knew the language of how to message. Newt Gingrich, there's a video. There's a video of Newt Gingrich, and he's sitting at a table, and they're all smoking cigarettes. It's all Republicans. And I said this earlier. Republicans don't hide what they're doing. They tell you, you know why? Because they're gleeful about it. They're like, elected Republicans are really gleeful about their plans to rob people of their stuff, right? So there's a video where Newt Gingrich is like smoking cigarettes. I don't think he's smoking, but Lee Atwater's smoking, and he's sitting at a table of like 6 other Republicans that were kind of popular in the early 90s. And they're sitting around and they're talking about like, what do they think the next movements are going to occur in policy? Like, they're trying to figure it all out. But one of the things that Newt Gingrich knew was that he knew that messaging was a lot of the ball game for elected Republicans. And one of the things that he did was, I'm going to read this. There's an article, it's an old article called From Fair that came out in 1995. And they had Newt Gingrich's number right away. They knew exactly what Newt Gingrich was trying to do. They said, since winning control of Congress, Rep. Newt Gingrich has consistently complained about destructive and negative coverage from the liberal elite media. Okay? So I want you to know that those words that he chose are on purpose. Newt Gingrich knew that if he said liberal elite media, the media would be forced to write liberal elite media. Okay. Newt Gingrich's one of his favorite things was to put words into the reporter's mouth. Okay. I'm going to get into that in just a moment. For example, when asked on Nightline about his reference to the Clintons as counter-culture McGovernicks, he first insisted that he had been misquoted. I use McGovernite, not McGovernick. And the reason why they're saying that he was trying to refer to the Clintons as communists. That's that part. It was one of those things that the Times picked up and therefore is now history. Actually, at least 4 of the papers, including the Times, quoted Gingrich calling the Clintons counterculture McGovernicks. So he was purposely trying to associate them with communism, with socialism, okay? And then blamed the media for selective reporting. Newt Gingrich knew how to play the media really well. I didn't say that to attack the president. I was asked as an analytic question. But because I'm now the next speaker, I'm learning that everything I say has to be worded carefully and thought through at a level that I had never experienced before in my life. That is a lie. That is a lie. Newt Gingrich thought of every word that he said. He was very calculated in how he went about discussing policy and assigning certain words to the Democrats, and he assigned certain words to the Republicans, okay? He said, in fact, the new Speaker of the House, who once described his goal as reshaping the entire nation through the news media, see, he's telling you what he's trying to do, has given a great deal of thought to the media and how to manipulate them. Exactly. One Newton axiom is fights make news. So again, I want to show you how Newt Gingrich is somebody that is really the basis of how we got to Trump. Of course, there were all these other items that led to Trump, but Newt Gingrich really accelerates all this. Okay. When you were seeing some of the hearings that were happening during the Trump administration and you saw Republicans fighting and screaming over each other, Republicans were taught by Newt Gingrich that fights make news. All that screaming and yelling and finger pointing is done on purpose. It's a show. It's a show. Why? Because again, like I said before, Republicans are someone that try to push our media to cover our politics like a sport. They're always like scoreboard. If they can, mess with the ump by screaming at them, that's what Republicans are trying to do because it makes news. Another skill he has taught to Republican candidates through his political organization, GoPac, is how to create a shield issue to deflect criticism. I want you all to hear that because this is something that Republicans continue to use. A shield issue is just, your opponent is going to attack you as lacking compassion. A GOP training tape advice. You better find a good compassion issue where you can show up in the local paper holding a baby at a neonatal center. And all you're doing is shielding yourself from an inevitable attack. So Newt Gingrich was showing people, how do you manipulate the media and how do you pivot the conversation? My father-in-law is a psychologist, and he actually calls it pivot to power. It's a way to move power away from something that's garnering attention that could create equity or as a justice policy. And how do you pivot it? How do you pivot it to benefit Republicans, right? So you pivot to power. So that is when I talked about this earlier, like Susan Faludi's backlash. Republicans, when they chose the words pro-choice and pro-family, that was a way for them to say that they were a compassionate group of people, right? Was to say, we're a compassionate group of people. We care about family. We care. Those are our values, right? Even as they are making sure to strip away money from elementary schools, to cutting the budgets for school lunches for children, for really showing that they're anti-family the entire time, right? Not letting at one point where same-sex couples could not adopt children, right? So they were clearly not. Okay. So, but the clearest expression of Gingrich's philosophy of media came in a GoPac memo entitled Language, a Key Mechanism of Control, distributed to GOP candidates across the country. The memo lists of words for Democrats and words for Republicans was endorsed by Gingrich in a cover letter. The words in that paper are tested language for a recent series of focus groups where we actually tested ideas of language. Next time you hear Gingrich complain the media focuses on the negative, go back to this list. Okay, so let me say this. Something that's really important here. Newt Gingrich, like the Republicans that we have right now that are serving in the Senate and the House, elected Republicans, these are people that use think tanks and they use focus groups to test out their narratives and their language. Okay, I do want people to understand that. Republicans aren't coming up with these things out of nowhere. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Think tanks, conservative think tanks, and there's a ton of Republican right-wing think tanks. I'm going to tell you right now, they know feminist theory. They know exactly what critical race theory is. They know what anti-racism is. They study it. They study it in order to figure out how to turn it on its head. They study it to learn how to counter it. Okay? They bring people into test rooms and they use different language to say, like, how do we make sure that this message is going to reverberate across the nation? So they sit and ask people, what do you feel if you hear this word, right? So elected Republicans rely on think tanks to do research for them, to come up with their talking points, to come up with counterpoints, and how to fight that. Okay, so I wanted to show you something that I thought that Newt Gingrich did. That was, again, I don't want to say Newt Gingrich is brilliant in any way. Again, he's calculating, he's manipulative, but he knows how to use the media in a way that the media should be completely embarrassed, right? Newt Gingrich played the media like a fiddle. So this is what he said. He had these tapes called GoPack tapes. Language matters. Language does matter. Newt Gingrich is correct about that. But he was saying, how do we use language to control as a majority party, and how do we use language to go from a minority party to a majority party? Because when Newt Gingrich was first swept into power, people were excited. They were just like, "Aren't you excited that you're going to be, you're in power now?" He said, "Don't say it like that, because we need to show people that we've got fight in us, that we're the underdogs." So even when Republicans were in the majority, Newt Gingrich said, we need to always pretend like we need to behave like we're always in the minority, that we're always on the offense and defense at the same time, right? So some of the words that he used, he would assign to describe Democrats. And in turn, the press would print these exact words. The press would hear him say these words, and they would assist Newt Gingrich by printing these words. So he said, if you want to talk about Democrats, use these words: decay, fail, failure, collapse, collapsing, pathetic, destroy, destructive, liberal, unionizing bureaucracy, betray, shallow, traitors, radical, corruption, self-serving, anti-whatever, anti-family, anti-child, anti-jobs, pessimistic, intolerant, welfare. Okay. So all of these words he was like, got all of his Republicans across the land to use these words to describe Democrats: taxes, spending, disgrace, abuse of power. These are words that he would use. And then when he was like, the way that Republicans, we need to describe ourselves, Newt Gingrich assigned opportunity, prosperity, commitment, liberty, flag, choice, which is funny, that's not a word I would associate with them, hardworking, common sense, passionate. So these are the things that Newt Gingrich would say, and the press would just repeat, right? For example, Newt Gingrich would say something like, well, the radical left is just at it again. And then the press would literally the next day print, Newt Gingrich says the radical left is at it again. So he put the words in the media's mouth. The media just sent them right back out. And Newt Gingrich was pleased as punch to see how that worked. And to me, this was a lot of people's frustration during the Trump administration. They would say, why are you printing exactly what the Republicans are saying instead of analyzing what they're actually saying? Because they're saying things to you that aren't true, and you're not saying they're not true. You're not talking about the lies that they're saying. The reason why I'm saying all of this is important and why all of this comes back to voting rights and access and all that is because Republicans have been able to use words to keep us away from voting rights. And I'm going to say a couple of what those words are now. So let me just say this. Some of these words are common sense laws, sensible voting rights, voter integrity, electoral fitness, prevention of voter fraud. These are the words that Republicans have used, elected Republicans and right wing have used over and over and over again. Because you didn't hear anything in there that had racist intent, right? No, of course not. These are words that are race neutral, common sense laws. But these are dog whistles. that are like, well, we need to have common sense laws. You know, to me, having voter ID is a common sense law. That's what a Republican would say. Would say, they would say, we're just being logical with having voter IDs. We're just being logical by closing down those polling locations. It saves us money. Voter integrity means that we need to count and recount these ballots. And if we don't like the election results, it's probably because there was fraud. And so that we're just looking after the integrity of the election. These are some of the same things that Republicans have been saying over and over and over again for years. For years. As a dog whistle to try to prevent us from having voting rights. I'm eating some banana. So, words matter, as Newt Gingrich said. And words can be used in a way to prevent us from having our voting rights accessed. People who look at Mitt Romney or look at Susan Collins or look at Murkowski and they think, well, maybe these people, they'll recognize that we need voting rights. No. All of those people that I just listed, they have firmly bought into the words of common sense laws, sensible laws, voter integrity. I bet if you Google Mitt Romney and voter integrity, you will see he's probably said it several times. Electoral fitness, right? And I've said this, I wrote this a while back. I said these phrases and many more have been used as a smokescreen to mask discriminatory intent by the GOP in our electoral process. And so this talk will get into 6 main obstacles when it comes to casting a vote here in the United States. So the main ones that are the obstacles are voter suppression, voter disenfranchisement, racial and partisan gerrymandering, lack of engagement and investment in voter mobilization, perceived lack of power or importance of a voter, disinformation and misinformation, right? Those are the main ones that we have over and over and over again. If you're not familiar with a few of the terms and their function and worries, I'll explain all of them. I want to be blunt and state now the purpose for the deployment and implementation of those obstacles I just listed are to keep women and marginalized groups from attaining any real political power, to uphold the perceived racial hierarchy and gender hierarchy, perceived, to protect large industries such as banking, tech, oil from regulations, to maintain white male supremacy, and is the recognition by the Republican Party that the numbers for them to win elections fairly is growing more unstable. Before I discuss the main challenges to accessing the ballot box, I would like to give you all a bit of framework for those issues. This discussion is my attempt to get you all to see and approach these matters in a new light, perhaps give you some tools to go about participating and aiding and repairing some of these issues. I won't go into too many statistics here because there's nothing like math to liven up a discussion. Okay, so this thing that I'm reading now is something I wrote a couple of years ago. It was a speech that I gave at Clark University about voting rights. And it was at that time, God, before COVID. And we knew that Republicans were cranking into high gear to try to maintain the House and to hold the Senate, which they ended up losing, but we didn't know at that moment how that would shake out. So when I gave that talk, I wanted to explain to people, I think, why sometimes it's hard for people to kind of understand voter suppression and challenges to voting rights. It's not an easy, to me, it is an easy thing to grasp, but because it's not something that is talked about on a regular basis, we think of it as something that we'll deal with when an election comes. And to me, that's the wrong approach. To me, when the election comes, it's too late, right? I've seen some people online say, we're just going to out-mobilize voter suppression. You can't out-mobilize voter suppression. unfortunately. I mean, we have to some extent, but I can't tell you how many people were not able to cast a ballot. And if you there are statistics out to show you how many people were not able to cast a ballot, and if you saw, you'd be pretty horrified. The disability community had a very hard time voting in 2016, and some of those statistics came back and they're pretty horrifying. They were a little bit better in 2018, and then in 2020 with COVID, it was probably the most accessible election we've had in a long time, and it still wasn't that accessible in all states. Okay, so we have to care about it before. We have to care about it before we get to the election, before we get to the midterms. Okay. So I'm going to read a little bit more of this voting speech as well that I wrote a couple of years ago, but it'll cover some statistics. This discussion is my attempt to get you all to see and approach these matters in a new light, and perhaps give you tools to go out participating in aiding and repairing some of these issues. I won't go into too much statistics because math, nothing like math to liven up a talk. However, I will be more than happy to go into voting statistics that you like. And also, by the way, you can also ask me questions while I'm streaming. If you have any questions, feel free to it won't interrupt my flow when I'm talking. Let me go back to it. Okay. Just to give you a small glimpse into how immense voter suppression and disenfranchisement is here in the United States, here are just a few statistics from Brennan Law Center, the Sentencing Project, Rutgers University, and Pew Research. 35 states currently have some form of voter ID requirement, meaning it's harder to register and vote in more than half the states of America. 16 million voters were purged between the federal elections of 2014 and 2016. 16 million. 17 million were purged from the voting rolls between 2016 and 2018. That does not include the record number of 6.1 million Americans who were forbidden to vote because of felony disenfranchisement. Let's see here. No, that's correct. I was going to say, was this after Florida? No, this is like in 2020. That does not include the record number of 6 million Americans who are forbidden to vote because of felony disenfranchisement. And as I said earlier, felony disenfranchisement takes place in multiple levels in the United States. You have some people like in Florida that are dealing with a poll tax. Yes, exactly. Oops, I meant. What sources would you suggest for references for lack of accessibility in the 2020? Ruben, I'll try to post some. I might have some resources in this thing I'm going to read. Let's see here. Let me go back to it for a second. So there's multiple levels of returning citizens disenfranchisement. As I said, in a couple of states, yes, as soon as you are a returning citizen, after you're no longer incarcerated, some states you automatically get your right to vote back. In some states, you have to wait a couple of years to get your vote back. Some, it depends on your probation, whether you can get them back. Some states, you have to ask permission to get your voting rights back. Other states, like Florida now, has a poll tax. So we still have millions of people that are disenfranchised that should not be. Okay? Nor the 1/3 of all people with disabilities who reported having difficulty voting due to a lack of accessibility. 1/3 of people with disabilities, 1/3, right? So 33% of all people with disabilities had a problem voting. Again, 1 in 4 Americans are disabled, and if 1/3 of them can't vote, that's a massive amount. That's millions of people having an issue with voting, okay? The state of Georgia, under the direction of then Secretary of State Brian Kemp, purged 1.5 million voters between 2012 and 2016 election, then an additional 107,000 in 2017 alone. To put that in perspective, Hillary Clinton lost by just 79,316 votes, and those 3 states in 2016. Stacey Abrams lost her governor bid to Kemp by just 54,000 votes. So twice as many people were purged than Stacey Abrams lost. Okay. Those statistics I just listed are a few of the reasons I made voting rights my focus of advocacy even when there's so many other policy issues that warrant attention, like climate change, the climate crisis, food insecurity, protections and pathways and citizenship for undocumented immigrants, affordable and free healthcare, long-term supports and services for the disability community, comprehensive, non-discriminatory protections for the LGBTQ community, gun reform, criminal justice reform, environmental racism, the wage gap, affordable housing, and so on. By the way, I wrote this a couple of years ago before I was running for office. So you can see where my mind has always been at. Okay. All of those policies and so many others that seek to dismantle hierarchies, white supremacy, and the racist policies are priority for many of us, as is replacing them with policies that create equity and equal access. However, any of those policies, or whichever policies are closest to your heart that you prioritize, cannot truly come to fruition if millions are denied access to the ballot box and cannot vote in representation that are interested in crafting those policies. I've been saying this all day, that's my like Long Island accent. I've been saying this all day, that if you care about the environmental crisis, environmental justice, media justice, everything, then you have to care about voting rights, because you cannot have any of those things happen if we cannot access the ballot box. Okay? So again, this is what I wrote. This is from a lecture I gave at Clark University in 2019. This is when that lecture happened. My mother once told me when I was 15 years old, then a young artist, an activist teenager, Maya, you cannot focus on or fix every single issue in this world. You have to pick your battles. My mom loved to say that. Maya, pick your battles. And I remember that infuriated me at the time. But much to my chagrin, my mother was right. Advocating for voting rights is as close as I get to focusing on and fixing multiple issues in the United States, because guaranteeing every citizen equal access to the ballot box with no impediments gets us that much closer to finally having a fully enfranchised democracy. Right now, that democracy is astonishingly frail. We're impeaching a president, maybe a vice president, an attorney general. Again, this is 2019. We know that the person currently sitting in the Oval Office asked for foreign interference for the upcoming election by extorting them. While we're in very uncertain times, we're also in a very compelling period right now, one that of tremendous potential for up to the task. But that would mean confronting some very difficult truths about this country. On November 8th, 2016, our country went through a reckoning that we as a body politic had not fully confronted on that scale before. And let me just say that for a lot of people who are pushed to the margins by policy, that deal with discrimination, to deal with poverty, they had already confronted it. But there were a lot of people in America when Hillary Clinton lost. I mean, listen, I was shocked too, not because I didn't think we could elect someone as terrible as Trump, but I really, really was like, this country will not allow that to happen. And of course, I was proven wrong. But there were other people that said, my God, this country has changed. And for a lot of us, we went, changed? Or is Trump just the fruition of all of this, of what has been happening, right? So let me continue. By that I mean it led to many people to examine our free press, how it framed and shaped our country's narratives for better or for worse. The most unqualified person to ever run for over office was elected. When the most unqualified and bigoted person took a seat in the Oval Office in January 21st, 2017, pundits immediately dashed off hundreds, if not thousands, of stories how white economic anxiety. Oh my God, I almost forgot about this. So I wrote this again in 2019, and I'm forgetting now that in 2016, when Hillary Clinton lost, no one was talking about the voter suppression that had occurred, No one was talking about the fact that this is the first presidential election to occur after the Voting Rights Act was gutted. Instead, the media associated it with white grievance and white economic anxiety. A lot of them were saying, white poor people are just unhappy. That's why they elected Trump. Right. So those of us who worked in voting rights advocacy buried our faces in our hands. Not only did the media fail to see or genuinely ignore the millions of Black, brown, and white people who suffer from economic anxiety and had not voted for Trump, the media also ignored the voter suppression, disenfranchisement, disinformation, and lack of voter engagement and mobile investment, racial and partisan gerrymandering that had all played a role in how Trump was elected. Political pundits who waxed poetically in print or on television, saying they saw very little daylight between Trump and his political opponent, Hillary Clinton, were forced, if only momentarily, to see how maybe they might have helped Trump ascend into the office with over $2 billion worth of free press coverage. I say that, and that has been estimated by, there's a paper that Columbia University does, and they studied it, and they estimated that Trump got between $2 and $3 billion worth of free press coverage, while virtually ignoring or sidelining ongoing voter suppression, disenfranchisement, and disinformation issues. Legacy media spent more time debating the personalities of the two political rivals than analyzing the racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, transphobic, and ableist policies that Trump was going to inflict were he elected, because he told us as much. The 2016 election shattered a 4 decades old narrative that Republicans claimed was the cornerstone of their ideology, that they were a party of family values and economic responsibility, right? So I talked a little about this earlier, about how Republicans were trying to craft narratives to pretend that they had an aspect of compassion. Republicans don't pretend to care or act like they have compassion now. That is something that is not part of their DNA at this moment. They don't really pretend that anymore. And when they elected Trump, when they backed Trump, it was clear that they had no interest in compassion. We knew that to be true, right? So I have a Luna bar. I'm going to eat some of that. So we already knew that compassion was thrown out the window because Trump had run one of the most uncompassionate campaigns. Listen, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I'm going to go off of IG. I'll jump back on IG afterwards. So I'm going to do this. And now I'm going to say part 3. I'll be real quick. Next, part 3. Thanks so many of you for hanging in there with me throughout the day. You know, people go in and out all day because it is a lot, you know. But I am going to post that. Also, I need to charge my phone because what we got here? Let's see here. What does Jermaine say to me? I checked out some of your live. During our chat, would you mind revisiting points you made about Dems continuing to fight amongst ourselves? Yes. Just told Jermaine that. And then how cool your family's from Mississippi. I was born in Jackson, but my grandparents are in Starkville. Even my grandma marched for voting rights. Keep it up, Maya. I love you. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. I do appreciate the kind words. I really, it's very meaningful, deeply meaningful to me. I know that there was a couple people that said some things that were kind of snarky. I don't care. Listen, one of the things that is, I would say, very different about me, maybe my candidacy, is that, okay, let me say this. People are in politics, people who go into politics and people who witness politics, especially the media, there is a lot of cynicism, just loads and loads of cynicism. And I do understand why there's so much. I really, truly do understand the cynicism in politics. I do. Um, the reason why it doesn't really faze me, like Jeff, that was kind of a dick thing that he said, but whatever. I mean, am I surprised that they would say something like that? Absolutely not. And the reason why, to me, it's not surprising to me that there's a lot of cynicism. Sorry, I got a lot of messages. The reason why I'm not surprised by that is because our politics has been very cynical for a very long time. And with good reason. When I read you all Malcolm X's From the Ballot to the Ballot earlier, within Black communities, we had long seen how people in political office did kind of use our vote and then not, and then it didn't come through through policy. And that you saw there were multiple tactics that were being used by different people to try to get policy pushed through, or and it wasn't happening, right? So I would say that Malcolm X used like more of a straightforward approach. Like, listen, we're done fooling around. I think MLK publicly, again, privately, MLK talked about his heartbreak, his frustration, and his anger at how a lot of these systems worked. But both of them were trying different tactics to try to get policy passed and to have better things done for our communities. So there is, a cynicism there. The cynicism that I see that comes from the press, especially from white men in the press, is just gross. I mean, and in a lot of the ways, they have this like feeling of righteousness there, right? Like, I know a lot of reporters that are like great people and they're really trying and they want to understand. And I've told you that I've clinicked, a few of you know that I've clinicked some people in the press who said things that were like culturally insensitive, racially insensitive, and they genuinely were like, I didn't know. Now, would I prefer our press to be a majority of people that are trans and Black and disabled and a cross-section of all that? Absolutely. Because I don't think that our press has to, I don't like that a lot of our press has to guess how to talk about these issues or talk about issues that are injurious to us. Like, a lot of the press is still like guessing about it. So there's a lot of snarkiness in politics because a lot of the people that usually move into politics, there are some people in politics that don't have the best intentions. They don't. And that's an unfortunate aspect of politics. I saw the reaction right away when I declared, or when somebody else declares. They're like, well, what does she want? Like, why is she doing this? Like, who do you think you are? And by the way, that happens to most people that run for office, unless they fit a particular mold, which I will read about later. I'll read that later. But the cynicism that comes from media, from press, from the public, is not helpful. It doesn't add anything. And one of the things I think that's been really tough in a lot of our movements is that we have people that kind of make fun of people that may not have the same background of experience or education as them. And it's also why I will say part of some of the divisions that we have in this country is, I remember this was during the 2016 election, and it was like Trump had just announced, things hadn't gotten totally grotesque yet as far as like the dialogue was concerned. And there was a Republican woman that I was talking to online, and she was asking questions, and people were kind of like telling her, you should already know that. Like, why don't you know that? And I was like, hey, I'll talk to you. So I was answering some of her questions about policy and politics. And she said to me, I just want to thank you for being nice to me. And I said, yeah, sure. You're just asking political questions, But I realized at that time period that our politics have gotten so hyper-partisan and mean and cruel that you have this horseshoe effect on the left and the right that's why they call it horseshoe politics, is they almost like come to this and meet. Is there a certain meanness here? Is the meanness the same for the same reason? Not necessarily, right? You have Republicans that are saying these things that are spiteful and mean to make fun of someone, to make them feel less than. You have some leftists that do that as well. But the reason why it doesn't faze me is if you had gone through what I've gone through in my life, and some of you have, and some of you have gone through worse, right? If you've gone through death, and I lost my mom, and then my grandfather when I was 16. My grandfather I was very close to, my mom I was very close to. And then I moved from Albuquerque. All the friends that I had ever had in my life, I left them behind. I moved to Sarasota, Florida. And I was with people that I just met, right? 16 years old. And I had to restart my life over again in a new city, in a new state, and with guardians that really never wanted to take care of me and my brothers. They did not want us to be there. So to also not be wanted in an environment like that was also really tough. You would think that I developed a thick skin, but that's not what I have. I'm kind of in on what this whole thing is, this life thing, which is that a lot of like sarcasm and meanness comes from insecurity and fear. So what we have a lot in our politics is a lot of insecurity and fear. And it comes out in really bad ways. The people that say things that are genuine or funny or these are people that are usually some people that are, it's not that they're necessarily secure, but they're also just maybe more loving people. Something that Bell Hooks talked about a lot was about the power, I don't say power, but she talked about love and advocacy and how that comes together. Cory Booker loves to talk about it. He loves to talk about that, right? And it is really beautiful. But we do have a very cynical nation right now. And that cynicism comes from feeling like, for some people, it feels like their futures are shrinking. For other people, they feel like they're not going to have the future that they thought they were going to have, that they thought that they could have. Some people feel like, a lot of people at this moment feel cheated. And a lot of people feel cheated for many different reasons. So I'm just saying that we're living in a political atmosphere of a lot of sarcasm and a lot of like meanness, and so to me, that is, so we have to understand that I would like to see more compassion come through with our politics. Personally, I would like to see more compassion happen in our politics, but that's not where we're at right now. And by the way, with COVID happening, and I said this at the beginning of when I started doing this, one of the first things that I did when I started this, for those that didn't join me earlier, I was like, I want to check on your well-being right now, because I know a lot of people are scared, because there are still people that are dealing with worrying about evictions. There are still a lot of people that are worried about how they're going to afford groceries. There are some people that are having a hard time even getting time to go get vaccines or get boosted. We had a shortage for like 2 days in New York on vaccines. A lot of people are worried about their health and safety. Some people in New York are even worried about this new, mayoral administration. I mean, rightfully so. So there's a lot of anxiety right now. And actually, the New York Times just wrote an article saying, what did they say? There's a therapist shortage right now. So because of that, you have a lot of people that are just scared. And fear comes out in lots of different ways for different people. Sometimes fear can be a galvanizing thing for people to reach out and ask for aid and ask, for support. And for other people, fear can make people really strike out and lash out at people and be harmful. And people associate anger and fear with power. And sometimes it is, right? like for example, you know, when I feel furious about rights getting taken away or somebody getting harmed by our system, by our country, uh, my anger is what keeps me from sinking. My anger is a way for me to go, this is okay. I'm going to use this energy of my anger to move forward, right? That is how a lot of people felt, especially after Trump got elected. But also, that kind of anger is not sustainable, right? And I also say that within like Black communities and Latino communities and Native communities, when people are having to thrive and survive on anger to try to move it forward, we know this is also why you're seeing a lot of like early death. Like a lot of the stuff that happened with COVID and why there were so many Black and brown people that died is because there's multiple factors that happened, right? There's a thing called weathering. It's a medical condition, and a lot of Black people deal with that. People who deal with daily aspects of discrimination, their body starts wearing down from that. There is another aspect. There's also how do people deal with stress? How do people deal with coping with discrimination in this country, with being disenfranchised, with dealing with poverty? How do some people deal with that? Some people deal with it with alcohol. Some people deal with it with drugs. So these are coping mechanisms, right? And this also can wear down the body. There's something wrong with that, with those coping mechanisms, in the sense of I'm not judging anybody for doing that, but it can wear down the body. And so for when COVID struck and it really hit hard in Black communities, we saw that there were multiple reasons why our bodies were not handling it in the way that some white communities were. And it was one of the reasons why Jared Kushner, which it has been discussed, was like, oh, who's it killing off? Well, maybe we don't need to rush to try to help people. He felt it was killing off Democrats, right? So there is a lot of there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of fear right now. There's a lot of cynicism, there's a lot of sarcasm right now. There's a lot of people that are lashing out on each other. And again, I don't think that all of us need to be like, let's just all get along. It's not that. But at the same time, there's also a point where that cynicism, that sarcasm is not actually helping us move forward. And it's not useful. It's like when the media is publishing a bunch of clickbait articles that deliver no information, like, for example, about Build Back Better. I was talking to people about Build Back Better, and the vast majority of the people that we're talking about were like, I have no idea what's even in it. So I would send them the White House link so they could kind of read through what was in the Build Back Better bill. And, there was different iterations of it. And to me, I'm just like, the press does talk about it, but the ones that are getting the stuff that's really more talked about is the clickbait stuff that goes and flies around. It's the ones where the articles where they're like making fun of or disparaging Vice President Kamala Harris. You'll see that bulks of articles will come out like that because it's going to get it's going to get people's attention. So to me, we're in this time period of like this kind of cycles of rage and anger and frustration where it's not really helpful to us to galvanize. And it's also, there's a lot going on at the same time. And it's another reason why it's hard to organize and to get these things passed. One of the things that I'd like to see with voting rights, and when our Senate comes back, is that I'd like to see them come with a unifying message about voting rights. We don't have that yet. We don't have a unifying message from the Senate, from the House. The House passed some voting rights. We're talking about the Senate that's refusing to pick it up. The Senate needs to come back, and the House needs to support it through narratives of like, how are we going to support this conversation? Okay. I'm going to pee, and then I'll be right back. What can I put on for you guys? I'll be right back. I'm going to put on something really silly. I think I have something with Marky Mark. It's like only 30 seconds. You know what? Actually, I'm going to put on this countdown clip. I'll be right back. I'm quick, but about that quick. Thanks for waiting. So I'm going to do a little bit more reading, obviously, about voting rights. I've gotten a couple of questions, so I'm going to answer them. Let me look. And actually, I have to check Facebook as well, because what's interesting to me about streaming is like some of these streams will probably cut me off. Like, let me look on Facebook right now. Like, I might have to restart Facebook. Oh, no, Facebook went. Let's see. I don't know if it's still working. Oh, yeah, see, it is. Okay, great. So Facebook is still allowing me to do it. I had to stop streaming on IG just because my battery was dying. So glad. I'm very glad that that's still happening. Okay. So I'm going to do some more reading. Oh, I needed chapstick so bad. My lips were super chapped. Thank you all for joining me. I am still trying to raise money, obviously. So I would love any kind of donations that you all can give at this moment. So I'm going to put this. What am I going to do here? I am going to do some posting. And then if anybody has any questions, you all can. Anybody has any questions, you guys can just DM me or chat with me like you have been. I'm happy to answer any of them at all. I mean, that's the difference between my filibuster, which I quote filibuster. Somebody said, I think somebody said, well, it's not a real filibuster because it's not on the Senate floor. I know that. I said that. I know that it's not on the Senate floor. That's not why I'm doing this. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this was because to me, it really was frustrating that one of the longest filibusters, that the still longest filibuster that we've ever had, was done by Strom Thurmond. I honestly would like to see. I would honestly like to see Warnock or Ossoff or any one of the Democrats. I would like to see them do a talking filibuster, like a for real one, to beat Strom Thurmond's record. Especially if we reform it back from the silent filibuster, which is what we have now. Right now, we have a silent filibuster. We do not have a talking filibuster. But I would like to see one of them actually break the record. First of all, I think Warnock would do a spectacular job. I mean, he's got this incredible voice, an incredible presence. And oh God, I want him to win again. Really. And he's running against a person whose name I will not say, who I do not feel should be running. Literally, I don't think he should be running. I'm going to eat some of this. But I think that the Democrats, I hope that I inspire, maybe. I hope that I inspire a Democrat to do something like this, because I think that we have to bring attention to the dire aspect of voting rights. Because this is a dire time. And I'm an American, and I don't plan on moving to any other country. I know that James Baldwin did. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to read Price of the Ticket next. I said that I would. And I will. I apologize if you hear me chewing. Price of the Ticket. I wonder when I will have a drink. Let's see. Here we go. Baldwin, Price of the Ticket. Oh, no, wrong one. Wrong. Force quit. Okay. Maybe I'll have one at midnight. I'll have a drink at midnight. There we go. I'm heating up my coffee right now. This is not what you'd have on the Senate floor. I think that you should. I think on the Senate floor, they should enable you to have nice heated coffee and have your food to do the filibuster. But I would like to see, I would definitely like to see one of the Democrats filibuster on the floor for voting rights. Again, we need to reform it from the silent filibuster to the talking filibuster. I think that's so incredibly important to do. I'm going to read Baldwin's Price of a Ticket, but I'm actually, a couple of people wanted to know about the Freedom to Vote Act. So let me talk about Freedom to Vote Act, and then after that, I'll read Baldwin's Price of the Ticket. So, as I had discussed a little bit earlier, I had talked about For the People Act. And For the People Act to me is a really beautiful piece of legislation. If you want to read the full version of it, oh, you know what? I'll put it here. For those of you, oh, wait, crap. Wait, let me see if I can do it. For those who want the full annotated version of For the People Act, I'm going to post it for you in just a second. Here it is. So to me, For the People Act is critical if we want to move like big chunks of money and be more transparent in our politics out, right? So I'm going to put this here. And this was the annotated guide that I read to you all earlier about what the For the People Act does. The People Act. So Act, okay. What I read earlier. I also think that people who filibuster in Congress, I mean, in the Senate, I think that they should be allowed to bring their computers to the Senate as well, to the Senate floor. I think it would make it easier. Then things like reading green eggs and ham won't happen. There's plenty of things for them to talk about. And also, I don't want a white segregationist to still have the record for the longest filibuster. Again, because I'm not on the Senate floor, obviously it does not count that I talk forever about this. But I also want to show people the passion that I have for voting rights. And again, I know it's very easy to be cynical. Very easy to be cynical about it. But I am passionate. I'm actually a very passionate person. And one of the things that I'm passionate about is when I'm bending down there, I'm going into my refrigerator. What I'm actually passionate about is that we do have solutions to problems. We do have solutions to very complex problems. Solutions that have been put forward to us for a very long time. The problem is trying to get it passed into law and then enforcing it, right? It's one thing to pass it, but then it's like, how do you actually enforce it to make sure that it actually happens? That's another thing altogether. That's not that easy to do. Okay. So I had a couple of people say to me, two people say to me, say, what is Freedom to Vote Act? Okay. So Freedom to Vote Act is a bill that would protect our elections from voter suppression, partisan sabotage, gerrymandering, and dark money. So there is some similarities in the Freedom to Vote Act as there is in For the People Act. For the People Act just goes a little more into certain aspects, okay? So on September 14th, this is from the Brennan Center for Justice. There are not that many organizations that I'm like, if you can give money to, I mean, there actually are a lot of organizations, but if you're trying to pick one, Brennan Center for Justice is one of those places. Just like the work that they do is incredible. September 14th, a key group of Democratic senators introduced the Freedom to Vote Act. a new comprehensive package of voting, redistricting, and campaign finance reforms. With the majority of Leader Chuck Schumer, the bill's sponsors include Klobuchar, Kaine, King, Padilla, Tester, Warnock, and Manchin. Yeah, Manchin signed on to this one. So, and I mentioned that the other day. I said, well, Manchin said he was open to some voting rights, and he said that he was open to Freedom of Vote Act, but he also said that he was open to BBB. So, you're right? So, okay. So the Freedom to Vote Act represents a major step forward, and the push to enact comprehensive legislation, strengthening American democracy, promoting racial justice and equity for all Americans, and thwart the assault on voting rights taking place in states across America. It would set a national standard to protect the freedom to vote. Okay? Counter election sabotage, end partisan redistricting, and fix our broken campaign system. The bill includes many, this is what I just said earlier, contains many of the important provisions that were in For the People Act, which passed H.R. 1 in March, along with safeguards to protect the integrity of the vote counting and ensure sound election administration. Together with the John Lewis Voting Rights Act amendment, which would restore the full protections of the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Freedom to Vote Act would be the most comprehensive democracy to be reformed to be enacted in decades. Okay, so with as I mentioned earlier, with congressional redistricting already underway and the 2020 midterm campaign set to begin in earnest within months, there's no time to lose. Congress must act without delay, which is why they should not have gone to recess. The freedom to vote. Okay, see, I wrote that. Okay, the key provisions. So here are some of the main things that would be enacted if we passed the Freedom to Vote Act. Like For the People Act, the Freedom to Vote Act would create a baseline national standard for voting access, preempting many of the most horrendous restrictions that have been passed or proposed recently in states, and expanding opportunities for all Americans to cast their ballot. Like For the People Act, the Freedom to Vote Act will require all 50 states to offer early voting periods for at least 2 weeks prior to Election Day, including on nights and weekends for at least 10 hours a day, except for jurisdictions with less than 3,000 voters, which would only require to offer early voting during the election office's regular business hours for at least 8 hours a day on Saturday and 1 on Sunday for early voting periods. Each state would also be required to ensure that when possible, early voting polling places are within walking distance of public transportation, accessible to rural voters, and located on college campuses. As I said, one of the reasons one of the most effective ways to suppress the vote is when you close down polling locations. Because when you close down polling locations, it takes people a long time to get to their polling places. It makes it difficult all around. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that this is, I'm just gonna double check something because it looks like okay, it's still working. Okay, so mail voting. The bill would require national standard permitting no excuse voting by mail for every single voter. States would be required to permit voters to apply for absentee ballots online and prohibit from restricting the ability of election officials to distribute absentee ballot applications. They would also be prohibited, from imposing other burdensome requirements, like requiring mail ballots to be notarized. Right? So you have some states where you have to notarize, you have to actually notarize your absentee ballot. Can you imagine? Some states were like, they didn't even want to get rid of that during COVID. Let's see. Apart from returning ballots by mail, voters could also return mail ballots in person to polling places or drop boxes. The bill also includes safeguards to ensure fair elections, of discrepancy between a voter's signature on a mail ballot and their signature on file. Any mail. So, okay, for example, um, what that means is if you've signed your signature a little bit more wild and they're examining the signature, you would get alerted to say, hey, there seems to be a discrepancy with your ballot. Did you actually do that? And the voter can say yes before the ballot has to be fixed, corrected. It's called ballot curing. That's when you correct your ballot, right? Okay. So this would kind of prevent that. I mean, from your ballot getting tossed. Election holiday. The bill would make Election Day a legal holiday, making it easier for our votes to get to the polls. One of the things that Rebecca Coakley would talk about when she was talking about voters in the disability community, that if you were only going to make voting a national holiday, Election Day a national holiday, but you weren't going to have it as with early voting together, what happens is you have people that are taking off time from work. That includes bus drivers, and it actually makes it more difficult for people with disabilities to get to the polls. But with early voting combined with a holiday, this makes it work for everybody. Okay. Oops. So I just see that my Facebook one is no longer streaming. So let's see here. I'm going to have to edit. Let me see. I had to fix my Facebook ones. Let's see. I'm going to redo this. Save changes. I have to try to fix this here. Sorry, I told you that there would be some kind of issues with this. Let's see here. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue. Possible the stream was ended or deleted. We'll keep trying to let you know if it's resolved. Okay. I'm going to go to Facebook right now to see what's going on while I have coffee and a little food. Let's see here. Facebook actually limits the time that you can speak. And so what's funny to me is that I've actually spoken to the full extent that you can on Facebook. So I'm going to try to see if I can restream to Facebook. Let's see. Edit. Okay, voting rights. Part 2. Okay. Save changes. Okay, let's see. Facebook broadcast must be scheduled. Okay, so let's see here. Sorry, I've got to try to fix this. No, I might have to start the broadcast all over again so that people can see it. We'll see. I'll think about it. I'm going to keep going on Twitter for right now. And then at midnight, I might actually restart it all over again, which would put me at the 50-point part. Actor Bette Midler apologizes for calling West Virginia poor, illiterate, and strung out. God, people got to stop doing that. Don't make fun of people from other states. You want to make fun of the representative, make fun of the representatives. Don't make fun of the people that actually live there. That's like ridiculous to do that. I feel like Bette Midler keeps doing things like that. I think that this is like the 3rd time she's apologized for doing something like this. I'm just going to tell people still live on Twitter. Okay, here we go. So, I'm going to fix this too. So I had to fix this. I bet people don't go through this online. There we go. So let me go back to what I was discussing a little bit before. I was talking about Freedom to Vote Act. And the reason why Freedom to Vote Act was kind of redone away from the People Act is because Joe Manchin made it clear. He's like, I'm not going to sign up for the People Act. It's too invasive. No, we're not going to do it. Okay. So this is why he did sign on to Freedom to Vote Act. That doesn't mean that he's actually going to, he's co-sponsored it, but we'll see. Okay. Notice that cinema has not, well, I have to look. I haven't seen. Okay. Thwarting voter suppression. Freedom to Vote Act would take direct action to respond to avert voter suppression that blocks American access to vote. Cracking down on deceptive and intimidation tactics, the bill would prohibit false and misleading information designed to deter eligible voters from casting a ballot. It would also establish federal criminal penalties for deceiving voters and allowing the Attorney General to share accurate information about elections if the state officials fail to do so. Finally, it would increase existing penalties for voter intimidation. So you all might not know this, but we don't really have something in place to stop people from sharing disinformation, right? There's some restrictions on what people can do, but like if they do mail fraud, you can get in trouble for that. And people have committed mail fraud with voting elections to try to give people the wrong information. But this would help us. This would help us with our elections. Voter restoration. This bill restores federal voting rights for formerly incarcerated citizens upon release, upon becoming a returning citizen, establishing a bright line standard to replace the confusing patchwork of state laws and removing the vestiges of restrictions born out of Jim Crow. Okay, so we know right now then if we pass For the People Act, that you're going to right away you're going to have a response in Florida from their governor, who is intent on making sure to continue to disenfranchise reentrants, returning citizens, formerly incarcerated people. But it wouldn't matter because this would be the law of the land unless it goes into court, which I surely think it would, but it doesn't matter. It's something that needs to happen, right? Because we could automatically reenfranchise people upon being returning citizens. It would counter long lines and related discriminatory practices. The bill creates protections for individuals subjected to excessive lines on election day, most often Black and Latino voters, by requiring states to ensure that lines last no longer than 30 minutes. Can you imagine? And restricting states from prohibiting donations of food or water in line. So right away, Freedom to Vote Act automatically is countering some of those bills that I was talking about earlier. Well, they're not allowing people to pass out water in lines on long, hot days or food, right? It's ridiculous. And by the way, as long as I have spoken right now, there are people that have waited in line to vote as long as I have spoken tonight. And that should be pretty horrifying. There are people on election day that easily spend as much time, 6 to 8 to 10 hours, sometimes 12 hours waiting in line to cast their ballot. That is voter disenfranchisement. And some people are like, I'm willing to wait all day to cast my ballot. But if you are having health issues, if you are disabled, if you have to get back to a job, if you have to pick up children from school, you can't wait in line for 12 hours. And that is why that is a disenfranchising measure, is to have long lines. I've seen people I've seen Republicans kind of make fun of it. These are the same people that have more polling places that bounce in and out and don't have to wait a second. I will say this, in New York City, now that we have early voting, which is beautiful, my husband and I are able to just go right into our polling places, cast our ballot, and bounce right out. And it's wonderful. And everybody should have the same. Everybody should absolutely have the same access to that. Okay? So this is also what it does. Protects private right of action. The bill reinserts and strengthens the constitutional right to vote of every citizen of legal voting age. The bill creates a clause of action that allows voters to sue when their constitutional right is infringed upon. I mean, that is a massive aspect of Freedom to Vote Act. And one person just texted me and said, I didn't know that was part of the act. Right. And it's because, listen, this is the Brennan Center for Justice. This is a group of lawyers, and they're discussing it. But these are things that people need to be told in public. I mean, I think one of the things that needs to happen is that perhaps Jamie Harrison or Sean Patrick Maloney from DTRIP or Jamie Harrison from the DNC, I think part of the voter outreach that needs to happen is there needs to be like a talking point sheet of what Freedom to Vote Act does, what For the People Act does, what the John Lewis Voting Right Act does, just like a little postcard that says it. Because as you've heard, some of you heard, there's some really spectacular things in there that would really help our democracy out. Okay. Redistricting reform. The Freedom to Vote Act provides critical safeguards to end extreme partisan gerrymandering and congressional redistricting. And the 2021 redistricting cycle has already begun, but there's still time to prevent the worst extreme gerrymandering and discrimination against communities of colors if these changes are enacted quickly. Banning partisan gerrymandering and establishing clear and neutral standards, the bill will require strong, uniform rules of congressional redistricting, including a ban on partisan gerrymandering and strengthening the protections for communities of color. These rules would be applicable to all maps created in the current cycle, including those that have been enacted. Procedural safeguards. The bill would also ensure greater transparency in redistricting process and enhance judicial remedies to ensure that discriminatory and gerrymandered maps can be quickly challenged in court and fixed. Something that's really missing a lot in our voting rights is transparency. Something that's missing a lot in our government is transparency. So a lot of the things that these bills are doing, For the People, Freedom to Vote Act, For the People Act, both of them talk about transparency. It is absolutely a necessity to have transparency in our government. Another place that I would like to see transparency happen is in our budgets, how money is being spent. I think that every time that we are proposing any kind of bill or any kind of when we do these big omnibus packages, that budget should be available for the public and easily annotated so that the public can understand what's going on and how is it being spent and where is it going to. You know, that's something that I would really, really love to see. You know, I would love to see more transparency. I'd love to see more transparency across the board in our politics. There are groups that do analyze these budgets. There's a budget group that goes through and looks at what's happening with the budget, and they discuss the budget. But we need to have more of like a citizen response to that as well. You know, I think that we need to have it so that that everybody can go online right away and press click and see where that money is going to and who's it going to. And honestly, we need to know who the people are who are help sponsor that bill. For example, there was a bill that came out a long time ago. I believe it was called American Pastime Act. And it was basically written by lobbyists. And it was kind of shoved into this big omnibus bill that it was going to prevent minor league players from earning more money, right? Because they bid like minimum wage or less than. It's really terrible. And these are things that the public didn't even know about till later, because these are things that just get shoved into these bills. To me, all that should be online right away. One of the reasons why I think across the board, some Republicans and Democrats don't want to see that kind of transparency from happening is because the public would be more involved in the process. And I think a lot of the times, honestly, people are just like, I'd rather us just like pass the bills. I don't really want the public to be that involved in what we're doing. You know, I think a lot of them just prefer to be left alone. You elect me, let me do my job. when you're done electing me, you're done. Now I'm in power. To me, it's like there needs to be more transparency. And one of the reasons why I really love For the People Act is because they were bringing more transparency in who was funding the people that were running for office, that are in office. And of course, Joe Manchin was like, absolutely not. Hell no. I don't want any of you to know who is funding me. Okay. So this, to me, Freedom to Vote Act is I don't want to say watered down. It's not watered down. It's a pared down version of For the People Act. Okay. So another aspect of the Freedom to Vote Act is voter suppression, preventing election sabotage. Voter suppression and extreme gerrymandering are themselves forms of election sabotage. But the Freedom to Vote Act also includes new specific protections to counter other tactics that have arisen in recent months and attacks on election officials to partisan election reviews. Restrictions on the politicized removal of election officials and related safeguards. This bill would increase protections for local election administrators and help prevent them from being removed for partisan or political reasons. The bill allows the bill allows officials administrating federal elections to bring a lawsuit challenging their removal if they are replaced for any reason other than gross negligence of duty, or malfeasance in office. It also increases other federal protections against intimidation of election workers. Okay. One of the reasons why that had to be put in at all was because of what happened in Georgia. When the Secretary of State, then Raffensperger, Trump wanted him to not certify the election results there. He wanted to challenge the election results. Raffensperger said, listen, we already went through this. Democrats won fair and square. And Raffensperger was like, I am a Republican. I wanted us to win. We just didn't. So Republicans were furious. Some Republicans were furious with him. Some people were like, oh, he's being a hero. He's not a hero for doing his job, by the way. I did not like the praise that was heaped on Georgia's Secretary of State for merely certifying the election. I didn't like that there was any kind of applause for that. I don't want it to be normalized that we are clapping and applauding people for doing their job, for doing right by the voters. Okay. But now they try to draft something where they can easily replace you. They can replace you if they don't agree with what you're doing to defend the election. So this is why this now is part of the Freedom to Vote Act. So they added modernizing voter registration in Freedom to Vote Act. This is also similar to For the People Act. The Freedom to Vote Act would modernize our voter registration system and solve the vast majority of registration problems that routinely keep millions of Americans from voting. So it would give us automatic voter registration. It would give us same-day voter registration, online voter registration, and protection against unlawful purges. So that's very similar to For the People Act. Campaign finance reform is also part of this. The Freedom to Vote Act would take crucial steps towards overhauling our nation's campaign finance system. Small donor matching. I like this, by the way. The Freedom to Vote Act includes a voluntary small donor matching system for elections of the House of Representatives to opt in. This program is modeled on successful programs that have been adopted at the state and local level for federal presidential primaries. Under the program, small donations of up to $200 to participating candidates would be matched to a 6-to-1 ratio, with candidates also able to raise unmatched funds from other donors up to a $1,000 limit. This program would be paid for exclusively through the new State Elections Assistance and Innovation Fund, which would be funded primarily through a surcharge on corporate fines and penalties. And this is very important, would not rely on taxpayer funds. States choosing not to participate in matching fund system could use the funds for other election improvements. Okay. So the small donor matching would be crucial. That's amazing. It's something that's really needed. I talk about it all the time with fundraising. That right now we have a system in place where in order to run for House, which I am running for, you have to raise at least $1 million. AOC did not raise $1 million the first time she ran. I think she raised around $300,000 in total. Pardon me. But on average, it costs about $1 million to win a House seat. And it should not. And if you do not come from wealth, if you are not connected to wealthy donors, then it's much harder for you to find those bigger numbers. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to continue to go here. Let's see. Still having a little bit more because I need a little food. I did not eat that much today. I would say the majority of the food that I have is pretty noisy. I do have popcorn. That's not really an easy filibuster snack to eat, but I have it just in case. Okay. So other aspects. We have shoring up campaign transparency. This bill would address the phenomenon of dark money. I don't like the word dark money, but we need to come up with a new word. I don't like anything negative associated with dark. This is money coming from undisclosed sources in our federal elections. Would require any entity that spends more than $10,000 in an election to disclose all of its major donors. I honestly think that every single cent should be transparent. If you're spending $1 and you donate, people should know who they're getting that dollar from. I don't understand why you don't always have to itemize. I have asked my treasurer if she can itemize so you can see everybody who's donated to me. So I think that everybody should want to be transparent in who's donating money. But also extend campaign transparency requirements to internet ads. Require these ads to clearly identify their sponsors. To require the major online platforms that sell them to create searchable databases of past advertisements and their buyers in order to maximize transparency and minimize disinformation. That is hugely, hugely important. And why is that? Because in the Mueller report, it was clear that there were these fake, pretend Black Lives Matter groups that sprung up, and some of them were paying for advertising and pretending to be Black people. And we find out they were not. These are people from other countries, white people that are from other countries, pretending to be Black people. So we do need to know who is behind people posing as something, or if they're not posing, who is it? Who's paying for it? And we also want to make sure that they're not trying to create some trickery or disinformation. So to me, this is really wonderful to have that kind of transparency. I think that's beautiful. Fixing enforcement of the dysfunctional FEC. Wow. Fixing enforcement at the dysfunctional FEC. The bill overhauls the Federal Election Commission's enforcement process to ensure that the commission will investigate potential violations of the law without being stymied by partisan gridlock. I have to say, my experience with the FEC has actually been really good. Everybody at the Federal Elections Commission has been really nice and really knowledgeable, but I'm also not a Republican running for office, right? So I don't know what kind of trickery they're trying to use there. Assuring that super PACs are truly independent. The bill also tightens rules intended to keep super PACs and other outside groups independent of candidates, right? That's important. Okay. Promoting election security. This is one of the last pages. The Freedom to Vote Act includes much needed improvements to election security and measures to prevent subversion of the electoral process, requiring post-election audits. This bill requires states to conduct transparent post-election audits that adhere to clear rules and procedures, requiring paper records and other election infrastructure improvements. This bill requires states to replace the old paperless electronic voting machines with voting machines that provide voter verified paper records and provides grants for states to purchase more secure systems. With all the advancements in technology, some people will be like, well, why do we need paper? Well, we know why. Because we know that is very easy to switch results. Has that ever happened? So far, no one has found evidence of that happening. But at the same time, there were a bunch of people that proved that they could hack into voting machines. I think a university sponsored it. They're like, how hard would it be to be hacked into this machine? And these hackers said it's quite easy. These machines are very old, they're very antiquated, they need to be replaced. So that's why you have to have a paper trail when it comes to voting. So to me, it's like this is not a bureaucracy thing. To me, that's a security and a safety measure thing to make sure that we know how we voted, that we can trust the process, and it will create more trust. I mean, there are lots of people that are never going to trust the process unless it works out for them. But having a paper trail is one way to do that. Okay. So that right there is Freedom to Vote Act. So you have an overview. And one of the good news pieces that I shared earlier about it is that Joe Manchin did co-sponsor that. So he is interested in that. I know a lot of people are going to be like, can you trust that? Well, no, I mean, I don't really trust Joe Manchin right now. But I would, if I were Democrats in the Senate, really push Joe Manchin on, like, you co-sponsored this, let's do this. Let's go ahead and get this passed now. My worry is that if voting rights legislation comes, it's going to be after the maps are all completed, after the gerrymandering is done. And why that's an issue is those maps will stay. Those maps are set. Going forward, any voter suppressive measures, they'll be blocked by these new bills. But the stuff behind it will have to be done, taken care of individually. And some you won't be able to take care of until the next time around. In the next 10 years when the new maps are drawn again. Ugh, right? Okay. So that was that one. I'm going to go back to, I wanted to read another one. I had talked a little bit before. I read the Freedom House's report about our democracy having issues and being downgraded. One of the reports said that we backslid for the very first time ever as a democracy. And all of this is attached to voting rights, right? And so I want to read there's 3 different reports that came out from 3 different organizations that basically talked about our democracy being downgraded, our democracy backsliding. And so I want to just talk about that for a second. I'm going to talk about the one that was done by the Economist Intelligence Unit. So Democracy Index 2020 in sickness and in health. And unfortunately, they put a mask on top of the Statue of Liberty. So even though they're rating democracies around the world, they point out ours as one that's sick right now. So I'm going to just read a little bit of what they have to say about America. This is on 42. Okay, here we go. North America. In 2020, North America retained its place as the top ranked region in the world in the Democracy Index with a score of 8.58. North America continues to outrank Western Europe, which has an average score of 0.29. However, North America's score declined marginally compared with 2019 when it stood at 8.59. As has been the case since the first edition of the Democracy Index in 2006, Canada is the region's top performer. So Canada outranks us on democracy, climbing 2 spots to 5th position in the global ranking. Its average score improved modestly from 9.22 to 9.24 in 2020. There has been a reversal of fortunes in the region over the past 5 years, with Canada improving its standing and the U.S. experiencing a decline. Another decline in the U.S. score in 2020 means that the U.S., 25th worldwide, now trails behind Canada. Canada and the U.S. performed better in the political participation category, however, in line with global trends. Both countries did worse in the citizens' control and personal freedoms indicator, owing in part to the introduction of coronavirus-related restrictions. Okay. That part's a little ridiculous, but I will say this. One of the reasons why our score didn't slide hard in 2020, according to The Economist, is because political engagement and participation increased in 2020. But why did political participation increase during that time period? Well, it increased during that time period because coronavirus had states across America saying, well, we're going to have to let some people vote or we're not going to be back in office again. So some Republican states were like, okay, so we're going to relent and let drop boxes happen, and we're going to let people vote via absentee ballot. So this is one of the reasons why, I would say this is one of the reasons why we kind of hung in there as a democracy in 2020. And it was because our voting rights were kind of temporarily expanded. And I mean temporarily. Because as soon as 2020 election ended, the second that it ended, right away when Republicans were like, okay, we're getting rid of all of these strides that we made. We're going to get rid of drop boxes. We're going to get rid of absentee ballots. You're going to have to get notarized again. You're going to have a big excuse to even want an absentee ballot at this point. We're not going to have early vote. We're not going to have early voting in our state. So there was a lot of restrictions they went right back to, and then even worse. Okay. So to me, that is why I'm curious as to see what our rankings will be after the 2022 midterms. There are lots of lawyers that are working on suing right now, that are working on trying to fix these issues. But without voting rights, I don't know. I'm going to read something by Mark Ellis, actually, because I really liked what he's talked about. He talked about the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Ordinary people with extraordinary vision can redeem the soul of America by getting in what I call good trouble, necessary trouble. Congressman Lewis wrote in an op-ed shortly before his death in 2020. Voting and participation in the democratic process are key. The vote is the most powerful nonviolent change agent you have in a democratic society. That to me I feel like they should be on t-shirts, because that's really the crux of all of it. I'm going to just read that again. This is from John Lewis, who we all miss very much. Voting and participation in the democratic process are key. The vote is the most powerful nonviolent change agent you can have in a democratic society. The U.S. House of Representatives followed through on this call to action, passing John Lewis's Voting Rights Act, H.R. 4, on August 24th, named after the Georgia congressman, a civil rights giant. The bill not only bears his name, it heeds his call, wrote the Biden administration in a statement of support. H.R. 4 now heads to the U.S. Senate, where slim Democratic majority must still contend with a 60-vote filibuster, a procedural tactic that threatens the bill's passage. Okay? And again, that filibuster is a silent filibuster, which means all they have to do is get 41 senators that say, we don't want to, we're going to filibuster this. And they can just walk out and They don't have to call a vote to the floor, okay? And a talking filibuster actually is quite complicated. I'm going to get more into the talking filibuster later tonight, discussing the history of the filibuster and stuff. Still going to focus on voting rights for right now. The Democratic majority must still contend with the 60-vote filibuster, procedural tactic that threatened the bill's passage. In today's piece, we're reflecting on Lewis's powerful legacy and breaking down the landmark voting bill he championed, the legacy of Congressman John Lewis. Born to Alabama sharecroppers in 1940, Lewis grew up in the era of Jim Crow and soon became one of the most prominent leaders of nonviolent resistance. He led lunch counter sit-ins in Nashville and joined the original Freedom Riders as they challenged racial segregation on public transportation, continually arrested and attacked in the South. Lewis spoke at the March on Washington at 23 years old, a mass rally that led to the adoption of the Civil Rights Act in 1964. Following the adoption of the momentous Civil Rights Bill, activists focused on registering Black voters. Despite open intimidation, on March 7, 1965, activists marched from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, to protest the continued denial of voting rights. The group led by Lewis faced a brutal attack from state troopers that left Lewis with a fractured skull. They widely shared images from that day deemed Bloody Sunday, shocked the conscience of the nation, and galvanized Congress to pass Voting Rights Act 1965. August 17th, 2021, Rep. Terry Sewell formally introduced H.R. 4 in front of the infamous Edmund Pettus Bridge, where Lewis and fellow civil rights leaders and activists risked their lives for voting rights over a half a century earlier. So what does the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act do? H.R. 4 restores the key provision in the VRA, which federal courts chipped away at in recent years. In Shelby v. Holder, 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down one of the VRA's most powerful tools, federal government oversight, ensuring states did not pass discriminatory law. And what that sounds like is what it is. This was our federal government looking over the land to see which states were trying to pass discriminatory policy, voting rights policy. Okay, so that's what was taken away from that. Our ability to look over, for our federal government, DOJ, to look over and make sure discrimination wasn't happening to stop people from accessing the ballot box. Section 5 of the VRA subjected states or counties with histories of voter suppression to pre-approval before enacting legislative changes. Section 4 outlined a formula to determine which jurisdictions were covered by Section 5's pre-approval process. When the Supreme Court's conservative justice ruled that the oversight formula was outdated because Obama had been elected, they thought we were post-racial, they didn't have to worry about it anymore, that it was an unconstitutional burden on states. It was not a burden. It was like, hey, can we discriminate? No, you can't. See, that's not a burden. That's basically what happened. Section 5 became moved, and states immediately, when Section 5 was annihilated, states immediately pushed for new restrictive voting measures like this. So we knew that second that was removed, states did what the VRA was trying to prevent, which they immediately discriminated when that oversight was gone, right? The Supreme Court has the power of judicial review. However, Congress can pass new laws to re-strengthen voting rights protections. H.R. 4 utilizes the legislative power to update the Section 4 formula with current data on racial inequity in voting practices. Okay, so that's kind of what's nothing good came out of putting a dagger in the VRA. But if anything, this also does give us the opportunity to codify it and to make it stronger and to update it to what is actually happening now, because we know that states that have a previous history of discrimination are not just in the South, it's across America. So the entire United States needs to be looked at on the current data of racially inequitable voting practices. Okay. That includes New York State, by the way. And a 25-year-old rolling period, so only states with recent persistent violations are covered. Strengthening Section 2 of the VRA eroded by the Supreme Court. So strengthening Section 2 of the VRA was eroded when the Supreme Court rolled back some rights during Bronovich versus DNC. Okay, so it was strengthen Section 2. It would update Section 4. It would immediately strengthen back the VRA. So how different is it from the For the People Act, which I talk about? How is it basically different from For the People Act? How is it different from Freedom to Vote Act? So For the People Act, and also I would say the Freedom to Vote Act, there are significant pieces of voting rights legislation. There are distinct bills that tackle different challenges. Both are part of the same electoral reform effort by Democratic lawmakers. H.R. 1 establishes a minimum standard. For the People Act establishes a minimum standard for voting access, but also moves beyond to cover campaign finance, ethics reforms, redistricting, a bill that spans over 800. It's an 800-page bill. It's a monster, beautiful monster. HR 4 is not simply HR 4 is not simply a subsection or a more narrow version of HR 1 as often described, but utilizes a unique federal power to specifically tackle racial voter suppression and discrimination across the states. Okay, so they're being it's very specific in how it's addressing disenfranchisement. What is the bill's path to passage? HR 4 passed twice in previous sessions, but most recently on party line vote with all Democrats in favor, all Republicans opposed, but faces an uphill battle with faces an uphill battle in the Senate, period. Joe Manchin and his Republican colleague Murkowski, who showed hesitation on For the People Act, has signaled their support for John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Signaled it. Not guaranteed, but they're like, maybe. Even with full Democratic caucus on board, lockstep Republican opposition, the Senate filibuster threatens the bill's success. Manchin and his colleagues, Kristen Sinema, have voiced opposition to both eliminating or changing the filibuster rules, with the rest of their caucus falling somewhere in between eliminating it and being open to other reforms. Voting rights will be the first matter of legislative business when the Senate returns to session in September. That's not true. So that ended up not being true. Not really. Sorry, just have to eat a little more food. Okay. So we know that Democrats went on holiday recess without really getting to voting rights. And as I've been talking through the whole day, I've been talking about the challenges that Democrats would have to hurdle. I think that Sinema and Joe Manchin have no shame. So this idea that we can shame them into a talking filibuster is not that easy. However, we should be trying everything that we can. I also want to say this. I'm going to talk about. I also want to talk about this for a second. I don't think that Build Back Better is dead. I don't think that voting rights is dead. But I also understand this is why a lot of people are feeling really frustrated right now. A lot of frustration right now. They are just like, I do not see how any of this is going to change or going to happen. So I'll say this. Right now, we're at another galvanizing moment, a possible galvanizing moment. We know that right now, We have this other variant that's incredibly contagious. My God, it's so contagious, right? I know this because, my husband, who had been faring well during the pandemic working in a bar scene, and then all of a sudden Omicron variant comes through and people say, well, this is a much more contagious variant. It unbelievably is. I'm knocking on wood, but it's shocking that I didn't get it from my husband. But he was, of course, responsible right away. The second that he found out that somebody else had gotten it, he actually went and slept in the bathroom. Because our apartment's so small, there's another room to go to other than the bathroom. To protect me, to make sure that I was safe, to try to not get it. And then he got a spot in one of the isolation hotels. So right now we are dealing with another wave. And, there's a lot of chatter about what does it mean? What does it look like? How is this going to function? Whenever we're talking about COVID, the first thing that we need to center are the people that are immunocompromised, people like senior citizens, people that have vulnerable immune systems. So right now we need to be talking about how are we protecting people right now. And midterms are still about 6 months away. And we're going to have to talk about voter protections again during that time period. And people are going to say, well, we might have it handled in 6 months. Will we? Because up until 2 weeks ago, I thought my husband and I were going to go back to Virginia to spend Christmas with my in-laws. One of the things that I know very well, and one of the reasons why I'm running for office, was because I really do understand the temporariness of life, and I do understand how things can change on a dime. I'm very aware of that, and I am not someone that looks at life through rose-colored glasses. I'll say that. So to me, right now is a time for us to think about preparing for midterms in a way that's going to keep people safe again. And so in that conversation, that keeps people safe now, and that keeps people safe when we're voting. We need to, if this keeps continuing in the way that it is, we need to be protecting people that are vulnerable again to the disease. Because let me tell you this. My husband doesn't have a pre-existing condition. My husband works out, I'd say a couple days a week, and pretty healthy person, does not smoke cigarettes. And he got it, and it was a breakthrough case. He had fever. We're both boosted. We were both boosted for COVID. We both had our shots for COVID. We both have our flu shots. And yet my husband had a fever. And my husband had a cough, and he had a sore throat. And he said to me, Maya, I don't even want to think about what would happen if I hadn't been boosted. Right? Now, there are people that are that have vulnerable immune systems that are boosted too, but because they're dealing with vulnerable immune systems, this could be really deadly for them, this next surge. And so I do think that Democrats, when they're coming back from their holiday vacation, I do think that they do need to talk about what does that mean for midterms? What does that mean immediately? How are we going to protect people? And we should be thinking about midterms and voting. For example, in February, I have to start petitioning. Most candidates have to do petitioning again. And what does that mean? Petitioning means that you go and you ask people to, help put you on the ballot. You say, hey, I'm running for office. Even if you're not even if you don't want to vote for me, if you wouldn't mind helping me get on the ballot. And some people will say, sure, no problem, and sign it. And other people will be like, I don't want to sign it. But this is a place where we'll be interacting with people again. And we're seeing that even people that are wearing masks are still being are still being affected by this new highly transmissible aspect of COVID. I'm not saying that the situation is hopeless. I'm not saying something that there isn't like good news. Like we know that I have Moderna, and I've heard that Moderna stands up quite well to it. But at the same time, we can't wait until it becomes an emergency to try to figure out what we're going to do. We are in a midterm election year. So we have to think about what we're going to be doing during this time period, right? How are we going to do petitioning? How are we going to be interacting with voters? We don't get voters sick. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to have to talk about that. And it's something that I believe, that the Democrats are going to have to address when they come back from vacation. There's still so much to do. Oh, this is the wrong thing. There's still so much to do in regard to keeping people safe and helping people make sure that they have the tools to keep themselves safe. And one of the ways and one of the tools to help keep people safe is that they're going to, we need to have more testing done, obviously, right? We need to have more tests available. They need to be free. My husband was talking about how expensive it was when he went out and he got two COVID test kits for us both. And by the way, it took him 2 hours to find those test kits. Apparently people had been hoarding them. A lot of people had been buying as many as they could and keeping them at the house. So there are things that are going to have to be done now and expedited through our federal government again to make sure that we're safe, that get us ready for petitioning, that get us ready for campaigning. The last 2 years ago in 2020, or God, yes, my God, it's going to be 2 years ago. A lot of the campaigning just happened online, meetings like that, right? Is that going to happen this time around? We don't know yet. So there's a lot of changes. There's a lot of things that we're going to have to prepare for 2022. But I do think that this moment, I don't want to say opportunity because opportunity sounds like something positive. And right now with this new COVID variant, it's not a positive moment. But because of this moment, the Democrats should use this moment to say, okay, we need to see our way out of this pandemic. We're thankful that we have vaccines, period. But we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do to help us in this moment, to help all of us have the tools. The tools are making sure that everybody has access to testing kits, no matter what their income. They're free, that people are able to pick them up, that people have access to new and clean masks. They have the best kind of masks that are available, that people are able to socially distance again. Then we also have to talk about the fact that my husband's a restaurant worker. He works in restaurants, he works in bars, he works in nightlife. And I have lots of friends that work in theater, that work in Broadway, that work in the arts. And once again, we're seeing these industries massively disrupted because it's a winter time and people are coming indoors. We saw lots of Broadway shows cancel for the evening or the night. For example, Radio City Music Hall just canceled for the rest of the season. My friend Matt is actually a horn player, so he lost his gig during that time period. Okay. So the COVID pandemic is still having big financial ramifications directly impacting New York and a lot of the people that a lot of the communities that I belong to, like the service industry community, the arts and creative community, theater community. So we do have to start thinking about this. And I know the Democrats are like, I don't want to talk about another financial package. How are we going to talk about another financial package? But it's time to talk about it. It's time to talk about it. When we talk about what our government can do for us, this is the time to speak about it. I know a lot of people got mad because Joe Biden let student loans come back in. I do agree that that was a mistake. And also, I think that he should think about reversing it for right now. Because, for example, my husband, he just finished his master's degree. He graduated with his MFA. Very proud of him. Very talented writer. He may not be able to work because COVID keeps sweeping these industries. And my husband can't go back out of work and back into an isolation hotel again for 10 days. By the way, they mandatorily make you stay there for 10 days. Right? It's not something that you can come and go from. Y'all might not know that. So we're going to have to think about financial packages of what they can do. Now, he can probably claim unemployment again for while he's out of work, but there's complications with all of that, right? So we do have to think about what it is that our states are going to be prepared to do if Omicron keeps sweeping our country like this. And we do have to think about it when it comes to our voting practices again. Okay? So I am actually going to read, you know what? Actually, my friend Matthew just wrote something here that I'm going to read. And then I'm going to read James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket. Matthew Cortland, he's a lawyer. He crafted the hashtag demolish disabled poverty. He said, things are very bad and they're going to get worse. And I want you to know that Matt is not being hyperbolic. He's someone that's chronically ill. He is somebody that getting exposed to these new variants would be detrimental to him and his partner. Okay. He said, I can't overemphasize the importance of wearing high quality, good fitting masks, i.e. has a good seal around your face so that all the air you breathe gets sucked through the mask material. A mask only protects you when it filters the air you're breathing. Make sure you've got a good seal, and then don't take it off then don't take your mask off indoors. If you need to take your mask off indoors for a sip of water or a bite of a cookie or blow your nose, you're not protected. Whatever the rules may happen to be, whatever you think is fair, it doesn't matter. SARS-CoV-2, which is the new variant, doesn't care. If you're in an indoor closed space and any other people have been in that space within the last several hours, that space poses a risk transmission. And he said, here's how I'm thinking about COVID-19 safety in the time of Omicron. So he wrote a post here. You can go and look at it. It's at Matt BC. He said, high quality masks should have been provided to every single person in this country, but our leaders chose not to make that happen. Now, good masks can be quite expensive, right? And by the way, the Trump administration at one moment, someone suggested during that time period that he mail out a mask to everybody in America through the mail, and then he decided last minute not to do any of that. So that's something that we could still do. We've seen the Fed seize millions of counterfeit masks. Personally, I'm following the comprehensive mask testing work of Lloyd Amherst. And I've purchased US-made kids N95 masks. This company is selling them for adults and people with smaller faces. My main mask is from, he said, EnviroMask. I'd also trust the authenticity of any masks with the 3M link. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. So right now we're back, and I know no one wants to hear this, but we're back in that place again of uncertainty. And that's very exhausting. And I know that a lot of people are totally exhausted from hearing that. No one wants to hear we're back in a place of uncertainty. I don't think it's the same exact panic for some people. It is for others. If you have a vulnerable immune system, it is still panicking. If you're an older American, it's still panicking. Okay. So to be blasé-faire about it and say, hey, we have protections now, we're fine. That's not how everybody feels. So we do have to think about that. Okay. So I'm going to read James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket and how this relates to voting rights. Let me see. Do I have it here? I have it down here. One person, no vote. No. There. Palmembo. Bow to the bow. Okay. No, I have it back in here. I did open it and then I closed it. Um, price of the ticket. Okay, there we go. PDF. James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket. I'll just tell you right now that Price of the Ticket is kind of based on this idea of like who was allowed to be white in this country. And as Malcolm X said, these are people that never had to worry about whether they would be counted as American or not. But James Baldwin would argue there was a price for that. But these are also people that had always been kind of granted voting rights. That's not totally true. There were some people that weren't allowed. So let me just read James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket, okay? My soul looks back and I wonder how I got over Indeed. But I find it unexpectedly difficult to remember in detail how I got started. I will never, for example, forget Saul, the editor of The New Leader, who gave me my first book review assignment in 1946, nor Mary Green, a wonderful woman, who was his Man Friday. But I do not remember exactly how I met them. I do remember my life in Greenwich Village began, which is essentially how my career began. For it began when I was 15. One day, DeWitt Clinton HS, running buddy, Emil played hockey without me and went down to Greenwich Village and made an acquaintance of Buford Delaney. The next day, he told me about this wonderful man he had met, a black man, then a Negro or colored painter, and said that I must meet him. He gave me Buford Delaney's address. I had a Dickensian job after school in a sweatshop on Canal Street and was getting on so badly at home that I dreaded going home. And so sometime later, I went to 181 Green Street, where Buford lived then, and introduced myself. I was terrified. Once I had climbed those stairs and knocked on that door, a short, round, brown man came to the door and looked at me. He had the most extraordinary eyes I had ever seen. This is James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket. When he had completed his instant x-ray of my brain, lungs, liver, heart, bowels, and spinal column, while I said usefully, Emil sent me, he smiled and said, come in, and he opened the door. He opened the door all right. Lord, I was to hear Buford sing. Later, and for many years, opened the unusual door. My running buddy had sent me to the right one, and not a moment too soon. I walked through the door into Buford's colors, on the easel, on the pallet, against the wall, sometimes turned to the wall, and sometimes in limbo, covered by white sheets. It was a small studio, but it didn't seem small, with a black pot-belly stove somewhere near the two windows. There might have been only one window. There was a fire escape which Buford, simply by his presence, had transmuted into the most exclusive terrace in Manhattan or Bombay. I walked into music. I had grown up with music, but now on Buford's small black recorder, I began to hear what I had never dared or been able to hear. Buford never gave me lectures, but in the studio became his presence. I really began to hear Ella Fitzgerald, Ma Rainey, Louis Armstrong, Bessie Smith, Ethel Waters, Paul Robeson, Lita Horne, Fats Waller. He could inform me about Duke Ellington, W.C. Handy, and Josh White, introduce me to Frankie Newton, and tall tales about Ethel Waters. And these people were not meant to be looked at by me as celebrities, but part of Buford's life as part of my inheritance. I may have been with Buford, for example, that first time I saw Paul Robeson in concert in Othello. But I know he bought tickets for us, really for me, to see and hear Marian Anderson at Carnegie Hall. Because of her color, Miss Anderson was not allowed to sing at the Met. As far as the Daughters of the American Revolution were concerned, anywhere in Washington, D.C., where white people might risk hearing her. Eleanor Roosevelt was appalled by this species of patriotism and arranged for Miss Marian Anderson to sing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. This was quite a marvelous and passionate event in those years, triggered by the indignation of one woman who had clearly, it seemed to me, married beneath her. By this time, I was working for the Army or the Yankee Dollar in New Jersey. I hitchhiked in sub-zero weather out of what I will always remember as one of the lowest and most obscene circles of hell into Manhattan, where Buford and Miss Anderson were on hand to inform me that I had no right to permit myself to be defined by so pitiful people. Not only was I not born to be a slave, I was not born to hope to become equal of the slave master. They had, the masters, incontestably, the rope and time with enough, they would hang themselves with it. They would not hang me. I was to see that. If Buford and Miss Anderson were part of an inheritance, then I was a part of their hope. I remember Miss Anderson, the end of the concert, and kind of a smoky yellow skin, copper tan, roses in the air about her, roses above her feet, roses at her feet. Buford painted it, an enormous painting. He fixed it in time for me forever. And he painted it and he said it was for me. Buford was the first walking, living proof for me that a Black man could be an artist. In a warmer time, a less blasphemous place, he could have been recognized as a master, and I as his pupil. He became for me an example of courage and integrity and humility and passion and absolute integrity. I saw him shaken many times and I lived to see him broken, but I never saw him bow. His example operated as this enormous protection for the village then. And not only for a boy like me who was an alabaster maze perched above the boiling sea. To lose oneself in the maze was to fall into the sea. One saw it around one all the time. A famous poet of the 20s and 30s, grotesquely, shamelessly, cadging drinks, another relic living in isolation on opium and champagne, someone your own age suddenly strung out or going under on a subway train, people you ate with or drank with suddenly going home and blowing their brains out or turning on the gas or leaping out the window. And racially, the village was vicious, partly because the people who had lived there, largely because of the tourists, and absolutely because of the cops. Very largely then, because of Buford and Connie Williams, a beautiful Black lady from Trinidad who ran the restaurant in which I was a waiter, the jazz musicians I loved and who referred to me with a kind of exasperated affection as the kid, I was never entirely at the mercy of an environment at once hostile and seductive. They knew about dope, for example. I didn't. But the pusher and his product were kept far from me. I needed love so badly that I could have easily hit a needle as persuaded to share a joint of marijuana. And in fact, Buford and the others let me smoke with them from time to time, but there were people who warned me of people not to smoke with. The only real danger with marijuana is that it can lead to rougher stuff. That's what I was told. But this has to do with the person, not the weed. In my own case, it could have hardly been a problem since I simply could not write if I were high. Rather, I could sometimes at night, the greatest pages of the world had ever seen, pages I tore up the moment I read them in the morning. Yet I learned something about myself from these irredeemable horrors, something that I might not have learned had I not been forced to know that I was valued. I repeat, Buford never gave me any lectures, but he didn't have to. He expected me to accept and respect the value placed upon me. Without this, I might have easily become the junkie with so many of those I knew becoming then, or a Bellevue or Tombs inmate instead of the visitor, or the Hudson River corpse, which a Black man I loved with all my heart was shortly to become. Shortly, I was to meet Eugene sometime between 1943 and 1944 and run or hang with him until he hurled himself off the George Washington Bridge into the water in 1946. We were never lovers, for what it's worth. I think I wish we had been. When he died, I remember that he had once obliquely suggested this possibility. He had run down a list of his girlfriends, those he liked, those he really liked, one or two of whom he might have fallen in love with. And then he said, I wonder if I might be in love with you. I wish I had heard him more clearly. An oblique confession is always a plea. But I was too hurt a great many times by people unable to imagine that anyone could possibly be in love with an ugly boy like me. To be valued is one thing. The recognition of this assessment demanding, essentially, an act of the will. But love is another matter. It is scarcely worth observing what a mockery love makes of the will. Leaving all that alone, however, when I was dead, I realized that I would have done anything whatsoever to hold him in this world. Through him, anyways. My political life, as far as I can claim formally to have begun. He was a socialist, a member of the Young People's Socialist League, and urged me to join, and so I did. And then I outdistanced him by becoming a Trotsky. So I was in the interesting position at the age of 19 of being an anti-Stalinist when America and Russia were allies. My life on the left is absolutely no interest. My life on the left is of absolute no interest. It did not last long. It was useful in that I learned that it may be impossible to indoctrinate me. Also, revolutionaries tend to be sentimental, and I hope that I am not. This was to lead to the very serious difference between me and Eugene and to others. But it was during this period when I met people who were to take me to see Saul, the new leader, Randall Jarrell of The Nation, Elliot Cohen, and Robert Warshaw of The Commentary, and Philip Rov of the Parisian Review. These men are all dead now, and they were all very important in my life. It is not too much to say that they all helped save my life. It was Bill Cole at Knopf that later, when editing Go Tell It on the Mountain, had me on the ropes. Their role in my life says something arresting concerning the American dilemma, or more precisely, the American torment. Let me stop right there for just 1 second. He said the American torment. And let me say that when I read The Bullet or the Ballot, Malcolm X said, I don't think that this is the American dream. I think it's the American nightmare. And so you can see that you can see Baldwin saying something kind of similar, the American torment. I had been to 2 Black newspapers before I met these people. I had simply been laughed out of the office as a shoeshine boy who had never been to college. I don't blame these people. God knows I was unlikely a cub reporter. Yet I still remember how deeply I was hurt. On the other hand, around this time, or a little later, I landed a job as a messenger for the New York liberal newspaper PM. It was perhaps worth pointing out that PM had a man about my complexion in the tower, under whom I worked, a coal Black man in the cellar whom no one ever saw, and a fair Black man in the city desk in the window. So he's talking about colorism that he witnessed in his writing career. My career at PM was very nearly devastating as my career as a civilian employee in the U.S. Army, except PM never, as far as I know, placed me on a blacklist. If the Black newspapers had considered me absolutely beyond redemption, PM was determined to save me. I cannot tell what attitude caused me more bitter anguish. Therefore, it might have cost Saul nothing to hurl a book at me to see if I could read it and be articulate concerning what he had read. I took it as a vote of confidence and swore that I would give him the very best shot. And I loved him, the old man. And sometimes I called him to his face. And I know that he was proud of me and that he loved me too. So he goes into discussing he goes into discussing more of kind of the beginnings of his career. And one of the reasons why I wanted to read some of this was because one of the reasons I wanted to read this is because there's a lot of these passages that are all kind of connecting to each other. James Baldwin talking about being valued, right? Being valued in our society. And I had talked to you guys earlier about the fact that that a lot of people right now don't feel valued. But this is a different type of value that he was talking about. He was talking about if you are a Black man in America, that you were not valued, you were not validated. And part of voting rights, too, and having the right to vote is power. It's an acknowledgement of citizenship. It's an acknowledgement that you are entitled to rights. And it does say in a lot of ways that you are valid. And when you are trying to take voting rights away from people, it is saying that you do not value them, that you do not value their participation, that they do not need to, that you don't need to be in this system, that this system is there not for you, not for us, but for only a certain group of people, that only works for a certain group of people. So in The Price of the Ticket, James Baldwin goes into discussing the differences on who is allowed to be considered an American, who is allowed to be white. You know, for example, we know that, especially in New York, it's talked about a lot that like Irish populations and Italian populations weren't considered white until they were, right? Then they were able to kind of assimilate in that way, be considered white, and then also be prejudiced towards Black and brown people. That's what ended up happening in a lot of ways. It was kind of, and that was kind of the price too, like the division that happened, the harshness that happened during that time period. And then of course, Black people could not assimilate in that way, couldn't assimilate into whiteness in that way. I mean, even when like, God, who was it that just died from COVID last year? Was a Black man. He was conservative. He died from COVID, and Republicans were like, he did. That's too bad. I kind of feel like, you know, you can't assimilate into that Eurocentricness. It's a small club for this group of people, right? Like even wealthy whites that are in power, that are in office, they do not care about poorer whites, but they do weaponize them, and they weaponize racial grievances to get their vote and then cast them aside again, let them suffer, and then they continue to serve only their bigger donors. We know this. So thank you for those who listened to me read James Baldwin's Price of the Ticket. It's one of the essays that I absolutely love. I'm going to talk about a bunch of other things. I think I've done pretty well so far. I'll give myself like a pat on the back for that. It's been about 9 hours. I would like to see some more donations. I do thank you for those who have donated today. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram page and say it one more time. Oh, actually put it on Twitter as well. And for those that are going to be joining me like late into the night, I would love that, obviously. I also did get some DM questions, so I'm going to look at that and see what people have said here. Okay, so these were private DMs that I can't read out loud. Okay, so that I can't read that one out loud. So people wrote me stuff that are very nice, but you know, okay. All right. Yes. Okay. So somebody asked me if I had talked about the history of voter suppression. Yes, I have talked about the history of voter suppression. Um, I'm happy to. Oh, thanks, Ruben. I appreciate this. Herman Cain. Thank you, Herman McCain. Herman Cain. He died from COVID. He was trying to align himself politically. I'm with these white Republicans that were dying less at that time from COVID. He died, and those white Republicans were like, "Bye, see ya. Thanks for being useful to us." I mean, that's tragic and it's sad, right? And I really appreciate you, Ruben, for saying that, and thank you for sticking around. Um, I do have a lot more to read and to talk over tonight. Um, the reason why I go back and forth between talking about voting rights policy and talking about other pieces of policy is because one of the main points that I'd like to make with this broadcast is that every piece of policy that we really care about is attached to policy. And one of the things that is on a lot of people's mind right now, I mean, what's on people's mind right now? Absolutely. Are you convinced that people who are apathetic in voting can start voting? How have you convinced people who were apathetic in voting to start voting and make that become a habit? I didn't do it in one time. I will say, Ruben, I will say that when I have spoken to people about voting rights and have given lectures across America, literally San Francisco, Michigan, Ohio, New York, Florida, I've given voting rights lectures across America, Massachusetts. I'll have some people that will tell me, I don't see anything, I don't see how it's going to change. I don't understand why people can't do more. And what I do is I said, listen, I'm only going to be here for like an hour, but I'm happy to continue this conversation with you because I really want you to see what can be done with voting. And I also encourage them to run. I mean, by the way, one of the reasons I'm even running for office is because I would tell people, I think that you should run for office. And I think that, you can help affect change in that way. But I also said that too, because I know how difficult bureaucracy is. And I know that it's not easy to affect change, even when you're in office. Like it's very easy. No, I'm not going to say it's easy. That's wrong. It is perhaps it's a little bit easier to tell someone in office, you need to hurry up, you need to fix this, why are you doing that? But if you decide, okay, you're going to run for office, you're going to start seeing some of the obstacles that people deal with, not just when running for office, but if you get elected, you're going to see like, where are the complications here, right? So when people tell me that nothing's going to change, I have told people, what would you like to see change? I start a conversation with them, because we have to have continuous conversations with people that feel voter apathy. And we have to see different ways of like, well, then how do we create change, right? I encourage more people to run for office. I was talking to a veterans group, and a veteran in particular named Wilfredo Hernandez. Wilfredo Hernandez is like an amazing housing specialist. He makes sure that veterans get what they need. If they're dealing with food insecurity, he helps them with that. If they have housing issues, he helps them with that. We were having conversations where he would like to see improvements of the GI Bill. And I told him, I said, well, Fredo, why don't you run for office? And he said, I have thought about it, but I just don't know if I can do it. Well, Fredo, like me, doesn't come from a background of money. He said that the main concern for him would be financial. And I agreed with him. I said, listen, I don't know a lot of people with money. And again, I'm coming from service industry. I'm coming from artists. These are people that are mostly paycheck to paycheck. They don't necessarily have a lot of benefits. So I said, you would have to figure out a way to run, and we have to make it easier for people to run that don't come from backgrounds with money or backgrounds with connections to finances like that. They don't have an infrastructure, right? But one of the ways that we can convince people to vote and participate in the system is to keep having conversations to see what some of their goals are and what can happen. I will say this. I said earlier that we need to have more civics being taught in America, because a lot of the times people don't know what the government can do for them. And the government isn't necessarily offering all the things that they can possibly do. And some people don't know what where to get help from. So, for example, I had talked to people that are like, I'm having issues with my housing, I'm having this. And so I'll set them up with resources of like who to talk to. A lot of the issues that some people that's frustrating to them or that they feel like aren't working out for them is actually a local issue, not necessarily a federal issue. And I want people to understand that the federal government can do an awful lot. One of the reasons I'm running for a federal office, and I don't think of these offices in a hierarchical way. I don't think like local offices down here and federal offices up here. I think of them like this, that they all work in tandem with each other, each of these offices. And local offices can do an awful lot to help people, and they do. And some of those results can be more immediate, like city council, what they do. So all of these aspects of government kind of mirror each other, right? Our city council works in conjunction with our mayor. Just like our state legislators work with our governor, and our House of Congress works with our president, right? So you always have this deliberative body, and then you have a person that's ahead of that aspect of government. And they deliver all different things. Each of these does different things. For example, with our city council, they were at, I guess it was our state government, passed a bill that called walking while trans, because a lot of police officers used to harass transgender people and would accuse them of sex work without necessarily any basis, and throw them into jail for that. So these are some issues that can happen at the state. The state actually has a lot of exciting things that it can do. City council has lots of exciting things they can do. All of these people hold positions of power. So does the federal government. People have even asked me, why didn't you start at the local or state level? People act as if, so you start at the local level, that's your like starter kit, right? That's not true. Local, state, and federal government all have very similar things that they do. It's not like you get your feet wet in local government and all of a sudden you know what to do on the federal level. To me, I already know what each one of these levels, I don't want to say levels, again, I don't want to say what each of these ones do at the local, federal, and state level. They all do similar things. They can all work in tandem with each other. That's what's exciting about these government prospects. I also do wish that we were teaching civics in class so that people would stop thinking that the federal government does everything. That's just not true. Let me talk about taxes for a second. Something that the federal government did that I was very happy about was that when we got unemployment benefits, we didn't have to pay taxes at the federal level for that unemployment. But the state level, we did. Why did that happen? Because Cuomo was like, screw it. You guys have to pay taxes for that. So I'm actually paying, I was on unemployment. So I actually every month make a payment to the state, New York State tax division, because I was being, because I owed money for my unemployment at the state level. The state level could have said, hey, they were on unemployment. It was during COVID. Why are they paying taxes on this? At the same time, I think New York State was like, we're broke. We need the money, and we need it from all of you unemployed people. Right? It didn't make sense. So I'm telling you that each of these, the state, local, and federal level, all have different functions of what they do. For example, if there is an intersection where kids are getting mowed down by motorists because there isn't lights there and they need to get that fixed, that's more of a local and state issue. The infrastructure of the BQE, right? Superfund, this is more of a federal aspect of it. Okay. One of the reasons I specifically wanted to work at the federal level is because I would like to see improvements on how we handle poverty and how we aid our artists and how we measure poverty and how we measure how we discuss housing through HUD. So there's a lot of things that I personally wanted to work on at the federal level that for me would have made a big difference in my childhood and my life, right? I don't have any problem with working on the local or state level. So I actually wrote an essay, and let's say it's in its second draft. So I'm happy to read it. It still needs another edit, and it still needs an order for it. But I think I'll actually read that now because some people, I would say that I'm just going to read this. This is an essay that I wrote about running for office and my qualifications for running at the federal level. I think that if any of you have watched me speak, oh, you're welcome, Ruben. If any of you have watched me speak today, you know that I might know more than a few people that are currently serving in Congress right now. That is true. Okay. So I will say that. I'll just say that. So here's something that I wrote. I don't have a title for it yet, and it still needs another edit, but I'm happy to share it with you. I wrote this past week. The majority of my friends and family have never questioned why I'm running for office. For them, this is a natural progression for the work I've done my entire life. For those who don't know me, I want to introduce myself, why I'm running, and why I'm running at the federal level, and why I'm qualified to do so. I'll outline why I'm the right candidate for this time, for this office, and I'll discuss some of the obstacles a candidate like me faces, and why it's imperative to face those challenges. Infrastructure, financial infrastructure. The median net worth of a Black person or a Latino American is $24,000 and $36,000 respectively. The median net worth of a person serving in Congress, $1 million. To win a seat in Congress, you must raise on average between $1 million to $10 million. It's no wonder why the wealthy or well-off people tend to run for office. You need deep pockets to access deeper pockets to have a chance to win. Like 50% of all Americans who have had a difficult time making ends meet, I'm a candidate that still has an average salary at $35,000 a year. And that's just the same as 45% of all of America. I don't own stocks. I have less than $500 in savings. Most of the elected Republicans would say this is a result of poor planning. But I can make a better case. More than 50% of Americans struggle to make ends meet and also don't own stocks or savings. Then perhaps we should examine the policies that prevent access to better wages and opportunities instead of blaming people. After all, wages have been stagnant for decades. 3 million people are on the verge of having their utilities shut off. And 59% of Americans are currently at risk of homelessness if they miss just one paycheck. Not every candidate coming from wealth and privilege will be out of touch. Well, they'll never fully understand the struggles associated with poverty. They'll never fully understand how intimately it harms. A candidate from that background, like myself, will. I'm challenging an incumbent who says, I can't imagine what it's like to be in poverty. I don't have to imagine what poverty looks like, what it feels like. With a continued growing housing crisis, food insecurity, the mental health and health crisis, we need someone that is fluent in poverty and the struggles that come with it. More importantly, we need candidates like me who know what type of policies could eradicate it. The path. There's no singular way to learn the function of public policy and the bureaucracy that surrounds it. My education in public policy began very early. I received an MA in public policy. I learned it by experiencing it. I was raised by a single mother. She and my father didn't have access to intergenerational wealth. While my father played professional basketball for a few years in the 1970s, the pay was incredibly low and compared to today's players. When he was cut from the team, he couldn't find a decent job, and like me, he would spend much of his life in the service industry. Due to his own issues, my father found it difficult to pay child support, leaving my mother to raise her 3 children on her own. At that time, there was no legal way to collect child support from a former spouse if they refused to pay. This wouldn't really happen until the Uniform Interstate Family Support Act was in 1992 was enforced by the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act in 1998. However, the Personal Responsibility and Work Act did more harm than it did good, as it made drastic cuts to the welfare programs and blamed people, not the policies, as a reason they were experiencing poverty. Career jobs for single mothers or single parents that need flexible schedules still remain elusive. As my mother worked, I babysat. I was also a baby, right? My mother didn't want to leave her 8-year-old daughter in charge of her brothers, but she couldn't afford daycare. Years later, I would discover that my mother would have had access to free, regulated childcare if Nixon hadn't vetoed a bipartisan bill in 1971 that would have given Americans universal childcare. Each paycheck my mother earned immediately went to pay bills with no room for savings. Food stamps, now called SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, helped keep my family temporarily above water. Even before PRORA, there were strenuous income limits placed on food stamps and welfare programs in general. Under the Reagan administration, they made substantial reductions in assistance to working mothers who received benefits under the core government welfare program. This Reagan reconciliation bill greatly affected my family. I still remember my mother coming home from work crying with a letter in her hand. She made exactly $1 too much and was now being denied food stamps. This chain of events would lead us to an eviction 1 month later, where at the age of 10, my family would live in a storage facility over the next few months. No bed, no shower, no tub, no stove, no refrigerator. Thankfully, there was a toilet and a sink that we used to clean ourselves. When I was 16 years old, my mother and my grandfather died. My father remained out of the picture, dealing with his own struggles, and I left the only city I had known and all the friends I had ever met and moved to the other side of the country. I was loss after loss, and it was compounded by grief. Grief can be debilitating. It can push you off the path you believed you were going. It's shattering. It's also a life education everyone will experience at one point. I just experienced it too early. Grief connected me with people of all ages, and it continues to do so today. At 16, there was no grief group for young people in the town I found myself in. So I joined a grief group of senior citizens that had lost their partners of 40 and 50 years old, 40 and 50 years. They saw my loss was almost impossible for me to bear at 16. I didn't know how to move from one day to the next. Some of them wrapped their arms around me and said, "There is much more life to live. Please find a way to continue." And so I did. Not with a plan, but a determination to just survive. I worked in homeless shelters, I held mutual aid initiatives, I raised money for nonprofit organizations, and I aided those with food insecurity. I was accepted into several universities, but I went to an in-state school for the lower tuition. However, I still needed to take out loans. I still needed to work several jobs. There was no family money to aid or assist. At 18, like millions of other Americans, I signed myself up for what would be a lifetime of student debt. In college, I was in another grief group. This time, the people in the group were my age. One student had lost her father to suicide. He ended his life so the insurance money would pay for her to go to college. Her father felt trapped by the debt, and he didn't see any other solutions. I witnessed how the weight of debt affected my mother. In my grief group, I could now see how that burden affected people many times over and destroyed lives. I became a junior counselor at the university. The psychologist there thought it would help students if they met another student who would openly discuss navigating grief. This wasn't paid work. It was another way for me to be a public servant. I greeted students dealing with grief, and I sat down to listen to them. It was a gift to have access to mental health at my university. It was life-saving. Not every university or college has such comprehensive mental health programs, and they should. Talking openly about mental health is still stigmatized despite progress. Accessing affordable mental health care is still prohibitively out of touch and expensive, and putting it out of reach for many of those who desperately need it. It's imperative we change that. My early grief taught me that anything and everything in life can be upended at any minute. Everything is temporary. But that doesn't mean that we can't work towards something beautiful and substantial, even with that stark reality. This is why I believe so firmly in protecting and expanding the social safety net. It is acknowledgement that not everything in life, in our country, in our world is stable. The social safety net provides essential services for people and family when the body fails, when the jobs evaporate, when the stock market crashes, when pandemics ravage communities. Accepting aid from social safety net is not weakness, it's compassion. More importantly, it's protection. In college, I supported myself by working in the service industry. It was the only job that was flexible enough for me to study. The pay was better than some 9 to 5 jobs, but there still was no room for savings. After graduation, I continued to work in the service industry as a way to support myself and my small nonprofit, De las Mujeres, which means from the women, an organization that supported a host of progressive policies to aid women. I gave lectures, I raised money, but the grant process was highly competitive and it was arduous. I witnessed how critical it is for Black women and women of color to have access to grants and 0 to low percent interest loans. Without startup capital, it's nearly impossible to launch successful small businesses. I continued my unpaid public service by working with shelters as I paid my bills through wait staffing. The service industry is one of the most accessible jobs for many people of all ages. It has flexible hours. You usually have access to a free meal, and you leave with some cash in your pocket at the end of the shift. However, there are little to no protections or employee benefits in the vast majority of the service industry. Many restaurant workers are not allowed to form unions to advocate for more employee protections against wage theft or sexual harassment or overtime pay. And then there's another hideous reality that's often ignored around the service industry, the hospitality industry, or the agriculture industry, and that's forced labor and that's labor trafficking. This is rarely acknowledged or discussed by elected officials, but these are subjects and policies that I won't shy away from. I'll confront these issues that protect members of the service, hospitality, and agriculture industries from abuse through federal policy. Now, how am I qualified for office? I listed some of it, but let's talk about what the constitutional requirements are. What are the constitutional requirements for someone who's seeking to run at the federal level? So I'm going to read that. Sorry, someone just asked me a question. And then I will go back to reading. Okay. What are the constitutional requirements for federal office? Our Constitution only has 3 requirements for someone seeking a seat in the House of Representatives. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and be 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 2. In other words, I need to be over 25, a citizen of the United States, and a resident in the state in which I'm running for office. Check, check, and check. A case could easily be made for updating the constitutional requirements. The physical threats and bigoted invective represented as Lauren Boebert, Matthew Cawthorn, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have thrust upon their colleagues and their constituents urges us to re-examine our constitutional qualifications. While Boebert, Cawthorn, and Greene's wins were shocking to many, they weren't to me. Why? These representatives still make up the majority of people who run for Congress and win. Congress is overwhelmingly white, Christian, pro-assault weapon, anti-choice, anti-civil rights, and wealthy, very wealthy. The House of Representatives is 73% white, and the Senate is 79% white, and well over 88% of congressional members identify as a member of a Christian sect. Our Constitution explicitly states in Amendment 1, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. As Thomas Jefferson stated about this establishment clause, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. Yet we've witnessed some members of Congress and SCOTUS, for that matter, use their faith not as a way to extend compassion, but as a cudgel to deny civil rights or voting rights, or demolish social safety nets to groups who've been historically disenfranchised, discriminated against, and marginalized by U.S. policy. Whoever oppresses the poor shows contempt for their maker, but whoever is kind to the needy honors God. Proverbs 14:31. As someone who has an undergraduate degree in comparative religion, I can see that many elected Republicans like to quote from scripture, but they have zero interest in passing policy, illustrate living by it. I practice Zen Buddhism. Zen is not a religion. It is based on a practice of meditation, mindfulness, and compassion. Let me say that again, compassion. If elected to Congress, I'd be one of three Buddhists, along Rep. Hank Johnson of Georgia and Senator Mazie Hirono. I have a deep appreciation for faith, for spirituality, and for those who do or do not practice a religion or faith. As long as that practice continues the growth of oneself and is exercised in a way that extends compassion, while I believe we should continue to honor free exercise of religion, I firmly believe in separation, church and state. I also think it's long overdue for religious institutions to demonstrate annually how they are aiding communities by reducing food insecurity, aiding those in poverty, providing shelters in emergency situations in order for them to retain and keep their 501c3 tax-free nonprofit status. Any church or religious institution found abusing children or adults should immediately lose that tax-exempt status. Taxpayers should in no way, that are covering up abuse. Taxpayers should in no way foot the bill for institutions that cover up or excuse abuse. The media. The media has a large, if not oversized, role in political campaigns. It's the only industry enshrined in our Constitution and protected by our Constitution. Amendment 1. Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise of or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. The free press is supposed to be the public's watchdog. Somehow many in the Beltway press, specifically the ones that occupied the upper echelons of access journalism, have sorely lost their way, and much to our detriment. We can attribute this loss of substantive, informative coverage to a few things: horse race journalism, attempted partisan balance, and game framing. Horse race journalism relies almost solely on polling and public perception to determine how the media will report on a candidate. The problem? The media is shaping polling and public perception and not the other way around. The media is literally determining who they will view as likable enough to receive favorable coverage and viable enough to hold office. Viability then comes down to money and perception of what traditional candidates look like. The worst subsection of horse race journalism is clickbait journalism. Clickbait coverage is when the media gives wall-to-wall coverage of polarizing figures with little to no substance and then tops the article off with a controversial headline as a way to sell papers and to garner clicks on social media. For decades, the media has normalized polarizing and populist candidates such as Barry Goldwater, Newt Gingrich, Mike Pence because they fit the white Christian cishet male frame. All of these candidates claim to be pro-family for the regular Joe, when in reality, their sole purpose was to serve corporate business interests and their donor base. It's truly malpractice that our media, which is 78% white and male, can determine whether or not Black, Latina, Native, or Asian female candidates or office holders are likable enough for press coverage or viable enough to hold office. This is the same press that routinely diminishes or dismisses policies that could directly aid Black, Latina, Latino, Asian, Native, disability, or LGBTQ plus communities. Then there's the issue of the attempted partisan balance in media. This is when the media feels they must appear balanced between the two political parties. In other words, if they are critical of the Republicans' tax cuts for the rich, they must feel equally compelled to write a negative story that the Democrats are trying to promote, like Build Back Better. The Republican tax cut bill of 2017 was a massive redistribution of wealth back up to the very wealthy and added $1 trillion to our deficit. Build Back Better would provide universal pre-K, child subsidies, paid family leave, drop the price of insulin from $1,000 to $35, and reduce the deficit. See the difference? Yet the media will attempt to potato the style of reporting which doesn't expose the harm of specific legislation. Then there are many insidious attempted partisan balancing stories. from equating the human and civil rights concerns of the Black Lives Matter movement to the demands of the domestic terrorists that stormed the Capitol building on January 6th. The media has attempted to present two equally valid sides to voting rights, as if both sides want to protect democracy, but in their own specific way. This isn't true. Republicans are trying to roll back voting rights to make it harder for Americans to vote, which is destructive to our democracy. Democrats are trying to protect voting rights, which strengthens our democracy. These aren't two different sides of the same coin. One side's a coin, the other side's a blowtorch. The public may get two negative stories about two political parties, but what they don't get is the political reality of what is actually being proposed by these two parties. Then there's game framing. Game framing treats our politics as a sporting event. This is evident during the media's failures to cover the 2016 election substantially. Substantively. The media lambasted candidate Hillary Clinton daily, nitpicked her voice, her clothing, her personal life. The media investigated her within an inch of her life with little to no mention of the policies she was proposing. Meanwhile, then candidate Donald J. Trump received an estimated $3 billion worth of coverage, of free press. And almost none of them uncovered his shady business dealings, his concealed tax returns, or that he was too busy being investigated by the FBI at the exact same time that Hillary Clinton was. The 2020 presidential election wasn't much better as far as many female candidates and Black, Indigenous, people of color candidates, because they couldn't get coverage if they held up a bank. The media decided early on who their darlings were and who they weren't. The public was left without a vital policy discussion. And many candidates of color were quickly dispatched, unable to raise the funds necessary to continue campaigning. As Dr. Lawrence, executive director, School of Journalism and Communication at the University of Oregon, stated, as hard as it is to believe, the biggest thing that drives elections is simple name recognition. Research has shown that some candidates can literally be left invisible because they can't win enough interest for the media. Clearly, campaigns are largely made, broken by the type of coverage they receive from the press. Campaigns also need enough funds to pay for press via political ads. This is ads that run ad nauseum on television and radio before an election. The process of running for office often enriches the media and political consultants through exorbitantly expensive services and political ads. There's a whole cottage industry built around candidates that raise large sums of money. This is one of the reasons why many who run financially successful campaigns end up being surrounded by vendors and people who are apathetic about real campaign finance reform. The campaign grift is just too good. I myself have received a modicum of campaign coverage. This comes down to a few factors. The media doesn't believe I've raised enough money to be considered viable. I don't fit into the historically traditional idea of what they believe a candidate should be, and I don't fit into the newest game frame narrative. The media has declared one challenger in my district as the young, progressive, populist firebrand versus the establishment, wealthy, moderate incumbent. This tedious and oversimplistic frame has been used ceaselessly by the media since Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primary. This frame was cemented in the minds of the Beltway press after Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez bested Joe Crowley in 2018. It appears the media no longer knows how to think outside of this frame. The Ohio congressional 2021 special election is an example of why that frame is deficient and flawed. The media designated Nina Turner the progressive populist firebrand, even as she attempted to pivot somewhat from that label. Chantel Brown, like me, was difficult to label. I mean, the media had no idea how to cover Chantel Brown. She didn't wear anything flashy for them to comment on. She didn't say anything controversial. And she quietly met with constituents with little to no fanfare. While Chantel did raise an impressive amount of money, it was still half the amount Nina Turner raised. The media decided Nina Turner would win, and they covered her as such. And then something happened. Chantel won. The Chantel Underwood way. And this is one of the last two passages here. Thanks for sitting and listening to me about this. So this section is called The Chantel Underwood Way. Rep. Lauren Underwood and Representative Chantel Brown are both effective legislators that the media shrugs their collective shoulders at. The media has focused much of their attention on populist candidates that oversimplify policy and messaging. These candidates promise to be unwavering in their simplistic approach, even to the detriment of constituents. Much of this current Congress couldn't even agree on infrastructure investment was a good thing because they feared contradicting their limited messaging. Infrastructure. They couldn't agree on infrastructure. This hyperpolarization has left the public not knowing what a proficient legislator or functional Congress looks like. Hyperpolarization doesn't just stem from a difference in values. It is a product of the need to fundraise. Hyperpolarization helps a candidate and elected officials send out fundraising newsletters to the broad populace, phrasing under the broad populist fundraising to hide the actual effects of their polarizing actions. I stood up to blank so I could stand up to you. Help me keep fighting. Donate blank now. Hyperpolarization may be good for fundraising, but it's absolutely detrimental for democracy. I would like the media to normalize candidates like Rep. Lauren Underwood and Rep. Chantel Brown, and frankly, me. We're not populists. We're not firebrands. We want nuanced policy so that we can point out the complications around certain policies and have conversations that offer multiple solutions. We want the media and polarized candidates to care about policy the way we do, because it serves the public. Serving the public is what the media and representatives are supposed to do. So why do I think that I personally am perhaps best suited for this job? I'll say one of the reasons why. This section's called best suited, and it's the last part. And again, I told you this is like a rough draft of an essay that I wrote. I'll finish editing it and put it up later in the week. I've spoken to both of the women I'm running against. One of them said to me, "We live in the wealthiest district in the United States." I corrected her. We live in the third most unequal district in the United States. Notice how that framing makes a difference in how we approach policy. She centered the wealthy, which can garner a beneficial populist reaction. I'm centering the marginalized, the working poor, the unprotected, the unhoused constituents. This distinction may not garner a big reaction, but it is where the focus should be when crafting policy and supporting policy. I asked both of my competitors a series of questions because if either one of them were to win, I would be their constituent. After those conversations, I came to the conclusion that I am the best one suited for this job. That conclusion, of course, is up for the voters to decide. First, let me just say this. Both of these women's narratives are largely driven and shaped by the groups they're affiliated with, the Justice Democrats and the DCC, or D-Trip. Both of these groups are run mostly by men, and they're multi-million-dollar establishment groups that create a financial infrastructure for both of these candidates. My campaign and its narrative is solely shaped by the needs of the community and how policy affects our lives. Policy is personal, and policy is deeply personal to me. Policy prevented my family from accessing universal childcare. Policy underinsured my mother when she was seeking cancer treatment. And policy placed segregated water fountains in front of my father to drink from as a child. Lack of comprehensive health care has kept a friend's teeth rotting as she's unable to afford dental work, has kept another friend from seeking substance abuse treatment, and has forced another friend to fundraise for brain surgery on GoFundMe. Policy rooted in racism has kept lead paint in the walls at NYCHA buildings, has kept Black and brown communities in transit desert, has kept 67% of all New York waste treatment plants in historically redlined neighborhoods. We need candidates like myself who not only experience poverty and being unhoused, but that send our communities continuously struggling with both these issues. We need candidates who intimately understand multiple ways policies can hurt, harm, or aid. We need more candidates that don't have to imagine poverty. Imagine what poverty is like. It's not an abstract issue to solve someday. Poverty, like the climate crisis, must be met with expedient urgency. I've spent my life in the creative and service industries, as is the vast majority of my district. These are two industries New York politicians love to gloat about, but are pretty silent when it comes to actually aiding them during economic downturns or global pandemics. I'm a candidate that doesn't need to rely on the same 3 talking points when I'm running. I don't have to say the same thing over and over and over again. I know with every fiber of my being why I'm running, to protect the well-being, health, and safety of my constituents through policy. That requires complex action to manifest. It requires that I wade through the complications in legislation to view policies through the intersections and propose policy to repair historic disenfranchisement. I'm the candidate for that moment. And that's not easy. People want simplicity in policy. And I do understand that. And that's pretty tested through. It's pretty tested that lots of people want simplicity in their policy. Why people say things like just cancel all student debt, cancel all of it. And I'm one of those people that says, God, that would really help me. But does it help the next girl like me who's 18 and also has to sign her life away, or her debt be expunged? Because we're not talking about the long-term implications of that. We're not making a plan. We're not talking about the urgency of now. And we're not talking about the urgency of what our future looks like. We have to do both at the same time. Okay? People don't like complications, which is pretty funny because I'm pretty complicated. People like simplicity. I mean, who doesn't? But if you're going to talk about policies that are actually going to aid people and change people's lives, you have to understand that people are complicated. And the reason that we end up sometimes with policy that isn't that great is because complicated people make mistakes. And sometimes they make bad policy. People are flawed. And so that's why our policy is going to be flawed. But this is why we need all of our involvement to be in this, why we all need to be in this together. Discuss. That's why, hey, Hillary Clinton, hashtag Hillary Clinton, right? That's why we do have to be in this together, because all of us have a different idea of what it means to move forward. But I think one of the things that we should agree on is that for a lot of us in the Democratic Party, we do want to move forward. I think that's a big distinction. I think that's a huge distinction between us and elected Republicans who are dragging us by the ankles to try to go back to an imagined time period for themselves, right? Republicans want to pull us back. They want to pull us back where they feel like they're the ones that are in charge and that their philosophy is the only one that works and that other voices in the room need to be pushed out. So I think that there is something that we can talk about with our party to say, hey, we do want to move forward as a party. Maybe that's the only thing we can agree on. I don't think so. I think that we have lots of things that we can agree on. And I think that we have to agree that language has to be an incredible part of that, a very important point to that. And actually, that leads me to Dr. Ibram X. Kendi. You knew I was going to get to him eventually. How to Be an Anti-Racist. It's a brilliant book. I actually like Stand from the Beginning. I'm not saying that I like it better. You can see I've worn this copy out a little bit more. But How to Be an Anti-Racist, what I thought was really wonderful about it, is he broke down some really wonderful things in it. Oh, thank you, Amy. I'm going to retweet this. So there's a couple of things that I love that Dr. Ibram X. Kendi wrote about in How to Be an Anti-Racist. And one of the things that he wrote about was like, this kind of humility he has about learning and staying open to learning. One of the things that we have in this moment that's really difficult is that we have a lot of people that are like, I can't believe you didn't know that. We should already know that. like as if everybody was born anti-racist, like right away from the womb, and knowing how to use language properly. We're always should be in a place of like we're continuously learning, and that is how Dr. Ibram X. Kendi talks about it. He said, like, we have to continuously learn how to be anti-racist. It's the same way that Maya Angelou, when she wrote, when Christians would say to her that they're a Christian, and she would say already, because to her it was like you have to continuously practice your faith. You have to continuously practice compassion. So I'm going to read this one little passage that Dr. Ibram X. Kendi wrote to fix my hair. I still have a nightmare. The memory of this speech. Whenever I muster the courage to recall it anew, it's hard for me to believe I finished high school in the year 2000, touting so many racist ideas. Our racist culture had handed me the ammunition to shoot Black people, to shoot myself, and I took it and I used it. I had internalized racism. It's the real Black on Black crime. I was duped, a chump who saw the ongoing struggles of Black people on MLK Day in 2000 decide that Black people themselves were the problem, that this was the consistent function of racist ideas, that any kind of bigotry more broadly to manipulate us and to seeing people as the problem instead of the politics that ensnare them, okay? The language used by the 45th president of the United States offers a clear example of how this sort of racist language and thinking works. Long before he became president, Donald Trump liked to say, laziness is in the trait of Blacks. When he decided to run for president, his plan for making America great again was defaming Latinx immigrants as mostly criminals and rapists and demanding billions for the border. Okay. So Dr. Ibram X. Kendi at this point is talking about the fact that he had to kind of review some of the internalized racism that he himself was subjected to, the ideas that we had imbibed, that all of us have imbibed. And for him, it is a constant effort for all of us to continuously to work on that language. I'm going to go back to some other things that he said, but one of the things that I also want to mention is when I see people online saying, again, I'm mad at Democrats, we haven't done enough, we have to do more, I'm not disagreeing with that. When they say, well, I'm not going to vote, one of the reasons why that's really frustrating to me is because in a lot of ways, people think that after each election that things should be done, right? There's a duality here. One, they're correct that if we're going to bust our butt and get them in, I mean, I busted my butt. I marched. I gave like 40 voting rights lectures. I'm educating people on voting rights. But even I realize that there's a continuous work, right? So we have to continuously work to make progress happen. It doesn't just happen. And we know this. One of the things that I like that he says here, he says, denial is the heartbeat of racism, beating across ideologies, races, and nations. It's beating within us. Many of us who strongly call out Trump's racist ideas will strongly deny our own. How often do we become reflexively defensive when someone calls us something that we said or was racist? How many of us would agree with the statement, racist isn't a descriptive word, it's a pejorative word. It is like saying, I don't like you. Okay, that was a Richard Spencer quote. Okay, so he was talking about how we're constantly we should constantly be growing and evolving and learning how to use language in a way that is empowering. And that's how we also have to do it within policy as well, okay? One of the things that he said here that I really liked, I think, is it right here? He talked about definitions, which I liked. Okay, one of the things he said was, good news is that racists and anti-racists are not fixed identities. We can be racist one minute and anti-racist the next minute. One of the reasons why I bring that up is to say that LBJ and Dr. Ibram X. Kendi talks about it in Stanton Beginning, when he was talking about a great society, when his administration was trying to bring civil rights into being because of the movement work that advocates and activists had been doing and pushing him to make the Great Society happen and to bring to strengthen the social safety net and to put money into public schools. There were still racist things that came out of LBJ's administration, and one of them was the Moynihan Report. right? Had these really racist ideas of like about Black women and about Black mothers and who's responsible for crime, and this is it's one of those things that we used to say. We'd say, well, these were like well-meaning white folks trying to do something that was supposed to be helping people. It's like that Elvis Presley song In the Ghetto, right? It's like the worst, grossest, most disgusting song, but I think Elvis Presley thought he was singing something like really empowering, and it's just like horrifically racist, right? So we have to constantly be, to me, I think that we have to constantly be pushing forward to be more inclusive in our language, to think about our language, which brings me, I'm going to actually bring up that from one moment to talk about the word Latinx. And I'll get back into what I'm talking about here. But there was a debate online that I saw the other day when people were just like, I'm Latino and I don't like the word Latinx. And then there were some younger kids that were like, I like it. It's new inclusive language. And to me, this is why as I'm a Latina woman, and I'm a Black woman, I'm a Latina woman, I'm a Black woman. I want us to know that language, to me, it's wonderful if we're even debating language, because we're talking about what is the word to honor people. How are we helping this out? So to me, I'm not afraid or ashamed of that kind of debate. And when people roll their eyes and say, oh gosh, I don't want to even get into that. No. As Dr. Ibram X. Kendi talks about in this book, Stand for Beginning, definitions anchor us. They help anchor us and how we're going to be moving forward in policy and all that. I said earlier that Rebecca Coakley says, don't use different words for disability. Don't say differently able. Don't say special needs. Talk about disability, or say disabled or non-disabled, because it centers, not only does it centers disability communities, but it also is written in our laws. So language is really important when it comes to policy. It's critically important, the words that we're putting into policy, that we're passing into law. So when people have debates over language and how people should be referred, or talk about pronouns, and you have people going, oh, brother, that kind of condescending stuff can be left on the curb. Language is always important to talk about and to debate. If it's going to be something that is affirming a person's identity, if it is going to make them feel safe, to make them feel self-actualized in who they are, if it's going to create policy that is protective for people, that makes sure that the law is protecting them, their rights, their civil rights, their human rights, then language is critically important. I think we get too bogged down in thinking that it's bad to argue. That's bad to disagree. And I'm telling you that we have to kind of put that away and say, having disagreements is not a bad thing. Having arguments about language or about policy is not a bad thing, as long as we're not doing it to be detrimental to one another. I'm married, right? So my husband and I have conversations, about language and how we talk to each other. It took my husband and I'd say it took us like 2 or 3 years to learn how to argue with each other. You know what I'm saying? To argue in a way that was respectful. So I know that it's possible. I know that it's possible to have conversations with people in a way that's respectful, that respects that their lived experience and identities and things that they've gone through are different than mine. And so they're going to be coming through it with maybe a different perspective, right? And that I can honor that. My husband and I have completely 2 different experiences in this world. Me growing up in, and I'm relating this back to voting rights, and I'm relating this back to policy, but I grew up in New Mexico. I went to bar mitzvahs. I went to bat mitzvahs. I went to native ceremonies. I had friends that were South Asian. I had friends from all over the world. Albuquerque, New Mexico actually is a melting pot. We were Chicanos, Black people. We were all living and interacting and talking to each other. We were together in the public schools. It was a shell shock for me when I moved to Florida, and Sarasota has across the tracks thing where Black people were over, like segregation. We had segregation, moved over here. My husband grew up in the South, and he was only used to segregation. My husband was never taught about the Trail of Tears. I was. My husband was never, my husband was taught the Civil War was about states' rights. I was taught about, it was about slavery. Okay. So you have to, a lot of people are still not understanding. I feel like we should be in on it by now, that depending on the state we grow up in, depending on what kind of family that we grow up, depending on what community we grow up in, depending on what social economic background we grow up in, we're going to have different points of view and different lived experiences. Those should not be discounted. But it also means that that is why we're going to have different ways about communicating with each other. For some people, I think for a lot of like people that have been marginalized by policy, and I always make that distinction. People like to throw away the words, say this person is marginalized. I say marginalized by policy because the reason why people are pushed to the margin is because of policy. They're not less than people. They're marginalized through our policies. I think a lot of times people who've been marginalized by policies get really tired and exhausted, and they're over having to explain some of the struggles that we deal with in America, and we want a lot of people to get it. But I also know that there's a lot of people that didn't grow up that way. There are people that grew up in two-parent households, or they grew up never wondering where their next meal was coming from. They didn't even think about it. If they wanted to go get shopping and they wanted to get new pants, they just got them. If they wanted to go on a field trip with their friends, the parents gave them the money. That was not my experience. And I think that people have to honor those different experiences. To me, it's like, you can't blame someone for growing up in an aspect of privilege, just like you can't blame it that I grew up in poverty, right? Experiencing poverty. But we have to understand that that means that someone who's coming in and is going to be influencing policy and legislation and has a real understanding of some of the struggles that people go through in America, that feel it in their stomach, that feel it in their bones, is going to have a different approach in how they discuss policy and poverty and on these issues. There's going to be an urgency. That's why I wanted to ask the other people that I was running against, why I asked one of them, I said, you're kind of running as if you grew up with no money, that you grew up, like, did you? And the reason why I asked her was because I've seen a lot of candidates running as if they had financial struggles, and then I find out they did not have those financial struggles, or not the same struggles, right? And to me, you have to understand that's why that's personally insulting to me, is when candidates pretend to grow up with no money or struggles. It's insulting to me because when you do grow up in poverty in America, you're made fun of for that. I've got a brother that has never recovered from growing up in poverty. My brother, I don't want to say, I don't want to like talk about what that means, but there are people that don't recover from dealing with the mental strain of poverty. Okay. And so to me, if you didn't experience that, but you're going to pretend that you did, that's going to be insulting to me. Because my brothers and I worried so much about our appearance. When we lived in that storage facility, I told you there was, no tub, no shower. Luckily there was a toilet and there was a sink. And we would and we grew up in New Mexico, and it's like dusty. And there's literally tumbleweeds and there's dust everywhere. So we would be trying to like clean ourselves to make sure we didn't have dirt on ourselves, to make sure that we looked presentable for school. I remember I always wanted to make sure that I looked good for school. I didn't want anyone to think that me and my brothers were poor. I mean, yes, we had all of our clothes were from the Salvation Army, and yes, my mom once could not afford to buy Matisse a pair of shoes and soccer cleats. My brother Matisse was like, I want to play soccer and I need cleats. And one of the reasons why this kind of like hurts my soul a little bit is because there's a lot of families that go through this, where a parent like has this really strict budget. And the school is saying, hey, we need you to pay fees to play on the basketball team. We need you to pay money to buy the uniform. So my brother Matisse, he needed to buy cleats, and cleats were expensive. And my brother's shoes at that time had holes in them. And my mom wanted to get Matisse new shoes. But she knew that her paycheck could pay for his cleats, but it would have to be another 2 weeks before she could possibly buy him another pair of shoes. So my brother, and this is not a lie, sort of my brother wore his cleats to school for 2 weeks. And that was really humiliating to my brother. But my brother pretended, sorry, my lips are dry. My brother pretended that he was just training really hard for soccer. And that's why he was wearing cleats to school. It wasn't because my mother couldn't afford shoes. So that's why I want you to understand that, like, if you don't go through these experiences, if you're not dealing with that in poverty, you don't understand that. You can hear the story, but you don't understand how that cuts at people, right? And this is why, to me, why we have to have representation in Congress of people that have really actually dealt with poverty, that have kind of dealt with those issues. Just like, to me, we have to have a Congress that is representative of the disability community. I mean, literally 1/4 of Congress should be representing the disability community, at least match the numbers here, right? You can't just have two congressional members, Presley and Tammy Duckworth, be the only two people with disabilities in Congress, like discussing disabilities. And people might say alopecia is not a disability. It is, and the reason why it is it's if affecting a worth, there's a stigma attached. If there's judgment there, that is considered that as a disability. So to me, you need to have more so they can understand what is needed in these policies. To me, it is malpractice that we've had a Congress that is still this white and this Christian for so long, thinking that they're going to be the ones that craft policies that aid the diversity of our communities. We have to recognize that is a formula that never worked, and it definitely does not work. There has to be change. When we talk about making real structural change happens, that's part of the change. Me running against an incumbent, and by the way, I did talk to Maloney about running against her. I talked to her in her face. I'm going to tell you right now, Maloney was like, wasn't like mad that I was running against her. She accepts now that people are going to be, she totally accepts the fact that people are just going to continue to primary her because she has been in office for 30 years now. And there is a lot of policy issues that she just has not addressed. She hasn't. She's only introduced her second piece of environmental legislation in 30 years this month. There's so many other things. That's not what this is about. That's not what I'm talking about today. But I'm telling you, you have a lot of people that are in Congress that are not making room for not just new generations, because I don't like the ages stuff. That has nothing to do with that. Like Barbara Lee is the same age as Maloney, and Barbara Lee is like crushing it regarding like human rights and civil rights and voting. Like she knows what's up, and she's always been that person, right? The only person in all of Congress to not authorize aggression after 9/11. Barbara Lee's always known what's up. Okay. So it has nothing to do with age. But to me, our country and our Congress right now are representative of what's going on, which is that people refuse to let go of their hold on power. Because let me tell you right now, for a lot of the people that are in Congress are these multimillionaires. It's not like they can't be in service somewhere else. They don't have to stay in Congress for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Some of them, if they're still doing the job and serving the community well, then sure, why not? But to me, this refusal to go, you know what, it is time to introduce new blood. Now, people have asked me, do you believe in term limits for Congress? No, people run every 2 years. There's always the ability to upset an incumbent. It's hard to upset an incumbent because of money and things like that. But if you had, 2 or 3 years I mean, every political scientist who's studied this has looked at it and has said it becomes a very messy situation when you have like that kind of quick turnover like that, because a lot of these bills have to be reintroduced again and again and again. So you kind of need some consistency. However, incumbents serving 3 to 4 decades, when only 2% of the population, I'm sorry, I've got like some hair on my nose, when only 2% of the population ever ends up serving in office. That's ridiculous. We need to have more people. I mean, the whole point of that James Madison quote that I read earlier is that we are to govern ourselves. We are to come into office and help govern. We need more people that want to run for office, and not do it to be harmful, or not doing it for fame, or not doing it to like there was this one guy that was running against Melonian over and over again. And I had talked to his camp, and I firmly believed, I was like, I think he just wants to be a congressman, because he had no narrative of like why he was running. I couldn't understand why he was running. And that's true of the people that are currently running in my District 12 now. I literally have had conversations with some of them, and I'm like, why are you running? And they recited the 3 things that they say all the time, like they were talking to a reporter. I said, I'm not a reporter. I'd be a potential constituent. You don't need to use your talking points on me. So we have to have some change over here. We have to have people that understand that there is some urgency. We need to have people that want to run for office because they genuinely know their communities, know who lives in their communities. I mean, I've lived in every square inch of the 12th district. I know it very, very well. And even though it won't be the 12th district anymore, it might be the 14th district or the 16th, who knows? We don't know what number it's going to be yet. But I've lived pretty much in every square. I mean, as an old friend said to me, Maya, you've lived in every square inch of New York City. Kind of true, because we're always looking for cheaper rent and a cheaper place to be. But I do know the issues in New York. I know the statistics of New York. I do know like what challenges a lot of New Yorkers are dealing with. And I will say that, for example, like, I think that the federal level to me is really exciting of the possibilities of what I think can happen. And that's why I'm running at that level. I might actually have a cocktail, and I might have a cocktail in front of you all right now. And when I do make the cocktail, I have some things also that I wanted to read. I'm going to go back into some voting rights. And one of the things, to be honest, there's so many different things that I want to read. There was this Fannie Lou Hamer speech that I wanted to read. I'm still going to read all of these different things. But one of the things that I told you all about to earlier, because I've been talking a lot about poverty because it's so important to me. And I know that poverty is never going to get addressed. It's never going to get addressed unless we have voting rights in place. I had talked a little bit about the fact that we have to reauthorize, we have to like restore the VRA, we have to do all this, but we have to change how we measure poverty in our country, right? I had mentioned that earlier. So I'm going to talk to you about what that would look like, but I'm also going to make a drink, if you don't mind, because I've been talking forever. So I'm going to have one tequila drink. And to be honest, I haven't drank tequila in a very long time. Don't you wish that they could do this on the Senate floor? That would make filibustering very different, I think, on the Senate floor. If people could drink. I think it would be very different. I have all my husband's bartending tools. What you all don't know maybe is that I was also a bartender for a very long time. I worked at a nightclub called Sounds of Brazil's, or SOB. Worked at a club for a while called Crime Scene. And let me tell you what Crime Scene was interesting. I'm just going to take a little like policy break to just tell you this real fast. Crime Scene was actually owned by an ex-cop and a sex worker. A sex worker. I worked for an ex-cop and a sex worker when I worked at a bar called Crime Scene in New York City. And so I was a bartender there. You know, I've been a barista, but the bartending tools, of course, are my husband's bartending tools. Do I have ice? That's what I'm saying. I haven't drank tequila in a while. I mostly have wine, but I forgot to get wine. I forgot to get wine because I've been busy preparing for this talkathon, myathon. So after I make myself a drink, and I will drink while I'm talking, I am going to, where's my measuring cup? After that, I'm going to talk about resetting poverty, and then I'm going to go back into the history of voting rights, because I think a lot of people, didn't get to see some of that when I was talking about voting rights and the history of voting rights and how long it's taken us to achieve voting rights. So I'm going to talk about that in a moment. I'm just going to measure this out. Okay. This is cheap tequila. That's not cheap. It's good. Pueblo Vieja. It's pretty good. So I want to talk about remeasuring poverty. And the reason why I want us to do that is because, as I said earlier, wages have not kept up with inflation. And there's a lot more people that are living in poverty than are being counted as living in poverty. And I've told you too that a lot of elected Republicans do not want us to remeasure the poverty line because they know that means a lot more people would probably need access to the social safety net and access to resources. So there are a lot of Republicans that are like, absolutely not. We don't need to measure it. How the measure is now is just fine. But we know right now that, for example, like a family of 4 people, if you're living in, I would say, I don't know, a family of 4 in New York City. There's a lot of families of 4 living in New York City that are making like $35,000 a year. That are, and how much money do you need to live on average for a family of 4 in New York City? Lots of people have measured it, and I'm going to tell you right now that you need to make around $120,000 for a family of 4 to not be dealing with insecurity. And I'm not going to try to do a fancy shake, okay? The goal is just to break the ice. So if you're a family of 4 and you're making $40,000 or $50,000 a year, you're struggling to get by in New York. You're not paying rent in the way that you need to. You're probably in credit card debt if you have access to credit. And so, but you probably won't qualify for SNAP. So that's one of the reasons why you need to reset the poverty level. Cheers. I actually use like a coconut sugar. That's why it'll look a little brown. And that is good. Damn. Oh, God. So if we don't reset the poverty level, that means that there are people that are struggling to have access to food, that are living on a small budget. But because the federal government and the metric says, you're not living in poverty. You're not living in poverty. You may not have access to certain things that you should be entitled to. So I'm going to read an article by the Century Foundation, and it says it's time to reset the poverty line. And this is from last year. In 1969, the federal government established the official poverty measure as its first ever measure of poverty, created by taking the USDA's low-cost food plan and multiplying it by 3. I'm sure that works perfectly, right? With the assumption that this amount was enough for a family to avoid poverty. More than 50 years later, the official poverty measure has only been updated for inflation, right? It's not a great thing. The supplemental poverty measure was implemented in 2011 by the Obama administration in an attempt to make up for the inadequacies of the official poverty measure. But still not sufficient, and it remains unofficial. In 2019, the official poverty measure's poverty line was set at $25,000 for 2 adults, 2 children family unit. So that means 2 adults with 2 children earning an income of $30,000 is not considered living in poverty. Okay? And the supplemental poverty measure for the same family was $28,000. So it only supplemented it by an extra $3,000. Surveys show that the American public considered the poverty line, or the minimum income a family needs to avoid poverty, to be much higher than the government does. For example, one 2016 survey found that people thought that the poverty line is far too low, and it underestimates how widespread poverty truly is. That's what I feel. A recent report from the Bernard L. Schwartz Rediscovery Government Initiative at the Century Foundation and the Center for Economic and Policy Research analyzed poverty trends over the past 50 years and put forth recommendations to improve the accuracy of poverty measures. In 2001, the Century Foundations and their co-sponsor had a webinar called A New Measure to End Poverty to discuss the report's findings. The webinar featured discussion between the reporter's author, Sean Freemstead, leading thinkers in poverty measurements, and an individual with lived experience in poverty. Very good. The event was moderated by Jeff Madrick, a senior fellow at the Century Foundation and the director of the Bernard L. Schwartz Rediscovery Government Initiative. God, that name is so long. A senior fellow at the Century Foundation and co-director kicked off the event by providing context as to why poverty measures matter. COVID-19 has highlighted the inadequacies of U.S. poverty measures, Applebaum said, and the poverty line denies thousands of people whose incomes are at or just above the poverty line badly needed resources. Okay. The question the reporter posed, she said, is what the minimum should be to protect families from falling out of middle class and into poverty. Madrick then gave a brief history of the poverty measurement in the United States, stating that the Johnson administration chose the lower of the 2 poverty measures proposed by the Social Security Administration economist Molly Orshansky in the early 60s, which would become the official poverty measurement. Okay, so we know now that this is kind of a flawed way of measuring it. So flaws in the current poverty measurements and recommendations for an accurate measurement. Freemstead explained how measures are used as indicators of social and economic well-being for the rationing of social benefits, particularly means-tested programs. Freemstead gave an overview of 3 measurements: the official poverty measurement, the supplemental poverty measurement, and the conventional or relative poverty measurement, CPM. Is a poverty measurement that many countries, which ties their poverty line to larger trends, such as medium income. Freemstead reviewed where each measure set its threshold. Resources it does and does not count, and the expenses it does and does not subtract. The OPM, the official poverty measurement, he said, only counts pre-taxed income. Pre-taxed. So that means that these people, once these taxes are out, their income's even lower. Does not count any in-kind income, such as food stamps, and does not subtract any expenses. The OPM sets the poverty line at the 1962's low-cost food plan multiplied by 3 and adjusted for inflation, right? This is the wrong. So let me just take a break from reading that for a second. This is why this is the wrong, antiquated way to measure poverty. When I talk about things that we could fix right now, that's one of them. When people are like, we need big structural change. Yeah, I agree. But this is one of those ways to start getting to there. There's lots of broken pieces all around us that we can say, why don't we fix that and fix that? So these are things that we're cutting ourselves on trying to move over to bigger policy. Right now, if we remeasured if we reformulated how we measure poverty, and more families are eligible for SNAP or eligible for benefits, then that means that is going to help a lot of people with food insecurity in their household right away. So there are things that we can do now. And that's why I'm saying that one policy is not going to fix everything. Build Back Better is not going to fix everything. It's a great start. Just like the infrastructure bill is a great continuum, right? But we have to recognize that we have to be a country that, if we're as Democrats, we have to think big picture, and we have to think what's the immediacy, and we have to think long term. So we have to do several things all at once, right? So to me, when I'm thinking big picture to me is like, not one person in America should be living in poverty. We should be making sure that we're dealing with what are the causal factors of it. There are lots of them, right? Environmental issues. If you are living in public housing and you're dealing with lead in the walls, or you're getting asthma and it's making it harder for you to work, this is something that affects your income. There are so many things. There's there is the racial wage gap. There's the gender wage gap. There's discrimination at work. There's sexual harassment at work. My friend Mia and I, Dr. Brett, we talk all the time about, like, one of the things that we wanted to do with our think tank was we wanted to kind of figure out how much wages were lost through sexual harassment. People who had been sexually abused, women and men that are harassed at work. And I want to include men in this conversation, right? Because there are men that are sexually harassed that deal with sexual abuse. I want to make sure people understand that. Non-binary people do, transgender people do. I want to be inclusive in that conversation. This leads to wage loss. And we wanted to figure out, like, how do we calculate that, right? Because if you're being sexually harassed at work, you're losing wages. So these are some of the things that I'm talking about. What are some of the things that we can do right now? And by the way, I love coming up with solutions. It's very exciting to me. And one of the things that I think about is, if we kind of really understood what wages were lost during that time and why they were lost at that time. I'm someone that is lucky that not lucky. I don't know. I don't want to say lucky because that's not fair to my friends that were sexually harassed. I have not dealt with sexual harassment at work. I have dealt with discrimination. I have dealt with the racism at work. But I have, for me personally, I haven't dealt with the intimidation that has made some of my friends like leave a job or not want to show up to a job, right? So to me, it is important that our government, part of what we do, what we should be doing, what we do in government, what we continue to have to do is to pay for these studies to find out, like, what wages were lost. There's a lot of these think tanks and policy centers, and that's what they do. They raise money to do studies to find out what the issues are, to back it up, to put that in policy. That is a point of a lot of research. Our government itself should be constantly working on research so that it can fuel and inform us about what policies, how to move forward. Our country should not be afraid. Our policies should not, no one should be afraid of studying something, right? For example, there was a study that they wanted to propose in Congress. There's two studies in Congress that they wanted to propose. One was for reparations. What would that look like? And one was for sex work, policies to decriminalize sex work. Like, what would that look like? And there are people in Congress that are like, I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. I'm just like, you don't want to touch research? So to me, it's like we need to have a Congress that isn't so risk averse, that says, listen, we're just paying to get the data. We're paying to get the research. We're paying to inform the policy. We need that, because otherwise we're always relying on think tanks to do that. We need to be able to afford that research ourselves to know how to inform these policies. And we need a lot more research out there. One of the things that I had talked about, one of the things that I talked about, not just the research that we need or the way to inform policy, but we need to be more expansive and how we're going about that research. We need to say that it is important for us to, in Congress, to employ experts again, to spend money for research, to present those findings to the public, and to have a conversation about it. We need to make that a big part of what we do. Now, there are lots of things that we have tons of research on that we're like, we don't need any more research. We know the causality of it. Please don't make us research more stuff. But there are lots of things that we don't have research on at all that is very needed in Congress, right? One of the things that I had talked about that we need, like a lot of things that affect, I would say women, like cisgender women, but it also affect trans people too, is like menopause or perimenopause or hormonal aspects. Like our country is like, we don't want to do any research on that, right? And so to me, I'm just like, yeah, we have to do research on that. And it's interesting to me how our country is so, because it's so rooted and misogyny and ageism, that we like, there's so many things that we don't want to touch. They're like, that's not really important. It's not a priority, even though we know that perimenopause and menopause can cause loss of wages and it costs extra money. Now there is Grace Ming, Representative Grace Ming. She's badass. She is somebody that has been trying to talk about period poverty. She has been somebody that's like, listen, we need to make sure that we have tampons and pads available at all schools, to make sure anyone who needs a pad, that anyone that needs a tampon has it out there available. I even remember, like, I was staying at a hotel. It was during the March on Washington. And I was in the hotel. I needed a tampon, and they didn't have any. I was staying at a nice hotel too, right? I was like, I'm only here for one day. I'm gonna treat myself. So I stayed at a hotel. And I had to call down and get one, right? And I was like, why don't they just have these in hotel rooms? It doesn't make any sense to me, right? And so to me, it's like, there are so many things in our country that people refuse to have conversations about, refuse to talk about. And it's because these are things that people like. Our country is so puritanical in a lot of the ways. They're just like, I don't want to really approach that subject. For example, the other day, I wrote a little bit about sex work and said, like, we should be talking about sex work. And I saw the people that were interacting with that tweet. They were like, I don't know what to say about that. I don't know much about sex work. I don't want to really talk about it. And I was like, wow, it's interesting to me that people are still so like, that some people are still so shy with discussing sex work, even though we have members of Congress that are currently clients to sex workers. That's the truth. We know this. So why are we shy about talking about this issue? Why are we shy about talking about issues about our bodies? Why are we shy about talking about sex education? Right? We've entered evening hours, and I will be talking about sex and sex work and tampons and menopause for a minute. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because these are all issues that we do have to talk about through our government, through policy, through research. It really bums me out that so much of our country is puritanical. It makes me sad. It makes me sad that people are nervous to have conversations about these issues, because they are just like, how do we handle discussing that? One of the things that I had talked to about with women who were like, I would say like second wave feminists, mostly white older women, I had talked to them about sex work and about why we needed to criminalize it. And they were just like, we're against trafficking. And I told them, I said, listen, I'm against trafficking. Sex workers are against trafficking. And I just want you to know something. Trafficking exists in agriculture. So if you're going to care about trafficking, care about all of it. Care about all of it. Care about it in the service industry, in the hospitality industry. Care about it everywhere, not just within sex work. So to me, if we're going to be talking about policy, if we're going to be talking about how do we make this country safer, how do we talk about health, how do we talk about public health, these are things that we need to talk about. And also, we need to elect representatives like myself that aren't going to be shy talking about it and aren't guessing, right? I know sex workers. I went to a wonderful documentary about sex work. My friend Max did the documentary on it. And it was quite a beautiful film. It was hard in the sense to see the violence that sex workers are subjected to, survival sex work and things like that. But it was beautiful in the sense there was an aspect also talking about how healing some sex work is. I don't know why our country is so, I do know why. We're a very puritanical country outwardly, but we know that that's not true inwardly. So that's what I'm saying. So our country has to stop being so shy about discussing these issues. I'm not shy about talking about these issues. It's time to have a conversation about these issues. And I would also tell people themselves that you can research it yourself. If you're uncomfortable about what would it mean to decriminalize sex work, if you're uncomfortable talking about what research for menopause and perimenopause would look like, you can look at it for yourself. But and if you're saying, well, what does that have to do with government? Everything. It has to do with safety. It has to do with wages. They go together. Like one of the things that sex workers worry about is they want to make sure for like STIs, some people call them STDs, but for STIs that they're safe, they can go to the doctor. They don't want to worry about getting arrested. They don't want to spread infections. It's a public health thing. That's one of the things. Then there's the violence aspect, right? They can't go to, if a client hurts them, they can't go to the police because the police can arrest them or the police can abuse them. We have to grow up and recognize that this is the reality of what we're living in and that sex workers are constituents. Stop. So to me, I want us to start having a Congress and a group of people that aren't shy or risk averse about talking about these issues. To me, these issues are I'm very comfortable talking about these issues. But I know there's a lot of people that aren't fluent in these issues or they're nervous about talking about these issues. We have to stop having representatives that are risk averse. We have a lot of people that are risk averse that are running for office are worried about saying the wrong word. They want to make sure that they say everything right. You know why? Because their only concern is getting elected. This isn't about them talking about like, how do I best serve my community? That's not their concern, right? This is not like, well, how do I best serve the public? That's not what a lot of people who are running for office are thinking, to be honest. And you know why I know this is because you see them switching positions on where they stand. And this is that old saying when they say, but when a politician talks out of both sides of their mouth, it's because they're willing to say one thing to one group and say something different to another group. Which means it's like, are they actually standing on things? We need to have politicians that are able to say exactly where they stand. Republicans have that now. Republicans have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Barber and Matthew Cawthorn who are telling you exactly how they feel about an issue. For worse, not for better. They're telling you exactly where they stand. They don't want any marginalized group that have been marginalized by policy to have rights. They want to make sure that everybody and that every child is armed with an AK and an assault rifle. They're somebody that doesn't believe other religions should exist outside of Christianity. They're telling you where they stand. So Democrats also have to be very forthright and like, where are we? What is our goal here? What are our goals? For me, the goals are we have to protect voting rights. We have to expand voting rights. We have to make sure that, to me, voting rights is not the cornerstone of democracy. I don't like it when people say voting rights are the cornerstone of democracy. Voting rights are democracy. Voting rights are democracy. They are the foundation of democracy. So to me, that's one of the first goals. One of the second goals that we have to talk about is what's the main goal of what we're wanting in our society? And I have an idea of what that is. For me, I would think it's health and public health. This COVID, this new wave of COVID is harming our public health. That's what's happening right now. So we have to figure out how do we protect our public health. That should be, and that's like the next priority, right? So we have to talk about public health as another priority. Ruben, I love Grace being me too. So we have to talk about public health. And then next, I will say that everything else, there are ways that we can kind of negotiate, but we can't be negotiating about civil rights. We can't negotiate on voting rights. We can't negotiate on human rights. There's other things that we can negotiate on, right? But those things should be things that are like non-negotiables. Voting rights really shouldn't be negotiable. They are negotiable right now because we're trying to get anything passed on voting rights. But civil rights, that should not be. And civil rights and voting rights are together, right? Voting rights are civil rights, okay? And they're human rights. They're all come together. So there's a way in which we shouldn't really be negotiating our humanity in that way. But there are other things, there's small things that we can negotiate on. So I'm going to go to another, I was talking about resetting the poverty line. So let me read another one right now that said the official U.S. poverty rate is based on a hopelessly out-of-date metric. The poverty rate in the United States fell to 11.8% in 2018, according to the data released by the Census Bureau, the lowest it's been since 2001. But this estimate significantly underestimates the extent of economic deprivation in the United States today. Our official poverty line hasn't kept up with economic change, nor has it been modified to take into account widely held views among poor Americans, what counts as poor. A better, more moderate measure of poverty, which is set the threshold at half of median disposable income. That is median income after taxes and transfers, adjusted for household size and standard commonly used in other wealthy nations, right? So other nations kind of have this measurement a little bit better. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which includes 34 wealthy democracies, 17.8% of Americans were poor, according to the standard in 2017, the most recent year available. Now, I want you to hear that. So in 2017, according to our official metric, only 11% of people were considered under the poverty line. But if we use some of the other wealthy world standards, almost 20% of our population is in poverty. Okay? Oh my God, that's wild. Okay. To be sure, there's no such thing as a purely scientific measure for poverty. Poverty is a social and a political concept, not merely a technical one. At its core, it's not about having enough income to afford, but what's needed to live at a minimally decent level. But there's no purely scientific way to determine what goods and services are necessary or what is meant to live at a minimally decent level. Both depend on part of a shared social understanding and evolve over time as mainstream living standards evolve. So that actually, let me just say that this actually starts to involve the disability community at this moment, right? So for example, my friend Jermaine, when he is talking about some of his daily expenses, and the disability community, if you follow leaders in the disability community, they talk about how expensive it is to be disabled in America, right? So if you have an out of date metric for how we measure poverty, And then you have the disability community that needs certain things. If you have a mobile disability, and maybe you need to use a wheelchair, or your wheelchair breaks and you need to get a new one, or you're using crutches to get by. This is an additional expense. Um, Say like you are someone that is chronically ill. My best friend is actually chronically ill. She has Crohn's. She had a head injury on top of it a couple of years ago. So she gets really horrific headaches. So she needs like cranial treatment. All of these things cost money, so that's what I'm saying. So if we're talking about how we're measuring poverty, how we're measuring what is needed, different communities might need different money. So to me, we can do a metric for poverty and then talk about it across communities, right? If in the trans community, if somebody is needing top surgery, or if somebody is needing hormone treatment, then these costs should be included. Okay, so we should be talking about what that means and what that looks like when we're talking about poverty, and how we're measuring poverty, and how we're measuring what costs of living are. I know that there are going to be people that are like cisgender moderates that are like, oh my, I don't even want to talk about that. You have to grow up, right? Look at our society, look at our society and look at what it needs to have an even playing field, to remove some of the obstacles that have been placed in front of these communities, right? So these aren't extra things that people need. If you have a system designed for cisgender, white, non-disabled, hetero people, right? And it's designed for them and for them only, for them to work, then you have to realize, in order to level the playing field for other groups, that means there has to be other things that are done. And that means that it's changing the metric and how we measure poverty, and making sure other groups have these obstacles removed from them. That's justice. When people talk about justice policy, a lot of people or get really enamored sometimes by that word, like justice policy. But what does justice policy mean? It really means that you're removing the obstacles that have been placed in front of people, that they did not place in front of themselves, that have been placed in front of people to prevent them from living a life on an even playing field of as other people, where the system was designed to benefit them. Okay? So when we're talking about poverty, when we're talking about evening the playing field for people, then we have to talk about what are the additional things that are needed in order to level the playing field. So we have to be talking about that. Okay, and I'll use another one, for example. I grew up surrounded by Native communities, the Diné community that used to be called the Navajo community in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And this is a community that was dealing with issues with water, and were in rural areas, and needed to come to the city. This is like more of a transportation issue, a bunch of things. So we have to talk about that as well. We have to talk about like how are we making things not just equitable, how are we giving justice to people to make sure that they're on a level playing field? Because when we propose questions like that, that means that we're going to have more complex policy. And when I read to you earlier, I read to you the annotated For the People Act. And you saw if for some of you that got to see me read For the People Act, you got to see what a gorgeous piece of legislation that it was. It was incredibly thoughtful. It looked at all angles of voter suppression, to making sure that we can have early voting and make voting a holiday, and to make sure that there's same-day vote registration, that there's automatic voter registration. There's all these wonderful things about it. If we have the ability to do that with voting rights policy, we have that ability to do that with policy for everybody. We can make gorgeous, nuanced policy for everybody, right? So that's what I want people to understand. Like, I love that For the People Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and even the pared down Freedom to Vote Act, which is like a pared down version for the People Act. I love that they're all pretty nuanced. We have the ability to do that. We have the ability to make really nuanced legislation. We need to be able to do that in a way that benefits people in different groups and economic backgrounds, on and on and on. We have that ability, and I want people to understand that. But what are the main obstacles, which I've been discussing all day? The main obstacles is that you have a lot of wealthy white business owners that have no interest in wanting people to have a piece of this American pie. These white wealthy business owners believe that they bake the pie, that they own the pie, that it's their pie, and then someone else can get their own pie if they want it, right? They don't want to share. And it's not theirs. We pay into it. This is our system that we've paid into. We live in, we work in, we toil in, we participate in. We deserve to have nuanced, great policy that acknowledges our humanity, that acknowledges our existence. The very minimum. That's the floor. That is not the ceiling. That's the minimum we deserve in this country, right? And so we have to start talking in that way. When I read a little bit earlier, I read Baldwin's Price of the Ticket. And he said that he got very lucky because he felt very valued. He luckily found someone, as a Black man in America, he found another artist that he felt very valued by. He felt validated by, right? And he really says that he feels lucky that he was able to find someone like that, that he felt that he could get that validation and realize that Black history and Black culture and art and music was his inheritance, that literature was his inheritance. We need to kind of affirm those things too through policy to make sure that people understand that people that have been really cheated for a really long time deserve to have those damages repaired. And I've talked about that ad nauseum all night. So, one of the things I think I'm actually going to read now is because of all of the abortion conversations, I'm going to actually read. This is it's going to be a little outdated. It's going to be a little first wave. It's going to be a little first wave. And it's feminism. But I want to kind of talk about, Susan Faludi at the time was really capturing some of the narratives that Republicans were coming up with to deny reproductive justice and reproductive rights to women. And Susan Faludi was also the one that understood that every single time we were making progress in this country, that someone was coming along that was like, absolutely not, we're going to roll it back. Okay? So I'm going to read this one passage here. Reproductive rights under the backlash, the invasion of women's bodies. Okay? I'm going to update that to say the invasion of bodies. Don't kill me, mommy. A grown man clutching a crucifix shouts these words over and over as he tries to fruitlessly to push through a line of women guarding the Sacramento Pregnancy Consultation Center. He's just one of the many warriors in Operation Rescue, National Day of Rescue 2. The title that the anti-abortion group chose for its dramatic sequel on April 1989. So you can actually see that these fights, these are the same fights, these are the same narratives that have been happening now for 30, 40 years, right? But the spear, it says on April 1989, nationwide siege on family planning clinics. But the spear carriers on location here have been outflanked by feminists. Operation Rescue's North California caravan set out for the clinic at dawn, only to find doors barred and the center defenders circling around the building, their arms linked in a human chain. Frustrated, the Operation Rescue man resorted to forced, twisted wrists, kicking shins. As they pushed, they praised the Lord, but they cursed the women, mingling among amens, and the words of horror can be heard more than once. A man in a baseball cap presses his face before a woman hoisting a pro-choice sign. I'll smash you through the window, he says, making a fist, but the press is watching, so he keeps his fist clenched by his side. Down the block, Operation Rescue's prayer support column. A largely female auxiliary is lined up in neat rows along the sidewalks. Their wives and daughters are the warriors, stand very still, their lips whispering, Jesus loves little children, their palms raised towards heaven. They're not allowed to speak. One of the women says when approached in an interview. Across the street, Russell Walden 3 takes a break from the skirmish. A stocky man with sad eyes. He mops his brow as he offers some personal history. Walden 1 and Walden 2, he says, were both city tax successors, community pillars. He's the first one to fall from the family line, muddling along a series of odd jobs, mortuary assistants and wild animal caretakers among them. My wife almost had an abortion a few years ago, but I stopped her, he says. I said, no, no, no. They had 4 kids and his wife didn't want another. She went to a clinic anyways, and he followed her into the examination room where she was lying in a hospital gown. I came and I snatched her and I said, let's get out of here. Now I'm going to let her be anywhere where I'm not. She had the baby, but later she left him. Tears filled his eyes. He says he wipes them away and explains I'm crying for the unborn, he says. In 1986, Randall Terry, a 26-year-old used car salesman from upstate New York, launched Operation Rescue. Pretty upsetting that Operation Rescue launched in New York State, by the way, so just want you know that happened. His mission was to padlock the doors of nation's family planning clinics, like the anti-advice crusades against contraceptions and abortions in late Victorian era. He was also led by an underemployed New York salesman, Anthony Comstock. It's important to know. He also raided women's health clinics. Operation Rescue attracted thousands of young men who, one way or another, felt locked out themselves by a world that no longer seemed to have a protective place for them. Contrary to popular images of the anti-abortion lobby as a group of grizzled Christian elders, the Operation Rescue men and the majority of men were often resembling the youthful and the angry, the contenders. Virtually all Operation Rescue leaders and about half of its active participants were in their early 20s and mid 30s. These were men who belonged to the second half of the baby boom, who had not only missed the political engagement of the 60s, but had felt cheated out of their affluent era's bounty. They were downright mobile sons condemned by the 1980s economy or less. Okay, so this is some of the narratives that were formed around them, but there's another section that I want to read to you that kind of talks about how some of these narratives were formed. Let me go here. Okay. So it's interesting that this book was written, I think, in the early 90s, and this still kind of connects now. Setting an anti-feminist agenda. Soon after the right scored its first set of surprise victories in Congress, and an excited Paul Weinrich assembled his most trusted advisors at the Heritage Foundation. I've been talking about the Heritage Foundation today. Their mission, draft a single bill they could use as a blueprint for the New Right program. It would be their first legislative initiative, an emblem of their cause. They would call it the Family Protection Act. The bill they eventually introduced to Congress in 1981 had little to do with helping households. In fact, it really only had one objective: dismantling nearly every legal achievement of the women's movement. The Act's proposal eliminate federal laws supporting equal education, forbid intermingling of the sexes in any sport or any school-related activities, require marriage and motherhood to be taught as a proper career for girls. God. Deny federal funding to any school books portraying women in non-traditional roles. Repeal all federal laws protecting battered wives, abused wives, from their husbands, and ban federal funded legal aid for any women seeking abortion counseling or divorce. The bill was largely written in the negative and its long list of federal programs to rescind. The act offered only one real initiative of its own: new tax incentives to induce married women to have babies and stay home. This is like less than 40 years ago. The bill was largely written. Okay. Under this provision of the bill, a husband could set up a tax-deductible retirement fund if his wife earned no money at all that year. Evidently, even Tupperware hawking homemaker was suspect. Their family legislation proposals from the new right would follow the next several years, and they were virtually all aimed at slapping down female independence wherever it showed its face. A complete ban on abortion, even if it meant the woman's death, censorship on birth control information until marriage, a chastity bill, revocation of the Equal Pay Act, and other equal employment laws, and of course, defeat of the Equal Rights Amendment. Okay, so that right there is exactly what Republicans are trying to achieve now. That's what I want you all to understand. What they're doing with abortion laws that are currently happening in Texas and throughout the entire United States, this is the goal. The goal is to strip away and to like subjugate like women, cisgender women, to harm transgender people. That's what they're trying to do. They're being very nuanced and how they want to specifically harm people. So 1980 election, the new right would figure in the national presidential campaign almost exclusively on the basis of opposition to women's rights. So Reagan was swept in under the idea that they were going to take rights away from women completely. The most substantial effort on the Republican Party was forcing its leaders to draft a platform that opposed legal abortion and the Equal Rights Amendment, the first time since 1940 that the ERA failed to receive the GOP endorsement. So you might not have known that, but at one point the GOP were like not against it, right? That all changed with the Heritage Foundation. That all changed with Reagan. The Republican convention acceptance of the new rights anti-feminist agenda that year, in fact, carved out one of the only clear dividing lines between two National Party platforms whose boundaries were blurred on a lot of other fronts, right? So especially in the 80s, a lot of people thought of the Democrats and the Republicans as really the same because they were in many ways. But the Republicans wanted to separate themselves as being like, pretended they were pro-family, but obviously it's clearly they're not. And their candidate at the top office distinguished himself clearly from his predecessors by his views on women's rights. Reagan was the first president to oppose the ERA since Congress passed it, and the first ever to back human life amendment, banning abortion, even some types of birth control. Extremely, most chroniclers of the new rights errand into the Capitol, supporters and opponents alike characterized feminism as a fringe issue. Press accounts, even those emanating from liberal and leftist journalists, generally presented the right-wing movement's opposition to abortion and the ERA as a distracting sideline to the media more important policy aims. Decreasing government regulation, cutting the budget, bolstering defense, right? These are the top three things that Republicans have long always said that this was their party was about. Was government, was deregulation, cutting the budget, bolstering defense. We obviously know that cutting the budget, they never care about because they always increase the budget. And deregulation is just really there so their businesses can pollute as they want and all that good stuff, all that bad stuff. Richard G. Hutchinson Jr., God in the White House, a typical accountant, allotted only 2 pages to the ERA and explored every possible cause for the right wing's mobilization against feminism, from Watergate to the new narcissism, the hearth and home issues and the right agenda, Alan Crawford concluded, and thunder on the right were merely non-political fringe issues. So, in the way that I will say that some journalists, they also did, so Republicans were dismissing women's issues, civil rights issues as fringe issues, right? But we also had a media that was dismissing Republicans, and we had some Republicans and honestly some leftists, right, that were calling issues that impacted Black and Native people and Latino people as identity issues, right? So we're using similar language to dismiss outright the policy concerns of people that are being harmed by a lot of policies and calling them fringe issues or identity issues. Basically, just trying to diminutize all these issues altogether. I'm cleaning my glasses. Sorry. Okay, this part of War on Words I think is pretty fantastic. We were different from previous generations of conservatives, Weinrich said in a speech in 1980. We're no longer working to preserve the status quo. My God. What's dangerous about this type of language is this is populist talk. Populists like to say we're trying to break away from the status quo. The status quo is whiteness and white hetero-ness, but this kind of language is signaling like we're gonna revolutionize, we're gonna shake up things. That's a populist way of discussing things. We're no longer working to preserve the status quo. We are radicals working to overturn the present power structure of the country. That's a right wing person saying that in 1980. Notice how they switch their language and leftists end up using that language and Republicans move away from it and call them radicals. But at one point, they called themselves radicals. They were also the new macho preachers, as they were soon dubbed, swaggering and spouting tough lines from TV screens. Reverend James Robinson's God's angry man boasted of his past violent exploits, including the claim that I'm not even going to say that, planned rapes. I don't want to say that. Reverend Tim Lehane liked to tell the press about the days as a military man when he would punch anyone's lights out. So we have this like massive toxic masculinity that was happening during the Reagan administration that still exists. Right, and this is what Trump continued when he got into office, was that toxic masculinity. Punch someone's lights out. I want to show you that I'm a straight hetero male, right? So this is a language that they're using, and the reason why I'm saying this is because this is the language that they're using in order to get their policies passed, to get their agendas passed. This is not something that's like should be dismissed as like, oh, that's just like toxic male talk. What's the big deal? Who cares? Well, you care because this is the way that they're weaponizing language. This is the way that they are finding ways to pass their policy agenda, right? Is by calling themselves these like tough machismo type people. Okay. So yes, the fundamentalists. So as they emphasize repeatedly in their texts and speeches that they were warriors, marching into enemy territory behind barrel-chested Christ holding a high flag. Jesus was not a pacifist, Jerry Falwell would like to say. He was not a sissy. And again, this is like 40 years ago, and this is the exact same language that Trump used, and it's the exact same language that the Proud Boys uses, and it's the exact same language that the Oath Keepers are using. So you see clearly that we're still moving within these narratives. And the reason why we're still having these narratives is because they're effective. I've been saying this all day, but these narratives are effective, and that's why they're used. Yet the fundamentalist soldiers had trooped Washington precisely because they feared they had already become weak men, that Falwell's writings repeatedly and anxiously derided. As much as the new right warriors build themselves aggressively, free agents of change, their maneuvers were all reactions against what they saw as dominant enemy, the proponents of women's rights. Despite the verbal vibrato, the new right was wholly dependent on another movement for their identity. I think that is really something. The new right was wholly dependent for their identity. And now I'm going to say something that's going to make leftists mad. I don't care. A lot of leftists as well, their identity is completely dependent on how moderate or regular Democrats or progressives act, right? So they're forming their identities off of another group. Not a great thing, but that's that horseshoe discussion that I said earlier. So that's an important point to make here. And I'm going to say it again. Despite the verbal vibrato, the new right was wholly dependent on another movement for its identity, right? So they're not carving out their own identity yet. This is a way for them to play defense. This is, of course, a situation for any group attempting to preserve or resurrect a threatened way of life, right? So these are people that are saying that they're feeling threatened. I mean, these are people that are in power, so I don't know why they're threatened. And that's the difference between a lot of leftists and the right. Not right, these are in power. Conservatism requires liberalism for its meaning, political writer Sidney Blumenthal wrote in The Rise of the Counter-Establishment. We're using the same language, right? Though conservatives have a sense of mission, they have difficulty rising above an adversarial stance. Does that sound familiar? Right? Sounds familiar. They have difficulty rising above an adversarial stance. With the new right, men found themselves in a position of dependency that was doubtly demeaning. Not only were they reacting rather than acting, they were reacting against women. At least John Birchers could picture themselves beating back the advances of communist thugs. The new right preachers faced an embarrassing task of fending off the ladies. There seemed no escape from this posture of passivity built into a backlash movement. But the new right men finally found a way. For 20 years, the most important battle of the civil rights field was for control of language, which I talked to earlier about Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich was somebody that knew that language and how we use it and how we use it in policy and how we use it in the media uh, was completely the ball game. That was how we're going to win the narrative, right? So that's what this right wing in the 1980s is dealing with. They're trying to figure out the battle for language. Mandate for leadership asserted, especially with words such as equality and opportunity. The secret to victory, whether in court or in Congress, has been to control the definition of these terms. By relabeling the terms of the debate over equality, they discovered they might verbally finesse their way into command. By switching the lines of power through a sort of semantic reversal, they might be able to pull off a coup by euphemism. In this case, words would speak louder than their actions. And this, again, is something that happened with a critical race theory. Republicans took control of that conversation and decided what critical race theory was and what it wasn't. And even as a lot of academics were like, what are you talking about? That has nothing to do with critical race theory. It didn't matter. Republicans were already, they had the ball. They were already running with it. They decided this is how we're going to be discussing critical race theory. That's how we're going to talk about it in school. We're going to talk about it as a threat to our culture, our country, all that good stuff. So they've been doing this for years. Under this new linguistic strategy, the new right relabeled its resistance to women newly required reproductive rights as pro-life. I said this earlier. This idea of pro-life, discussing anti-choice as pro-life, was huge for right-wing and the new right, because they were really putting a positive spin on something that is really, really, really awful and really anti-civil rights, right? They were saying, we're going to say pro-family, we're going to say pro-life. So this is new language. Republicans realized that they needed to find a different way to win, to seem like they were the ones in the they were the ones of a higher morality, right? So that's why they came up with the term pro-life, and that was like in the 1980s. They acquired reproductive rights as pro-life. The opposition to women's newly embraced sexual freedom became pro-chastity. Its hostility to women's mass entry to the workforce became pro-motherhood. Finally, the new right renamed itself. Its regressive and negative stance against the progression of women's rights became pro-family. Before the anti-ERA group, Eagle Forum had formally dubbed itself an alternative to the women's lib group. But after the 1980s election, it changed its motto to leading the pro-life family movement since 1972. Okay, so we see that one of the things that Republicans have done quite well, and they spend a lot of money. I said this earlier. They spend a lot of money discussing research. They spend a lot of money. They spend a lot of time on money and research on like how do we come up with new formulas. How do we come up with new ways of talking about policies that are harmful to civil rights, the expansion of rights, the expansion of voting rights? How do we do it in a way that doesn't sound like we're bigots? Some of them now don't really care about that, but before they did worry about it. They were like, how do we win this war of words? And so they spent a lot of time and a lot of money testing this out. They literally used think tanks and people that would test out language. They would ask people like, how do you respond to this word? I think his name is Frank, I forgot what his last name is. I'm sorry. Frank Lung. Can't remember what his name is, but he was this big Republican that would test out. I have like his book. Frank Lutz. My God. Okay. Frank Lutz. I have his book called Words. And he is someone that would test out words and see how they would work with people. How would people respond to these words? And he was really proud of like how he went about um, putting together putting together words for Republicans to use. Um, I think I do have his book on here. Um, that was like critically important to you. Says, "Hey, babe, you probably already know." Yeah, I do know. My husband is like, "I do know." Just letting him know. So Frank Lutz was somebody that came up with words like, how do we use these words? How do we win these words? And the point of crafting these words and researching those words is so that the media would repeat them. I told you earlier that Newt Gingrich was the person that was like, he was the person that knew, hey, if we come up with great words, the media will just repeat them. So we're going to use the media as our PR team. We use our think tanks to incubate the words, to come up with our policy stances, to come up with a way to combat civil rights and voting rights. And then we use the media as our PR machine. Republicans have long used the media as their PR piece. And unwitting media, unfortunately. So I want to, there's a book that Frank Lutz wrote. I think it's called Words. Frank Lutz. Once, I think. Okay, it's not there. Words that work. Okay, so he wrote a book. Well, I actually got it under this. I'm a little embarrassed that I bought his book because but you have to kind of learn people's strategy. And so I do my research and I look at Republicans and how they go about doing their words. So this is his book. I was reading it. God, I got to 200. I like read half of it. So this is his book. I don't know if you can see it, but it's called Words That Work by Frank Lutz. And it's not what you say, it's what people hear. And I said to you guys earlier that a lot of Republicans, um, they're really proud of the way that they can kind of cheat people out of right or trick people or convince people to do things their way. Okay. So to me, what's pretty upsetting about that is like they'll totally write books and tell you what they're doing. And one of the things that Frank said, and these are people that are all there to try to influence policy, to shape policy, and they do this by how do we win the how do we win this war of words? Okay. And so he has in his chapters here, he has the 10 rules for effective language. Chapter 2, preventing messaging mistakes. Old words, new meanings, right? Like how do you like recalibrate words and make them new? Words that work. Okay, so he said here, he said the story may get me barred from the US State Senate. But I'm sorry, this story might get me barred from the United States Senate, but it was how I established my credibility with the toughest, most skeptical organization back in 1998. I was asked to create and then present new language on environmental issues to the meeting of the entire Republican Senate conference. So he's the one that also came up the word climate change. It wasn't called climate change before Frank Luntz. Helping members of the House is easy. They are open-minded, creative, and focused. The Senate, however, is a different animal entirely. They're generally older, uncompromising. They don't take kindly to others telling them what to think or what to do. They also demand proof that your conclusions and recommendations are based on fact. I knew that to convince these senators, I had to create the right language. I had to do something so novel, surprising, and provocative. Rule 5 of successful communication. And even the most detrimental cynic would have to accept the results. And so I arrived there armed with a video presentation that I knew could cost me dearly with 4 specific senators, but would earn me the confidence I needed with everyone else. On that tape, there were speeches that I had written for these 4 senators. More accurately, I had written just one speech, and I had 4 senators read exactly the same text. word for word. Then I had the speech dial tested. This is when he uses his think tanks. Using Madison Avenue techniques described later in the chapter, the presentation video was uh, a compilation of results, each senator's second by second score. On the big screen in front of the room, the senators watched a computer generated line switching by focus group of swing voters and rose and fell based on how those 30 individuals felt about each word and each phrase. Um, um, but but instead of showing each Senate speech individually, I had the tape edited to show how each paragraph fared, paragraph by paragraph, line by line, senator by senator. Sure enough, it didn't matter whether the speech was well delivered or mangled. It didn't matter whether the senator had a rich Southern accent or flat Northern inflection. The senator's gender didn't matter. Regardless of the senator or the delivery, the good language scored well and the bad language scored poorly. And so the more than 40 senators in the room were mildly amused to see their four colleagues had unknowingly delivered the exact same speech, but were impressed and convinced that good language does well no matter what or how the speaker or how good or bad the speaker is. The methodology for creating words that work pressed their stringent credibility test. And I've been invited back a dozen more times. So he is somebody that he would work with pollsters, he would work with think tanks, and he would come up with different ways to talk about different issues. And one of the things that he did was he felt that global warming was too vivid, right? But climate change didn't seem that horrifying. And it's very strange because climate change ended up being a very mainstream thing that a lot of us used for a very long time. But that was actually language that a Republican strategist came up with. So it shows you that a lot of people are susceptible to using language that is created by some of these Republican strategists. Think Frank Luntz. Thank you. Look at that. Hi, Queen. Exactly. And so you can see that a lot of people are susceptible to some of these things that these Republican strategists come up with, right? It can be very, very, very powerful. It says today polling is no longer a black art. There is a poll on every possible topic, and some Americans follow polls the way Wall Street follows the market. I'm constantly amazed that Q&A periods follow my speeches across the country to various corporate and associative audience are consistently peppered with questions about some specific polling result. I mean, that's another thing too. Our country, I mentioned some polls earlier and I said, like voting rights is largely popular, that transgender rights are largely popular, but it's a little depressing that we have to rely on whether or not the polling states that, right? We shouldn't have had to wait until the majority of the country was ready for same-sex marriage before same-sex marriage passed. But we still have a lot of people that are very dependent on polling and just looking at that instead of saying, is this good for humanity? Is this good for our rights? Is this good for civil rights? They look at polling. So that was one of the things that Frank Luntz used. So I'm going to read one more thing that he said. There's one chapter that he said, the 10 rules for effective language. Let's see if he marks it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because I don't want to read all of his stuff. He says, I'll say it again. What matters is not what you say, but what people hear. And I will say, listen, that this is something that Republicans long depend on, right? It's like not what they say, but what people can hear. That's been their focus. And one of the rules that he has is to use small words, to use small language, right? He said, William F. Buckley and the people who solved the New York Times cross proposals resent this first rule. Avoid words that might force someone to reach for a dictionary, because most Americans won't. They'll placidly let you read meaning sail over their heads, or even worse, misunderstand you. You can argue all you want about dumbing down of America, but unless you speak the language speak the language of your intended audience, you won't be heard and you won't be reached. Simplicity counts. The average American did not graduate from college and doesn't understand the difference between effect and effect, right? Al Gore and John Kerry, legitimately bright individuals with Ivy League backgrounds, suffered the same fate, where the average critic of Bush administration would attack its foreign policy for going alone. John Kerry felt the need to offer bold, progressive internationalism that stands in the stark contrast to the too often belligerent and myopic unilateralism of the Bush administration. And then he said, huh? So he was like, one of his rules is you got to use simple words. And that is something that a lot of these Republicans use. And a lot of Republicans, you know this, went to Ivy League schools. They know all the big words. But a lot of them, like, for example, like Brian Kemp, um, he's not a truck driving, plaid wearing guy that hunts and has that kind of accent. That is for show, right? And so he kind of like, he tries to talk simply, things like that. That's something the Republican Party does. Rule two, brevity, use short sentences. This, again, is something the Republican Party does. I do like that he quotes Mark Twain. He says, I didn't have time to write a short letter, so I wrote a long one instead. Be as brief as possible. Never use a sentence when a phrase will do. So this is a guy that is training Republicans on how to communicate with their base. So far it's like use short sentences, use short words. Rule three, credibility is as important as philosophy, right? So he's basically saying credibility is not important. People have to believe it to buy it. As Lincoln once said, you can't fool all the people all the time. If your words lack sincerity, if they contradict accepted facts, circumstances, and perceptions, they will lack impact. You will read this lesson several times in the book because it really is that important. Your words you use become you. Okay, so these are lessons that he's teaching Republicans. Another one he says is rule four, consistency matters. Republicans stay on message. They stay on message. They stay on message. They stay on message. This is like, to me, what I call the Fox News effect. You would hear somebody say, I hate this word, but I'm going to say it anyways. They would say the word libtard, or they would say snowflake, and you would hear it across the bow. And it's because Fox News would say the same sound bites that their audience would use and then repeat over and over again. Because then these are people that feel like they're on a team. Again, Republicans and a lot of the press really feel that politics and policy is a sporting event, is an arena event. There's a scoreboard. That's it, right? So to me, this is the issue. The issue is that we're dealing with people that firmly believe in how do we find a way to get the message through. And their message repeats over and over again. You see that does not happen with Democrats. Democrats are like, oh God, we've got 100 things we need to message on. We need to message on environmental issues, on voting rights, on Build Back Better, on infrastructure. We have to talk about student loan debt. We have Democrats message on a billion things. What policies are Republicans messaging on? Can you think of any that they're messaging on right now? You can't, because they don't have a legislative agenda. That's not what they're doing right now. What Republicans are doing currently right now, sorry, my lips are chapped. What the Republicans are currently doing right now is just sitting back and waiting for them to have their majority back in the House and back in the Senate. They're not running on anything. Democrats are trying to run on 600 things all at once. And everyone's not really sure, like, we're like this. What's the most important thing? That's one of the reasons why I said that Democrats, it's tough for Democrats because they do have to make everybody happy all the time, and it's just impossible. Everybody has different priorities of what's needed. And that's why I said for Democrats, why I think that voting rights could be a winning message and poverty could be a message. Both of them, I think, together could be a winning message, is because you're dealing with a country where 50% of people are struggling financially, right? And you have a country where voting rights is becoming much more hard, much more difficult. So to me, Democrats have a chance here to message on a couple of issues instead of trying to message on all of them. It's impossible to message on all issues. Republicans know that. They're like, our issue is we're not going to give you rights, right? Republicans, I mean, my God, what are the Republicans actually doing right now other than just giving speeches? Nothing. They have no legislative agenda other than blocking everything that the Democrats do. That's the only thing. Their identity is defined by being an opposition party. That's all that they're doing right now. Poor Democrats. Democrats are just like, we care about climate change and we care about Build Back Better and we care about infrastructure and we care about, it's like we're messaging on too many things. I actually met with some people in the Senate, not senators. Let me be clear. I was meeting with people um, that handle some of the social media for senators, and they themselves are saying that they were overwhelmed. This is in 2018. Wow, God, that seems like 100 years ago. They were like, listen, we're feeling overwhelmed by the fact that we're having to message on so many things. And I was saying, listen, I think it's good that the Democrats have, a wide policy slate. But I also think it is going to be really frustrating for a lot of people to try to figure out what is it that we're trying to accomplish during this congressional section, right? Right now, we're in the 117th Congress. What are we trying to accomplish during the 117th Congress? And what is it that we're trying to achieve over the next 5 to 10 years before the next time we draw boundaries, but before the next time we do our census? What are we trying to accomplish during that time? So I actually think that the Democrats need to simplify their message. And I hate to tell you this, but Frank Luntz, who was the guru for the Republicans in messaging, would agree with me on that. One message is not going to fit everybody, but the Democrats have to figure out for 2022 what that messaging is. Again, I personally think and believe that it's voting rights, because a lot of people do understand that we are at a crisis point with voting rights, that 2022 could spell disaster for people. And then the other section of it is that a lot of people are struggling financially right now, that they're nervous or scared. They're like, we're not sure if we're going to have our job because of COVID, this new COVID outbreak. We're scared. We're nervous that we're not going to be able to pay rent this time. We're scared. We're nervous that my child's not going to have some food to eat. We're scared. That is where people are right now. They're really worried about their financial aspect. So the Democrats can say, okay, let's move into these two narratives. We need to protect our voting rights so that we can keep our majority, that we can expand our majority, and then we can actually accomplish a wide slate of policy. But for 2022, we need to focus on the fact that a lot of people are financially suffering right now. A lot of people are having a lot of emotional stress and issues because of the COVID pandemic. It's threatening their work. It's threatening their livelihood. And if we don't have voting rights, we're not going to be able to keep our majorities. So to me, now is the time to how do we refocus these conversations? Okay. So I'm reading Frank Lutz's words at work. Another one of the things that Frank Lutz, a Republican strategist, said was novelty, offer something new. This is something that Republicans do quite well, and they do it over and over and over and over again. They don't offer something new. That's not true. That's not what they're doing. What Republicans do over and over and over and over again is repackage the old and make it look new. That's something that Republicans are very, very good at. They've said fiscal responsibility in 20 different ways, to basically say that they want to make sure that their businesses are getting tax breaks and to make sure that their businesses are being deregulated. But they pose it as, we need to cut down on the budget, right? Because that's like a tangible thing that people could say, yeah, maybe our budget shouldn't be big. But they are the ones that add to the budget every time, right? But so the Republicans keep repackaging the same ideas over and over again. I showed you that within Susan Faluti's backlash, that Republicans had repackaged how to discuss reproductive rights, abortion, by coming up with a way to say pro-family, pro-life, and to make it seem like, well, really, what is that? What is that saying? They're saying that they're anti-choice. They're saying that they're really anti-woman. they're saying they're really anti-access. They're saying that they're anti-economic opportunity, right? That's what they're saying, but they package it in a different way that's really sellable to their base. It makes them seem like they're the moral authority, that they're leaders of the moral authority. Um, Another one he had was sound and texture matter. Um, it's outrageous. I mean, the things that Frank Lett said, um, he's talking about how like catchphrases that Republicans can use. Like he really liked Apple's think differently, you know? And he said seven speak aspirationally. Um, I don't really remember the last time that Republicans spoke aspirationally. I think they kind of gave that up when a Trump ran. There is a shift in focus. While there are some of the same hateful rhetoric that Republicans have been using for decades now, and they package it in a way to sound nicer or softer or like a moral authority. With Trump, things changed. They went, I don't want to say changed, they went back to that bullying thing that I read to you in Susan Felici's Backlash, when the Republicans were talking as if they were these fighting, angry people that weren't going to take any shit from any right? So we're repackaging things in the same way. Okay. So one of the things that I've been talking about all day long was the history of voting rights and why we are not a fully enfranchised society and why this is detrimental to all of us. It took about 200 years to get most people the right to vote in America, but really it is we're still not fully enfranchised because we still have people that returning citizens that don't have the right to vote. We know that we have an issue with that in Florida. And I actually want to kind of return to that for a second because I don't think people understand how long it took for Americans to get the right to vote. And one of the things that I had discussed earlier too, that there's so much violence associated with trying to get the right to vote. And it's one of the things that I think when we talk about voting rights and we talk about the history of voting rights is the violence associated with it. And I think if people really understand the violence that is associated with is saying that we just wanted we that there's a group of people, white male Republicans, that so badly do not want Black and brown people to have access to the ballot. They're willing to do intimidation, they're willing to scare people, they're willing to do all these different tactics, right? And we have to think about why that is. One of the reasons why that is because we know that the vote can change things. I read Malcolm X's bullet or the ballot or the bullet earlier today. And the reason why I did that was because Malcolm X said, yes, we do need to have access to the ballot box. But at the same time, he felt that he had heard this story